Frieza is a mutant of the Refrigerator clan, and Broly is a mutant scion. So why can't I, Yamcha, be the strongest mutant of Earthlings? He is the master of the flowing, rock-shattering fist. Engaging in light-hearted banter with a certain bald-headed individual, he has kicked Dio's rear and shares brotherly bonds with the Joestar family. He is well-versed in nun abilities, single-handedly taking down Chimera ants, and has become the mightiest ninjuser of his time. He unified the ninja world, partaking of chakra fruits, compelling the Uchiha to dance before him. His partner is the Dark Battle Tyrannosaurus, and the 7 Demon Kings are merely his defeated foes. He has visited the old Celestial Master, mastering the art of one person. One turn he has played the Eru beneath the Wall of Sighs, delivering beatings to the Greek gods. This time, Yamcha is no longer the mocked weakling, but rather the strongest mutant of Earth, empowered by the forces of myriad realms. Yamcha. This time it is my turn to take the spotlight. The most audacious cross-dimensional battle saga in history is officially underway. Chapter 1. IX and Yamcha. In the year 746 of the Age of Ages, the chilling northern winds howled incessantly, akin to blades of ice scraping against one's face. Before one's eyes lay an endless expanse of desert, ravaged by the sands, resembling a grotesque forest of distorted stones. Occasionally, dark tumbleweeds would roll past. Surrounding this desolate landscape, there was nothing but ceaseless yellow, sand, and bizarre, naturally formed rocks. Even insects and small creatures were scarce. Not even the most nefarious real estate mogul would squander time and resources on development here. Desolation and solitude are the hallmarks of this region. This area is located 100 miles from the renowned, legendary Flame Mountain, in an unnamed desert. It is said that this place is inhabited by merciless desert bandits, striking fear into the hearts of all. They rob travelers of their possessions, driven by insatiable greed, committing heinous acts of arson and pillage, even plucking the feathers from passing goose. In the western region of this desert stands a colossal rock formation, significantly larger than the surrounding stone forest, drawing attention like a crane among chickens. Like the other peculiar stones, this enormous boulder bears countless wounds. However, unlike the natural formations, the holes in this massive rock exhibit signs of human craftsmanship, resembling a series of windows. This immense stone is indeed not a natural creation. Through the gaps of the holes, one can glimpse rudimentary living items within, indicating habitation. Carved in the center of the boulder are the 4 traditional characters, forged through trials, undeniably affirming this fact. The inscription stretches from top to bottom, occupying nearly half of the stone's face. A boy, approximately 13 years of age, stands resolutely beneath this gigantic rock. His lustrous black hair and strikingly handsome features could evoke envy in many, prompting those with peculiar taste to exclaim, Wei has perished. If not for the slightly regretful glimmer in his eyes, he could truly be regarded as a graceful, beautiful youth. Though his gaze is resolute, it appears somewhat devoid of spirit. Perhaps it is not a true absence of divinity, but rather the innate gaze of certain individuals, reminiscent of lifeless fish eyes or the style of a noose. The youth wears a drab yellow scarf tied around his neck, and his attire consists solely of a thin, green sleeveless garment, which bears a striking resemblance to the fashion of the Tang dynasty. Emblazoned prominently at the center of the garment is the character for joy. Yet, as autumn deepens and the air grows cooler, he persists in donning such simplistic clothing. It seems this youth is no ordinary character. Perhaps it is due to his impoverished circumstances. The desert region is home to an abundance of wolves, and the boys residing there frequently engage in battles with these fierce creatures, honing their skills through imitation of the wolves' attacking moves. Thus, he has coined a technique known as Wolf Fang Fury Fist. With a resounding cry, he assumes a stance, gathering his energy as if the haunting howls of wolves echo in his ears. Suddenly, behind him, a ravenous and ferocious wolf materializes, its eyes glowing with a sinister green light, fixated ahead with a greedy, fierce intent, unwilling to relent until it has torn its foe asunder. For an ordinary person, encountering such a terrifying sight would surely induce paralyzing fear. Whether in a pack or solitary, wolves epitomize ferocity, and at times, they can be even more fearsome than the king of the mountains, the tiger. In the next moment, the youth springs into action, his hands poised to strike forward with ferocious force, the wind from his punches howling fiercely. At that very instant, the wolf behind him also moves, opening its gaping maw to unleash a thunderous howl that reverberates through the stone forest, as if an entire legion of wolves responds in kind. It seems not merely a single wolf is present, but a multitude, and the youth stands as the alpha wolf commanding all. This is the wolf FANG Fury Fist. Time elapses unnoticed as he completes the series of strikes, his body drenched in sweat. Not enough, this is still insufficient. Merely the wolf FANG Fury Fist has left me fatigued. Clenching his sore hands, the youth murmurs to himself. From his words, one can discern that despite possessing strength that surpasses the majority of ordinary individuals, he remains profoundly dissatisfied with his own capabilities. He regards the formidable wolf FANG Fury Fist as nothing more than trivial. Even if he were to wield the wolf FANG Fury Fist with 10, 100, or even 1,000 times greater strength, it would still pale in comparison to the figures etched in his memory. Those individuals, golden-haired, red-haired, blue-haired, even green-haired, they are leagues beyond his current prowess. But fortunately, young Master Yamcha, just as the youth is lost in reminiscence, a familiar, affectionate voice interrupts his thoughts. Following this, a creature that is neither quite feline nor entirely fox-like, with a bluish hue, flutters out from a crevice in the rocks, drifting lazily to the side of the young man. Yamcha is indeed the name of the young boy, albeit his name in this second life. Yes, he is the renowned Yamcha from the illustrious world of Dragon Ball, a character known for his striking good looks in the early episodes, a supporting character with a considerable amount of screen time, who later tragically devolves into a mere pawn, becoming infamous for his demise, often mocked by countless individuals. The boy is a transmigrator who cannot recall how he arrived here. He only remembers regaining consciousness as a 4-year-old Yamcha. The adaptability of human beings is quite remarkable. It took him merely a month to transition from unfamiliarity to acceptance. Now, he perceives himself as Yamcha. "It's poor," Yamcha remarked, gazing at the blue creature still clutching a pacifier, suppressing a tinge of disappointment as a gentle smile graced his lips. "When did you return? Did kindergarten let out early?" "I returned while you were practicing your martial arts, Master Yamcha." A mischievous boy named Oolong caused a ruckus in class today, sneakily lifting the teacher's skirt, which resulted in the teacher expelling him from the classroom. "Yes, we were allowed to leave early," Poor chattered excitedly, recounting the day's events, though his speech was slightly muddled due to the pacifier. Poir, at 5 years old, is a student at the Southern Transformative Kindergarten, a prestigious school that caters to a select few beast-like humanoids. The most renowned aspect of this institution is its instruction in the art of transformation. In this wondrous realm, alongside the standard human forms, there exists a plethora of beings resembling animals: tiger men, wolf men, and even dinosaur men, all collectively referred to as beast humanoids. They possess intelligence equal to that of humans and coexist on this land and planet. It is said that the king of a nation where Yamcha resides is a beast humanoid with the face of a dog. Yes, a dog-headed king. Were it not for Yamcha's lack of aptitude for learning, he would eagerly join Poir in mastering the art of transformation. After a brief bout of playful antics with Poir, he encouraged the little creature to rest. After all, being merely 5 years old and having traversed the distance from the south to the desert, Poir must be quite fatigued, even as a beast humanoid still in its early developmental stage. Once Poir was settled, Yamcha set about preparing his breakfast. The meal consisted of copious amounts of pickled meat paired with an even greater quantity of steamed buns, a meal that is exceptionally simple, bordering on meager, in this gastronomically rich world. This simplicity was not due to Yamcha's commitment to rigorous training, but rather a consequence of financial constraints. At merely 13 years of age, many avenues for earning money remained closed to him. Though he could resort to being a desert bandit, the desolate sands are so barren that not even a bird would deign to fly over, let alone any travelers. While wolves, geckos, and scorpions abound, there are of course the incessant flies. Moreover, the previous bizarre rumors surrounding desert bandits have further diminished the number of passers-by. Additionally, although Yamcha is a bandit, he adheres to a strict code. He refrains from robbing the impoverished and instead focuses on redistributing wealth from the affluent to himself. At first glance, one might assume that robbing the rich to aid the poor would lead to considerable wealth. However, this is far from the truth. The adage "the money of the poor is divided into thirds, while that of the rich is returned in full" encapsulates the survival strategy of most bandits in this world, or any world, for that matter. Yet, Yamcha is unwilling to conform. For him, crossing moral boundaries is a zero-sum game with countless iterations. His strength is reasonably decent, but the desolate region he inhabits is devoid of life. If he cannot defeat an adversary, he can simply take a detour. Consequently, The term poor aptly describes his existence. In the vast expanse of his barren landscape, he is utterly alone. Moreover, the technological advancements in this world are absurdly skewed, surpassing even those of Yamcha's former life. There exists a form of black technology known as the universal capsule, which complicates the endeavor of acquiring wealth through alternative means. In this life, Yamcha is merely an ordinary individual among the masses, with limited knowledge at his disposal. The cured meat he consumes is made from wild wolves he has slain is tough, pungent, and utterly unpalatable. His home also contains some scorpion paste and dried geckos, whose flavors are equally lackluster. However, having sustenance, no matter how meager, is a small blessing. As he reflects on this, Yamcha swallows the last morsel of his bun. He then rubs his protesting stomach and strides into the kitchen, casting a glance at the dwindling rice jar. If the opportunity arises, he must hunt an animal to improve his meager diet. The mere thought of food sharpens his gaze. As a transmigrator fighting for survival, particularly in this perilous world, the contemplation brings a sense of desolation. As for his parents, Yamcha has not laid eyes on them since he can remember. After a day of insufficient food and drink, Yamcha enters one of the shabby rooms of his dilapidated abode. Within this chamber lies an object, the only means, aside from the wolf FANG fist he is cultivating, to enhance his abilities. Chapter 2. Doraemon's Super Training Box. Yamcha glances at the peacefully slumbering Poir in the bedroom before quietly moving to another room. In a corner of this space, he carefully retrieves an Saitama half-circular box, adorned in a gaudy red and blue color scheme that screams of poor taste. If presented to an outsider, it would merely be dismissed as a poorly crafted plastic toy, not deserving of a second glance. Yet, Yamcha treats this box as though it were a priceless treasure, gently placing it on the ground. He then sits cross-legged, silently fixating on the seemingly absurd object. 1 second, 2 seconds, 10 seconds pass. Yamcha remains motionless, and as 1 minute, 2 minutes, and even 10 minutes elapse, his eyes begin to dry out. Yet he continues to stare intently at the box. Has Yamcha lost his mind? He is not. If one were to observe closely, they would notice that the box hovers approximately 1 millimeter above the ground. Yes, it floats in midair. This phenomenon is orchestrated by Yamcha. The object is entirely alien to this world. Dubbed the Super Training Box, it hails from the realm of Doraemon. The Super Ability Training Box, a secret gadget from the 22nd century of the Doraemon universe, possesses the extraordinary capability to cultivate 3 distinct superpowers in an astonishing manner. These powers include telekinesis, X-ray vision, and instantaneous movement, each highly practical in its own right. Telekinesis, often regarded as the quintessential ability, boasts a wide array of applications. X-ray vision is equally versatile, proving invaluable whether in enhancing daily life or in combat situations. Instantaneous movement, a remarkable skill for travel and evasion, speaks for itself. However, acquiring these 3 superpowers is not an instantaneous endeavor hence. The device is aptly named the Super Ability Training Box rather than the Super Ability Development Box. To harness these powers, one must dedicate 3 hours each day to intently focus on the device, while engaging in intricate meditative exercises. Mastery of all 3 abilities necessitates a rigorous training period of 3 full years. Failure to meet this time frame results in delays when attempting to utilize the powers. This raises a pertinent question. If one trains for 3 years at 3 hours daily to attain 3 powers, what happens if one chooses to focus on just 1 or 2? Can the training duration be shortened? The answer is affirmative. The simultaneous training of all 3 abilities extends the timeline excessively. In pursuit of expediting personal strength enhancement, Yamcha has opted to forego X-ray vision and temporarily set aside instantaneous movement, dedicating himself solely to telekinesis for the entirety of his 3-hour training sessions. Though the underlying principles of this device remain elusive, it undeniably facilitates the development of superpowers. At the very least, Yamcha has made notable progress in mastering telekinesis. True to its reputation as a secret gadget from the Doraemon realm, it boasts formidable efficacy, shrouded in mystery and defying logic. As his training progresses, Yamcha finds himself capable of manipulating increasingly heavier objects, which brings him considerable satisfaction, and additional ability equates to an enhanced means of self-preservation. Upon fully mastering telekinesis, Yamcha intends to embark on training for instantaneous movement. As for X-ray vision, that will have to be deferred until the end, as it currently offers little immediate utility. Although Yamcha is aware that the world he inhabits also possesses the extraordinary skill of instantaneous movement, which may surpass that cultivated through the super ability training box, acquiring the instantaneous movement technique from the Dragon Ball universe entails an additional stipulation. One must reach Yardrat and gain the willingness of the Yardratans to impart their knowledge. Yamcha is oblivious to the whereabouts of Yardrat. He does not even know what the Yardratans look like. Thus, the super ability training box proves to be the simpler option. At merely 13 years of age, his combat prowess has already surpassed that depicted in the original narrative, though the extent of his improvement remains uncertain, as he lacks a power level detector. In the original Dragon Ball, the concept of power levels first emerged at the outset of Dragon Ball Z, when Goku's brother Raditz arrived on Earth and utilized a peculiar device to measure the power level of a farmer wielding a gun, determining it to be a mere 5. This statement birthed a notable meme. The infamous declaration of a power level of only 5 that in the official narrative, Yamcha initially made his appearance with a mere battle power of 8, only 3 points higher than that of an armed farmer. At that time, young Goku possessed a battle power of 10, however. Due to the inherent nature of science, Goku effortlessly knocked out Yamcha's front tooth with a single punch. This moment marked one of the rare occasions when Yamcha's strength was closely matched to that of Goku. Subsequently, during the 21st World Martial Arts Tournament, he was unceremoniously ejected from the arena by Master Roshi, who was disguised as Jackie Chan, halting his progress in the top 8. In his second attempt at the 22nd tournament, he suffered a cruel leg injury inflicted by the malevolent Tien Shinhan, again falling short of the top 8. During his third participation in the 23rd World Martial Arts Tournament, in a desperate bid to keep pace with Goku and the others, he trained relentlessly to the point of disfiguring his own face. Yet he was ultimately bested by a few moves from a deity residing in an ordinary human, once more stopping at the top 8. In the subsequent Z Saga, he met his demise at the hands of a careless encounter with a villainous vegetable, his death humorously dubbed as Yamcha lying down. Then, in a twist of fate, his long and tumultuous relationship with Bulma was shattered when she fell for the secondary character, Vegeta. This was, of course, compounded by Yamcha's notorious infidelity. In the Android Saga, he was nearly killed by Android 20, Dr. Gero, who drained his energy, resulting in the waste of a precious senzu bean. By the time of the Buu Saga, he could no longer be considered a Z fighter, opting out of the World Martial Arts Tournament altogether. He even conceded to Krillin's daughter, Marin, stating, "Your father is the strongest Earthling," acknowledging his inferiority. Thereafter, his presence in both GT and Super became virtually non-existent. Although it pains me to say, this is indeed the reality. Yamcha, once one of the earliest supporting characters, ultimately became a mere background figure, having once courted the principal female protagonist, Bulma, only to end their relationship due to his unfaithfulness. By the end of his story, he remained unmarried well into his later years, earning the tragic moniker of Tragic Yamcha. Having traversed to this timeline, the current Yamcha is determined not to replicate the misfortunes of his original self. Thus, he seeks to grow stronger. There is, however, another fundamental reason. He fears death. Chapter 3. Breaking the fourth wall. Fearing death is not a matter of shame. The overwhelming majority of beings harbor a dread of mortality, particularly for Yamcha, who has faced death once before. His fear surpasses that of the average individual. Indeed, in the original Dragon Ball narrative, any crisis is ultimately resolved by the protagonist, Goku, and his companions. However, a perplexing question arises. How can one ascertain that the world they inhabit is indeed the realm of a grand narrative? How can one be certain that events unfold according to the memories they possess? How does one know that their reality is not a dystopian future of Dragon Ball, where Goku succumbed to a heart virus and humanity was nearly obliterated by androids? How can one be assured that Vegeta and his comrades will not arrive prematurely in search of allies? What guarantees exist that Frieza's army will not make an unexpected visit for the Dragon Balls? How can one be certain that the egg concealing Majin Buu, sealed within the earth, will not be inadvertently released? What if this world were to be annihilated by a villain who emerges without warning? And how can one be confident that their very transference into this realm has not instigated irrevocable changes to the Dragon Ball universe? These uncertainties abound. They are akin to SC Dinger's Dragon Ball, suspended between possibility and impossibility, a conundrum that remains unresolved until time unfolds its mysteries. Even Yamcha finds himself unable to ascertain the nature of his world, whether it is the future Dragon Ball realm, the super universe, the world of Dragon Ball heroes, or the chaotic dimensions of superdimensional warfare. There are countless hypothetical scenarios, and Yamcha is unwilling to gamble his fate on the whims of others. Thus, he aspires to grow stronger, to attain unparalleled strength, at the very least, sufficient to confront the adversaries that lie ahead. In the Dragon Ball universe, the most straightforward approach to gaining strength in the early stages undoubtedly involves seeking mentorship from esteemed masters. Among the most renowned figures on Earth are Master Roshi, the Turtle Hermit, Kirin, the Guardian of Kirin Tower, and the Earth's deity, each of whom has imparted wisdom to the protagonist, Son Goku. Yet, at present, Yamcha finds himself unable to seek their tutelage. Where is Master Roshi's island? Yamcha knows only that it exists on some distant isle, yet the precise location eludes him. The vastness of the ocean renders the search daunting, and since the revered Master Roshi has chosen seclusion, he must be hidden away in a place beyond the reach of ordinary individuals, unless one possesses the cloud of the Black Silk Army to aid in the search. Furthermore, the whereabouts of Kirin Tower remain just as elusive to Yamcha. Since his rebirth, he has dedicated himself to training. Yet he has never ventured to the famed West City or the iconic Poseidon Mountain. His movements are confined to the vicinity of Fire Mountain, rendering the quest for Kirin Tower an insurmountable challenge. The hidden temple above Kirin Tower is an even greater enigma. It is a venture Yamcha cannot even begin to contemplate. Of course, this reflects merely the traditional methods of gaining strength as depicted in the original Dragon Ball, where Yamcha's journey a mere traversal of the narrative. He would spare no effort to locate Master Roshi's dwelling and pinpoint the location of Kirin Tower. However, Yamcha possesses alternative avenues, such as the super training device from the world of Doraemon, which has come into his possession. The method is referred to as breaking the fourth wall, a passage into another realm, commonly known as crossing over. The super ability training box is what Yamcha utilized to breach this fourth wall and venture into the world of Doraemon, trading for various trinkets with the protagonist, Nobita Nobi. As for the origin of such a remarkable ability, Yamcha himself remains oblivious, and he is utterly incapable of articulating how he acquired it, or even attempting to explain it with words. It is an indescribable and wondrous state, akin to the act of breathing, an innate capacity. For instance, if one were to ask another to elucidate why we breathe or why we defecate, they would likely stumble over their words, unable to provide a satisfactory answer. However, that traversal into Doraemon's world was not a pleasant experience. This realm is patrolled by time-space officers, the enforcers of the 22nd century, and Yamcha narrowly escaped arrest for disrupting the fabric of time. Had he not swiftly returned through the portal, he might have been captured. The time-space officers of Doraemon's extraordinary 22nd century form a massive organization, far more extensive than the galactic patrol of the Dragon Ball universe, equipped with various miraculous secret gadgets, causal devices, and astonishing tools capable of world destruction. Not only would Yamcha be ill-equipped to confront the time-space officers, but even a single member of the galactic patrol would vastly outmatch him. If apprehended by the time-space officers, who knows if they possess secret gadgets to limit Yamcha's ability to break the fourth wall? He is not willing to take such a gamble, nor dares to. Despite the plethora of powerful and tantalizing secret gadgets in the Doraemon universe, without sufficient means for self-preservation, Yamcha is averse to returning, at least for now. Fortunately, the risks are proportionate to the rewards. Besides acquiring the super ability training box, he also obtained half a bag of Momotaro rice balls and a translation konjac, thanks to Nobita's kindness. Although he did not manage to procure any of the extraordinary items like the time pack, phone booth, or Lies 100, Yamcha is quite content with his haul. Thus, while he expresses regret over not being able to apprentice under Master Roshi and other eminent figures, it remains merely a twinge of disappointment. Behind every successful man stands an unwaveringly supportive woman, yet Yamcha is flanked by countless dimensions. He possesses myriad avenues to strengthen himself and innumerable possibilities for growth. At this moment, he senses that he is poised for another crossing over. Yamcha's method of crossing does not rely on any so-called system. Thus no one provides him with guidance or instructions. He must rely solely on his instincts. His previous crossing into Doraemon's universe was a serendipitous occurrence. At that time, he was unprepared and managed to acquire only a few trinkets. Largely thanks to the benevolence of Nobita, had it been someone else, he might have returned empty-handed. Of course, crossing over is not as simple as wishing to go wherever one pleases. For instance, he instinctively feels that he cannot currently traverse into the world of One Punch Man. For instance, in the world of Saint Seiya, he similarly felt an insurmountable distance separating him from that realm. The reason eluded him. He simply could not venture there. Yamcha speculated that it likely pertained to his current capabilities. As for why he could traverse into the realm of Doraemon, it was probably due to its comedic, child-friendly nature. Yet, the proud Scion Prince, Vegeta, once cautioned against engaging with comedic characters, and after the lessons learned from his previous encounters, Yamcha remained acutely vigilant about the whimsical, child-oriented worlds. Without a comprehensive strategy, he would never dare to enter lightly. Fortunately, the world he was about to enter was not imbued with the comedic essence. Instead, its powers aligned perfectly with his aspirations for growth. Yamcha gradually closed his eyes and took a step forward. In the next moment, he vanished into thin air, as though he had never existed. The only remnants of his presence were the howling winds of the desert and the faint snoring of Puar. Chapter 4. What must one do upon arriving in another world? The scene before him abruptly transformed, shifting from the vast, desolate expanse of the lonely desert to a bustling city, vibrant yet distinctly unique. Yamcha materialized in a narrow alleyway, nestled between buildings, a gathering spot for delinquents and street racers, unnoticed by the passers-by, or if noticed, not given a second thought. As he strolled out of the alley, he beheld the throngs of people bustling along the street, the intermittent splashes of a fountain nearby, and the old-fashioned cars that could not soar into the skies. A wondrous sensation welled within Yamcha's heart. He had traversed once more, shattering the barriers to enter yet another world. What a mesmerizing ability it was. With his eyes closed, he savored the unfamiliar air, keenly attuned to the differences from his previous world. Ah, good morning. This is Morio, a familiar yet strange melody wafted into his ears, jolting Yamcha back to reality. Observing the scene before him and listening to the music, a smile spread across his face. The laughter, coupled with his attire that diverged from modern fashion, drew the attention of those around him. However, as it was the peak of the workday, no one was inclined to intervene, and no commotion ensued. This was the destination of Yamcha's journey, a place steeped in legend, Morio. It was a realm of extraordinary adventures. Upon arriving in another world, what was the first thing to be done? The thought arose in Yamcha's mind. What should he do? Naturally, he had to ascertain whether he was in any peril, find ways to blend into this world, avoid drawing attention, and ensure that neither he nor the world revealed any anomalies. This was of utmost importance. If Yamcha were to compose a manual for travelers, this principle would undoubtedly occupy a prominent position. One can never ascertain whether the world they have entered might reject them, in Yamcha's understanding. Some worlds might even develop their own consciousness, known as Gaia consciousness. As the sun dipped below the horizon, the night silently enveloped the world, consuming everything within its grasp. Staining it with its hue, only light could dispel the darkness. In a secluded alley of Duong Town, a man wearing a baseball cap and a mask stood beneath a flickering streetlight. The dim yellow glow cast an ethereal shadow, reminiscent of a character from a film engaged in clandestine dealings, hinting at illicit transactions. Indeed, this was the case. A faint sound of footsteps echoed as another man, similarly attired but of shorter stature, approached from the opposite side of the street. It was Yamcha, whose face was similarly obscured by a mask and cap. As the two brushed past each other, the first man swiftly slipped an object into Yamcha's pocket. Your item. The man's voice was somewhat detached. Yamcha merely nodded almost imperceptibly, and they parted ways. There were no excessive movements or unnecessary words. Everything transpired with a silken fluidity. Once he traversed the alley, Yamcha retrieved the object from his pocket. It was a key, its end adorned with a tag. He lightly juggled it in his hand before returning it to his pocket, and soon, Yamcha vanished into the midnight streets. At the Duong Town station, he unlocked locker number 996 with the key, effortlessly extracting its contents, a tightly wrapped bundle of cloth. Upon feeling its weight, a slight frown crossed his face. The contents were less than he had anticipated. However, he did not linger, for he understood that merely being able to sell the items was already a stroke of fortune. In this world, as in others, there exists a code. Humanity has its path, and the monks have theirs. Likewise, desert bandits like Yamcha adhere to their own, often referred to as the underground forces. The bundle contained money and documents, which were paramount for him. Whether genuine or not, they symbolized identity. After all, this modern world starkly contrasts with the peculiar notions of the Dragon Ball universe, where documents hold significant importance. Money, too, was essential. After all, one could not expect Yamcha to revert to his former life as a desert bandit in Duong Town. As for the items he had procured, what does the Dragon Ball world produce in abundance? The answer is weaponry. While other goods might be scarce, firearms are readily accessible to even the most commonplace brigands. Handguns, machine guns, and even rocket launchers. One could never ascertain the extent of another's arsenal. Such is the simplicity of the Dragon Ball world. Moreover, the cost of arms in this realm is remarkably low, largely thanks to the contributions of the Black Silk Army, the largest arms supplier on Earth within the Dragon Ball universe. It is no wonder they are a formidable force capable of rivaling the regular army of the Doghead Kingdom. Regrettably, Duong Town is a relatively peaceful locale, which results in lower prices for these items, leaving Yamcha with far less than he had hoped for. Yet, it was sufficient. In addition to the weaponry, Yamcha possessed one or two of the oldest universal capsules, one for storage and another being an outdated jet car capsule. However, he had no intention of parting with these just yet. Smuggling arms may merely classify one as a dangerous element, but introducing technology alien to this realm elevates the threat significantly. He was unwilling to part with the universal capsule unless absolutely necessary. Even then, he intended to wait until he was on the brink of departure to secure a substantial profit, including the bundle provided by the man in black. This constituted the entirety of Yamcha's current assets. Although breaking the fourth wall stemmed from his instinct, his lack of finesse resulted in this occurring earlier than anticipated. Once assured of his safety, the second imperative upon traversing into this new realm was to ascertain the timeline. Whatever endeavors he undertook, confirming his position within the timeline was of paramount importance, as it pertained to his subsequent arrangements in this alternate world. Intelligence, at any juncture, remains crucial. 3 days prior, Yamcha had roughly established the point in time he found himself in. During this interval, he had engaged with local underground factions to execute several arms transactions. Not only had he exchanged his attire for a more contemporary, inconspicuous outfit, but he had also rented a room and procured essential supplies for daily living. Today marked his final transaction. Arms, aside from within the Dragon Ball universe, are deemed sensitive commodities in other worlds. Frequent dealings could easily attract unwanted attention, and Yamcha was keen to avoid drawing too much notice, as complications were the last thing he desired. Presently, he needed to focus solely on one task, waiting for the opportune moment to arise. This was indeed a critical point. Chapter 5. Peaceful Duong Town. It was yet another Monday, following a weekend that could be described as either pleasant or unpleasant, as students busily commenced their day. Everything unfolded as it had on countless Mondays before. The distinction today lay in the presence of a private yacht, which docked at the small harbor of Duong Town, home to a modest population of 53,000, without attracting much attention. On the path to school, a group of unruly high school students, appearing to be delinquents, congregated near a small fountain, menacingly surrounding another boy sporting a flamboyant hairstyle. Rather than resembling a traditional pompadour, his hairstyle bore a closer resemblance to a flattened steak or a burnt piece of meat, presenting an unusual appearance. Judging by the color of his school uniform, which was slightly lighter than that of the other troublemakers, he seemed to be a younger student. In the hierarchy of high school, it was common for upperclassmen to educate their underclassmen, often driven by the trivial motive of personal disdain, seeking to impose their will. The ruckus created by the delinquents drew the attention of passers-by, who quickly recognized the discord among the miscreants. Adhering to the principle of avoiding unnecessary trouble, nearly everyone hastened their departure from the scene. Only a few lingered, among them a particularly striking pair, one tall and the other short. The tall individual stands approximately 6 feet 3 inches, clad in a sailor-like white attire that conceals a formidable strength beneath its loose fabric. His imposing physique, coupled with a pair of piercing eyes scanning the surroundings, exudes a wild yet commanding presence, clearly suggesting he is not one to be trifled with. Beside him, another youth, roughly 5 feet tall, bears an unremarkable appearance, devoid of any distinguishing features, and appears to be a high school student based on his attire. His presence draws attention primarily due to the imposing figure beside him. A group of delinquent upperclassmen is seen verbally and physically assaulting the younger student, even resorting to extorting money from him. Surprisingly, the victim displays an unusual level of composure, refraining from retaliation and genuinely considering parting with his money while even offering apologies. The tall man observes this scene with the detached amusement of one witnessing a farcical performance, his expression betraying no emotion as he contemplates leaving. At that moment, the leader of the delinquents peruses the younger student's identification card. "Hey, you're Dongfang Zhangju, right? I'll be calling you that from now on." "Yes. Thank you for the nickname, senior," replies the younger student. The name Dongfang Zhangju seems to possess an enchanting quality, causing the tall man to pause in his departure. Perhaps sensing the younger one's compliance as a sign of weakness, the upperclassman grows increasingly arrogant, especially as the bus he intends to catch approaches. He jabs a finger at the younger student's forehead, barking, "Stop with the nonsense and hand over the money. Otherwise, I'll shave your head." Just like an atomic golden warrior. The moment those words leave his lips, the atmosphere around them suddenly thickens. An intimidating aura emanates from Dongfang Zhangju. enveloping him as if he were ablaze. He gestures to his distinctive hairstyle. "Hey, senior, what did you just say about my hair?" As his words resonate, a peculiar energy radiates from him, and an invisible punch sweeps across the delinquent leader's cheek. Teeth, mingled with blood, abruptly erupt from the delinquent's mouth, and his face contorts grotesquely as if struck squarely by a fist, propelling him into the air before he crashes heavily into his companions. It takes a couple of seconds for the delinquent leader to react, rolling on the ground while clutching his face, sweat pouring down in pain. A stark contrast to his earlier bravado, daring to criticize my hairstyle and provoke my wrath. Even if he were the emperor's son, I would not let him off lightly. "Did you just say my hair resembles that of a sea snail?" "I never said such a thing." Before he can finish, a heavy kick lands on the delinquent's head. "You also claim my hairstyle made you want to vomit?" Another kick follows. "And you threatened to shave my head?" Under the relentless onslaught, the delinquent finds himself overwhelmed, tasting the bitterness of defeat. Dongfang Zhangjiu, you are going too far. At this moment, Dongfang Zhangjiu embodies the essence of a true delinquent, violent and utterly unreasonable. As if the compliant boy he once was merely an illusion. Yet another day of serene normalcy in Morio. The towering figure of the robust youth, standing at 6 feet 3 inches, witnesses this spectacle with a slight smirk, muttering to himself. He has found his target. Another individual shares his sentiments. Higashikata Jasuke, an ordinary high school student amidst the myriad of souls in Morio town, appears delinquent but possesses a gentle disposition. However, should anyone dare to critique his hair, his composure shatters as if severed from reason, aligning perfectly with the information swirling in his mind. The possibility of traversing into a mutated realm can be dismissed. Observing this spectacle from a distance, Yamcha contemplates silently. Besides the two contrasting figures, another witness has entirely beheld the recent events, Yamcha himself. He witnessed the delinquent's abrupt ascent, as though struck by an invisible force. That was a stand, also referred to as Hammon, a special ability imperceptible to ordinary people, straddling the line between supernatural prowess and the miraculous ability of summoning. It is a unique capability of this world, and one of Yamcha's most coveted powers. Acquiring time or space-related abilities would undoubtedly be a tremendous boon. Indeed, the world Yamcha has entered is that of JoJo's bizarre adventure. Diamond is unbreakable. The recent scene marks the official commencement of this narrative. The pompadoured delinquent, Higashikata Jasuke, is the ostensible protagonist of this arc. The stand ability he wields is precisely the reason Yamcha has ventured into this realm. He yearns to become a stand user and harness its power. Stands are a hallmark of this universe, with formidable ones possessing the capacity to manipulate or even alter the very rules of existence, effortlessly commanding time and space. The choice of this particular time frame was a carefully deliberated decision by Yamcha, having been meticulously planned for quite some time. Compared to other parts of the series, the risks here are considerably diminished, provided one does not identify as female or engage in reckless behavior. Yet, this is merely a relative assessment. Dangers still abound. When confronting those unseen entities with their bizarre abilities, Yamcha's current capabilities afford him no advantage. Previous experiences of traversing worlds have instilled in him the necessity for utmost caution. Even if this world mirrors his recollections precisely, one can never predict unforeseen complications. Prudence is undeniably warranted. Survival hinges on meticulousness. Chapter 6's premise suggests an IQ of 160. Yet alas, the moment for my emergence has not yet arrived. Caution must prevail. With a hint of regret, he averts his gaze from Higashikata Jasuke, lowering the brim of his hat as he turns away without a backward glance. Now is not the opportune moment to forge a connection. A sudden appearance would be ill-advised. The tall, robust man in white he observed earlier is none other than Jotaro Kujo, the protagonist of the third part, Stardust Crusaders. A character renowned for both strength and popularity. One of his reasons for arriving in this small town is to resolve a long-standing debt left by his grandfather, Joseph Joestar, to Higashikata Jasuke, who is, by relation, his uncle. Although Jotaro's overall strength has waned significantly compared to the golden era of the third part, he has gained considerable wisdom. At this juncture, making an appearance would only invite suspicion from Jasuke, serving no purpose whatsoever. Most crucially, Yamcha knows he cannot best him in combat. Yamcha possesses a profound self-awareness regarding his own capabilities, which allows him a measure of confidence when dealing with weaker opponents. However, should he face Jotaro Kujo, he feels a distinct lack of assurance. Even with the addition of his psychic energy, the odds remain daunting. Jotaro's stand, Star Platinum, is renowned for its ability to manipulate time, and although its power has diminished to a mere 12 seconds, currently reduced to 5, it remains formidable, even without his stand. A single blow from Jotaro would likely incapacitate Yamcha, who is acutely aware of the legacy of the Pillar Men that Jotaro embodies. The precedent set by vampires serves as a stark reminder of the dangers involved. Nevertheless, Yamcha does not find himself in direct opposition to Jotaro. Their goals are not at odds. For prudence's sake, he seeks to enlist the aid of Josuke Higashikata and his stand abilities. All that remains is to find an opportune moment to cultivate a favorable rapport with Josuke, which would facilitate the achievement of his objectives. Provided that he avoids triggering a butterfly effect, such an opportunity should soon present itself. As Yamcha contemplates this, his gaze drifts toward the horizon, his eyes reflecting a depth of thought. This seemingly inconspicuous town conceals an astonishing number of stand users, even surpassing the followers of that notorious savior from over a decade ago. Shortly after Yamcha's departure, the ever-watchful Jotaro casts an unassuming glance toward the spot where Yamcha once stood. During a conversation with Josuke, Jotaro casually mentions Josuke's hairstyle, and after a friendly exchange, reveals the second purpose of his visit, the first being to find Josuke. He hands Josuke a stack of photographs depicting a man named Anjuro Katajiri, also known as Angelo. At 34 years of age, Angelo has spent 2 decades imprisoned, oscillating between a life of crime and incarceration since the age of 14. With an IQ reported to be 160, he is regarded as one of the most despicable and vile criminals in the annals of Japanese crime history. During his last arrest, he escaped execution by hanging, utilizing what is rumored to be an extraordinary power in the process. Although the specifics of this ability remain unclear, Jotaro is certain it is a stand. This indicates that Angelo is indeed a stand user. Through the insights provided by Joseph's stand, the Hermit Purple, Jotaro learns that the criminal Angelo has arrived in Morio and is lurking somewhere, likely with malicious intent toward Josuke. Jotaro's secondary purpose for being here is to protect Josuke and apprehend Angelo. After cautioning Josuke to be vigilant in the use of his abilities, Jotaro bids him farewell and sets off to investigate Angelo. Unbeknownst to Jotaro, however, Angelo's target is not Josuke himself, but rather the police officer responsible for his initial incarceration, none other than Josuke's grandfather, Ryosuke Higashikata, a diligent guardian of Morio for many years. Ryosuke is a true embodiment of goodness. Perhaps it is indeed true that stand users are drawn to one another, for after a thwarted robbery, Angelo has now set his sights on Ryosuke's grandson, Josuke. In a twist of fate, he discovers that Josuke is the grandson of the very man he seeks to exact revenge upon. This truly is an experience that allows one to savor the exhilarating thrill of double vengeance. Such a sensation is simply exquisite. Silently observing the milkman at the Dongfang family's residence, Angelo adjusted the red and white cap perched atop his head, suppressing the surging restlessness within him. And soon a bloodthirsty smile graced his face. He is the criminal Angelo, a nefarious individual with 2 decades of criminal experience. Before taking action, he meticulously scrutinizes the circumstances of his target, gathering sufficient intelligence before proceeding. He is cunning, audacious, patient, and methodical, possessing an IQ of 160 that enables him to seize every opportunity. Based on his recent observations, only Dongfang Tomoko, the mother of Dongfang Josuke, is at home. "Let us begin with you," Angelo mused, his greedy gaze fixated on the seemingly youthful Dongfang Tomoko, who, at 37, appeared as if she were in her 20s. With a twisted smile, he licked his lips beneath his cap, murmuring, "I will allow both of you to experience the pain of losing a loved one. I shall savor your essence, madam, though it may be rather brutal." Angelo's stand, Silver Chariot, transformed into a stream of liquid that infiltrated the Dongfang family's water reservoir. This fiend had committed heinous acts even at the tender age of 14, ruthlessly murdering 2 youths in a manner so barbaric it was beyond comprehension. Should Dongfang Tomoko fall into his clutches, a tragic fate would undoubtedly await her. However, he was oblivious to the fact that his intel was entirely flawed. Dongfang Josuke was indeed at home today, engaged in a phone call with his ostensible nephew, Kujo Jotaro. Inevitably, Josuke discovered Angelo's presence. "Mr. Jotaro, I believe I have located him," he quietly declared, setting aside the comb he had been using to groom his pompadour and boldly advancing toward his mother, Dongfang Tomoko, with an empty glass bottle in hand. At that moment, Angelo's Silver Chariot provocatively taunted Josuke, making a face at him from Tomoko's lips before swiftly entering her body. Silver Chariot has the ability to infiltrate another's body through liquid, thus controlling their actions. In Angelo's mind, as long as he willed it, no one could compel Silver Chariot to leave Tomoko's body, unless he chose to murder his own mother. Even Jotaro, who possessed the power to stop time, would be rendered powerless in this scenario. Indeed, in the plot of Diamond is Unbreakable, Jotaro's stand ability is time manipulation, a fact known to every stand user. Angelo envisioned the scene of his vengeance unfolding before him. Unexpectedly, however, behind Dongfang Jisuk emerged his own stand, Crazy Diamond, which extended a heartfelt greeting to his mother. In the next moment, a miraculous occurrence transpired. Dongfang Tomoko's pierced body and the shattered glass bottle were restored in an unfathomable manner. This is the extraordinary ability of Jusuk's stand, Crazy Diamond. Unsurprisingly, Angelo's silver chariot was captured by Jusuk and confined within the bottle. Chapter 7. I am merely a passing Interpol agent. The prowess of a stand, whether formidable or not, is judged not only by the innate abilities and types of its wielder, but also by its statistical values. These include destructive power, range, durability, speed, precision, and growth potential, each categorized into 5 distinct tiers. The stand known as Silver Chariot, possessing only destructive power, may suffice against ordinary individuals, yet when pitted against other stands, particularly one as overwhelmingly powerful as Crazy Diamond wielded by Josuke Higashikata, it appears as fragile as a mere chick. Should he have chosen to confront Josuke's companion directly, he had ample opportunity to do so outside. Instead, he opted for psychological torment as a means of revenge. The most critical error lies in the fact that the intelligence he gathered starkly contrasted with the reality of the situation. Consequently, he was apprehended. Knowing full well that Josuke was a stand user and neglecting to investigate the nature of his abilities before rashly engaging can only be deemed a fitting end for someone with 20 years of criminal experience who has been caught time and again. The notion of possessing an IQ of 160 is rendered farcical. At his advanced age, being relegated to night shifts is truly taking a toll on him. An elderly man clad in police attire cycled to Josuke's residence, muttering grievances about the passage of time as he supported his back and opened the door. Perhaps it was fate that he should not meet his demise just yet, or perhaps it was destiny itself. While Josuke awaited the arrival of Jotaro at home, his grandfather, Ryohei Higashikata, fortuitously returned. Don't move. Josuke, you little rascal, why are you not in school during class hours? Upon entering, he spotted Josuke engrossed in a game on the family computer, and his frustration boiled over as he drew his firearm, pressing it against Josuke's head. You've skipped class. Grandpa, I think it's best not to engage in such perilous actions. Josuke, startled by his grandfather's sudden aggression, nearly dropped the game controller. I did not skip school. I am merely awaiting someone, he protested. Put that down, it could go off. Seeing that Josuke was genuinely frightened, Ryohei chuckled and said, Josuke, you fool. You've been tricked, it's a toy gun. You'll find your mother in the kitchen, go play with her. Observing his grandfather's childlike demeanor, Josuke spoke to him as one would to a child. Josuke, I'll join you for some gaming. No way, your skills are atrocious, Josuke replied with evident disdain. You're missing out on a golden opportunity. In my youth, I was known as the demon of gaming. Ryohei declared with a countenance that suggested Josuke had lost out on something significant. You're lying. There were no games in your era. Do you think I'm that gullible? Sniff, sniff. Josuke has grown up and no longer needs his grandpa. All right, I'll play with you. Ha ha ha, foolish Josuke. You've fallen for it again. I want to play with you. Through the eyes of the stand trapped within a bottle, a heartwarming scene unfolded before him. Not far away, concealed among the grass, the true form of Angelo, previously flustered by the capture of his stand, revealed a bloodthirsty grin once more. There is a saying, the one who knows you best is, in fact, your enemy. I am well aware of the matters concerning the Eastern Patrol officer. The means of escape have been discovered. Ha ha ha, Eastern Josuke, your demise is imminent. Angelo's confidence stems from the capabilities of his stand, as long as he avoids direct confrontation. His power is exceedingly insidious. Lacking a physical form, it merges with water and manipulates it. At that moment, the television broadcasted a news report stating that 7 sudden deaths had occurred in the town since today. Josuke sensed something amiss with the report, but dismissed it. While Higashikata Ryohei retracted his previously jovial demeanor, his gaze sharpening with intensity. This news reeks of crime. My instincts alert me to the presence of dangerous individuals lurking in this town, Ryohei remarked. However, his words did not capture Josuke's attention. He perceived his grandfather merely as a cynical old man who enjoyed jesting and passing time until retirement. Little did he know that his grandfather once had a glorious past, diligently safeguarding the peace of Morio. Engrossed in the news, Josuke failed to notice the murky liquid gradually surfacing in the bottle that ensnared the silver chariot. Coincidentally, Jotaro Kujo arrived at that moment. Josuke hurried to open the door, neglecting the now transformed bottle on the coffee table. just as he exited the room. A prominent logo was emblazoned on the bottle's center. It was the emblem of brandy, a drink Ryuhei indulged in after his shifts. Ryuhei caught sight of the bottle and instinctively picked it up, preparing to twist off the cap for a sip. I don't recall placing a bottle of brandy here. Surely, that rascal Jisuk has taken to drinking. He has grown up, after all. I wonder when he'll bring home a girlfriend. His fingers rested on the glass bottle's cap. Should he open it, Angelo's stand would be freed. Meanwhile, Jisuk was conversing with Jotaro outside the door. A soft pop echoed as the cap twisted. Excellent. I am saved, Angelo rejoiced. If everything unfolded as he anticipated, not only would he escape, but he would also exact his vengeance. He had devised a plan to disguise the silver chariot as brandy, infiltrating the body of the old officer, Higashikata Rahe, who had captured him. For Angelo, the first order of business in his escape was murder. Suddenly, a loud crash resonated as a stone shattered the window, capturing everyone's attention, including Ryuhei, who paused his actions. Then, a lithe figure leapt through the broken window. A deep yet slightly youthful voice rang out. Hey, old man. What you have in hand is not liquor. It is a highly dangerous substance. Who goes there? Ryuhei exclaimed. It was only when the sound of shattering glass reverberated that Jisuk recalled the bottle containing the trapped stand was still in the room, prompting him and Jotaro to rush inside. What met their eyes was a figure clad in an exquisite black suit, donning sunglasses, Yamcha, the Interpol agent. Yamcha, with remarkable dexterity, retrieved an identification card from the right pocket of his suit and waved it before Jotaro and Jisuk. The sunglasses obscured any expression on his face. I am affiliated with the Department of National Strategic Defense, Attack, and Logistics Support, Special Abilities Investigation Section, ID number 4399, code name, Black Suit. Without granting the two any opportunity to respond, Yamcha delivered an impressive, yet incomprehensible string of titles. Chapter 8, Capturing Criminals. That's the responsibility of the Neon Police. What does it have to do with me, an Interpol agent? What are you talking about? Wait, who are you? Jisuk, overwhelmed by confusion, found his mind racing to comprehend the influx of information. Nevertheless, upon seeing the identification and hearing the term Interpol, he instinctively relaxed, at least in the minds of most. Interpol agents were not typically villains. However, Jotaro Kujo's gaze remained fixed on Yamcha, showing no signs of relaxation, ready to act at any moment. Having once been a member of the Egyptian battle team, he was not as naive as Jisuk. I have been commissioned by the Neon government's authorities to investigate a peculiar prison escape, Yamcha continued, aware that earning Jotaro's trust would not be a simple task. He did not intend to win Jotaro over with mere words. As long as he was not attacked and not perceived as an enemy, he would consider his objectives achieved. I know you, Mr. Kujo. Your reputation precedes you in our department. No, indeed, throughout the entire National Strategic Defense, Attack, and Logistics Support. Yamcha spoke to himself, nodding at Jotaro, seemingly unperturbed by the latter's vigilance. He then shifted his tone to one of regret, pointing at the bottle still held by Ryuhei Higashikata. But Mr. Kujo, you have been rather careless. To leave such a dangerous item within reach of an ordinary person is quite reckless. Had I not intervened in time, this elderly gentleman might have met with a tragic fate. Following Yamcha's indication, the others finally noticed the bottle containing the stand, which Ryuhei was holding, already branded with the insignia of brandy. Jisuk was aware of his grandfather's habit of enjoying a glass of brandy upon returning from duty, if he were to consume the stand's vessel. At that moment, Jisuk was drenched in cold sweat, filled with apprehension. He pondered the limits of his stand, Crazy Diamond's healing abilities, and whether there was any way to save his grandfather. To be frank, Jisuk felt entirely uncertain. Should he fail, the consequences would be dire. Simultaneously, he developed a profound admiration for Yamcha, who had taken steps to prevent his grandfather's demise. He believed Yamcha's words to be at least 90% credible. The bond between Jisuk and his grandfather was strong, and at that moment, his regard for Yamcha's soared. With little life experience, Jisuk's thoughts remained remarkably pure. He was, after all, an ordinary high school student, unlike the atypical Jotaro from the third part of the series. Are you also a stand user? Among those present, only Jotaro remained somewhat wary of Yamcha. However, given the fact that he had saved a life, his initial suspicion had lessened, leading him to tentatively inquire. He was acutely aware of the attraction that exists between stand users. Yamcha shrugged, expressing his regret. Unfortunately, I am not one of them. His assertion that one who is not a stand user cannot perceive stands rekindled Jotaro's earlier doubts, sharpening his gaze. Mr. Jotaro, do you seriously believe this world harbors only the singularity of stands as a special ability? Before Jotaro could respond, Yamcha continued, "Your grandfather, the venerable Joseph Joestar, possessed more than just a stand. He also harnessed Ripple, an ancient form of martial arts. There are also the modified beings from my country and my own psychokinesis." As he spoke, Yamcha demonstrated his ability by levitating the teacups around him, causing them to spin gracefully. These are but a few of the myriad special abilities in this world, which is far more extraordinary than you can fathom. Yamcha intentionally created a miscommunication, misleading Jotaro into believing that he could perceive stands through other means. By showcasing his psychokinesis in Jotaro's presence, he sought to prove that he was indeed not a stand user. In truth, Yamcha, lacking a stand, could not see them at all, were it not for the plot. He would have no inkling of Angelo's stand's whereabouts. Thus, his words were 8 parts truth and 2 parts deception, purely an exploitation of known information to confuse and mislead others. As a time traveler, leveraging informational asymmetry was paramount. Masquerading as a prophet was not out of the question. But even the slightest error could lead to exposure. Yamcha had never considered others as fools. His gaze remained fixed on Jotaro. Suddenly, a distinct feminine scream pierced the air, capturing everyone's attention. "Oh no, is that my mother?" Josuke exclaimed, recognizing the familiar voice. Now is not the time for such matters, he thought. Capturing that notorious criminal was their foremost objective. What is the best way to unite others? By identifying a common enemy. Outside, Angelo had one hand tightly around Tomoko's throat, while the other brandished a knife, its blade poised menacingly against her neck. Though Tomoko was known for her fiery temperament, she found herself unable to escape the overwhelming physicality of Angelo. "Hand over the bottle. Otherwise, this woman is as good as dead." Angelo's eyes burned with rage as he fixated on the glass bottle in Yamcha's grasp. Angelo's fate was destined to be grim, as he would inevitably be transformed into a grotesque Picasso-style sculpture under the influence of Crazy Diamond's power. The ensuing battle lacked the dramatic tension of the original narrative. Stripped of his stand, Angelo stood no chance against the formidable combination of 2 powerful stand users and Yamcha's exceptional abilities. This man was indeed the most loathsome and despicable of criminals. In a desperate ploy, even after having his stand captured, he attempted to disguise himself as a milkman, hoping to seize Tomoko as a hostage, and even sought to humiliate her in front of the gathered crowd. As he was constantly being observed, Yamcha seized the opportunity to utilize his uniform. Angelo's astonishing maneuver ultimately provoked Jotaro Kujo. In Jotaro's heart, there were only 2 individuals of utmost significance: his mother, Tomoko Kujo, and his grandfather, Ryoho Kujo, both of whom had been offended by the opponent. Under a relentless barrage of righteous justice, he was met with the same fate as the stones that surrounded him. "Yamcha, are you not an international police officer? Is this truly permissible? Would this not be deemed a failure in your apprehension?" After venting his frustrations and gazing at the now sculpted Angelo, Jotaro expressed his sincere apologies. Following their recent collaborative efforts, the relationships among the group had grown significantly closer, and they had all come to know Yamcha's name. "No problem at all. Capturing criminals is the responsibility of the Neon Police. What relevance does that hold for me as an international officer? My duty is merely to ensure he poses no threat to society." Chapter 9. The mundane life in Morio Town. Regarding Yamcha's explanation, Jotaro's family found no fault, as they were entirely unfamiliar with the workings of international police. Furthermore, Yamcha had effectively saved them twice, and their gratitude left no room for doubts. Only Jotaro's grandfather, Jotaro Kujo, harbored some suspicion about Yamcha's identity, but chose not to pursue the matter further. After all, Yamcha had not engaged in any actions that endangered them. Perhaps Jotaro would arrange for further investigation into Yamcha's background. However, Yamcha remained unconcerned. Even though the Joestar family was among the wealthiest in the world, boasting a top-tier intelligence network, uncovering the details of a person who had previously not existed was an impossible task. If they failed to find information on Yamcha, their instinct would lead them to assume that his details were concealed by someone, as it is generally illogical for a person to simply appear without a trace. This is the result of an information imbalance. Even if they were to eventually discover that Yamcha had suddenly materialized in Morio Town, that would likely be a matter for a distant future, by which time he would have long departed from this world. Thus, Yamcha felt entirely secure, able to continue bearing the unfounded title of an international police officer. Moreover, in a town filled with peculiar individuals, including self-proclaimed extraterrestrials, the presence of one more international officer posed little issue. Beneath the facade of this seemingly tranquil town, something dreadful was brewing. Surely, Jotaro sensed this as well, otherwise he would not have made a special trip here. To ensure that his next plan proceeded without hindrance, Yamcha decided to assign Jotaro some tasks. The elder in his household, whom he referred to as the old man, shared a similar viewpoint. This elder was, of course, his grandfather, Joseph Joestar, a character renowned for his tactical brilliance. Though he was now merely an ordinary elderly man suffering from dementia. What do you know? Upon hearing Yamcha's words, Jotaro turned to him. According to the intelligence from our side, there has recently been an influx of individuals possessing extraordinary abilities in this small town, famously referred to as stand users. Yamcha selectively divulges information, blending 9 parts truth with 1 part falsehood. Such a situation is highly unusual, reminiscent of events from 11 years ago. Here, Yamcha cast a meaningful glance at Jotaro. In Cairo, Jotaro's expression instantly turned grave. Is someone deliberately creating stand users? Since the confrontation with Dio and the 9 glory gods in Cairo, Jotaro has been intensely vigilant regarding news of stand users, relentlessly eradicating remnants of Dio's faction. Yet, over the years, he has encountered only a handful of new stand users. Otherwise, his time-stop ability would not have diminished to a mere 0.5 level, as he hardly needed the power of Star Platinum. The current surge of stand users mirrors the chaotic times of the past, leaving him no choice but to take it seriously. I cannot ascertain the specifics, but it is certain that there exists an individual in this town capable of creating stands. If this person is of sound mind, it may not pose a significant threat. However, if their mental state is unstable, it could lead to catastrophic consequences. Yamcha gestured dramatically as he spoke. The so-called investigation into Angelo is merely a FAD. Your true intention lies elsewhere, does it not? It seems the international police and local law enforcement are not as united as one might think. Yamcha neither confirmed nor denied this, but simply shrugged, neither agreeing nor disagreeing. I trust that Mr. Jotaro will not remain idle once he comprehends the full circumstances. I understand. I will inform you if I uncover any leads. Then I shall rely on you, Mr. Jotaro. Yamcha felt a slight relief upon Jotaro's agreement. If this fellow were to keep a constant watch on him, it would hinder the progression of his subsequent plans. Thus, Yamcha deliberately revealed the latter part of the narrative to Jotaro. Cold on the outside, yet warm within. Brimming with a strong sense of justice. That is the essence of Jotaro Kujo's character, especially in relation to the topic of stand users. If his counterpart were a younger version of Joseph Joestar, it would be far more challenging to deceive him. That old man's intellect could sometimes be astoundingly sharp. Even though his strength has waned since his golden years, as long as he remains cautious, Jotaro could easily contend with any stand user from the 4th part. Diamond is unbreakable. He also contemplated revealing information about a certain office worker who yearns for a peaceful life. Although Yashikage Kira poses the least threat among the series' antagonists, only seeking out women with beautiful arms for his crimes, he is still a deviant and exhibits no hesitation when it comes to taking lives. Days swiftly passed. Upon learning that Yamcha had no fixed residence, Josuke Higashikata and his family warmly welcomed him to stay with them. Thus, Yamcha temporarily resided with the Higashikata family. The bond of male friendship is forged through shared struggles. Yamcha and Josuke had fought together and saved both his grandfather and mother, and given their similar ages, Yamcha appearing at 15 despite being 13, and Josuke at 16, their relationship naturally blossomed into a close camaraderie, further strengthened by their frequent gaming sessions together. At least from Josuke's perspective, he and Yamcha had become good friends. How about we indulge in some Italian cuisine? Yamcha suggested, pointing to a nearby Italian restaurant named Torresati. Italian food? I've never had it before, Josuke replied, intrigued by Yamcha's proposal. He instinctively reached for his wallet, only to feel a pang of embarrassment. His allowance for the month had already been exhausted. Sensing Josuke's discomfort, Yamcha clapped him on the shoulder and said, I'll treat you. Go ahead and enjoy. Oh, I feel a bit guilty about that, Josuke replied, though his actions were quicker than his words. What are we waiting for? I'm starving. The two pushed open the restaurant's grand door. As they surveyed the establishment's conventional Italian decor, Yamcha casually chose a seat near the entrance. Although he claimed it was random, there were only 2 tables in the entire restaurant. Instead of a menu, the restaurant offered a personalized dining experience, which piqued Josuke's curiosity. In 1999, private dining was uncommon in Tokyo, and even more so in a small town like Duwang. A courteous gentleman warmly welcomed them. I apologize. I am both the owner and the chef. As you can see, due to limited resources, I can only accommodate 2 tables at a time, which leaves me utterly exhausted. The man introduced himself as Tony of Torresati, a chef who honed his culinary skills worldwide, having come to Japan due to a lack of recognition for his extraordinary talent in Italy. I will customize the most suitable dishes based on the guest's needs, he continued, turning his gaze to Yamcha, his eyes seemingly sparkling with insight. I can see your hidden affliction. This was no ordinary restaurant. Chef Torasati was a stand user. Chapter 10. The non-luminous yet healing cuisine. You must often overexert yourself. Considering your age, that is not a good thing, he remarked. Yamcha resided in the vast desert of the Dragon Ball world, lacking any renowned mentors or noble lineage, relying solely on his own strength through relentless training against beasts and wolves. It was no surprise that he bore hidden ailments from such improper training methods. It was precisely this hardship that allowed him to surpass his original age and capabilities before his character's debut. Yamcha was not taken aback by Torasati's observation. It was the reason for his visit. I have traveled the world in pursuit of dishes that invigorate my guests, Torasati elaborated. I have studied Chinese medicinal cuisine, learned herbalism from Amazonian tribes, and researched the efficacy of various rare herbs in Africa, integrating all these techniques into my culinary creations. Torasati spoke with enthusiasm about his experiences. It is my first time catering to a guest like you. It is quite an endeavor. But rest assured, these issues are trivial. I shall prepare a special dish just for you. Torasati smiled as he entered the kitchen, leaving behind the bewildered Josuke and the eagerly anticipant Yamcha. Torasati specialized in creating therapeutic meals tailored to the physical ailments of his customers. However, the process of these treatments was somewhat unsettling. It was perhaps for this reason that he had been expelled from Italy, as any ordinary person witnessing the entire procedure would find it quite shocking. In truth, Yamcha had conducted an investigation into this Italian restaurant shortly after arriving in Morio, and had delayed his visit for safety's sake. To exercise further caution, he had invited the formidable healer, Josuke. As long as one wasn't facing immediate death, Josuke's crazy diamond could restore anyone, making it arguably the most potent healing ability in the series. According to Yamcha's intelligence, Torasati was merely a chef genuinely concerned for his patron's health. Nevertheless, with Josuke present, the level of safety increased significantly. Hey, Yamcha, Josuke whispered as he leaned closer. These so-called health dishes often sacrifice flavor in their pursuit of wellness. If you find it unpalatable, we should just walk out. Money shouldn't be wasted on such things. Yamcha merely nodded in response. The disparity in information made Josuke's attitude seem quite reasonable. In reality, Torasati was running his business at a loss, utilizing only precious medicinal ingredients. With his specially crafted menu priced at a mere 500 yen per dish, which was well below the cost of his materials. His attention was currently fixed on the water glass at the table. Even the water at this restaurant was medicinal. This seemingly ordinary glass contained water that had melted from snow on Mount Kilimanjaro, dating back 50,000 years, something that could not easily be acquired, even with wealth. Yamcha drank the water in one gulp. It was exceedingly refreshing. At that moment, Chef Torasati approached with his appetizer. This dish has been specially prepared for you. Thank you for your hospitality. The food is truly exquisite. After enduring what appeared to be a terrifying, yet ultimately therapeutic process, Yamcha felt as if he had shed 100 pounds of rice, his entire being lightened, and even his punches felt more powerful. Hey, Yamcha, are you really alright? Josuke inquired, having witnessed the entire unsettling treatment. I'm perfectly fine, Josuke. I suggest you try a portion as well. It's really delicious, Yamcha encouraged. Acutely aware that consuming these dishes would significantly enhance his training efficiency, Josuke shook his head, indicating his reluctance to accept such treatment. After settling the bill, Yamcha turned to the still-smiling Italian chef. Mr. Torasati, your exceptional culinary skills have truly impressed me. Would you be willing to teach me? The body is the foundation of life. To become stronger, a robust physique is an indispensable condition. Although the immediate effects of Torasati's therapeutic cuisine were largely due to the abilities of his stand, pear jam, his knowledge of pharmacology was equally vital, which was what Yamcha valued highly. Without the knowledge and culinary skills residing in his mind, merely acquiring the substitute of pear jam would be utterly insufficient to achieve the current results. Those culinary insights that Yamcha yearns to learn, would you like to learn them? Very well, I shall teach you, Torasati smiled. He was not a reclusive individual. He aspired for more people to fall in love with Italian cuisine, and sharing the exquisite flavors of Italy was one of his lifelong dreams. If Yamcha wished to learn, he would impart his knowledge. Even though Yamcha was primarily interested in pharmacology and not particularly in culinary arts. However, before embarking on this learning journey, it was imperative to wash one's hands thoroughly. For the first time, Torasati's smile faded, and he looked at Yamcha earnestly, presenting him with a bar of soap labeled medicinal. The kitchen is a sacred space. It must always remain clean and hygienic, Torasati declared with utmost seriousness. This fellow harbored an unwavering obsession with cleanliness in the kitchen. Thus, Yamcha's days began to fill with purpose. He no longer merely idled about with Jotaro, but rather traveled the 2 points between his home and Torasati's restaurant to commence his studies. Torasati truly lived up to his title as a man who had traversed the globe, both in pharmacology and culinary arts. He was an impeccable existence, almost to the point of being able to answer any query without fail, which allowed Yamcha to make rapid advancements in his pharmacological knowledge. After a period of study, he could even concoct basic remedies based on the conditions of others. As for his culinary skills, progress was rather modest. Yamcha was indeed not adept at cooking. While the taste was passable, the presentation could only be described as ghastly. Despite possessing a formidable knife, he struggled to wield it effectively, which led to Torasati frequently admonishing him. Days passed in this manner, and the bizarre death toll in Morio Town began to escalate. Even with Yamcha's warnings, Jotaro remained utterly perplexed, and he was nearly ambushed by 2 mice, causing one to lament the end of his era. The once invincible Platinum Star, who could obliterate foes with a single punch, was no longer untouchable. One day, upon exiting Torasati's establishment, Yamcha took out his portable calendar, circled the date, and gazed up at the sky. The time had nearly come. It was time to strategize regarding his ultimate purpose in this world. What made the 4th part? Diamond is unbreakable, worthy of Yamcha's arrival? The answer lay in the stand users. Chapter 11. The safest method to acquire a stand. Hey, Angelo, Yamcha, Jotaro, and the diminutive Hirose Kyuichi, who had once stood alongside Jotaro, greeted a peculiar, grotesque stone sculpture as they passed by. Today, Torasati was out procuring ingredients, granting Yamcha a reprieve from reporting to the restaurant, allowing him to spend time with Jotaro. Hirose Kyuichi, known for his height of around 1.40 m, was rumored to be the true protagonist hidden within this narrative, while Jotaro merely played the superficial lead in Diamond is Unbreakable. Much like Krillin from Dragon Ball, this fellow ultimately returned home with a stunning beauty, albeit one with a rather obsessive disposition. Oh, was there always such an odd sculpture here? Keiichi gazed at the grotesquely hideous sculpture with a sense of confusion. Indeed, it had not always appeared in such a manner before. Keiichi pondered, utterly bewildered, yet ultimately mimicked the actions of Yamcha and Jae-suk with a casual, "Oh, Angelo." Although he was oblivious to its meaning, he followed suit. "How has Mr. Jotaro been lately?" "Oh, he is still investigating other matters, though I'm not entirely certain," came the reply. Under Yamcha's subtle guidance, the trio meandered for a considerable distance until they arrived at a dilapidated, patchwork-trimmed 2-story house that exuded an air of antiquity. "What is the story behind this house?" Keiichi inquired, observing the no-entry sign affixed to the door, as a faint mist began to envelop the area, reminiscent of a haunted house from a cinematic horror. "Ah, this house," Yamcha responded. "It has reportedly been uninhabited for 3 to 4 years. A house in such disrepair likely has not attracted any buyers, has it?" Suddenly, Keiichi thought he glimpsed a shadow flit past the second-floor window. Rubbing his eyes, he found nothing amiss. "How strange. Could it be my imagination? Is there truly no one here?" A sense of unease washed over him, and Jae-suk seemed to sense something amiss as he stared vacantly at the small mansion. Could it be a nearby vagrant? Keiichi inquired, his curiosity piqued. Jae-suk, did you notice something?" "Oh, how peculiar. The lock on the front door is open." Yamcha stood nearby, gazing intently at the door, lost in thought. Moments later, he swiftly bypassed Keiichi, who was about to enter the house. "If we cannot ascertain the truth, we might as well investigate," he mused, deliberately positioning himself in front of Keiichi, blocking his path. "Hey, you little brats. Do not recklessly enter someone else's property." A coarse, gravelly voice interrupted. A high school student with a rather mature and unremarkable face approached from the garden, exuding an air of arrogance, yet appearing not particularly astute. This was Nijimura Okuyasu, one of the stand users from Morio. "This is my father's house, and you little brats are forbidden from meddling with it, understood?" He warned the trio with a sinister glint in his eyes. As Jae-suk prepared to confront him, a sudden whoosh sliced through the air, accompanied by the sound of rushing wind, as a sharp arrow was loosed, aimed directly at the weakest among them, Keiichi. The unexpected assault caught them all off guard, save for one individual who had been anticipating this very moment. In a split second, Yamcha lunged forward, shoving Keiichi aside, yet stumbled slightly, allowing the arrow to pierce his abdomen with a brutal force. Instantly, his clothing was stained crimson with his own blood. "What are you doing, brother?" Okuyasu exclaimed in bewilderment, having only intended to chastise the trio for their insolence towards his family home, never envisioning he would resort to such violence. for he considered himself merely a delinquent, not a villain. His only response was a disdainful snort. Be quiet, Itai. How could I possibly have such a foolish brother like you? This guy is also a stand user. Yamcha, are you alright? Hirose Koichi was left dumbfounded by the sudden attack, staring blankly at Yamcha, who stood frozen in place, blood gushing from the arrow wound in his abdomen. Damn it, Yamcha. However, Higashikata Jasuke reacted far more swiftly than Koichi. A peculiar energy surged around him, and a humanoid figure materialized behind him, clad in white armor with red skin. It was Jasuke's stand, Crazy Diamond. The stand swiftly extracted the arrow from Yamcha's abdomen, then unleashed a flurry of powerful punches upon the wound. In an astonishing turn of events, the relentless assault did not exacerbate Yamcha's injuries. Instead, his wounds began to heal at an incredible pace. Miraculously, not only the wound, but also the blood and torn clothing were restored. This is the extraordinary ability of Higashikata Jasuke's stand, Crazy Diamond. As long as a person is not completely dead, it can even mend their flesh at the moment of death. This is why Yamcha always brings Jasuke along when he is in trouble. Having Crazy Diamond means possessing extraordinary healing powers. However, Crazy Diamond has its limitations. It cannot cure diseases, resurrect the dead, nor heal its own injuries. Saved at last, Yamcha rose to his feet. A faint aura gradually emanating from him, a subtle smile playing at the corners of his mouth. His objective had been achieved, to become a stand user. There are several scenarios. Some are born with a stand, like Higashikata Jasuke, Jotaro Kujo, and Tora Sadachi, either through genetic inheritance or awakening their abilities one day. The second and more prevalent scenario involves acquiring a stand later in life. There are various methods to gain a stand, such as venturing into the Devil's Palm from the 7th part of the series, traversing the wall eyes in the 8th part, or encountering the remains of a saint. And, of course, it was the very arrow that struck Yamcha. This arrow, originating from the 3rd part, Stardust Crusaders, crafted by Enya the Hag, possesses a remarkable ability. Once the person struck by it endures the trial, they can become a qualified stand user. Failure means death. In simpler terms, as long as the person survives being struck, they can gain stand abilities. With Jasuke by his side, relying on Crazy Diamond ensures survival. Naturally, if one possesses a Senzu bean from the Dragon Ball universe, they would achieve the same effect. Yamcha awaited this opportunity, as it is the simplest, best, and safest method to acquire a stand throughout the entire series. The true protagonist, Hirose Koichi, obtained his stand abilities through this very method. Chapter 12 reveals the existence of stands. There is no inherent superiority between naturally born stand users and those who acquire their abilities later. The strength of a stand user primarily depends on their skills and capabilities, as well as their application. Most importantly, a stand is a manifestation of the spirit. To acquire a stand, Yamcha undertook considerable preparations. Drawing from the method by which Hirose Koichi gained his stand ability in the original narrative, Yamcha devised the most prudent strategy. While it is true that one can obtain a stand by enduring an arrow, what if one cannot withstand it? What if Yamcha is not the chosen candidate? Thus, he engaged in the endeavor to thwart Angelo from murdering Higashikata Ryohei, as well as to foster goodwill with Higashikata Jasuke. Otherwise, why would Yamcha exert such immense effort? Was it merely to encounter the protagonists? With Jasuke's presence, bolstered by the power of Crazy Diamond, he could ensure his survival to a certain extent. As long as he survives the arrow, he can attain a stand. Although this approach may seem somewhat exploitative of Jasuke, his grandfather remains unharmed, making it mutually beneficial, a win-win situation. Observing the tense standoff between Jasuke and Iwasaki, Yamcha discreetly gathered the arrows from the ground. Though not the insect arrows, they are still a commendable tool. If utilized wisely, one could theoretically assemble an army composed entirely of stand users. Of course, given the rarity of stand users, creating such an army would necessitate the sacrifice of countless lives. Nevertheless, this does not diminish the fact that the arrow is a valuable asset. With proper healing methods, mass production of stand users could be feasible. Iwasaki, you fool, what are you doing? As Yamcha took possession of the arrows, Higashikata Jasuke, from upstairs, could not help but shout. He had not anticipated that Jasuke would possess such formidable healing abilities, mending Yamcha's injuries in an instant. The current situation was decidedly unfavorable for them, leaving no room for complacency. You must be Iwasaki from the Higashikata family, and since you refer to him as brother, you must be Higashikata Jasuke? Yamcha addressed the Higashikata brothers. Essentially, these two siblings are victims of the incident, given that you have not committed any grievous offenses. Surrendering now could lead to leniency in your sentence. Should you continue to resist futilely, your release will be far from imminent. You must be aware of my identity. Yamcha asserted, attempting to exert psychological pressure on Higashikata Jusuk. What will happen if you are imprisoned, brother? At this moment, Iwasaki regained consciousness, and upon hearing Yamcha's words, he became anxious, nervously glancing at Jusuk through the upstairs window. Foolish brother, how could I be burdened with such a dim-witted sibling? Jusuk shot a disapproving glance at Iwasaki, unfazed by Yamcha's assertions, demonstrating psychological resilience superior to that of most individuals. But he is an international police officer. Iwasaki protested, feeling unjustly scolded. This is not a game. We could simply eliminate them right here. You possess a stand so fearsome that even the thought of it sends shivers down my spine. Hurry, deal with these intruders. Understood. Brother. Upon hearing his brother's words, Itai's gaze gradually sharpened. A white figure intermingled with hints of blue materialized behind him. Is this the stand user? The ability to perceive a stand signifies that one has indeed become a stand user. As Yamcha observed the stand user behind Itai from Rainbow Village, he pondered inwardly. Is the most intuitive method to ascertain if one is a stand user simply the ability to see a stand? Before being struck by the arrow, Yamcha was unable to perceive any stand users, yet after being hit, he could clearly see them. This undoubtedly confirmed his acquisition of stand abilities, albeit not yet fully awakened. Itai's stand, known as Bomb Space, possesses 6-dimensional attributes: destructive power, precision, durability, range, growth potential, and speed. The values are rather average, yet as his brother mentioned, his stand possesses an exceedingly terrifying ability. Bomb Space's right hand holds the power to erase space itself. This is an exceptionally formidable ability, capable of completely disregarding an opponent's defenses and even enabling short-range teleportation through the erasure of space. A moment's carelessness could lead to instant death, a fate even the Crazy Diamond could not reverse. Yet, such a potent ability has been bestowed upon Itai, who, despite his outward appearance, is rather dim-witted and utterly incapable of effectively utilizing this power, significantly diminishing his danger level. A classic case of immense ability paired with a subpar user. Had a more astute individual wielded this power, it would undoubtedly be of a higher caliber. When facing Jusuk Higashikata, Itai was almost entirely overwhelmed. His formidable abilities failed to manifest even a fraction of their potential, with his 6-dimensional values utterly eclipsed by Jusuk's Crazy Diamond. He could not land a single effective blow, not even grazing a hair on Jusuk's head. Useless brother, truly inept, Yamcha thought. Seizing the moment, Crazy Diamond landed a punch that sent Itai crashing down, prompting the watching Rainbow Kyuju upstairs to finally take action. Jusuk's encounter with Itai had cost him some stamina, yet he emerged unscathed. That was a singular sacred arrow. It must be recovered to achieve our aims. Since my incompetent brother cannot resolve this, I shall take matters into my own hands. With that, Kyuju lifted his gaze to the sky, which, once clear, began to take on a rather gray hue. Fortunately, it seems the heavens are assisting me. The same words, the same opening. Observing from the side, Yamcha noticed that the surrounding mist seemed to thicken, infused with an eerie atmosphere. A foggy day? Suddenly, with a loud bang, the grand door of the mansion was pushed open from within, yet no person or creature emerged. Something appeared to be lurking in the darkened room. Then, amidst the shadows, glimmers of starlight flickered, accompanied by faint crackling sounds. Countless tiny bullets surged forth rapidly, enveloping those in the courtyard like a net. These bullets were many times smaller than ordinary ones, theoretically reducing their lethality, yet faced with such a dense onslaught, injury was inevitable. Regrettably, a series of resounding clangs echoed simultaneously. The dense barrage of tiny bullets was entirely intercepted by countless floating stones. Yamcha raised his index finger, and numerous stones levitated around him, along with Jusuk and Koichi, who were also shielded within. This was Yamcha's telekinetic prowess. Chapter 13. As an Interpol officer, carrying such a burden seems quite reasonable, does it not? As long as the disparity in strength between both sides is not too great. Acquiring intelligence on the opponent's abilities makes combat considerably easier. The battles between stand users can be deemed as a war of information. Higashikata Jusuk. I am fully aware of the details regarding your stand ability, especially now that Yamcha can also perceive stands. Higashikata Jusuk's stand, known as Bad Company, consists of a legion of toy-sized soldiers, making it a rather rare plural-type stand. Its 6-dimensional attributes are destructive power, precision, durability, range, growth potential, and speed. This army includes infantry, tanks, and combat helicopters, and is capable of launching attacks with ammunition. It would not be an exaggeration to refer to them as a miniature regular army. Coupled with the stand's resilience and the seamless cooperation among its members, it proves to be quite formidable. However, if not for its diminutive size leading to a decrease in lethality, Bad Company's rating could have reached even greater heights. Unfortunately, the current fog significantly enhances its concealment. Regrettably, this stand ability is countered by Yamcha's telekinesis. The absence of special rules and the inherent flaw of insufficient lethality become evident. The assaults from Bad Company are effortlessly blocked by the dense cluster of stones enveloped by Yamcha's telekinetic force. Attacks such as miniature bombs and missiles are easily neutralized by Yamcha, replacing them with inconsequential stones from the garden, causing no harm to the trio apart from minor residual effects. Upon acquiring intelligence regarding Bad Company, Josuke entered the fray, with Crazy Diamond in conjunction with Yamcha's telekinetic abilities. Bad Company stood no chance against them. Theoretically, if Bad Company were to further evolve into a miniature weapon of mass destruction, Yamcha and Josuke would undoubtedly struggle to withstand it. Alas, such spontaneous bursts of growth only occur in protagonists. If you have the ability, come catch me upstairs. Higashikata Josuke shouted in frustration before departing from the window, ignoring his brother, Itachi, who lay in the yard. Yamcha and Josuke exchanged glances and entered the house. Before leaving, Josuke took the time to heal Itachi, for although he appeared delinquent, his heart was more tender than anyone else's. Koichi, lacking combat capabilities, was left outside to inform Jotaro. In truth, Yamcha did not wish to engage in excessive entanglement with Higashikata Josuke. However, the arrow in his possession drew the attention of many, and they were currently watching this location. In the pitch-black room, not a hint of light was visible. Upon pressing the power button, the ceiling light remained unresponsive, likely disconnected due to prolonged non-payment of the electricity bill, leaving him to navigate by touch. The two swiftly ascended to the second floor of the villa, the hiding place of Hirozumi Kyuju, who stood confidently in the center of the room. Hirozumi Kyuju, surrender, Josuke declared upon seeing him, though the utterance bore no weight, as it was evident that surrender was not an option for their adversary. Do you believe you have secured victory? Hirozumi Kyuju replied, exuding an air of certainty. The outcome was determined the moment you stepped into this house. The real battle begins now. Accompanied by a buzzing sound, several combat drones, akin to four-wheeled vehicles, sped toward them with remarkable velocity, while the ground trembled slightly underfoot as a contingent of miniature tanks advanced as well. These numerous miniature aircraft and tanks constituted Hirozumi Kyuju's trump card, within such a confined space and at such close range. Even if Yamcha could shield himself from the miniature missiles with stones, he would inevitably sustain injuries. Resisting missiles physically was far beyond Yamcha's current capabilities. Moreover, the entire house was shrouded in darkness, devoid of any light, compounded by the thick fog that obscured visibility further, leaving only faint silhouettes discernible. This environment allowed the evil team to exploit their geographical advantage. Furthermore, every member of the evil team was equipped with night vision goggles. The elements and terrain were decidedly in my favor. I cannot possibly lose. Eliminate them, my evil team. Hirozumi Kyuju commanded internally, opting for silence to prevent the enemy from discerning their positions. With bullets chambered and missiles poised for launch, a blinding light suddenly pierced the darkness. No, to be precise, it was a multitude of dazzling white beams. Damn it, my eyes. The sudden emergence of light rendered him momentarily blind, even causing a temporary shutdown of his brain, prompting an involuntary cry. How is this possible? Where did this light come from? Struggling against the discomfort in his eyes, he forced them open, revealing bloodshot orbs, through which he discerned several objects floating near the ceiling. Flashlights? More precisely, several powerful flashlights were levitating. As an Interpol officer, carrying several bright flashlights is quite reasonable, is it not? Not only Hirozumi Kyuju but his evil team was also disoriented by the blinding light, their hidden positions thoroughly exposed. Eliminate them. Hirozumi Kyuju, disregarding caution, opted for a direct assault. Josuke, Yamcha shouted. Leave it to me. Josuke nodded in perfect understanding, and immediately, the figure of Crazy Diamond appeared behind him. As long as he could see the trajectory of the attacks, it would be manageable. With a resounding roar, Crazy Diamond swung its fists with fervor, deflecting the incoming missiles one after another, rendering the evil team's assault utterly ineffectual against the two. In the presence of a clear view of the opponent's movements, the combined might of speed and strength possessed by Crazy Diamond is formidable, particularly in terms of raw power, allowing it to engage in a brief contest of fists with Platinum Star. It is well known that most stand users derive their capabilities solely from their physical strength, while Platinum Star boasts an unparalleled level of power. Cursed be the name of Higashikata Josuke, who lamented that even now, his eyesight had not fully recovered. leaving him bewildered as to why Yamcha would carry several powerful flashlights. Who among ordinary folk would do such a thing? Yet, what he could not foresee was even more alarming. He witnessed Yamcha approaching with a sinister grin, a smile that instilled a sense of foreboding within him. The moment he saw Yamcha produce an object, his face turned pale. To his astonishment, Yamcha retrieved 2 perfectly round grenades from his pocket. Chapter 14. Art is Explosion. Yamcha's true identity as a desert bandit allowed him to procure firearms. Thus, carrying 2 grenades for self-defense seemed quite reasonable, did it not? His superficial identity as an Interpol agent also justified the presence of these grenades. Regardless of how others perceived the situation, Higashikata Josuke found it utterly implausible. How could he possess such items? His eyes widened in disbelief. Even for an Interpol agent to carry grenades was excessive. Did the police in Neon Country turn a blind eye to such things? Are you out of your mind? Josuke instinctively felt the urge to curse. Suddenly, a realization struck him, and he was filled with horror. Bastard, stop him. The confined space indeed amplified the power of the extreme evil team, yet it simultaneously restricted their movement, particularly under the blinding light of the flashlight. They lost the element of surprise and were constrained in their range of motion. Josuke, in his bid to show off, had distanced himself from the window, standing in the center of the room with his back against the wall. The circumstances were not entirely in his favor. With a swift motion of his right hand, Yamcha conjured a small stone wall, obstructing the advance of the extreme evil team. Then, with a flick of his left hand, he hurled the 2 grenades into the air, tracing a graceful parabolic arc. In that instant, all that remained in Josuke's vision were those 2 grenades. Fire! Josuke commanded, but alas, it was too late. Meanwhile, Yamcha, with lightning speed, seized Josuke and swiftly exited the room. In a final act of kindness, he closed the door behind them. He then raised 2 fingers and chanted, "Art is Explosion." With a thunderous roar, accompanied by a brilliant burst of flames, even the recently closed door was sent flying. Would Yamcha be unharmed? After what felt like an eternity, Josuke finally regained his composure, swallowing hard as his voice trembled. Although his combat skills were commendable, he had only recently transitioned from an ordinary high school student to battling other stand users. The grenades had exceeded his expectations, and he now worried about the possibility of Yamcha being killed. It's fine. There's no way this level of explosion could take him down. As Yamcha nonchalantly spoke, he stepped into the room, with floating stones orbiting his figure as a precaution. These 2 grenades were of the least destructive variety. After all, the room remained intact, did it not? They were perfectly suited for dealing with the malevolent Higashikata brothers of the Rainbow Village, without the fear of actually killing the individual. Moreover, as long as one did not succumb immediately, Josuke could certainly bring you back. You see, I was right, wasn't I? Yamcha leisurely extracted a deck of playing cards from his pocket and scattered them like petals in the wind, under the influence of his psychic power. The cards spun with remarkable velocity, becoming exceedingly sharp. Telekinesis is a highly versatile ability, largely dependent on how one wields it. These cards were aimed at the injured Higashikata, who lay helpless on the ground. Any slight movement on his part would surely result in a sanguine outcome. With Josuke and Yamcha unscathed, and Higashikata gravely wounded, the outcome was evidently decided. Brother! At that moment, Higashikata Yute, having regained consciousness, rushed to his bloodied sibling's side. You are under arrest. Yamcha had meticulously simulated the preceding battle numerous times to avert any unforeseen incidents. Furthermore, he had contingencies in place. Even if all plans were to falter, he could still make a hasty escape through dimensional traversal. Ultimately, maintaining stability and preserving one's life were of paramount importance. Seeing that they had survived the blast, Josuke breathed a sigh of relief and approached the 2 brothers, asking, "What is your purpose?" Higashikata slowly glanced at his astute younger brother and sighed. "Since you have triumphed, and we are now prisoners, there is no longer anything to conceal." Through Higashikata's recounting, Josuke came to understand the full story. The brothers' misdeeds were driven by their father. A decade prior, in pursuit of wealth, he had chosen to pledge his loyalty, becoming a pawn manipulated by the flesh-like cells implanted in his brain. At the moment when Jotaro and his companions vanquished him in Egypt, those cells went awry, transforming him into a grotesque, mindless abomination. All their actions were aimed at finding a stand capable of slaying their father. Truly, a tragic tale, befitting the overarching antagonist of the series. Ah, you are indeed a being steeped in sin. Interestingly, despite Higashikata Yute's explosive spatial manipulation, it could not eliminate their father. For he too was a stand user. His abilities, however, remained unknown. It could be surmised that they pertained to a survival type. Higashikata's words left Josuke in contemplative silence. As the group wallowed in somber reminiscence, Yamcha leisurely tossed out a universal capsule, rummaging within it. The battle was far from over. The adversaries were not limited to just the Higashikata brothers. The second phase of the conflict was about to commence. A series of faint, crackling sounds resonated within the room, as a few individuals became lost in their memories. In that fleeting moment, yellow sparks began to emanate from the electrical sockets, these minute flashes gradually coalescing and silently growing. Before long, a golden creature resembling a lizard with a beak emerged. It was a manifestation of a stand user who had been observing the house. A rival seeking the same arrow. This was the stand of Akira Otoishi, known as Red Hot Chili Pepper. From the first half of the fourth part, Diamond is unbreakable. Its ability to traverse through electricity allowed it to manipulate electrical power, granting it near limitless stamina in electrically charged environments, while simultaneously enhancing its offensive capabilities in accordance with the voltage. This stand was quite formidable, with the critical ability to become electronic, embodying the principle of fleeing when outmatched, making it exceedingly troublesome. Its six-dimensional panel boasted levels of destruction, precision, durability, range, growth, and speed, all rated at an impressive 5. In terms of panel attributes alone, it surpassed even the final stand of Diamond is unbreakable, Killer Queen, belonging to the ordinary salaryman Yoshikage Kira, in all aspects of power. Even the ultimate Dio from the previous part had not attained such a high panel index. Furthermore, once fully charged with electricity, its raw strength was formidable enough to warrant the attention of Crazy Diamond. However, like all things, this stand possessed a fatal weakness. In Chapter 15, the character Mikitakashi Nijimura made a hasty entrance before retreating, armed with a bow and arrow, on a quest to find a stand user capable of slaying his father. Yet, his aimless approach yielded nothing but the inadvertent creation of numerous stand users, devoid of any meaningful purpose. He often belittled his brother, branding him a fool, while in truth, his own intellect was hardly superior to that of his brother, Yutaka. Knowing of Jotaro's existence and his reputation as the man who had triumphed over formidable foes, it would have been far more prudent for him to seek Jotaro's assistance directly as a victim, rather than pursuing aimless and reckless endeavors. Moreover, such an approach would not be illegal. Humans are innately greedy, particularly unaware of the fact that among the stand users he had inadvertently created, one had already set its sights on him, with power far exceeding his expectations. At present, his focus was solely on the arrow held by a man named Yamcha. I must have that arrow. Red Hot Chili Pepper had devised a plan to utilize its ability to transform into electrical currents for a surprise attack, aiming to seize the arrow from Yamcha's grasp. Unbeknownst to him, his presence had already been detected. Upon their initial encounter, the identity of Akira Otoishi's stand, Red Hot Chili Pepper, was unveiled. How does he know of me? How have I been exposed? Questions swirled in Otoishi's mind as he concealed himself atop the roof, desperate to uncover how Yamcha had obtained information about him. Until that moment, he had remained unseen. Alas, Yamcha would not grant him the opportunity for inquiry. The instant Red Hot Chili Pepper fully emerged from the socket, it commanded rubber bands with telekinetic force, sealing all the sockets in the room at a speed that was both swift and silent. The insulator represents a significant vulnerability for the Scarlet Pepper, entrapping it effortlessly. Suddenly, he extracted a colossal water gun from the versatile capsule. Without a moment's hesitation, before the Scarlet Pepper could react, he unleashed a powerful stream. The instant the water collided with the Scarlet Pepper, the entire stand erupted with a fierce electric current, a searing heat mingling with blinding brilliance that illuminated the entire room. The Scarlet Pepper experienced a short circuit. Indeed, its fatal weakness lies in its aversion to water, particularly seawater, which had been specifically prepared by Yamcha. The greatest flaw of the Scarlet Pepper is its susceptibility to electrolysis by seawater, significantly diminishing its combat prowess upon contact. Remarkably, even the user, Michiishi Akira, remained oblivious to this vulnerability. Despite the Scarlet Pepper's formidable abilities and its divine six-dimensional panel, its glaring weakness makes it an easy target, rendering it vulnerable to specific elemental counterattacks. Although undeniably powerful, when targeted, its actual destructive capability pales in comparison to that of its sibling, the Silver Water Chain. As the attack proved effective, Yamcha showed no signs of relaxation. Instead, he intensified the water output of the gun. Multiple similarly equipped water guns launched from the versatile capsule, all aimed at the Scarlet Pepper. Josuke, be careful not to touch that water. If possible, please escort the Higashikata brothers out of here, Yamcha managed to say amidst the chaos. Even the now alert Scarlet Pepper could not suppress a torrent of curses. Furthermore, Yamcha used his telekinesis to manipulate the fire hydrant downstairs, directing a massive hose toward the Scarlet Pepper. The ongoing short circuit continued, eliciting anguished sounds as it began to plead for mercy. Yet, Yamcha showed no intention of relenting, silently maintaining his assault. With a stand possessing such divine capabilities, even a slight lapse in vigilance could lead to a reversal. Yamcha had no desire for failure. Gradually, the Scarlet Pepper's form began to dissolve, as if merging with the water. Its left hand reduced to mere stubs, the right hand missing 2 fingers, and a significant portion of its head vanished, presenting a truly pitiful sight. In a state of panic, realizing that pleas for mercy were futile, it abandoned its pretense of weakness, eyes gleaming with murderous intent, ready to engage Yamcha in a desperate struggle. Yamcha, anticipating this move, summoned additional items from the versatile capsule, thick layers of rubber sheets. Under the influence of his telekinesis, not only did they intercept the Scarlet Pepper's attack, but they also sealed off its escape route. "Ah, you bastard! I will kill you! I will kill you!" The Scarlet Pepper's furious cries echoed. But it could neither achieve a mutually destructive outcome nor even approach Yamcha. It could only express its impotent rage. The Scarlet Pepper's body slowly dissolved under the relentless onslaught of water until it completely vanished. Its brief appearance was immediately followed by its exit, scarcely allowing time for an introduction. This mid-tier entity truly lacked presence. The disparity among individuals is profound. If such abilities were entrusted to someone else, they could wield them with remarkable finesse. It is a pity that this wielder of a 5-dimensional panel caused less trouble than that clever intellect. There were no breathtaking battles, no heavy tolls of casualties, nor any miraculous escapes. Everything unfolded as a result of Yamcha's meticulous scheming. This, in fact, represents the optimal outcome. Akira Otoshi, the mastermind behind the series of electrocution deaths in Morio Town, I hereby announce your arrest in my capacity as an Interpol officer. It was only after ensuring his opponent's complete defeat that Yamcha finally spoke. Well, regrettably, you shall not hear it now. Perched atop the roof of the Nijimura brothers' abode was a man clad in a jacket, resembling a member of a delinquent gang, his eyes rolled back, clearly unconscious. The death of a stand user implies that the holder is nearly brain dead as well. Just as in many films where the police arrive a step too late, Jotaro, the fourth part's powerhouse, finally made his delayed entrance. When ordinary individuals acquire supernatural powers, their inner desires inevitably surge, especially for those with exceptionally potent stands, like Chili Pepper. In his quest to test his capabilities, Akira Otoshi had already caused multiple incidents. Naturally, the responsibility fell to Jotaro. Ultimately, the Nijimura brothers were not sent to prison by this imposter Interpol officer. Hirose and Jasuke, sharing a kindred spirit, forged a solid friendship. Meanwhile, Nijimura Kagekiyo departed from his brother and father, claiming he would commence a new life to atone for his past transgressions. Whether this was truth or fabrication remains uncertain. However, Jotaro extended an invitation to him, with terms that greatly intrigued Nijimura Kagekiyo. Truly, he was a figure of the upper echelons of the consortium, a master of monetary manipulation in this world. "Can you grant me that bow and arrow, Mr. Yamcha?" Jotaro inquired earnestly, gazing at the arrow and bow in Yamcha's possession. The arrows capable of creating stand users demanded Jotaro's utmost attention, as the threat posed by stand users far exceeded that of ordinary individuals. Chapter 16. Therefore, I refuse. So, Mr. Jotaro desires them? Very well. Yamcha casually tossed the items to Jotaro. The coveted bow and arrow fell into Jotaro's hands, as though Yamcha were entirely unconcerned. Even Jotaro was taken aback by how effortlessly he acquired the arrow, initially believing that Yamcha would never part with it, or at least not so readily. Judging by Yamcha's demeanor, he was undoubtedly aware of the arrow's considerable worth. "I have a question, and I hope Mr. Jotaro can provide me with an answer." Yamcha shifted to a more comfortable position, his gaze fixed on the arrow in Jotaro's grasp. "What do you intend to do with it?" "Let me guess. To create more stand users?" As far as I know, Jotaro is not particularly enamored with power. Rather, he seems more captivated by research. Were it not for the revelations regarding stand users, I suspect you would still be engaged in your beloved marine pursuits. The reason for selling fish, known as selling fish strong, stems from his becoming a marine scholar in adulthood. He harbors no desire for power, nor ever contemplated becoming a savior. Jotaro was not surprised by Yamcha's ability to articulate such thoughts. The depth of Yamcha's information was astonishing, leading even Jotaro to harbor a belief that perhaps Yamcha was indeed an Interpol agent. At this juncture, Yamcha paused, delicately sipping the hot tea before him. "You aren't contemplating destroying it, are you?" "Surely not." Jotaro, taken aback for a moment, replied matter-of-factly, "You must have observed the devastation caused by Akira Otoshi. Merely one stand user has harmed countless innocents." Yamcha sighed, adopting a tone of resignation. "Mr. Jotaro, I presume you have some understanding of stand abilities. Do you truly believe that eliminating one arrow would resolve the issue? Do you have any idea how many such arrows exist in this world? Destroy one, and can you obliterate the rest? Or are you aware of the myriad methods available to create stand users? This approach merely addresses the symptoms, not the root cause. When discussing the potential threat and destruction that a stand user can wreak, it pales in comparison to modern weaponry. Can Mr. Jotaro compel nations to cease arms research? Admittedly, in scenarios devoid of rule-based stands, most stand users do not pose a greater threat than a nuclear bomb. How many of those do powerful nations possess? What are you implying?" Jotaro inquired, his voice low. "To destroy it would be a pity. Better to keep it, to preserve it. For there will surely come a day when it is needed. Alternatively, if you trust me, you may entrust it to me. And I assure you it will never be misused in this world." Yamcha emphasized the word world. Jotaro neither agreed nor declined, but remained seated in contemplative silence, his gaze fixed intently upon Yamcha. While the arrow was indeed valuable, Yamcha was not insistent on taking it. Firstly, this arrow was not a bug arrow capable of evolving stands. Secondly, Yamcha could return to this world anytime. And thirdly, he had no one to utilize it. You raise valid points, and I wholeheartedly concur. Thus, I must decline. If Jotaro could be swayed merely by words, he would not be the formidable Jotaro Kujo. Ahem, Mr. Jotaro, let us put this topic aside for now and discuss a second matter. I wish to negotiate a transaction with the organization. In the midst of Jotaro's astonished expression, Yamcha produced a universal capsule and his antiquated jet car. These items are sufficient to elevate the organization to new heights, Yamcha asserted. "You, who claim to be an Interpol agent, what exactly are you?" Jotaro asked, his expression stern as he scrutinized Yamcha. Even he, with limited understanding of technological products, recognized that what Yamcha had presented was far beyond the capabilities of this era. "Relax a bit, Mr. Jotaro," Yamcha replied with a smile, his tone inexplicably light. His primary objective for being here had been fulfilled, and now he sought to enhance his quality of life moving forward. "Would you believe me if I said I were an alien? What if I claimed to hail from another world? The important matter is not who I am. It is essential to convey that I harbor no ill intentions towards you, Jotaro, or anyone else." Upon hearing Yamcha's words, Jotaro's tension began to ease. As he stated, his current demeanor displayed no malice towards himself or Josuke. Not only was there no animosity, but he even extended a helping hand. "What then? Do you wish to exchange for these things?" In that fleeting moment, Jotaro pondered extensively, his mind racing with the possibilities of what the other might desire. However, Yamcha's response took him entirely by surprise. It was a remarkably simple word, one that countless laborers yearn for in their daily lives: money. Noticing Jotaro's momentary stupor, Yamcha added, gesturing with his hands in an expansive circle, "A tremendous amount of money." A week later, at the docks of Morio Town. "Farewell, don't miss me too much, Josuke. Remember to visit if you have the chance." Yamcha waved goodbye to Josuke, embarking on a ship bound for his homeland under the watchful gaze of Jotaro. The explanation given to Josuke and the others was that he had received orders to return and report back. In truth, he had fulfilled his purpose in this world, and it was time to depart. Although the stand he had developed was not yet of use, if he was to leave, he would do so theatrically, for who knew when Yamcha might return to this realm again. The extraordinary diamond, a veritable guardian, was not to be squandered. Farewell, world of unbreakable diamonds. We shall meet again if fate allows. Inside the cabin of the ship, Yamcha waved towards a corner of the room before taking a step forward, vanishing into thin air as abruptly as he had arrived, leaving not a trace behind. At the exact moment of Yamcha's disappearance, Jotaro seemed to sense something amiss, abruptly turning his head towards the vessel that bore Yamcha away. Simultaneously, a man's astonished voice echoed through the earphones nestled in his right ear. "Mr. Jotaro, that person. He has vanished. How extraordinary. What did you say? Wait, this is bad. Mr. Jotaro, we just received a call from the hotel. The arrow you left in your room has gone missing." "Ah, for goodness sake," Jotaro muttered, maintaining his usual stoic expression as he issued his command, "Erase all recordings." He then retrieved a piece of paper from his pocket, the one Yamcha had left behind, inscribed with several names, most notably Yashikage Kira and his father, Yoshihiro Kira. Chapter 17. My stand is Zworldo in the Dragon Ball universe. In the arid expanse, the house, hardened by countless trials, remained unchanged. Next door, Por was still fast asleep, softly snoring. The process of breaking the fourth wall and crossing over did not consume time in this world. However, time for Yamcha's body continued to elapse. This meant that if Yamcha lingered in other realms for over a decade, he would age 10 years as well. A bountiful harvest indeed. As Yamcha returned to the Dragon Ball universe, he found himself toying with the arrow once more. At last, the arrow found its way into Yamcha's possession, marking the most significant achievement aside from acquiring the stand ability itself. A truly remarkable treasure, albeit one that he could not utilize for the time being. Nevertheless, a fine item is a fine item. He carefully stowed the arrow away. Yamcha's demeanor turned serious. As per tradition, an important task lay ahead. Gazing at the towering pile of supplies, a genuine smile began to blossom on his face. It was time to exchange these goods for currency. Before departing, he sold his last universal capsule to the consortium behind Jotaro, securing a handsome price. Although the currencies of the two worlds were incompatible, certain valuables remained universally tradable, such as gold and jewelry, while technological items also held potential for resale. Thus, Yamcha procured a plethora of items from that realm, bringing them back with him. Now, he merely needed to sell these acquisitions to obtain the necessary funds. While this process was cumbersome and would incur some financial loss, he was in dire need of money. There was no alternative. He was utterly impoverished. Without engaging in such ventures, he would struggle to afford even a meal. The reason for his current predicament, despite traversing other worlds, was that in those realms, items like the universal capsule were utterly worthless. What could he possibly exchange for a universal capsule with Nobita Nobi? Or in the black market of the Doraemon universe? It was futile to consider. The inhabitants of that world had peculiar mindsets and lacked any appreciation for valuable items. He might as well barter a nearly defunct camera with Nobita for a superpower training kit. If not for the interference of the time-space patrol, he could have swapped a heap of junk with that spendthrift Nobita to empty Doraemon's fourth-dimensional pocket. Yamcha thought indignantly. Now, let us behold my most significant treasure from this journey. Arise, my stand. Yamcha's body began to emanate waves of energy, and a figure slowly ascended behind him. It was a massive, pink, spherical entity. Indeed, a colossal pink mass resembling a living creature. Its enormous mouth dominated 2/3 of its form, lined with razor-sharp teeth reminiscent of a demon. The remaining third was occupied by a pair of adorable, large eyes. If it weren't for its gaping maw, it could easily be mistaken for a cute creature. Beneath its vast frame lay a pair of almost invisible, tiny hands. This was Yamcha's stand, Sofalpad. As Yamcha uttered Zawoldo, the expression of the pink creature shifted dramatically, revealing a face strikingly similar to that of Jonathan Joestar. Gradually, its visage morphed into that of Jotaro's stand, Star Platinum. However, it was merely a face. The giant pink mass bore the likeness of Star Platinum, complemented by its stubby legs and small hands, lending an air of absurdity to the scene. In the next instant, the entire world transformed into a monochrome tableau. A fleeting moment where time seemed to freeze, plunging everything into silence. Only Yamcha remained as the sole being capable of movement in this still world, a mastery of time stop. A technique that halted the flow of time itself. Approximately 2 seconds later, everything returned to normal. This is the stand of Yamcha, known as the Red Heretic. 6-dimensional data, destructive power, precision, durability, range, growth potential, and speed. Judging solely by its attributes, it resembles a younger sibling in the most diminutive sense, apart from precision. It appears lacking in every aspect. However, the question mark in the growth potential category signifies uncertainty and ambiguity. It may not inherently be good or bad, though the likelihood leans towards the positive. Ultimately, its development will depend on Yamcha's future mental state. Nevertheless, its capabilities have left Yamcha exceedingly satisfied. In simple terms, the ability values are not fixed, but can grow in tandem with the strength of the host. With a physical age of merely 13, Yamcha anticipates that upon reaching adulthood, these attributes will multiply significantly. Ability 1, Master of Imitation. Description: capable of mimicking the abilities of all stand users encountered. However, currently, it can only replicate about 10% of the opponent's stand power. For instance, in the recent encounter with Star Platinum, Jotaro can halt time for 2 seconds, allowing the Red Heretic to achieve a 2-second time stop. While this may seem inconsequential, Yamcha believes that with continuous enhancement of his strength, he will eventually attain a perfect imitation. Ability 2, To Our Lost Youth. Description: in contrast to the first ability, which can emulate all stand powers, the nature of the second ability remains unclear to Yamcha. He has yet to explore its potential. Nonetheless, the first ability alone is sufficiently beneficial for Yamcha at present. A 2-second time stop may not hold substantial value in other realms, merely quickening his reflexes. However, within the context of the Dragon Ball universe, the implications are vastly different. The strongest fighter in Universe 6, Hit, can only achieve a mere 5 seconds of his ultimate technique, Temporal Do-Over. Thus, Yamcha's 2 seconds would prove invaluable in the earlier stages of the Dragon Ball world. Should he reach Jotaro's maximum of 5 seconds, his survival capacity would increase exponentially, easily surpassing opponents of equal caliber. Moreover, beyond time manipulation, he possesses the healing abilities of Crazy Diamond, the support skills of Pearl Jam, and the spatial distortion capabilities of Bomb Space, among others, all albeit at a diminished effectiveness of 10%. Even so, for Yamcha, this represents a significant enhancement in strength. To put it into perspective, the version of himself that existed before this journey would struggle against even 10 foes, whereas now he stands resolute. Additionally, he has acquired substantial knowledge in pharmacology during this journey, which, when combined with Pearl Jam's capabilities, could greatly accelerate his training. Such immense growth from a single world suggests that should he venture into multiple realms, even within the Dragon Ball universe, he would have formidable advantages. Yamcha is brimming with confidence for the future. Aura, aura, aura. As if sensing Yamcha's elation, his stand, the Red Heretic, began to rhythmically swing its fists. Indeed, there was a fleeting moment where it bore a striking resemblance to Star Platinum. Alas, at its current power level, aside from its special abilities, it is destined to remain ineffective in direct combat. Chapter 18. The deal with the Black Silk Army. With each traversal into a new world, one's strength increases by at least 1 level, while survival capabilities are enhanced by 2. Yamcha is thoroughly content with this journey across worlds. Yet, this satisfaction is insufficient. He yearns to grow stronger still. It is imperative to be more cautious and prudent. As long as he preserves his life, there remains hope. Time is of the essence, and he must promptly initiate the next phase of his strengthening plan. Yamcha allocates a portion of his acquired wealth to take with him, intent on exchanging it for the most valuable items. As he draws nearer to Flame Mountain, the heat intensifies. Within a mere 20 miles of the mountain, the temperature soars to an astonishing 50 degrees Celsius. This inhumane climate renders the area largely uninhabitable, with few daring to dwell here. Yet, amidst this sweltering region, several massive fortifications stand prominently. Atop these fortresses is emblazoned a striking red emblem resembling a bow, an exceptionally conspicuous symbol. The Black Silk Army, the largest arms dealer on Earth in the Dragon Ball universe, is an evil legion with aspirations of world domination. The army is divided into several battalions, each commanded by an officer who oversees operations. During peaceful times, they engage in resource gathering, but when tasked, they heed the commands of their supreme leader. These battalions frequently intimidate local residents into performing manual labor. With ample financial resources and formidable military weaponry, they are dubbed the most notorious and malevolent force in the world, one that even the official military of the Dog King cannot contend with. Presently, they constitute the most terrifying and extensive evil organization on Earth, known far and wide. Even the reclusive martial arts master, Master Roshi, is aware of their infamous name. Despite their overwhelming military might, they are profoundly unpopular, with public support hovering near zero. In the hearts of the ordinary populace in the Dragon Ball universe, the mere mention of the Black Silk Army evokes fear. Furthermore, the composition of its members is predominantly comprised of villains. Even if they were to conquer the world, it would only be through sheer force. The Black Silk Army's pervasive influence extends even to the dreaded region of Flame Mountain, where the formidable Ox King resides, as they have established a branch there. However, the Black Silk Army, while brutal, also engages in commerce, offering arms of unparalleled quality at reasonable prices. Yamcha previously procured his weaponry from them. Ha ha ha, Yamcha, my old friend. Long time no see. How has business been lately? As Yamcha stepped through the entrance of the arms sales office at the Flame Mountain branch, a boisterous laugh resonated throughout the Black Silk Army's establishment. Approaching him was a rugged figure, adorned with American aviator sunglasses and a cap, resembling a beastly humanoid with a leopard's head, who greeted Yamcha with palpable excitement. This was Captain Leopard of the Black Silk Army's Flame Mountain branch, with whom Yamcha had previously conducted several transactions, acquiring firearms and grenades. Long time no see, Commander Leopard. I've told you countless times, my dear Yamcha. I am still far from being a commander. With Captain Leopard's capabilities, it is only a matter of time before he ascends to a commander's rank. It is undeniably delightful to converse with you, my dear friend. Although I merely hold the position of a minor branch leader, I have been exaggeratedly lauded by Yamcha as a commander. To suggest that he is not elated would be a falsehood. one can see him heartily laughing, joy radiating from his countenance as he jovially pats Yamcha on the shoulder. No one dislikes receiving compliments, particularly from those of notable capability. For Yamcha, a few flattering words can effectively bridge the gap with a regional leader of the Black Silk Army, making it a prudent endeavor, as it costs nothing to utter a few kind remarks. Despite his fearsome demeanor, even his laughter could frighten a child to tears. A discerning eye can easily discern that he does not present himself as a paragon of virtue. However, within Yamate's recollections, this captain of the Leopard team is regarded as one of the more honorable individuals in the Black Silk Army. He steadfastly refuses to allow his subordinates to bully civilians. A rarity indeed within such a nefarious organization. The captain adheres to principles and ethics in his undertakings, yet in an evil organization, such values inevitably hinder one's ascent to higher ranks. My friend, what brings you to my quarters today? It seems only a month has passed since your last procurement. Have you perhaps reconsidered your stance and are contemplating joining our ranks in the Black Silk Army? The captain holds Yamcha's martial prowess in high regard and has attempted on several occasions to recruit him for the Black Silk Army. Though each overture has been met with polite refusals, the organization, while engaged in arms trafficking and establishing bases, actively seeks out exceptional talents, placing great emphasis on the prowess of martial artists. The Black Silk Army venerates strength, apart from the Black Commander. Most high-ranking generals are either formidable martial artists or possess extraordinary abilities. Regrettably, the majority of martial artists in the Dragon Ball universe are imbued with a strong sense of integrity, preferring to face starvation rather than serve an evil organization. Coupled with the Black Silk Army's notorious reputation, the pool of martial artists willing to join is exceedingly limited, intensifying the organization's desire for exceptional talent. As I have long advised, what merit is there in the life of desert bandits, especially when you impose a code of robbing the wealthy to aid the poor? Though the captain expresses this sentiment, he secretly admires Yamate's principles. Otherwise, he would not have sought to befriend him. I regret to inform you, Captain Leopard, that I have no such intentions at present. Yamcha gently shook his head. He is not fundamentally opposed to joining the Black Silk Army. In fact, he yearns to leverage the organization's resources for his own endeavors, as it boasts the most formidable military strength and cutting-edge technology in the world. Notably, the illustrious Dr. Gero, capable of creating androids rivaling Super Science, currently serves the Black Silk Army. Ultimately, a path to redemption could be paved in the future. After all, the protagonist of the Dragon Ball universe, Son Goku, is known to forgive even those as villainous as Frieza. However, the timing is evidently not opportune. Given the captain's marginalization within the Black Silk Army, even if he were to join, he would likely start as a mere foot soldier. If the captain truly possessed significant influence, he would not be stationed at the Flame Mountain branch, a desolate outpost situated before a volcano and surrounded by an endless expanse of barren desert. Who knows when one will ascend to the rank of general? Yamcha has no interest in serving the Black Silk Army. What brings you here, my dear brother? Captain Leopard inquired with curiosity. Commander Leopard, there are a few matters for which I seek your assistance. I need to procure some military supplies and ask for your help in acquiring a batch of universal capsules. Additionally, I would like you to find some nearby martial arts experts for a sparring match. Chapter 19. Practical combat is the sole standard for assessing strength. Within the Black Silk Army's Flame Mountain branch, several beast-like humanoids brandishing submachine guns, with wolf heads adorning their forms, gathered together. They were engaged in casual conversation while puffing on cigarettes and playing cards, their laughter occasionally betraying a lewd intent. The vulgarity of these ruffian soldiers was evident in their discussions, which revolved around the beauty and prowess of various young wives. Even Captain Leopard, a principled superior, could not expect his subordinates to be paragons of virtue. After all, the Black Silk Army is fundamentally an evil organization, and one should not anticipate the presence of many good souls within its ranks. Hurry, hurry. The arena battles are about to commence. A commotion erupted outside, accompanied by the sound of hurried footsteps. Another arena battle today? One of the wolf-headed beastmen, engrossed in his card game, immediately stood up, brushing himself off, and curiously peered around. It seems so, replied another wolf-headed beastman. The frequency of these arena battles seems to be increasing. We just had 3 matches yesterday. He then remarked with admiration, truly impressive. If only I possessed half of that strength. Admiration for the powerful is an inherent trait across all species, especially among beast-like humanoids, who idolize strength more fervently than ordinary humans. Don't dream here, just focus on your cards. With your meager abilities, that individual could easily take down 10 of you. The last wolf-headed beastman retorted, attempting to deflate his friend's inflated ego. 10. I bet 20. 30. Hey, Don't underestimate others. The mocked wolf-headed beastman's face turned green with indignation. How long do you think these challengers will last? At that moment, the door swung open, and a bare-headed beastman entered, interjecting. I just heard that the participants this time include the master of a southern Muay Thai gym, a top ninja from the northern area of Xiaohe, and from the west, none are mediocre fighters. Each should be able to last at least an hour. An hour? The last self-proclaimed judo 10th dan master couldn't even last a single round. I had wagered on him for a month, and he barely lasted 3 minutes, one remarked. At most, half an hour, the group engaged in lively debate. Enough of this. I'm done. The first wolf-headed beastman who had stood up, visibly irritated, pushed his cards away, scattering them across the table. I'm off to watch the match. This time, I'll bet on a 5-minute defeat. Hey. No cheating. You clearly lost. Pay up. Catch him. Don't let that scoundrel escape. 3 minutes later. Thank you for your consideration. Yamcha, donned in a white training uniform, stood in the center of the arena with his hands clasped behind his back. His breath was steady, though the tips of his hair glistened ever so slightly with moisture. Around him lay a chaotic array of fallen figures, and from the attire of those present, it was evident that they were the martial artists previously discussed by the beastly figures. Among them were the practitioners from the martial arts dojo near Flame Mountain, as well as those who had come seeking to teach Yamcha a lesson. All, without exception, had been defeated. In the early days of the Dragon Ball world, martial arts flourished, with many investing in training, eager to pursue the path of the warrior. This was indeed a period of great strength for various martial arts dojos and practitioners. Yamcha set up a challenge arena, proclaiming that anyone who could defeat him on the stage, regardless of the number of challengers or the methods employed, would earn a reward of 500,000 zenny. With the assistance of Captain Leopard, the news spread rapidly, attracting numerous hopefuls eager to test their mettle. It is noteworthy that the prestigious World Martial Arts Tournament, which gathered a majority of martial arts masters, offered a prize no greater than 500,000 zenny. This amount represented a considerable fortune, particularly before the onset of inflation in the Dragon Ball world. Thus, challengers arrived in droves. Initially, Yamcha found the encounters somewhat taxing, but with the support of the Jelly Bean's auxiliary capabilities, he soon adapted to the rigors of combat. Although the imitation of Master Jelly Bean's technique yielded only a fraction of its original effectiveness, the frequency of its application, 3 times a day, effectively alleviated any internal or external injuries. Consequently, during this period, Yamcha's prowess advanced at an astonishing pace. Merely 3 months had passed, and he was now capable of effortlessly defeating numerous dojo masters without sustaining any injuries. Yamcha's original intent was to seek out genuine boxing experts to learn from their techniques. However, true masters hardly regarded the 500,000 zenny as an enticing reward, especially when compared to the fame that could be garnered from the World Martial Arts Tournament. Thus, the arrivals were predominantly mediocre talents. Few could even force Yamcha to unleash his wolf fang fist, let alone defeat him and provoke him into learning from them. Fortunately, practical combat served as the ultimate measure of strength. Even in the absence of the desired techniques, through extensive battles, Yamcha's progress was rapid, at least in these 3 months. His strength had doubled. Truly, you are formidable, Yamcha. Your prowess continues to grow, and those self-important martial artists are no match for you. A robust laughter, long absent, filled the air as Captain Leopard sauntered in. Captain Leopard, why has the caliber of challengers declined so drastically today? Yamcha exhaled a deep breath, leaping down from the arena, oblivious to the adoring gazes around him, casually taking a glass of juice from a servant. Captain Leopard, somewhat taken aback, inquired, "What? Aren't you yet satisfied, my brother?" Yamcha, nonchalantly sipping through a straw, replied, "Not nearly enough. This is far from sufficient. At this level, I can't even consider it a warm-up. I was just starting to feel exhilarated when they all fell. When will the next batch arrive? Let them come now." Of late, the quality of challengers had plummeted. Not only were there no true experts, but even characters notable in the original narrative were absent. Yamcha even suspected that these challengers lacked the competence of Krillin, who at least had the confidence to participate in the World Martial Arts Tournament. When it comes to the Grand Martial Arts Tournament, one might ponder whether to participate. If memory serves correctly, the 20th edition of this illustrious event is set to occur next year, in the year 747 of the IQ calendar. Is the champion indeed the formidable King Chiba? Prior to the 20th tournament, it was traditionally held every 5 years. However, beginning with the 21st, it will occur every 3 years due to the involvement of sponsors. Captain Leopard, upon hearing Yamcha's words, felt a slight twitch at the corner of his mouth and, with a hint of resignation, remarked, "I fear you may be disappointed. every martial arts instructor in the vicinity has already participated in today's final batch. With a mix of admiration and envy, he patted Yamcha on the shoulder and sincerely declared, "My dear brother, you are truly remarkable." Chapter 20. A world where oddities and heroes coexist. Is Yamcha truly strong? In Captain Leopard's eyes, he has transcended the realm of ordinary humans, embodying an absolute powerhouse. Yet, Yamcha himself is acutely aware that he pales in comparison to the top-tier beings in this world. Even on Earth, he remains an inconspicuous presence, far from deserving the title of a strong individual. With a tinge of regret, Captain Leopard remarked, "If only General Silver were here." General Silver, Captain Leopard's direct superior, is one of the many generals of the Black Silk Army and one of the few leaders who prefers to lead from the front. General Silver? Upon Yamcha's inquiry, Captain Leopard's interest was piqued. Indeed, he is a boxing virtuoso within the Black Silk Army, and he holds a deep appreciation for strength. I believe he would certainly admire you. Although you are formidable, General Silver is even stronger. The captain spoke with utmost seriousness, his admiration for General Silver bordering on reverence. While General Silver may occupy the pinnacle of strength in Captain Leopard's perception, he falls short of the elite warriors Yamcha remembers from Earth, leaving him with little interest in the general. Moreover, he yearns to challenge the adept. The simplest way to do so would be to seek out the legendary fortune teller, sister of the martial arts deity Master Roshi, who traverses the realms of yin and yang, gathering a multitude of extraordinary individuals. They are undoubtedly the pinnacle of Earth's elite. However, with his current abilities, even confronting a few of the fortune teller's subordinates would likely result in a swift defeat. He possesses enough self-awareness to recognize this. Having lost rather abruptly, the Batman was vanquished by the feeble combination of garlic and a crucifix, yet he did manage to defeat Krillin, who had successfully advanced to the top 8 in the Grand Martial Arts Tournament. Having discontinued the discussion regarding General Silver, Yamcha, now devoid of rivals, returned home to the vast desert aboard the latest jet car, acquired through the Black Silk Army. Not only that, but he also wore a belt adorned with the latest multifunctional capsules, filled with an assortment of items, including a house, a vehicle, weapons, and nearly everything one could imagine. His preparations were undoubtedly comprehensive. After organizing some of his possessions, Yamcha resumed his daily training in telekinesis, striving to complete it. Yet he knew that his teleportation training must continue unabated. By the way, after spending a week with Yamcha, Poir went to a transformation school, which is a closed institution. An hour later, Yamcha stretched and stood up. It seemed that to truly learn effective martial arts, he would have to seek out other worlds for solutions. When thinking of martial arts, particularly powerful styles, the first phrase that emerged in Yamcha's mind was a lyric. By the way, it's called assassination, but in reality, it has always been a straightforward and destructive punch. The North Star Divine Fist. He shook his head, dispelling that thought from his mind. For now, any high-risk techniques should only be pursued by someone capable of self-preservation, preferably in a peaceful realm. The world of the North Star Divine Fist could hardly be described as chaotic. Rather, it was exceedingly tumultuous, where most inhabitants, barring a few exceptions, had lost their moral compass and would resort to any means for survival. Soon, another world began to take shape in Yamcha's mind, a realm where a high school student transforms into a female upon contact with cold water and reverts to a male with warm water. This world not only exists in the modern timeline, but also belongs to an era of peace, presenting minimal danger, as long as one avoids falling into peculiar springs. Although the martial arts in this world lacked lethality, this was not the primary concern. It seemed that he could not traverse there. Yamcha sighed, acknowledging that his innate abilities were still not sufficiently mastered. If only he could move freely at will, he could wield this power invincibly. As long as his reflexes were sharp enough, theoretically, no one could land a blow on him. What about the Pegasus Meteor Fist? Just as Yamcha was lost in thought, a sudden flash of inspiration struck him. He appeared to know where he ought to learn martial arts. However, he first needed to adjust the timeline forward, lest that world also prove dangerous. Before long, Yamcha had gathered his equipment, geared up, and set off. In the blink of an eye, he vanished from his spot. In the infinite multitude of worlds, countless possibilities arise. Within those possibilities lie innumerable choices, leading to endless paths. If you possess the power to traverse freely, where would you choose to go? What would you desire to obtain? Is it boundless wealth or the singular beauty that captivates the heart? Is it supreme power or unparalleled strength? Or perhaps an endless lifespan? Yamcha's answer was simple and unpretentious. He merely wished to survive, to share drinks with warriors, to find a beloved and beautiful girl to marry and raise children with. to engage in battles with the legendary figures of the Dragon Ball universe, and ultimately, to live until the grand conclusion of Dragon Ball without perishing. The final two paths presented an absolute challenge. This was a modern world, where civilian technology was roughly on par with the 21st century, yet it was rife with advanced technologies. The concept of nations was absent. The entire world was divided into cities designated by the 26 letters of the alphabet. In this world, there exists little distinction from the Earth of other realms. However, everything transformed dramatically on a particular day several years ago. Among humanity, certain individuals, due to an inclination towards detrimental habits or the weight of external pressures, experienced physical mutations. For instance, those with an insatiable craving for shrimp might evolve into beings resembling shrimp, while those who relish consuming live octopus could develop octopus-like organs or even become humanoid octopuses. In essence, they manifest bizarre alterations that render them unlike ordinary humans. The populace has collectively designated these transformed individuals as monsters. As time progressed, these monsters grew increasingly powerful, their appearances becoming ever more peculiar. The variety of these beings expanded beyond mere human mutations. Any sentient creature that forsook its humanity or did not fall within the human category could be classified as a monster. Yet, they share a singular trait, an extraordinary loathing for humanity, harboring a desire to annihilate it. This is a world filled with the bizarre, where heroes and monsters coexist. However, such a reality lies in the future. At this moment, the profession of heroism has yet to be born, and the monsters remain in the nascent stages of their awakening. Many still perceiving themselves as human, continuing their lives as if nothing had changed. Chapter 21. The Accursed Currency Manipulator in the City, a beautiful and bustling metropolis. A fast-paced lifestyle thrums beneath its vibrant surface. Every morning, throngs of people swarm the streets, resembling a bustling colony of ants. A glance reveals a myriad of faces, each with its own unique story. Any skill could yield a multitude of heads. As a certain PhD from New York University once remarked, a fast-paced life enhances human satisfaction and happiness, with individuals deriving a sense of accomplishment from their busyness. In truth, if not for the necessity of sustenance, who would desire such an achievement? Simply reclining in leisure is the most straightforward path to enhance satisfaction and happiness. Is it not delightful to lounge on a couch, embodying a laid-back existence? Why are there so many people here today? A man, appearing at least 40, but in actuality merely 15 or 16, gazed at the surging crowd on the mountain with a face full of despair. After finally securing a rare holiday to escape the burdens of his studies, this prematurely aged youth sought a tranquil spot to unwind. Perhaps to climb a mountain and clear his mind. He invited a group of friends, intending to conquer a nearby peak, only to find himself obstructed by countless others sharing his desire for solitude. Now, he finds himself stuck, unable to ascend or retreat. Staying home would have been far more preferable. Don't you know that, you fool? Inquired a friend of this prematurely aged youth, who also bore a similar appearance. Gazing at him in astonishment, the youth, taken aback by his friend's remark, scratched his head in confusion and replied, "Know what?" The other friends exchanged incredulous glances. "I assumed you knew, which is why you invited us." "Yes, indeed," they echoed. "In a tree of bewilderment, a fruit of confusion." Under the bewilderment tree, it's just me and my perplexity. This moment encapsulates the genuine emotions of Ku Chong, who seems to be the only one oblivious to the unfolding events. Observing the bewildered expression on his face, his more worldly companions felt compelled to enlighten him. "Haven't you seen the recent trending news? The legendary grandmaster of martial arts, Bangu, is officially opening his dojo today. Anyone who arrives before nightfall can become his official disciple." "What? I thought you invited us here because you knew about it. Turns out you truly had no idea." At the mention of Bangu and the words discipleship, Ku Chong tuned out the rest of the conversation. "Are you referring to that martial arts authority? The grandmaster of the water flow rock shattering fist, Bangu?" Ku Chong excitedly threw his arms around his companion's neck, exclaiming with fervor, "In the city, or rather the entire human federation, the name Bangu is synonymous with greatness. The title of the world's foremost master of martial arts resonates profoundly." "Let go of me. You're choking me." Despite the discomfort, his friend understood Ku Chong's exhilaration. After all, it was Bangu. The water flow rock shattering fist is a legitimate martial art capable of transforming individuals into extraordinary beings. Shattering rocks is child's play. It pushes the limits of human potential. What man could resist such temptation? This is even more addictive than weightlifting. I, Ku Chong, must become a disciple of Master Bangu, becoming handsome and powerful, and ultimately a master in my own right. Just wait and see who will dare to call me the middle-aged, short-legged Ku Chong in the future. Practicing martial arts can unleash the body's full potential, leading to transformation, and surely it can enhance one's appearance as well. At 15, Ku Chong is obsessively fixated on the idea of becoming handsome. In this moment, his eyes seem to blaze with an intense fire, his entire being radiated determination, a stark contrast to his previously despondent demeanor. Another nearby youth, sporting tea-colored hair, shared this ambition. I, Cha Lanzi, must become a disciple of Master Bangu and win the admiration of girls. Alas, he was soon swept aside by the surging crowd. Although Master Bangu did not explicitly state it, the first person to arrive at the dojo would surely receive special recognition. Everyone was poised, yet the line remained motionless. Ku Chong's conversation caught the attention of a silver-haired boy who fortuitously stumbled upon the scene. His peculiar hairstyle stood out, resembling an erratic spire. However, considering the presence of a seemingly 40-year-old man who was actually only 15, this was not particularly unusual. Master Bangu, martial arts? I'm not well versed. But as long as it can make me stronger, I'm interested, the silver-haired boy mused, a slight smile gracing his lips. Initially intending to merely take a casual job, he found himself unexpectedly intrigued. He then rose on tiptoe to survey the densely packed crowd ahead. So many people. If I stick with this group, I might not reach the dojo before nightfall. Instead, the silver-haired boy leapt into the air, using the heads of others as stepping stones, propelling himself towards the summit with all his might. Damn it! Who stepped on my head? Don't push me, you jerk! This is no way to reach the top. The actions of the silver-haired youth were remarkably swift. By the time others had reacted and sought to confront him, he had already dashed ahead. However, the silver-haired boy's behavior inspired many others. It seemed there was such a method. Thus, the character named Ku Chong endeavored to emulate the silver-haired youth's approach, intending to leap over the heads of those in front of him. Yet, he failed to consider his own circumstances. He was not at all akin to the silver-haired boy. Individuals are inherently distinct, particularly in terms of their physical stature. With a sudden leap, he inevitably collided with a burly man ahead, sending him sprawling to the ground. Hey, do you want to start something? The large man bellowed as he rose, his face contorted with rage as he seized Ku Chong by the collar, instilling terror that rendered Ku Chong's legs weak. I am sorry, but I'm only 15. Please, don't joke around, sir. Observing Ku Chong's predicament, the girl named Cha Lan quietly relinquished her similar intentions. At that moment, a series of high-frequency sounds accompanied by gusts of air echoed above the crowd, prompting everyone to look up. In the next instant, a multitude of exclamations transformed into a singular expression of astonishment. What the heck? Is that even possible? They beheld a helicopter soaring overhead, racing towards the Banga dojo. As the whirring of the rotor blades faded into the distance, the aspirants cast envious glances at the airborne vessel. It was evident that the first person to reach the dojo had been determined. Damn those wealthy individuals. Chapter 22. The law permits what it does not prohibit. There was no need to squander too much time on the road. My time is incredibly valuable. Sitting in the helicopter, Yamcha gazed serenely at the gradually emerging mountaintop. He had no desire to jostle among the crowd. If a more efficient method existed, why not utilize it? The old man Bangu had stated that anyone arriving at the dojo before nightfall could become his disciple, yet he never specified the means of arrival. Traveling by vehicle was certainly an option. If one could fly, that was equally valid. This principle is what one might call the law permits what it does not prohibit. The wealth acquired in this world had catapulted him into the ranks of the affluent, a status that would remain unchanged even upon entering other realms. Although currencies differ across worlds, there exists one universal commodity on Earth, gold, a product formed from the cataclysmic explosions of stars, which is invaluable in any world. A true currency of worth. The gold in Yamcha's possession was sufficient for him to indulge extravagantly in any realm, and even if it were to be exhausted, he could readily exchange other items for it. As he traversed the myriad worlds, the one thing he would never lack was money. However, such an almost unscrupulous behavior incited a stir among the crowd below. The previously stagnant throng began to shift. Is such a method feasible? Then I too must strive harder. When it comes to enduring hardship, Ku Chong will not be outdone by anyone. The relentless insect clenched his fists, gazing at the receding helicopter, silently resolving to forge ahead. Behind him seemed to be an inferno burning with fervor, a flame of ambition. In that moment, he felt as though he embodied the protagonist of a blood-soaked saga. His spirit soaring with indomitable zeal, brimming with vigor. He must succeed in finding a mentor. He must undergo a profound transformation. With arms raised high, he shouted to the heavens, as if his very essence had erupted like a nascent cosmos. Yet, In the next instant, he was engulfed by a surging tide of humanity. For those who are not the true protagonist, please refrain from wailing. Wealthy individuals? The silver-haired youth, watching the helicopter vanish into the distance, wiped his nose with a disdainful smirk. He darted through the crowd with a speed that transcended human limits, swiftly surpassing the majority and positioning himself among the foremost ranks just behind the helicopter. This prowess is the result of years of toil. I, the hungry wolf, shall not be outdone. The throne of victory is mine. In this world, the physical prowess of humanity is astonishing. Yamcha observed the silver figure racing below, marveling at the sight. According to his observations, the average physical capabilities of Earthlings in this realm surpassed those of the Dragon Ball universe. With minimal training, one could easily attain the level of a martial artist. Soon, the Hero Association would emerge, categorizing the formidable beings of this world into 4 tiers, with the lowest-ranked heroes possessing physical attributes exceeding those of ordinary humans by at least 5-fold. Theoretically, each of these tiered heroes would be equivalent to Captain America in strength, though in reality, Captain America holds his own against all challengers. Though Earthlings in the Dragon Ball universe are not the protagonists, the helicopter that passed overhead ignited the spirits of those aspiring to find mentors below the mountain. Everyone exerted themselves, determined to prove their mettle. The leading hungry wolf, in particular, was visibly closing the gap between himself and the helicopter at an impressive speed. Quite commendable physical attributes. During my days as a desert bandit, I was of similar caliber, Yamcha mused, openly admiring the hungry wolf's tenacity. He then instructed the pilot, accelerate to full speed and leave these impoverished souls behind. To exert one's utmost is the greatest homage to one's adversary, even if the one exerting it is not oneself. The pilot obediently increased the speed, instantly creating an insurmountable distance from the others. Ultimately, human effort cannot rival machinery, at least not among this crowd below. Before long, the helicopter approached the vicinity of the boxing gym, and Yamcha specifically directed the pilot to halt 50 meters from the entrance. Even if Elder Bang had not prohibited helicopter landings, stopping directly above the dojo would be excessively presumptuous. With a creak, as Yamcha descended from the helicopter, the doors of the dojo slowly opened. A silver-haired elder, clad in simple attire and appearing to be around 560 years old, emerged, hands clasped behind his back, slightly hunched as he strolled forth from within. From a distance, he appeared to be an inconspicuous old man, akin to a neighborly grandfather. However, beneath his threadbare garments lay explosive muscles and a nearly silent, graceful gait, all of which signaled to Yamcha that his counterpart was a formidable force, a true master of martial arts. Bangu, a legendary martial artist and the master of the flowing rock-shattering fist, stood as an authority in the martial arts community and the third-ranked hero in the forthcoming Hero Association. At that moment, Bangu slowly lifted his gaze towards Yamcha, who concurrently returned the look. It is often said that the eyes are the windows to the soul, a sentiment that holds true for warriors as well. A powerful martial artist can gauge the strength of an opponent merely through their gaze. As their eyes met, Yamcha felt an overwhelming current of energy wash over him, a piercing gaze that struck his very being like a sword, so radiant that it was difficult to behold. His body seemed to lose control, rendering him unable to move, even forgetting to breathe, while the approaching footsteps resonated like the ominous creaking of a small boat caught at the center of a colossal whirlpool, teetering on the brink of capsizing. The security personnel accompanying Yamcha on the flight had already collapsed onto the ground long before the old man stepped through the door. Merely a glance, just a single look, could evoke such terror. Just as Yamcha felt he was on the verge of succumbing to this overwhelming presence, that formidable energy dissipated in an instant, vanishing without a trace. The once sword-like gaze softened into the kind, gentle eyes of the silver-haired elder. Had it not been for the sweat pooling in his palms, Yamcha might have believed that the earlier sensation was merely a figment of his imagination. Bangu scrutinized Yamcha with an appraising gaze, stroking his chin's beard, and spoke in a slow, yet deliberate tone. I had speculated about how the first arriver would make his entrance. Would it be through a conventional path, battling through the crowd? Or would he take a more opportunistic route? As he spoke, Bangu glanced towards a less traveled road behind him, distinctly different from the path taken by the others. Your choice has indeed surprised me, he continued, pausing briefly while casting a sidelong glance at the helicopter, to think you would harness the power of technology. He neither took the straightforward path nor the shortcut. Instead, he chose to soar above it all. From chapter 23 onwards, you shall be my first disciple. How intriguing. Truly intriguing. Bangu was not a stubborn traditionalist. Rather, he often possessed a broader perspective than many younger individuals. Times are advancing, and as martial artists, we must evolve as well. Yamcha, sensing that Bangu would not pursue the matter further, seized the opportunity to address him as master. Bangu readily agreed with Yamcha's assertion. Indeed, as martial artists, they must adapt to the changing times. Martial artist? It has been quite some time since I have heard that term, Bangu reminisced. A fleeting glimmer of nostalgia flickering in his eyes before he resumed in a measured tone. Stand beside me and witness everything that unfolds today. Let us see how many can ascend before nightfall. After instructing Yamcha to stand beside him, Bangu fell silent, offering no explanations or engaging in conversation. They stood quietly, gazing into the distance, their eyes fixed upon the steps leading to the boxing gym. Noticing Bangu's reticence, Yamcha pondered in silence, resembling a pine tree standing proudly in place. This was a test. Standing, in fact, is a form of practice, one of the foundational skills in martial arts. It is monotonous, tedious, and uninspiring. Yet it tempers the spirit. The two remained at the entrance of the gym, greeting those who came to seek mentorship with a few words, inviting them to rest inside while they continued to stand still, waiting until the sun set and the moon rose high in the sky. Including Yamcha, Bangu welcomed a total of 129 individuals into the gym. Despite the initial spectacle of heads bobbing at the foot of the mountain, very few actually reached the gym before nightfall. The seemingly endless staircase deterred most of the curious onlookers, leaving only a select few capable of reaching the summit. This is a common trait among people. They often shout boldly before undertaking a task, yet when the moment arrives, they disappear. Yamcha recalled a saying, before a fight, everyone roars fiercely, but when it comes to actual conflict, not a single one charges forth. It is noteworthy that, apart from Yamcha, only the second individual to arrive, a young man who called himself Hungry Wolf, experienced the transformative aura of Bangu. Others, including the third arrival, did not share in this experience. Among those, the second-to-last individual caught Yamcha's attention, a man with a double chin resembling an egg, named Bitter Insect. In Yamcha's memory, this fellow had appeared during the martial arts tournament arc, claiming to be the second disciple of the flowing rock-shattering fist, having created a unique style known as Bitter Insect Fist, though lacking a concrete display of power. Well, being second to last is still a form of distinction. After a prolonged wait without a single figure emerging from the staircase, Bangu sighed softly. It seems these are all we have. His voice carried a hint of regret. The path from the foot of the mountain to the gym is known as the path of cultivation, and the thousands of steps are sufficient to awaken those who are merely captivated by novelty. Of course, exceptions exist, like Yamcha, who arrived by helicopter. One can understand the situation. Born in an era of peace and technological advancement, even if one were a grandmaster of martial arts revered by many, how many would willingly forsake the conveniences of modern life to endure the hardships of training? However, martial arts is not merely a matter of taking a pill to transform into a superhuman. The most fundamental requirement for mastery is the willingness to endure suffering. If one cannot withstand physical hardship, what is the point of practicing martial arts? Is dancing not a better alternative? Perhaps it will only be when monstrous beings of unparalleled strength roam freely that people will come to appreciate the importance of power. Without some measure of capability, self-preservation becomes impossible, yet by then, it may be too late. Bangu felt a sense of regret, not merely because the number of disciples fell short of his expectations, but rather due to the dwindling number of individuals truly passionate about martial arts in this era. Even he had managed to gather only a little over 100 students. In truth, Bangu could easily attract more disciples by establishing his dojo at the foot of a mountain, ensuring a constant influx of students. However, at least 80% of them would merely be dabblers, practicing sporadically. Your name? This was the first time Bangu actively engaged in conversation after calling Yamcha to his side. Yamcha, he replied respectfully. Bangu nodded and turned to walk into the dojo, stating, "Very well, Yamcha, from this day forth, you shall be my first disciple." Upon hearing this, Yamcha let out a subtle sigh of relief, realizing he had passed Bangu's test. The concept of being the first disciple is entirely distinct from that of other disciples. It signifies more than just a title. It implies a position of prominence and also denotes the future heir of the dojo. This meant that when the time was ripe, Bangu would impart all his knowledge to Yamcha, a common practice among martial arts schools, representing the transmission of the martial way. The initial trial was to climb a mountain. Only the first person to reach the dojo could proceed to the next test. Bangu was rather eager to see if someone would take an alternative path, as it would indicate a flexible and adaptable personality. While there are no shortcuts in training, there are indeed paths to proficiency. Such traits would be beneficial for the dojo and the legacy of the Shattered Stone Fist. Yamcha's method of arriving as if in a helicopter completely caught Bangu off guard, leaving him at a loss for words. The second trial was to stand. Do not underestimate this seemingly simple action, as the most straightforward tasks often test one's resolve. They were required to maintain a single posture until dusk, an endeavor not suited for the ordinary individual. Bangu had long contemplated that ascending the mountain step by step represented diligence, while the ability to remain steadfast indicated immense willpower. Choosing the shortcut to arrive first would demonstrate agility and quick wit, whereas being able to stand firm would signify great capability. Conversely, if one managed to climb yet faltered in standing, it would merely reflect their limited potential. And if they took a shortcut but could not maintain their position, it would reveal them to be merely opportunistic, unfit for the role of chief disciple. Those who attempted to feign their effort while taking shortcuts would be summarily dismissed by Bangu. Indeed, Bangu's quest was not solely to find a disciple, but to discover a worthy successor. Yamcha's situation transcended mere capability, in addition to his solid skills. He exhibited adeptness in utilizing tools, which was a delightful surprise for Bangu. Of course, the trials were not yet complete, until the final moment. The title of chief disciple could change hands, depending on whether Yamcha could retain his position. Chapter 24. I am a super hungry wolf. The journey of training was exceedingly monotonous. Bangu did not immediately impart martial techniques. Instead, he urged everyone to first establish a solid foundation, focusing on building their physical endurance. There has never been a shortcut to mastering martial arts, unless one is willing to pay a considerable price, such as sacrificing a part of oneself for eternal enlightenment. Only by establishing a solid foundation and possessing a robust physique can one truly harness the power of martial techniques. This simple truth is understood by many, yet few can truly embody it. The majority remain restless and impatient. Throughout the entire process, Bangu refrained from providing even a single instance of individualized instruction to his chief disciple, Yamcha. He dined, resided, and studied alongside his fellow disciples. While others might have been distracted, Yamcha remained steadfast, behaving as though he were merely an ordinary disciple, diligently and earnestly applying himself to his studies. He was acutely aware of the arduous nature of martial cultivation and the rarity of having a master to guide him, especially since this marked his first formal and systematic education after many years. Thus, he thirsted for knowledge imparted by Bangu, meticulously adhering to the foundational exercises prescribed with unwavering diligence. As days turned into weeks, some began to slacken their efforts. As weeks turned into months, others opted for complacency. Eventually, as time passed, some could no longer contain their impatience and contemplated leaving. Among the 129 disciples, aside from Yamcha, only the second to arrive, an earnest youth known as the Hungry Wolf, dedicated himself to the monotonous training. During this period of cultivation, a gradual exodus occurred from the dojo. The discomfort of hardship was one reason, but the tedium of physical endurance posed another challenge. Modern individuals, accustomed to a fast-paced lifestyle, find it difficult to adapt to such a monotonous existence. The number of those who initially flocked to Bangu's tutelage dwindled from 129 to 113, then to 105, ultimately leaving only 96. Many disciples lamented that their teacher, Bangu, had not imparted the martial art techniques with due diligence. However, during this period of training, Yamcha discerned that Bangu's teaching was deeply rooted in the concept of fate. The bond between master and disciple is indeed a form of fate. Those who failed to recognize this overlooked the fact that Bangu had intricately woven the essence of the Lu Shui, Yin Sui fist into their daily monotonous training. Their lack of awareness indicated a deficiency in their connection to the teachings. To master a new skill, one must start from the very basics, engaging with sincerity and intuition. Yamcha recognized this truth, and as time progressed, he gradually began to execute techniques belonging to the Lu Shui, Yin Sui fist. This style is characterized by an integration of offense and defense, capable of deflecting an opponent's attack with an uncanny strength while diminishing its force. It allows for unpredictable, fluid counterattacks akin to flowing water, delivering pinpoint strikes with tremendous destructive power. Particularly against humanoid opponents, the effectiveness of the techniques can escalate significantly, whereas the potency diminishes when faced with non-humanoid beings. It is a martial art that heavily relies on perceptual alignment. However, to assert that Bangu finds himself at a loss or experiences a significant decline in prowess when confronted with non-human adversaries would be a grave misunderstanding. Bangu is not limited to the flowing rock-shattering fist as his sole martial art. Throughout his training at the dojo, he has encountered numerous challengers. Historically, it has always been said that in the realm of literature there is no foremost, and in martial arts, no second. Even someone of Bangu's stature, revered as a master of the flowing rock-shattering fist, is no exception. This world is never devoid of fools. There are always those who are self-important and arrogant, emerging from the most obscure corners, proclaiming themselves as formidable warriors, seeking to defeat Bangu and make a name for themselves. Naturally, these individuals do not ascend the path of cultivation through diligent effort. They arrive in their fancy cars, as challenging the dojo requires one to conserve their strength. The outcome, however, is often that they cannot surpass the likes of the young man known as Hungry Wolf. This boy, aptly named, is undeniably one of the brightest prospects in this world's future. His innate talent is exceptional, and his dedication to training is relentless. Within merely 2 months, his strength has skyrocketed to a terrifying level, akin to a complete transformation. After becoming a disciple of Bangu, Hungry Wolf has morphed into an ardent supporter, particularly intolerant of any disparagement against the dojo and especially against Bangu himself. The last challenger who belittled the flowing rock-shattering fist as merely a technique for the weak was met with a severe beating and unceremoniously ejected. Strictly speaking, it is not entirely inaccurate to say that the flowing rock-shattering fist serves as a means of self-defense for the weaker. This has been a guiding principle upheld by the venerable Bangu. However, self-defense for the weak does not equate to weakness in this martial art. On the contrary, this technique grows stronger against formidable opponents and possesses the unique characteristic of assimilating and reinventing other styles. Yet, the majority of individuals, throughout their lifetimes, may never reach such heights. Mastery in martial arts also demands innate talent. Not everyone is a Hungry Wolf, nor is everyone a Yamcha. The disparity between individuals can sometimes be greater than that between man and beast. Cheater. Hungry Wolf confronted Yamcha, who had just concluded his day of training and was about to take a break. Yamcha is publicly acknowledged as Bangu's foremost disciple, yet not all respect this title, particularly Hungry Wolf. This matter has long weighed heavily on Hungry Wolf's mind. Had Yamcha attained his position through genuine strength, he might have accepted it. But the crux lies in the fact that Yamcha utilized his monetary abilities that day. Deep down, Hungry Wolf harbors resentment toward Yamcha, never referring to him as senior brother. He believes that Yamcha surpassed him not through his own power, but through deceit, and thus he feels that he, as the second, ought to be the first. Hence, today, Hungry Wolf sought out Yamcha. "Is there something you need?" Yamcha inquired, maintaining an impassive expression as he regarded Hungry Wolf. He was eager to return and indulge in a specially customized medicinal feast that had been airlifted from the neighboring city. For Yamcha, enduring physical hardships is acceptable, but he refuses to suffer when it comes to culinary delights. Do not be misled by his apparent simplicity, as he can consume pickled vegetables and plain rice. This does not imply a lack of appreciation for fine cuisine. Previously, he had no options, but now that he does, he intends to savor the better offerings. Moreover, for someone with the Pearl Jam ability like Yamcha, eating is nearly synonymous with training. The ravenous wolf, clad in a pristine, white martial arts uniform, effortlessly leaped and stood on a stone wall towering above, casting a provocative glance at Yamcha as he beckoned with a flourish of his fingers. With an exaggerated expression, he declared, "I challenge you to a duel. Should you falter," he continued, gesturing grandly to himself with his thumb, mimicking the iconic gesture of a certain prince from the Dragon Ball universe, "you shall relinquish your title of chief disciple to me, and I shall become the master of the flowing rock-shattering fist." Chapter 25. The Ravenous Wolf. "I should be the chief disciple. What if you lose?" Yamcha retorted, eliciting a momentary pause from the wolf, who glared fiercely at him. Pointing to himself once more, he resolutely proclaimed, "I shall never lose." Yamcha tilted his head, inquiring, "So? If you lose, you plan to back out?" Their escalating banter attracted a crowd of onlookers eager for entertainment, their enthusiasm unabated. The wolf scoffed, surveying the gathering with a deep breath, as if steeling himself for a significant decision. "If I lose, I shall depart from this place. It holds no meaning for me." Yamcha shook his head, replying in a uniquely measured tone, "And what do you propose?" His gaze casually fell upon a corner of the stone wall at the wolf's feet. "If you lose, you will chip off that stone and present it to me." "Stone? Do you look down upon me?" The wolf regarded the wall beneath him as if it were an affront, feeling insulted by the suggestion. "Cheating scoundrel, do you presume victory is assured? Will you accept the challenge? If not, I shall take my leave." The wolf's expression oscillated, but recognizing he had nothing to lose, he responded with determination, "Very well. I shall demonstrate the prowess of the ravenous wolf." In an instant, his muscles tensed, embodying the essence of combat, his entire being ignited with fervor. He was resolute in teaching this cheat a lesson for usurping the position of chief disciple. His eyes scanned Yamcha, searching for an opening, convinced that the man was merely a wealthy fool unworthy of martial arts mastery. Victory was within his grasp. Wait, this is not the place for sparring, Yamcha interjected, abruptly halting the wolf's advance. Without a backward glance, he turned to leave, unconcerned with whether the wolf would launch a surprise attack. Would the wolf resort to such tactics? No, he was far too proud to win in such a manner. Previous challengers had been defeated honorably by the wolf. If we are to fight, let it be in the appropriate dojo, he stated with a calm demeanor, as though the wolf's challenge was merely an invitation for a friendly exchange. The wolf's momentum faltered, and inexplicably, he followed Yamcha's retreating figure. Why should I heed his words? As they approached the dojo, the hungry wolf suddenly realized the situation. However, having come this far, he resolved to confront his opponent here. Once I seize the title of chief disciple, I will ensure this fellow listens to me. He comforted himself with this thought. Seeing the commotion, the other disciples instinctively followed. Despite most harboring discontent towards the hungry wolf, their irritation towards Yamcha, the cheater, was even greater. In this clash, regardless of the victor, they would suffer no loss. Upon reaching the dojo, the hungry wolf extended 3 fingers, his tone even more arrogant than before. 3 moves. I will defeat you within 3 moves. As he declared his victory, he had already assumed the stance for the flowing rock-shattering fist. Just before the hungry wolf could launch his attack, Yamcha interrupted him once more. What now? The hungry wolf's momentum faltered again, his voice laced with displeasure as he glared at Yamcha, his eyes reflecting dissatisfaction and impatience. One must bow to their opponent before a spar. Master Bangu taught us that. Ah, indeed. The mention of Bangu transformed the hungry wolf entirely, as he obediently bowed to Yamcha. Damn it, why am I listening to him again? Next time, even if he interrupts me, I will strike. The hungry wolf silently vowed. Momentum is a delicate balance. It thrives on initial vigor, but wanes with each interruption. After being disrupted twice by Yamcha, the hungry wolf's fervor had diminished significantly. Yet, Yamcha's repeated interruptions were not aimed at weakening his opponent's momentum, but rather at tempering his aggressive spirit. Aggression is also a form of momentum, and the hungry wolf's approach was exceedingly extreme, especially when provoked by insults towards the flowing rock-shattering fist or Master Bangu. His retaliation was viciously swift. In other words, his aggression was profoundly intense. This was not a favorable trait. If left unchecked, he would grow increasingly extreme, and one day, he might turn his wrath upon his fellow disciples or even harm innocent lives. Cultivation is not solely about enhancing one's skills, but also about refining the heart. Mitigating the aggression of his junior was an obligation of the chief disciple. The most effective method of correction is to deliver a sound thrashing. If that proves ineffective, then one must deliver 2. In the instant of bowing and turning, the hungry wolf, unable to contain himself any longer, launched an attack. He truly embodied the pinnacle of villains in the late stage of the fist world, possessing extraordinary martial talent. In merely a few months of training, the flowing rock-shattering fist had already begun to yield results, executed with such vigor that it elevated both speed and strength to unimaginable levels. He bore a striking resemblance to the 12-year-old Yamcha performing the wolf FANG fist, akin to the Yamcha who lacked the super energy training box just a year ago. This comparison is not to be taken lightly. The 12-year-old Yamcha was significantly stronger than his 16-year-old counterpart in the original narrative, and the hungry wolf's talent, capable of reaching that level at 12, certainly warranted the title of extraordinary. From nothing to something, he had merely studied for a few months. Flowing rock-shattering fist. The hungry wolf's body shot forward like a swift arrow, racing towards Yamcha. To the onlookers, he appeared as nothing more than a blurred shadow. And in the blink of an eye, he stood before Yamcha. Swift, exceedingly swift. After several months of training, the progress of the hungry wolf has significantly surpassed that of his peers. While others have barely grazed the surface of the flowing rock-shattering fist, the hungry wolf has already mastered it with ease. Human abilities are inherently diverse. Without a moment's hesitation, he unleashed a frenzied assault on Yamcha, his iron fists raining down like a tempest. Though his strikes appeared to be a chaotic flurry, each blow was meticulously aimed at Yamcha's vulnerable joints, delivering no less than 8 strikes to each targeted area. The sheer velocity of his movements made it seem as though 8 arms had sprouted from his back. This technique evoked memories for Yamcha of a martial artist from the Dragon Ball universe who had made 2 brief appearances. During the preliminary rounds of the 22nd and 23rd World Martial Arts Tournaments, he faced the protagonist, Son Goku, a martial artist whose fame exceeded his actual skill, King Chai Ba, known for his 8-handed fist. Did you see that, Master Bangu? This is my growth. I should rightfully be your chief disciple. Though reminiscent of King Chai Ba's eight-handed fist, it was evident that the hungry wolf lacked his formidable prowess. In the storyline, King Chai Ba was bested by Son Goku on 2 occasions, seemingly an easy target. However, he had once claimed victory in the World Martial Arts Tournament, marking him as one of the elite fighters among humanity in the Dragon Ball realm. Had he participated in the 21st tournament, he would undoubtedly have posed a far greater challenge than Nam, the opponent Goku faced during the top 8. The flowing rock-shattering fist symbolizes a relentless offensive, akin to an unending stream, while the term rock-shattering denotes the force of the attack, suggesting a technique capable of penetrating water and shattering stone, akin to the concept of water wearing away rock. From an outsider's perspective, this interpretation holds true. However, according to Master Banga's own explanation, the term is merely metaphorical, and even the name was chosen at random. This is a highly improvisational style of martial arts, devoid of fixed patterns or routines, evolving alongside the practitioner's growth. If one were to draw a comparison, it resembles the unique swordsmanship of the Dugun 9 swords. Each individual manifests 1,000 distinct styles. The strength of a martial technique is intrinsically linked to the individual wielding it, rather than the technique itself. A strong person enhances the technique. A weak individual diminishes it. It would be more accurate to describe this as a school of thought, a spirit, or an artistic conception, much like the heart source flow of Hunter x Hunter or the turtle and crane schools in Dragon Ball. The hungry wolf's execution of the flowing rock-shattering fist emphasizes speed, precision, and ferocity. His astonishingly rapid strikes, coupled with pinpoint accuracy and the concentrated force behind each blow, enable him to stand out among his peers. Despite any dissatisfaction they may harbor towards him, the vast disparity in strength renders their grievances mere whispers in the shadows. Even with foreknowledge of his impending attack, ordinary individuals would find it impossible to react in time. The hungry wolf's strength is indeed formidable, exceptionally so. Had his opponent not been Yamcha, while the hungry wolf style is defined by speed, precision, and ferocity, Yamcha's approach embodies an entirely different ethos, characterized by an element of the bizarre. Under the relentless onslaught of the Wolf of Hunger, Yamcha's form seemed to transform into a wisp of white mist, each time evading the impact of the wolf's fist with an uncanny grace. If the wolf were to be likened to a tempest, then Yamcha would be the morning fog, ethereal and elusive, swaying with the wind, appearing near yet remaining intangible. His peculiar and enigmatic style of combat left observers utterly perplexed. No matter how fierce the storm raged, it could not touch him in the slightest. Close yet distant, this was one of the insights Yamcha had gleaned during his training. Although still in its nascent stage and not yet fully realized, it sufficed to counter the wolf in his current form. It is worth mentioning that Yamcha's own mastery lay in a discipline akin to that of the wolf, emphasizing speed, precision, and ferocity. Thus, while one fought with overwhelming aggression, the other employed bewildering techniques, leaving the wolf unable to inflict any substantial damage despite his relentless efforts. Though frustrated by his opponent, he could not deny Yamcha's formidable prowess. After exchanging hundreds of blows, the wolf gradually sensed his stamina waning and, with labored breath, remarked, "I initially thought you were merely a wealthy dilettante. It appears you possess some skill." As a man aspiring to become a great villain, the wolf typically refrained from excessive dialogue. Well aware of the adage that villains perish through verbosity, the fact that he had spoken thrice now indicated his acknowledgement of Yamcha's strength. Had they not exchanged at least 300 blows? In stark contrast to the increasingly fatigued wolf, Yamcha's presence remained unchanged, as vigorous as at the outset. After a prolonged silence, the wolf's cheeks flushed slightly upon hearing Yamcha's earlier declaration of victory. Avoiding the awkwardness of the conversation, he swiftly shifted topics, asking, "Why don't you employ the flowing stone-crushing fist? That technique is not meant for use against one of my own," Yamcha replied, sidestepping a direct answer, yet implicitly acknowledging the truth. "You two have grasped its essence." The wolf's eyes brightened, feeling a newfound kinship. This individual was akin to him, a fellow kindred spirit. The shift from calling him a cheater to a comrade signified the wolf's acceptance of Yamcha. He was not one to shy away from defeat. With each setback, he grew more resolute, more powerful, continuously striving to surpass all adversaries while retaining a flicker of goodness within. The wolf, as depicted in the original narrative, was a villain molded from the archetype of a protagonist. This was precisely why Yamcha chose to engage him for so long, because he found him intriguing. "I shall defeat you using an entirely different style," Yamcha declared, taking the initiative for the first time. He leaned forward on his left foot, his right leg slightly bent, striking a classic pose. In the next instant, the wolf sensed a palpable shift in Yamcha's aura, not the elusive specter he had faced before, but a figure now brimming with aggression. In a sense, Yamcha had become even more extreme than the wolf, his punches sharper and more incisive. The ravenous wolf, raised in the urban jungle, could hardly be compared to Yamcha, who fought relentlessly against wolf packs in the desolate wilderness for survival. In the realm of the indomitable diamond, Yamcha had never employed martial arts until this moment, when he fully unveiled his prowess. His formidable and aggressive aura not only astonished the ravenous wolf, but also left his fellow disciples in a state of bewilderment, shattering their previous perceptions of him. Prior to this, they regarded Yamcha merely as a reclusive scion of wealth. Unlike in the previous world, he had forged no relationships with anyone, save for the venerable Master Bangu. Within the entire dojo, the only person Yamcha deemed worthy of his regard was the ravenous wolf. He was purposeful in his actions, sparing no time on those he considered unworthy. His time was exceedingly precious. Yamcha's aura surged to its zenith as he addressed the ravenous wolf. "You are called the ravenous wolf. Are you prepared to face the Wolf King?" The term Wolf King caused the ravenous wolf to widen his eyes in astonishment. For behind Yamcha, the silhouette of a colossal wolf emerged. Under the gaze of its enormous, verdant eyes, the ravenous wolf felt as though an invisible hand was tightening around his heart, rendering him immobile, even momentarily forgetting to breathe. Wolf Fang Wind Fist. Chapter 27. The unyielding flow of water, the shattering rock fist. Good morning, Master Brother. The chorus of greetings resonated throughout the dojo, emanating from Yamcha's junior disciples, reflecting their genuine respect for him. Good morning, juniors. Standing before his disciples with his hands clasped behind his back, Yamcha resembled a steadfast pillar. Good morning, Master Brother. While their voices were synchronized, they lacked volume. Have you not eaten enough? I can hardly hear you. With a mere glare, Yamcha instilled a sense of tension among the disciples. Good morning, Master Brother. Excellent. Such spirited energy. It was not that Yamcha sought to torment them. For a martial artist, the essence lies in one's aura, emphasizing the importance of presence. If one cannot project power through their being, they may resort to other means, such as volume, to convey strength. Within the dojo, Yamcha's gaze swept across his disciples before settling on the ravenous wolf. Ravenous wolf, today you shall train with me. Upon hearing his name called, the other disciples collectively exhaled in relief. Understood, Master Brother. The ravenous wolf replied respectfully. This was an occurrence that would have been unthinkable in the past. Previously, the ravenous wolf exhibited a frosty demeanor towards all except Master Bangu, and now he extended that respect to Yamcha as well. 2 months had elapsed since the clash between the ravenous wolf and Yamcha in the dojo, a battle that had resulted in a complete and humiliating defeat for the ravenous wolf. Faced with Yamcha's wolf Fang Wind Fist, he had been utterly incapable of retaliation. Had Yamcha not chosen to relent, the ravenous wolf would have perished. The ravenous wolf profoundly understood the chasm that separated him from this master brother, leading to a dramatic shift in his attitude towards Yamcha thereafter. To speak of who is the most respected figure in the entire gym at present, it is undoubtedly the wolf. Indeed, following that fateful battle, the demeanor of the other disciples towards Yamcha shifted from indifference to profound respect, culminating in the initial scene we witnessed. Yamcha has truly become the illustrious master of the flowing rock-shattering fist. Over the course of 2 months, the number of disciples in the gym remained unchanged at 96. The reason for this stability lies in the formidable presence of Yamcha, the master of the flowing rock-shattering fist. Whether intentional or not, the venerable Master Bangu entrusted the management of the disciples to him, thus dissuading anyone from leaving without permission. Moreover, under his vigilant supervision, the disciples' skills have significantly improved, each of them now capable of holding their own in the martial arts realm. Yamcha often enjoys calling upon disciples for practice, under the guise of a sparring partner, and those summoned often endure a rigorous session, as no one aside from the wolf can truly exchange blows with him. After a brief yet intense confrontation, Yamcha remarked, "Wolf, your boxing skills have advanced rapidly." He extended his right hand to the wolf, who was seated on the ground, visibly fatigued. Despite this, he could not elicit the wolf's signature wind wolf fist. As the wolf grasped Yamcha's hand and was pulled to his feet, he expressed his regrets. The wolf's progress had been swift, yet Yamcha's evolution outpaced him, aided by the Pearl Jam. Each day he grew at an astonishing rate. Even without employing the wind wolf fist or the flowing rock-shattering fist, Yamcha's prowess was beyond the wolf's grasp. My master's strength has increased once more. I couldn't even discern how he executed his moves, the wolf mused, marveling at the terrifying speed of Yamcha's progress. which had left him far behind. If only I could possess even a fraction of my master's ability, 1/10 would suffice. Within the dojo, the younger disciples who had witnessed the entire sparring session expressed their awe. Master, master, the teacher summons you. A voice resonated from outside, unmistakably that of the bug, a disciple whose abilities were modest. Yet he trained diligently and possessed a commendable temperament, often serving as Bangu's messenger. Understood, Yamcha nodded, signaling the other disciples to engage in their own training. The wolf gazed longingly at Yamcha's departing figure, suddenly struck by an inexplicable feeling, as if he would not return. What am I thinking? He pondered, shaking his head before rejoining his fellow disciples in their practice. Master Bangu's quarters were located at the innermost part of the gym. Since entrusting the disciples' management to Yamcha, he had seldom been seen in the dojo, appearing only occasionally to offer guidance, depending on fate's whims. Teacher, I hear from Bug that you are looking for me, Yamcha announced as he entered. Bangu, standing in his room and gazing at a painting on the wall, slowly turned upon hearing Yamcha's voice. Have you made up your mind? Do you truly wish to depart? Yesterday, Yamcha had expressed his desire to leave, and the elder had asked him to contemplate it for a day. Having nearly mastered the martial arts taught by his mentor, Yamcha found little purpose in remaining at the dojo, as his progress had begun to stagnate. Thus, he resolved to seek a new path. Indeed, the world is vast, and I yearn to explore it. It is a commendable endeavor for the youth to venture forth. Much like my past experiences alongside my senior disciple. Upon hearing Yamcha's words, the venerable Master Bangu nodded in understanding, saying no more. Follow me, he beckoned, opening a door to reveal an expansive training chamber. Bangu led the way inside. This was his private sanctum for practice. Though I know not your destination or intentions, I shall not pry or interfere. Each individual must carve their own path, and the future remains an enigma. Should you choose to depart, I shall not hinder your journey. As he spoke, Bangu tore away his garments, revealing an impressively sculpted physique, complete with the legendary six-pack abs. Your flowing rock-crushing fist has already forged your unique shadow. As your instructor, I have little left to impart, yet I possess a couple of invaluable techniques. With his aura intensifying, Yamcha was once again reminded of the overwhelming presence he felt upon first encountering Bangu, a tempestuous force. Observe closely, I shall demonstrate but once. How much you retain will depend on your capability. An hour later, Bangu donned his attire once more, turning his back to Yamcha as his commanding voice resonated. Do not bring shame upon me. Remember, you are my esteemed disciple. Yes, master, Yamcha replied, bowing deeply, his words imbued with genuine reverence. Bangu had just unveiled his life's teachings, including the explosive heart release technique he once employed but later sealed away. The old master genuinely regarded Yamcha as his protege. Although Yamcha was not yet capable of utilizing these techniques, they would undoubtedly benefit him for years to come. As he prepared to leave this realm, Yamcha traversed various cities, eagerly acquiring unique treasures from each world. While passing through a market, he encountered a deceased crab monster, alongside a weary office worker with fish-like eyes. Well done, Yamcha remarked. The beginning of everything in this world marked chapter 28. The goal is the Korin sacred land. Back again, he mused, amidst familiar deserts, houses, and rooms. The only difference this time was that Poir was not asleep. He had transformed into a kindergarten. Once more, Yamcha returned with abundant spoils. Gazing at the capsule filled to the brim with various items, he smiled genuinely. As per tradition, I shall exchange a portion with the Black Silk Army for currency. Money is the courage of heroes. It is the backbone of existence. Perhaps it is not omnipotent, but in this world, one cannot progress without it. In a world akin to that of One Punch Man, money can resolve at least 80% of issues and significantly enhance one's training efficiency. The medicinal meals that Yamcha orders daily are all exquisite delicacies bearing a hefty price. Although Yamcha has contemplated pursuing legitimate avenues to convert goods acquired from another realm into currency in this world, undoubtedly yielding far greater wealth than he currently possesses, such an endeavor would demand an excessive amount of time. There is no comparison to the expediency and convenience of directly entrusting the Black Silk Army for liquidation. When he finds the time or energy, he may consider this route, especially if trustworthy individuals assist him in the process. At the Black Silk Army's Flame Mountain, Frying Pan Division, Captain Leopard's eyes sparkled upon witnessing the mountain of diverse items brought by Yamcha. While Captain Leopard adheres to principles, he does not regard wealth as insignificant. If he truly had no fondness for money, what reason would he have to join the Black Silk Army? Would it not be more advantageous to enlist in the Kingdom Army of Dog King? Captain Leopard, I require your assistance with a matter, Yamcha stated after Captain Leopard transferred the funds into Yamcha's account. Brother, feel free to share your concerns. We are practically family, are we not? I need you to investigate an address. Consider it done. I shall take care of it. Upon Yamcha providing the location he wished to inquire about, Captain Leopard promptly dispatched his subordinates to conduct the search. The Black Silk Army possesses nearly every coordinate on Dragon Ball Earth, so consulting them for inquiries is undoubtedly reliable. Captain Leopard was in high spirits, his demeanor radiant as a blooming chrysanthemum in Yamcha's presence. By the way, let me share a little secret with you. Brother, I will soon be promoted to Lieutenant Leopard, all thanks to your contributions. Even the least regarded subbases gain significance after consistently bringing in substantial wealth. Allow me to extend my congratulations, Captain Leopard. Without your support, I could not have advanced so swiftly. After a brief exchange of mutual compliments, Captain Leopard, no, Lieutenant Leopard, returned to the matter at hand. I just received word from General Silver. He expressed his intention to meet with you personally once he concludes his current obligations. You must be present for that occasion. He then mused, if you earn General Silver's favor, you could easily rise to the rank of sergeant, or even lead your own squad and attain the rank of lieutenant, much like myself. Given your prowess, achieving the rank of colonel is merely a matter of time. The ranks of sergeant, captain, and lieutenant represent the foundational levels within the Black Silk Army, with major, colonel, and general comprising the upper echelons. Lieutenant, here are the coordinates you requested. While Yamcha and Lieutenant Leopard engaged in pleasantries, a subordinate swiftly delivered the report. Is this the coordinate for the Holy Land of Karen you sought? Remarkably secluded, does this location possess any particular significance? I recall there is a primitive tribe nearby. Captain, would you care to join me? I shall refrain from accompanying you. Lieutenant Leopard harbors little interest in martial arts. He merely admires the strong. As one prepares to venture into such a remote locale, dear brother, it is prudent to be wary of the wild dinosaurs lurking in the dense mountains and forests, particularly the flock of pterosaurs soaring above. Although they pose no direct threat to you, they can indeed be quite bothersome, Lieutenant Leopard kindly advised. The world of Dragon Ball boasts a unique feature beyond the anthropomorphic beasts, dinosaurs. Bulma's father had once nurtured numerous such creatures at home. In this realm, dinosaurs not only possess colossal physiques, but also exhibit a degree of intelligence, with pterosaurs being the most remarkable. Some can even articulate human speech. One notable adversary of Son Goku in the top 16 of the 21st World Martial Arts Tournament, Jiren, is a hybrid descendant of a pterosaur and an unknown species. In the Dragon Ball universe, the concept of reproductive isolation is utterly non-existent. Following the coordinates provided by Lieutenant Leopard, Yamcha piloted the latest model of jet aircraft at high speed. Financially speaking, Yamcha had surpassed the original character's status, while the original Yamcha, a desert bandit, lived rather frugally with merely a jet motorcycle, a sword, and basic capsules. He lacked even the more advanced housing capsules. I recall that in one of the original films, Yamcha took over 30 years of loans to acquire a freight-style jet, only for it to be utterly destroyed by a villain. A tragic fate indeed. Legend has it that the Karen Sacred Land was once the holy ground for all martial artists centuries ago. At the heart of this sacred site stands the towering Karen Tower, reaching into the clouds, with no visible summit. It is said that those who ascend from the base to the pinnacle using their own strength will encounter a celestial being at the top. If they partake of the divine water offered by this sage, their power will multiply several times over. During the height of martial arts popularity, countless martial artists challenged this tower, yet all met with failure. Some climbed for days without sustenance, ultimately losing their strength and falling, while others attempted to soar up in hot air balloons, only to find no success. The tale suggests that those unwilling to ascend by their own merit shall never glimpse the tower's apex, a notion that seems exaggerated. Standing beneath the Karen Tower and gazing up at its seemingly endless height, Yamcha remarked, if it were the divine palace protected by a special barrier. Such claims might hold weight, but Karen Tower? I shake my head. The technological limitations of the past made it quite reasonable that one could not reach the summit. Yet the present is a different story. Not to mention, my state-of-the-art jet should have no issue. However, climbing the tower itself is a form of cultivation. Thus I have no need to resort to underhanded means to ascend. Moreover, my goal lies with that feline sage, who possesses what may be the greatest senzu beans in the Dragon Ball universe. It is best to scale the tower personally. Chapter 29, Ascending the Karen Tower. As Yamcha gazed at the towering Karen Tower that seemed to pierce the heavens, he began to focus his mind, preparing numerous strategies to prevent any misstep that might result in his fall. Who are you? What brings you here? As Yamcha prepared to ascend the Karen Tower, a tall, robust man emerged from the dense foliage beside the tower. His appearance bore a resemblance to that of Native Americans, with a dusky complexion and an imposing physique. His face was adorned with red paint, and around his neck hung a necklace crafted from animal teeth. His upper body was bare, displaying a cross-shaped scar on his chest. This was one of the tribe members from near the Korin sacred land mentioned by Lieutenant Poir. However, his information was outdated. The tribe now consisted of merely 2 individuals, who identified themselves as the guardians of the Korin sacred land, Bra and his child, Yuba. I have come to challenge the Korin Tower. Yamcha pondered the height of the Korin temple and the deity temple above it, which remained a profound mystery within the Dragon Ball universe. Excluding the deity temple, the height of the sacred land of the Cat Sage was of particular interest. It was said that the first to reach the summit of the Korin Tower was Master Roshi, followed by Goku, who took an entire day and night to accomplish the feat. From the depictions in the anime, the tower seemed endless, and many would believe it to stretch for hundreds of kilometers. Yet, according to rumors within the Dragon Ball realm, one could reach the Korin temple using an aircraft, though such a means was not recognized by the sages. The typical flight altitude of an airplane ranges from 8 to 12 kilometers, and it is plausible that the heights in the Dragon Ball universe could be even greater. Thus, the height of the Korin Tower likely lies within the stratosphere or the middle layer, approximately between 11 and 85 kilometers. If this were the case, Yamcha felt confident in his abilities. Challenging the Korin Tower, Bra scrutinized Yamcha for a moment before shaking his head, advising, "It is too soon for you. Countless skilled fighters have attempted to scale the tower, and all have met with failure. Do not recklessly risk your life based on mere hearsay. Others do not define my path," Yamcha retorted, returning Bra's scrutiny. While Bra had been swiftly defeated in the original storyline, his opponent was none other than the infamous assassin Tao Pai Pai, who possessed a combat power of 150, theoretically surpassing Master Roshi's 139. At that time, he was indeed the world's foremost fighter, having even bested a young Goku. In truth, Bra's capabilities as a guardian of the Korin sacred land were commendable. He was adept enough to withstand gunfire with his physical prowess, something that even the elusive Satan could not achieve. Seeing that Yamcha was unyielding, Bra ceased his words and approached Yamcha slowly, intending to use force to deter him, fulfilling his duty as a guardian. He was reluctant to witness such a young boy perish in pursuit of the tower. Before Bra could close the distance, Yamcha surged forward with a powerful thrust of his right leg, propelling himself towards the tower's pinnacle with remarkable speed. By the time Bra reacted, Yamcha had vanished from his sight. If one possessed sufficient speed, running was indeed the optimal method for ascending the tower. Bra stood in astonishment, gazing at the Korin Tower. And after a considerable pause, he scratched his head and remarked, "It seems this challenger is no ordinary individual. I hope he possesses the ability to reach the summit." Bra lifted his spear and strode towards the forest, knowing that a hungry child awaited his return home. 10 minutes passed, then half an hour. And after a continuous hour of sprinting, Yamcha still could not glimpse the summit of Kalinta. The height of Kalinta far exceeded his expectations. Yamcha's stamina began to wane. The relentless exertion was draining. Fortunately, he had made prudent preparations. With a flick of his finger, the universal capsule at his waist opened automatically, releasing several bottles of the latest sports drinks that floated around him. The convenience of telekinesis was that one need not use their hands. In the absence of magical beings, replenishing energy in this manner was the most effective approach. Yamcha consumed the drinks in quick succession, then resumed his sprint. However, the depletion of energy outpaced the replenishment, and before long, his stamina was nearly exhausted. The fatigue in his body could not be remedied by sports drinks alone. Therefore, while using his telekinesis to keep himself aloft, he opened a second universal capsule at his waist. From it emerged a tent, specifically designed for climbing. Yamcha secured it tightly around the pillar of Kalinta and promptly crawled inside, collapsing into slumber. In the days that followed, whenever awake, Yamcha dedicated himself to sprinting towards the summit of Kalinta, retreating to the tent for rest when weary. His universal capsule contained ample supplies. He drank when thirsty, ate when hungry, and focused entirely on reaching the peak. Day after day passed without sight of his goal. After 2 days, still no sign. 3 days passed, and yet the summit remained elusive. On the 4th, 5th, 8th, and 9th days, a full 10 days elapsed without a trace of the Temple of Kalinta. Yamcha remained humble and resolute, continuing his ascent. Fortunately, the weather had been either clear or cloudy, devoid of extreme conditions like storms or hail. Thanks to his prior use of advanced technology to check the weather for the past fortnight. During his climb, Yamcha became certain that the earlier calculations regarding Kalinta's height were erroneous. The tower was undoubtedly taller than 85 kilometers. In contrast to Goku and Master Roshi, who had surpassed a power level of 100 during their climb. Yamcha's strength was likely inferior, making his prolonged ascent quite reasonable. As he climbed higher, he sensed his speed diminishing and felt increasingly fatigued, not from stamina, but rather due to the thinning air at high altitudes. Though the effort was taxing, it contributed to his training. The entire experience of ascending Kalinta was a form of cultivation. The young Goku, defeated by Tao Pai Pai, had grown stronger through the very act of climbing Kalinta, eventually surpassing Tao after guidance from Master Karen. Though merely 10 days had passed, the results were more profound than 2 months of regular training. Yamcha could feel the burgeoning strength within him, a power that surpassed even the 2 months of rapid growth he experienced under the tutelage of Master Roshi. Certainly, it is largely thanks to the assistance of the legendary Pearl Jam that we witness such extraordinary support. Finally, on the 15th day, as the sun began its descent, a massive oval structure gradually came into view for Yamcha. Chapter 30. Did you think I sought the super holy water? In truth, I merely desire a free sparring partner. The Karlin Temple is quite expansive, essentially divided into 3 levels. The first level is cluttered with an array of items of unknown purpose. Yamcha believes there must be many treasures hidden within, and he suspects his goal lies somewhere among them. However, he refrains from rummaging through the belongings, choosing instead to bypass this level entirely, for taking without consent is akin to theft. Upon reaching the pinnacle of the tower, Yamcha felt no urgency, leisurely making his way to the second level of the temple. The second level is significantly more spacious than the first, filled with numerous large jars covered with wooden lids. Their contents a mystery. Yamcha, however, does not disturb them and continues his ascent. The third level reveals a vast platform reminiscent of the first. As he surveyed his surroundings, a plump white cat, fuzzy and wielding a cane, squinted at him. This chubby feline is none other than the illustrious Karin, the sage of the Karlin Temple. Greetings, outstanding young man, Karin said, acknowledging Yamcha with a knowing expression. Despite his appearance as merely a large white cat, Karin's combat prowess surpasses that of Tao Pai Pai, officially rated at 190, though he is not particularly inclined toward battle. You are the second person to reach the tower's summit in several centuries, and you are remarkably younger than the first. The first, needless to say, is Master Roshi. Karin is over 800 years old, boasting a lifespan even greater than that of his superior, the deity residing atop the temple, making him a long-lived being. It is said that he hails from one of the ancient cat species of Earth. Hello, you must be Karin, Yamcha said respectfully, bowing deeply. Even when considering his previous life's age, he does not compare to Karin's experience, making the gesture all the more fitting. After all, reverence for the elder is a cherished virtue. Do not judge by appearances. You are quite admirable, young man, Karin remarked, patting his fluffy belly with evident pleasure. He then lifted a beautifully adorned, gem-studded vial with his cane. Here lies the super holy water you seek. Drink it, and you shall gain several times your current strength. He beckoned Yamcha with a finger, a hint of provocation evident in his tone. If you desire it, come and take it. The super holy water shall be yours, provided you can snatch it from my grasp. Like the deity above, Karin enjoys observing the affairs of the world below. However, while the deity watches directly, Karin does so through a water tank. He had been watching Yamcha's ascent from the very beginning, believing that the young man's tireless climb was solely for the fabled super holy water. For warriors, the allure of the super holy water is irresistibly potent. The purpose of Yamcha is certainly not merely to sip the cool water from the pot, but one should never turn down a free sparring partner. Much appreciation to Master Karen. Yamcha's demeanor took Master Karen by surprise. He had expected him to be as eager as others to seize the opportunity. An amusing little rascal. Indeed, 3 hours later, a bottle brimming with extraordinary holy water spun effortlessly on the tip of Karen's fingers, while Yamcha lay exhausted nearby, gasping for breath. His chest heaving violently, drenched in sweat, resembling a thoroughly worn-out dog. The disparity in their combat prowess was stark, even if Master Karen were not adept in battle. He was still far beyond what Yamcha could hope to match at present. It is worth noting that at the beginning of the Dragon Ball saga, Yamcha's combat power was merely 177, still less than Master Karen's. Little rascal, quite impressive. You managed to see through my afterimage technique in just 3 hours. Your martial arts are rather intriguing, Master Karen remarked, his rotund belly protruding as he feigned an air of profundity. You are the most gifted martial artist I have encountered in a century. Yet, am I not the first person to climb the tower in several centuries? This remark shattered the lofty image of the sage in an instant. You prattle too much, little rascal. Master Karen, in a fit of indignation, struck Yamcha's head with his staff. Ouch! At that moment, Yamcha lacked even the strength to cradle his head, managing only a symbolic grunt of discomfort. Here you go. After a moment of contemplation, Master Karen produced a green bean from seemingly nowhere, flicking it to land before Yamcha. This is a sensei bean, consume it, and your stamina will be instantly restored, and you will not feel hunger for 10 days. Yamcha gazed at the vibrant green bean, discreetly enveloping it with his telekinetic energy to safeguard it. If I regain my stamina, I will undoubtedly attempt to seize your extraordinary holy water. Wouldn't that be rather unfair to you? Yamcha asserted with an air of righteousness. In truth, he was merely fatigued. A brief rest would suffice for recovery. Even consuming the sensei bean now would only restore physical strength, while the mental fatigue remained unaddressed. One must approach cultivation in a gradual manner, otherwise, the pursuit would yield more losses than gains. When hungry, one eats. When weary, one sleeps. This is the essence of profound cultivation. The vastness of heaven and earth pales in comparison to the necessity of a good sleep. I shall double my efforts tomorrow. With that, Yamcha retrieved a blanket from his capsule and nestled into it, swiftly drifting into a deep slumber. Master Karen watched in astonishment as Yamcha succumbed to sleep. Lost in reminiscences from centuries past. What an intriguing little rascal. If that fellow Wu-Tian were here, he would undoubtedly seize this splendid opportunity. With such thoughts, Master Karen stifled a yawn and leaned against a pillar of the Karen sanctuary, slipping into a light doze. Minutes later, tossing and turning, he found himself unable to sleep. I still do not trust him. That little rascal is surely deceiving me. He will certainly sneakily consume the sensei bean to steal the extraordinary holy water. I must remain vigilant. Karen, the sage, enjoyed a splendid night's rest, rejuvenated after indulging in the exquisite delicacy of pearl fruit jam. Greeted by the sight of Yamcha, who bore the burden of 2 dark circles under his eyes, she inquired, Yamcha, did you not sleep well last night? Enough with the idle chatter, you annoying brat. Bring it on. The following day, predictably, Yamcha emerged empty-handed once more, returning to his state of lethargy. After a meal, however, he regained his energy. Have you truly considered consuming a sensei bean to seize the ultra-divine water? The third day unfolded in much the same manner. On the fourth day, amidst repeated exchanges of the after-image fist with the cat sage, he gradually grasped the essence of this technique, employing super-speed movements to create illusions. Rather than engaging in a battle with Yamcha, it was more akin to a lesson he was imparting to him. A sharp memory is not as beneficial as a poor pen, and a poor pen pales in comparison to the wisdom gained through physical experience. Thus, a month swiftly passed. Yet, Yamcha still failed to procure the ultra-divine water, plain water, from Karen. Chapter 31. With so many fish available, why not retrieve them sooner? After all, Master Roshi had taken 3 years to obtain the ultra-divine water from Karen, although young Goku managed to do it in merely 3 days. His combat power at that time had already surpassed 150. Yamcha, unaware of his precise combat value, likely fell short of the strength of the two. Yet compared to a month prior, he had undergone a remarkable transformation, his power significantly enhanced. Your talent is the finest I have witnessed in nearly a century, Karen remarked, squinting his eyes in a manner that suggested he held great expectations for Yamcha, issuing another heartfelt exclamation. Karen, I must have heard that phrase no less than 100 times. For a century, have I been your only witness? Yamcha retorted, replenishing his energy with a sports drink. Is that so? Meow. Ahem, my memory isn't as sharp in my old age, meow. Besides, Karen, didn't you say just yesterday that you had just passed your youthful years? Karen paused momentarily, extending his fluffy paws in a stretch, though lamentably, they were too short. My youthful phase lasted quite long. Sure, I believe that when pigs fly, Yamcha quipped, retreating to his cozy bed, pillow, and the blissful embrace of slumber. Another day passed without securing the ultra-divine water, but compared to his earlier naive antics, Yamcha had developed a nascent ability to fight back. Even Karen found it necessary to engage seriously, indicating that seizing the ultra-divine water from him was merely a matter of time. With renewed vigor, Karen groomed his front paws, and upon noticing Yamcha awaken, he wiggled his ample backside and proposed, shall we not engage in a little pre-breakfast exercise? Perhaps try to snatch the ultra-divine water within 2 hours? To Karen's surprise, Yamcha shook his head, rejecting him for the first time. No, Karen. At this, Karen lowered his front paws, seemingly sensing a shift in Yamcha. His narrowed eyes fixated on him. You seem a bit off today. Could it be? Before he could voice his suspicion, Yamcha interjected. Master Karen, I believe it is time for me to depart. Depart? Where are you headed? Master Karen inquired. From whence I came, I shall return. I have lingered here for far too long. While Master Karen has indeed been an excellent sparring partner, mere companionship is insufficient for true and rapid growth. After a month of training, I have practically mastered the afterimage fist, and I have gradually come to understand your movements. Remaining any longer would only lead me to become more familiar with your evasion techniques before seizing the sacred water. This, however, strays from my original intent of seeking strength. Is that not what you desire? The sacred water danced upon Master Karen's fingertips. He paused mid-sentence, as if struck by a thought. So you did not come here solely for the sacred water, did you? Without waiting for Yamcha's response, Master Karen nodded contemplatively, then suddenly pointed at the sacred water. You know what it is, don't you? Yamcha did not answer, merely shaking a bottle of water he had brought. The world contains no sacred water. Or perhaps it is everywhere. One cannot aspire to become stronger without effort. Such a notion is too good to be true. There is no free lunch in this world. Indeed, you are aware, Master Karen responded, his voice devoid of surprise, tinged instead with a hint of delight. Although not the true sage in Yamcha's heart. Master Karen was an ancient cat of over 800 years, possessing certain abilities that others lacked, such as perception. Then you should depart quickly. Understanding Yamcha's intent, Master Karen waved his hand, appearing eager to send him on his way. Before I leave, do you not intend to bestow upon me a parting gift? After all, I have endured considerable hardship to reach this point. You have indeed taken quite a few shortcuts. Master Karen had been observing Yamcha as he ascended the tower, referring to the aids he had utilized in his climb. Every step I took was deliberate, Yamcha countered. Very well, what do you desire? Speak up. Nimbus Cloud, gold. Nimbus Cloud, black, sacred water. Master Karen possessed an abundance of treasures, even more than the deities residing in the heavenly palace above. I wish for that item you give me daily, Yamcha stated, revealing his true purpose for ascending Master Karen's tower. Spirit beans? Master Karen raised an eyebrow. You actually seek such a thing? He regarded Yamcha with curiosity. In his 8 centuries of life, he had never encountered a climber whose goal was spirit beans. Well, I have an abundance of them. Giving you a few would incur no loss on my part, he said, pulling out a small pouch and tossing it to Yamcha. Here, take this. Yamcha caught it and counted. There were over 20 beans. Not enough, not enough. I desire more. In that era, 20 spirit beans were indeed a rarity. Yet Master Karen was not lacking in this regard. What do you need so many spirit beans for? He asked, bemused. In the eyes of the feline sage, spirit beans were merely a means to satisfy hunger. The formidable healing ability holds no significance for the immortal residing in the Temple of Karen, as he is impervious to injury and no one can inflict harm upon him, at least during this current period. However, this item bears immense importance for Yamcha. It is a genuine life-saving treasure. Yamcha remained silent, extracting a universal capsule from his waist. With a resounding pop, a colossal glass tank, nearly filling the temple, materialized before the two. It was brimming with a myriad of fish, instantly capturing the entire attention of the immortal. In that moment, he seemed to glimpse a radiant light. Despite belonging to the feline lineage, it is in their nature to relish fish. This gesture was merely a token, a humble offering. The immortal, with his squinting eyes, suddenly emanated a chilling glimmer. Yamcha felt a blur before him, and in an instant, countless apparitions of the immortal emerged, at least 10 shadowy figures of Karen. The multi-phantom fist. In the next moment, Yamcha felt a sharp pain on his head, as a cane accurately struck him with a thud. Hey, are you asking for a beating? The immortal bellowed into Yamcha's ear, his voice laced with deep resentment. Resentment. It infuriated him. With so many fish, why hadn't he revealed them sooner? Did he not know that this immortal adored fish? Meow. Chapter 32, Tiger Shark? So many fish. Oh my, they are all mine. The immortal pressed his entire feline form against the enormous tank. Were it not for the remnants of his rationality urging him to maintain his dignity, he might have already leaped into the tank to catch fish. Struggling to divert his gaze from the tank, the immortal addressed Yamcha. Speak, how much do you desire, meow? Yamcha extended a finger. 1 tank for 1 tank. He wished to acquire all the immortal's mystical beings. Rather than allowing them to be squandered by some reckless incarnation of Yasuo later, it would be wiser to safeguard them. However, the immortal would surely refuse to part with all of them, so he settled for 1 tank for now, considering that there was still some time before the reckless Yasuo would appear. Of course, the tank of mystical beings Yamcha referred to was significantly smaller than the tank of fish. Upon hearing Yamcha's demand, the immortal initially intended to decline. But Yamcha produced another universal capsule, 2 tanks for 1. The offer was indeed generous, as it comprised 2 entire tanks of fish, 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, countless fish. Ultimately, they were merely mystical beings of little consequence. It wouldn't be long before another batch of beans could be harvested. After all, mystical beans are like chives. Once harvested, they grow back endlessly. Deal. The immortal promptly retrieved a tank of mystical beans and hurriedly stored the universal capsule filled with fish. Yamcha, with great care, tucked away the exchanged tank of mystical beans into his capsule, keeping them close. Their actions were observed by one another, and as their eyes met, both burst into hearty laughter. Carlin, next time we meet, I shall certainly seize the sacred water from your hands. Ha ha ha. If you possess the audacity, then come forth. Should you manage to wrest the sacred water from me, I shall bestow upon you a precious gift. What treasures does Carlin possess? A potion capable of unlocking latent potential, the legendary flying artifact, the Flying Nimbus. The sacred water is temporarily unusable for Yamcha, and as for the Flying Nimbus, it is indeed a commendable means of transport. However, that contraption can only be ridden by those of pure heart. Although Yamcha does not consider himself a villain, he cannot claim to possess a pure spirit, hence he refrains from mentioning it. As for the Black Nimbus, that is a creation that only appears in the Dragon Ball animated series. One day later, at the Black Silk Army's Flame Mountain branch. Brother, where have you been for the past month? After a brief exchange with Lieutenant Leopard, Yamcha handed him a list. Commander Leopard, could you kindly procure these items for me? As per our usual arrangement, I shall settle the bill. Are you preparing for battle? Commander Leopard inquired, somewhat surprised by the items on the list. Yet he did not press further and instructed his subordinates to handle it. I received word yesterday that General Een is expected to arrive in about 3 days. Brother, do refrain from venturing out in the meantime. You must make a good impression when the general arrives. Together, we shall reap great rewards. 3 days? That is ample time to traverse to another world. The efficiency of the Black Silk Army was commendable. Within mere hours, they had assembled the items Yamcha required. Brother, do not forget to return in 3 days, Lieutenant Leopard reminded him as he departed. He genuinely wished to recruit Yamcha into their ranks. Why not settle down here and acquire a house? That desolate expanse you inhabit is entirely devoid of life, making it exceedingly inconvenient. A house. The first thought that crossed Yamcha's mind was the ant nest-like structure in the desert, riddled with holes, barely deserving the title of a dwelling. He pondered the opportunity to renovate the place, at least to ensure it was more robust. Given Yamcha's notorious reputation, the vast desert was scarcely populated, and with his increasingly substantial wealth, it would undoubtedly attract envy. Perhaps he should arrange for some guardians. Monsters, rare beasts, treasures, secrets. The allure of the unknown has drawn many powerful individuals towards it. These formidable figures are referred to as hunters in this world known as Hunter x Hunter, where adventure and the unknown are the prevailing themes. Under the dim glow of the streetlights, the familiar scent of currency wafted through the air. Having acquired a full bag of this world's money from a cloaked figure, he hefted it in his hands. Although it fell short of his expectations, it would suffice for a time. It is not that this world is darker than others, but rather that arms are exceedingly prevalent here, rivaling, if not surpassing, those in the Dragon Ball realm. Even strategic weapons like the Rose of the Poor can be procured with sufficient wealth. In this world, exchanging arms for money yields only a meager portion. It is the rare and exquisite treasures that command high prices. His primary objective was merely to secure a modest fare. The valuable items in his possession need not be disposed of through underground organizations, for there exists a legitimate auction venue. Yamcha sat aboard the express train, gazing dreamily out the window at the fleeting landscapes. His destination, Yuka Xian City, a bustling and decadent metropolis, a city under the thumb of the mafia, where wealth transforms this place into paradise, allowing indulgence in all conceivable pleasures. Conversely, those without money find themselves worse off than a dog. From September 1st to 10th each year, this city hosts the largest auction in the world, drawing at least 50,000 attendees, all of whom are either wealthy or noble. Yamcha arrived in Yuka Xian City on August 28th, with only a few days remaining before the commencement of the auction. The night serves as the source of all wickedness, particularly in a vibrant city teeming with excess, where unimaginable filth lurks beneath the veil of darkness. Those restless souls, those dopamine-fueled desires, are quietly magnified by the night's ambiguity, such as the darkness of Yuka Xian City. The opulent hotel, ablaze with lights, indeed boasts guest rooms on the first 20 floors, while the subsequent 5 tell a different tale. Here lies the stronghold of a certain mafia, with a sign marking the stairway to the 21st floor, declaring it forbidden territory for the mafia's private domain. It cannot be said to be ostentatious, it is merely straightforward. The denizens here are indifferent to such matters. In truth, the city's populace is largely composed of mafia members. Kylar Mojito, the leader of the Mojito family, is among the many mafia members in Yucca Exine City. Although his status pales in comparison to the 10 elders, he remains a veteran in the underworld. Albeit facing a decline due to the loss of his economic pillar, he is currently contemplating how to amass a substantial sum of funds, requiring at least 4 billion jenny, indeed, a considerable amount. A strange voice echoed in his ear, causing Kylar's hairs to stand on end. With remarkable speed, he drew a miniature pistol concealed in his sleeve, aiming it at the unexpected intruder. Who are you? Chapter 33. This is no mere human. It is clearly the god of wealth. The purchasing power of currency in the Hunter world pales in comparison to that of the Dragon Ball universe. 40 billion jenny, currency in the Hunter world, equates to merely 100 million zenny, currency in the Dragon Ball world. There's an intruder. Call for help. With a pistol in hand, Kylar felt a slight sense of reassurance as he pointed the weapon at the intruder while shouting towards the door. No need to shout. I was concerned they might disturb us, so I had them take a rest for a while. I trust you, 1T mind. At least 30 elites. Dispatched without a sound. Surely, this must be a jest. The intruder paid no heed to Kylar's firearm, casually surveying the display cases in the office, even turning his back to Kylar. Quite impressive items here. I reckon they could fetch a handsome price in other realms. The sudden intruder was, of course, Yamcha. I am not particularly fond of having a gun pointed at me. Although such a weapon holds no threat for me, I still find it unsettling. Yamcha's gaze casually swept over the miniature handgun in Kylar's hand. Would you kindly put that away? The indifferent tone of his voice jolted Kylar back to reality. As Kylar began to speak, he felt a flicker before the handgun vanished from his grip, only to reappear later as a twisted piece of scrap metal. My apologies. I wished to discuss a matter with you, but your front desk informed me that I had no appointment. Thus I had to resort to this approach, Yamcha declared, audaciously taking a seat in Kylar's office chair, his legs carelessly draped across the desk. To be frank, he had no intention of causing trouble. What business do you have? Kylar, relieved to find himself momentarily free from peril, inquired cautiously. It seemed he recalled hearing other gang leaders mention a special task force comprised of individuals with extraordinary abilities, and he presumed that the man before him was one of them. Were all these special individuals so formidable? I do not fancy convoluted dealings. I prefer a more straightforward approach. I have heard that Mr. Kylar is the overseer of this auction. Is there anything that piques your interest? Kylar spoke cautiously, contemplating that if Yamcha desired something of modest value, he might simply procure it as a gift. Even though the Mojito family was facing financial constraints, a few million genie could still be managed. Establishing rapport with someone capable of discreetly neutralizing 30 elite gang members seemed prudent, provided the demands were not excessive. No, I possess a batch of goods I wish to sell. Yamcha's response momentarily took Kylar aback, though he quickly regained his composure. May I take a look at the merchandise? Given that he was entrusted by the esteemed 10 elders to oversee the auction's entirety, Kylar was indeed a man of considerable business acumen. Of course, Yamcha produced 2 capsules. Kylar, who had been pondering how to dismiss Yamcha, found his mouth agape and his eyes wide in astonishment. Incredible. Where did you acquire such items? In a world where air travel was limited to dirigibles, a jet aircraft was undoubtedly a marvel of the ages. The oldest model of storage capsules would be regarded as alien technology in this realm. Kylar quickly recognized the latent value of these items. With astute management, even a modest 10% commission would yield substantial profits. A secret realm, Kylar nodded, acknowledging that only within such extraordinary domains could these unprecedented novelties be rationalized. The world of Hunter x Hunter is filled with countless mysteries. Otherwise, the profession of hunter would not exist, and even the score of a demon lord can be found here. These items are remarkable indeed. They will surely make this auction a resounding success. If this endeavor proves fruitful, the 10 elders may entrust the next auction to me and the Mojito family. Although the list of auction items was released somewhat late, true treasures shine brightly regardless of their circumstances. The wares of Yamcha are as unique as the rarest gems. In this world, only the rarest items hold true value. What they mistakenly consider exclusive is merely a trivial matter for Yamcha, as future collaborations remain possible. While imitation of certain jet aircraft may be feasible, replicating the universal capsule is utterly impossible without the extraordinary technical prowess akin to that of Dr. Brief. Such cutting-edge technology cannot be fabricated, even in the fabled Dark Continent. Technology, much like mathematics, remains incomprehensible to those who do not grasp it. No amount of pressure can resolve an unsolvable problem. Even if one were to beseech the esteemed Nika of the Zoc family for the creation of a universal capsule, she would likely twist you into a mere strand of rope. If a problem cannot be solved, It is simpler to eliminate the source of the problem. After deducting the auction fees, I shall bestow upon you 20% of the proceeds. You are indeed in dire need of funds, are you not? With a mere statement. Kaler swallowed his prepared words, his prior dissatisfaction and trepidation towards Yamcha evaporating entirely. The offer was exceedingly generous. A deal has been struck. Problems that can be resolved with money are hardly worth considering. Yamcha refrains from unnecessary actions unless absolutely required, preferring not to squander time on inconsequential individuals. Efficiency is paramount. His time is exceedingly valuable. In truth, the entire intrusion this evening was a deliberate act on his part. Engaging in the auction through regular channels would likely lead to a disastrous outcome. Yuk Xin is the territory of the underworld, despite their outward reputation. One cannot expect honor from a band of thieves. If the stakes were merely tens of millions, perhaps reputation could be preserved for a century. However, when the value escalates into the billions, there are no clients. Do not misinterpret this. These are the possessions of our gang. Thus, a bold entrance, a display of strength, is essential. By casting ample bait, this strategy can alleviate over 80% of Yamcha's troubles. The remainder can be dealt with swiftly and decisively. May I inquire how to address you? You may call me Mr. Yinch. Mr. Yinch, with several days remaining until the auction, might I extend my hospitality and treat you well? Kaler now regards Yamcha with entirely different eyes. This is no mere man. He is akin to the god of wealth. Chapter 34. Alas, too much wealth can also be a burden. On September 10th, the final day of the Yuk Xin auction, the finest treasures are often reserved for the last, attracting the greatest number of affluent patrons to the auction house, which is filled to capacity. As the items are auctioned off and the annual event draws to a close, the atmosphere reaches a crescendo. 5 billion. 6 billion. 7 billion. After a fervent bidding war, the event finally drew to a close. For billion once. For billion twice. For billion thrice. Sold. Congratulations to President Platus for securing the Star of Hope. The item was acquired by a gaunt, simian-like man who, upon achieving success, revealed a triumphant grin adorned with a mouthful of gold teeth. His fingers were bedecked with rings, as if to proclaim his wealth boldly upon his face. Is this all there is to the annual auction? I've barely spent a fraction and there's nothing left. It's hardly sufficient, remarked the man known as President Platus. A beautiful maiden descended, bearing a fist-sized blue gemstone that radiated a dazzling brilliance, its plate labeled with the bidder's name. After the auction concluded, attendees were instructed to proceed backstage for payment and collection. Please bear with us for a moment. The Poseidon assistance of this auction is yet to come, announced the host, stirring a ripple of excitement among the crowd. Could it be that the Star of Hope was not the highlight? Such a precious gem, and yet there seemed to be something even more remarkable in store? The affluent gentleman who had missed out on the Star of Hope gleamed with anticipation, not lacking in funds, but rather feeling that spending billions on a mere gemstone was devoid of significance. I recall the final treasure of the auction to be the Star of Hope. You were unaware? I knew upon my arrival that there were 2 exceptionally rare items up for bid today. Have you heard? I deliberately refrained from bidding, waiting for the last piece. Soon, a procession of elegantly attired maidens approached, pushing a cart draped with exquisite red silk. I trust that those well-informed among us are aware that this auction has added 2 extraordinary treasures beyond the listed curiosities, the host proclaimed, raising his voice with an air of mystery. Allow me to unveil the secrets for you. As the audience awaited with bated breath, the host unveiled the silk cloth, revealing a completely different contraption from the airships, capable of carrying several individuals aloft. A jet-like flying apparatus emerged before the astonished crowd, following a demonstration by the host. Some astute, wealthy attendees glimmered with realization, immediately grasping the commercial potential of this invention. While merely a flying device might be rare enough for collection, this innovation could be replicated. Currently, the transport sector was monopolized by airship companies due to their lack of competitors. The emergence of this flying apparatus would undoubtedly disrupt that monopoly. If it could be thoroughly studied and mass-produced, it would herald an unceasing flow of wealth. Yet, acquiring it was imperative. Consequently, the magnates began to bid frantically, the auction price skyrocketing, swiftly surpassing the 100 billion mark. Such a figure was only accessible to the wealthiest of tycoons. Even the previously arrogant President Platus was left astounded by the staggering numbers before him. He was indeed wealthy. But this was simply outrageous. However, the bidding price did not cease. Instead, after a brief moment of silence, it surged yet again. Almost every guest present began fervently making phone calls, all with a singular purpose: to gather funds. It was imperative to secure financing beforehand. This was the auction house of Ukexin City, where the ironclad rule dictated that payment must be made up front, an edict established by the original 10 elders. Here, trifling with the underworld would yield no favorable outcomes. They would not entertain discussions of deferred payments. They recognized only cash. Ultimately, the price of the jet was fixed at 500 billion. This staggering figure was the result of several commercial associations collaborating on the purchase. Such an astounding price is a rarity in the history of auctions, leaving Chiral, who was backstage, utterly astonished. Even after deducting the auction house's commission, his share would amount to nearly 100 billion, and this was merely the first item. Chiral swallowed hard, feeling his throat dry and his body heat rising. As for why the gangs did not retain the aircraft to manufacture themselves, if they truly invested time and energy into tangible enterprises, they would cease to be gangs. Their expertise would be entirely misplaced. Next came the Piece d'Assistance, the astonishing capsule capable of storing items and reducing them to a diminutive size. With the host's enthusiastic announcement, the crowd erupted once more. The name Mystical Capsule of the Secret Realm was rather uninspired, and Yamcha couldn't help but scoff at the title as he listened to the host's introduction. Nevertheless, he thought, as long as it could be exchanged for money, that was all that mattered. What was originally supposed to conclude in the afternoon stretched into the depths of the night, with the uproar caused by these two auction items driving everyone into a frenzy. It set a record for the highest price at the auction house in nearly a decade. After accounting for various deductions, taxes being a citizen's duty, and commissions, Yamcha ultimately received over 1,000 billion zeni. Merely selling two seemingly trivial items from the Dragon Ball universe had catapulted him into the ranks of the wealthiest individuals in the Hunter world. Exclusivity is invariably the most lucrative. You may wonder why Yamcha did not release more of the universal capsules. The uniqueness is what renders them so rare. If too many were circulated, their value would diminish. There was ample time ahead, and if the opportunity arose, he could always sell them again. Perhaps at next year's auction. As for the implications for those who made earlier purchases, that was of no concern to him. Did they not understand that the first release is always the most valuable? The night following the auction's conclusion, at the resplendent Mojito family hotel, Chiral's office remained unchanged. "This is for you." Chiral respectfully handed Yamcha a black card embossed with gold, containing the proceeds from the auction. Such an immense sum of zeni, such a wealth. It would be disingenuous to claim one was not moved. Yet, Chiral dared not entertain any thoughts of betrayal, given Yamcha's elusive prowess. He would not risk harboring any crooked intentions. Yamcha gazed at the balance on the black card, giving it a gentle flick, eliciting a sound that would surely provoke envy. Possessing too much wealth can indeed be a troublesome affair. Chapter 35. Is wealth truly exceptional? Do you believe that possessing wealth grants one the liberty to act as one pleases? Abundance of wealth is not inherently troublesome, and possessing an excess is not problematic either. However, when an individual experiences a sudden influx of riches, complications inevitably arise. Should you doubt this, one may wish to investigate the fates of past lottery winners of grand prizes in the land of the free and the home of the brave. Following the conclusion of the auction, many began to inquire about Yamcha's circumstances. Amassing excessive wealth without commensurate ability can indeed lead to difficulties. Although Yamcha possessed the requisite martial prowess, the reality is that in a world so vast and populated, one is bound to encounter a few individuals lacking in sound judgment. Yamcha is averse to troubles, and even more so to engaging with them. Fortunately, this world boasts a unique profession dedicated to managing such predicaments. Yamcha decisively approached the iconic structure adorned with black and white stripes. "Welcome to the Hunter Association. How may I assist you?" inquired the courteous receptionist. Yamcha silently produced a black card and handed it over. This card was not the gilded black card bestowed upon him by Killer, but rather one of several such cards into which he had distributed his wealth, each containing billions. The card he currently held was one among them. Do not misconstrue this as cumbersome. One must never place all their eggs in a single basket when venturing forth. Treasure hunters resolve dilemmas worth 10 billion zeni. In the realm of full-time hunters, they are tasked with addressing these matters. Culinary hunters seek delectable delicacies. Bounty hunters procure wealth. Relic hunters discover ancient sites. Criminal hunters apprehend wrongdoers. And biological hunters engage in species investigations, among others. In summary, as long as a task is compensated, there exists no feat beyond their capabilities. Treasure hunters are specifically designated for resolving such troubles. It is prudent to entrust specialized matters to professionals, allowing Yamcha to resolve his concerns with minimal expenditure of wealth. 2 days later, within a private room of the Hunter Association. "Mr. Yamcha, the situation has been expertly managed by Aragon," a 2-star treasure hunter from the association. We kindly request your feedback on this service. Please press 1 if you are highly satisfied. The same receptionist who had initially attended to Yamcha spoke, presenting him with a tablet-like device. Before she could conclude her sentence, Yamcha promptly pressed 1. Thank you for your feedback. As the receptionist prepared to depart, Yamcha called out to her. Please hold on. I have another request. Certainly, Mr. Yamcha. Kindly describe your needs succinctly. The receptionist immediately pivoted, donning a professional smile. Yamcha raised a finger and swayed it slightly. 100 million Jenny. Assist me in securing eligibility for the upcoming hunter examination. Upon hearing Yamcha's request, the receptionist's perpetually fixed smile finally revealed a hint of surprise. Are you truly wishing to issue this task? Indeed. Yamcha harbored the desire to procure a hunter's license directly through purchase. However, such licenses were not available for sale by the Hunter Guild. One must earn it through personal merit and participation. The black market offered licenses owned by others, but acquiring one of those bore little significance. In contrast, purchasing examination qualifications was a different matter entirely. The price of a hunter's license on the black market reached a staggering 100 million Jenny. While Yamcha was willing to invest that sum solely to secure the qualification for an examination renowned for its elimination rate exceeding 99%, regardless of the rationale, the Hunter Association would inevitably acquiesce to his request. Yamcha found the prospect of obtaining the hunter examination qualification himself, entailing deciphering complex codes and seeking out individuals, tedious and an utter waste of time. Thus, he resolved to resort to cheating, aiming to leap directly into the hunter examination. Mr. Yamcha, your request has been duly processed, and I have completed your registration online. However, please be advised that the hunter examination is scheduled for January 7th. You may receive pertinent information from the receptionist on January 6th. The receptionist continued. As only a few days have passed since the Yuk auction, it is currently mid-September, leaving several months before the examination. I have another request. I require a remarkably skilled gourmet hunter to oversee my meals during this period. Furthermore, he articulated several additional requests. The Hunter Association proved to be exceedingly convenient. Aside from prohibiting the commission of criminal tasks such as assassination, virtually any other task could be accommodated, as long as one could afford it. Not every hunter was a gold-fingered person, often elusive and hard to find, and not every hunter remained untroubled by financial concerns. In the realm of full-time hunters, wealth could indeed procure the service of most formidable individuals. Once the receptionist departed, Yamcha exhaled deeply. He rolled up his right sleeve, revealing a multitude of goosebumps that had erupted along his arm after nearing the receptionist. In the original narrative, Yamcha exhibited stiffness and even a loss of combat effectiveness when approached by attractive women. Although his reaction was not as exaggerated, he occasionally felt discomfort, as evidenced by the goosebumps. This was not a psychological issue, but rather a manifestation of muscle memory. Previously, in both the world of One Punch Man and elsewhere, his interactions with women had been scant, particularly in the One Punch Man universe, where the dojo was filled with burly men. Nonetheless, this was a minor issue that would not impede his combat abilities, and he anticipated that frequent exposure would alleviate the discomfort over time. The following day, within a spacious private dojo of the Hunter Association, he was greeted with a brusque remark, "You're late." Upon entering, Yamcha encountered a brawny man, arms crossed over his chest, adorned with scars and resembling a wild man, who expressed his impatience. I indulged in a rather lavish breakfast, hence the delay, Yamcha explained, casting a discerning gaze over the imposing figure before him. This man was none other than the 283rd successful candidate of the hunter examination, the licensed hunter, Huburi, bounty hunter. Yamcha's second task required this licensed hunter to provide him with specialized training. To gauge the prowess of licensed hunters is essential for accurately assessing one's own capabilities, remarked Yamcha. Let us commence. Although you have paid, I must clarify that your request demands my utmost effort. Should you sustain any injuries, do not hold me accountable. Does wealth confer invincibility? Do you believe that affluence allows one to act with impunity? Hubule cracked his knuckles ominously as he approached Yamcha, intending to impart a lesson to this tardy client. 10 minutes later, Hubule lay sprawled on the ground, while Yamcha quietly retrieved his phone. Please assist me in scheduling my next coach immediately. Hubule had failed to even meet the warming-up standards, proving inferior to many of his junior peers. Being a licensed hunter does not equate to strength. Some licensed hunters are less formidable than the examinees themselves. The key lies in whether they have mastered the known abilities essential for professional hunters. Above the licensed hunters are the star-rated hunters, 1-star, 2-star, and 3-star hunters. Casting a sidelong glance at the prone Hubule, who was drooling on the floor, Yamcha mused that if blame were to be assigned, it would fall solely on Hubuel's misfortune. He was in a foul mood, having just quarreled with his chef over the cuisine he desired, which the chef refused to prepare, opting instead for an entirely different dish. Ironically, the alternative turned out to be quite delectable. It is worth mentioning that Yamcha's personal gourmet chef is a one-star hunter. Chapter 36. Can wealth truly grant one's wishes? Entering the Hunter examination directly. January 7th, 1999, Hunter x Hunter timeline. Kent City, Camellia Tree Street, Section 2, Barbecue Restaurant. Welcome. What would you like to eat? Steak set. How would you like it cooked? Slow roasted on low heat. Please, this way to seat number 5. Under the guidance of a man in a suit, Yamcha successfully navigated the preliminary tests of the Hunter examination and arrived at the official examination venue, a vast underground passage at least 5 meters high. The man in the suit was the individual who had accepted Yamcha's mission, a bona fide hunter. Here is your number, the suited man said, tossing a circular name tag to Yamcha. Upon unfolding it, he saw the number 1 inscribed upon it. The audacity of official cheating is indeed staggering. Directly assigning the first position. Although this number bore no actual significance, it offered no advantage in the Hunter examination. The Hunter examination is a rare selection process. With millions participating each year, yet only 1 in 10,000 progresses to the formal testing. Participants come from all walks of life. As a senior, I offer you a piece of advice. Never provoke those who are beyond your reach, lest you meet your demise. Good luck, kid. Remember to seek me out next time. I am Nobiru. As he departed, the suited man regarded Yamcha as nothing more than a foolish rich heir seeking life experiences. With virtually no chance of passing the Hunter examination. Little did he know of the numerous formal hunters Yamcha had enlisted as practice partners over the preceding months. The corridor lay desolate, devoid of any other individuals for the time being, indicating that the commencement of the examination was still a while away. Yamcha casually tossed a universal capsule, summoning a sofa that appeared instantly. He reclined against it, closing his eyes to rest. Time passed, though its measure was uncertain, until the second candidate arrived at the examination site. Upon seeing Yamcha, the newcomer hesitated momentarily, yet lacked the inclination to engage in conversation, choosing instead to regard Yamcha with wariness and settled into a nearby corner. Before long, the third candidate arrived, mirroring the actions of the second. Subsequently, candidates began to trickle in, showcasing a range of abilities, yet one undeniable truth prevailed. Each possessed strengths that surpassed those of an average individual. Whether in physical prowess or intellect, each a master of their unique craft. Yamcha remained unfazed, for no matter how many contenders gathered, none could rival him. It was not until the arrival of candidate number 44 that his attention was truly captured. This individual was tall, with a muscular build, a slender waist, and long legs. Adorned with makeup resembling teardrops and stars, their hair styled chaotically akin to a clown. Their eyes were nearly shut, barely revealing any expression. What drew Yamcha's notice most was the unabashed aura of lethal intent emanating from this contender. It is well known that individuals who sport clown makeup and squinting eyes are rarely ordinary, and this one possessed both traits. He was a formidable force. Hisoka, as he called himself, was a self-proclaimed magician, a highly popular and powerful nun user within the ranks of professional hunters. Even as the narrative progressed into later stages, during what should have been an era of updates, he remained a significant threat, having not been eliminated. Engaging him was to be avoided unless absolutely necessary. It was not fear that drove Yamcha, but rather the understanding that Hisoka was a quintessential combat enthusiast. And inciting his interest could lead to an abundance of complications. Just consider Kororo. The subsequent candidates were largely of a caliber slightly above the average, not differing significantly from the others, excluding Hisoka. It was not until the arrival of candidate 400 that a handful of individuals caught Yamcha's eye. Among them was Hisoka, the initial contender number 44, and another named Jitarai Kuro, whose face was adorned with numerous nails and appeared mute, only capable of producing a clicking sound. Jitarai Kuro was not only a pseudonym, but his appearance was also a fade. His true name was Ilmi, the eldest son of the world's most notorious assassin family. His prowess rivaled that of Hisoka, marking him as an exceedingly formidable opponent. Lastly, there was candidate number 294, a self-identified ninja named Hanzo. His abilities were commendable, making him the strongest contender apart from the aforementioned two anomalies. Further down the list, only candidate number 99, Killua, warranted Yamcha's attention. He was the foremost supporting character within the world of professional hunters, exhibiting rapid advancements in strength as the narrative unfolded. Additionally, as a scion of an assassin lineage, He possessed a vast array of assassination techniques. Should the opportunity arise, Yamcha would gladly seek to learn from him, for in the Dragon Ball universe, the concept of assassination was virtually non-existent, with even the world's foremost assassin, Tao Pai Pai, resorting to direct confrontation. As Yamcha surveyed the other candidates, the sound of a chime echoed, signaling the arrival of the elevator carrying the examinees. 3 boisterous figures emerged, instantly capturing the attention of a significant portion of the crowd. A disheveled middle-aged man in a suit, appearing to be in his 30s, a spiky-haired boy clutching a fishing rod, and a peculiar golden-haired youth donned in traditional ethnic attire formed this unusual trio. "Wow, there are so many people here," exclaimed the spiky-haired boy, clearly a novice attending for the first time. The seasoned veterans of the Hunter exam relished the presence of such oblivious newcomers. At the moment he spoke, Yamcha noticed several candidates casting malicious glances at the trio, seemingly eager to find an opportunity to eliminate them. With the number of registration cards exceeding 400, yet only about 300 candidates present, the fate of the remaining individuals was all too evident. The world of hunters was indeed more ruthless than many realms Yamcha had previously encountered. However, the plans of these contestants were likely to be thwarted. The middle-aged man was named Lioli, a supporting character in the world of Hunter x Hunter. The golden-haired youth was Kurapika, also a supporting character with significant narrative presence. The spiky-haired boy, Gon Freaks, was the ostensible protagonist of this universe. Hunter x Hunter is colloquially known as Where Did Daddy Go?, as it follows Gon's quest to find his father. His father, Jing Freaks, is rumored to be one of the 5 legendary non-users in the Hunter world and a member of the Zodiac of the Hunter Association. A 2-star relic hunter. He has achieved the status of a 3-star hunter, but has not applied due to his laziness. Throughout the Chairman Election arc and the Dark Continent arc, he inherited the role of protagonist, a man whose strength and abilities are at the pinnacle of the hierarchy. Chapter 37. The first stage of the Hunter exam, Endurance. Physical strength and mindset. You must be first-timers at the exam, aren't you? As the trio caught the attention of several onlookers, a figure slowly approached them. It was a short, portly man with a notably large and round nose, whose friendly demeanor exuded warmth as he greeted them. Not only did he extend a cordial welcome, but he also began to share some important tips regarding the Hunter exam. By the way, you must be thirsty. I happen to have a few bottles of juice here. We never know what challenges lie ahead, so let's replenish some energy, the jovial man said, reaching into his waist pouch to produce several bottles of juice for the trio. The previously restless candidates, upon seeing the arrival of this short man, quickly averted their gazes, revealing expressions of schadenfreude. This man, known as Donba, had participated in the Hunter exam 35 times and took delight in eliminating newcomers, earning him the moniker of Newcomer Slayer. He was humorously referred to as Donba the Great, rumored to be a master of concealed strength, though in reality, he was merely a somewhat stronger ordinary man. In his hand, he held a juice laced with an exceptionally potent laxative. A mere sip could lead one to question the very fabric of existence. However, this fellow was discerning in his choices, targeting only those who appeared easily deceived. For instance, Hisoka, Kidarai, and Yamcha were among those he had no intention of engaging with. At that moment, a blood-curdling scream resonated through the crowd as 2 arms suddenly snapped, blood gushing forth, saturating the air with a heavy, metallic scent. A candidate had inadvertently collided with Hisoka and had not offered an apology. Remarkable, isn't it? An arm simply vanishing. One should always apologize after bumping into others. Hisoka remarked nonchalantly, his indifference towards the man who had lost his arms prompting the surrounding candidates to instinctively part ways for him. Ding, ding, ding. A cacophony of discordant bells heralded the arrival of a man sporting a pair of small mustaches, his mouth obscured from view. The examiner for the first round of the Hunter exam had arrived. The preceding bell signified the conclusion of the preparatory phase. I hereby announce that the Hunter exam officially commences now. Before we proceed, it is imperative to emphasize that the Hunter exam is exceedingly rigorous. Those lacking luck or strength may face fatal consequences during this process. Conflicts among candidates leading to casualties are not uncommon. If there are no objections, please follow me. The mustachioed examiner elaborated, his strides inadvertently growing larger. May everyone successfully pass this examination. Upon uttering this statement,
the examiner's pace had already surpassed that of an ordinary person's sprint.
Some astute individuals had already realized that the Hunter exam had commenced the moment the mustachioed examiner declared its beginning. The first segment of the initial examination, a marathon. As the examiner's steps grew broader, his speed increased exponentially. Only when the candidates exerted themselves to the fullest could they barely keep pace with him. His speed stabilized without further acceleration. Yet, it remained several degrees swifter than that of seasoned long-distance runners. This was merely the beginning. In the short term, it was manageable. But as time dragged on, the candidates began to lament their plight. Half an hour in, several candidates succumbed to fatigue and began to fall behind. An hour passed, and a small contingent could no longer persevere. After an hour and a half, more individuals began to drop out. Yet, the winding, treacherous tunnel ahead showed no signs of an end, continuously imposing pressure on the candidates and fostering a sense of despair. This was a test of endurance, physical strength, and mental fortitude. Those lacking stamina and resilience would be eliminated in this trial, while those with insufficient psychological strength would crumble. Aside from a select few, the remaining candidates struggled to maintain their pace alongside the main group. Forgive my lack of introduction. I am the examiner for the first round, Sats. The voice of the mustachioed examiner echoed from the front. Next, I will lead you to the second examination site. Please keep up with my pace. Sats, a one-star relic hunter. Yamcha leisurely kept pace with a group of examinees, maintaining a speed that was neither too fast nor too slow. Such a level of physical exertion was nearly negligible for him. If he so desired, he could easily surpass the examiner, Satsu. He remained steady, refraining from drawing attention to himself. Casting a glance at the main characters, who were engrossed in forging connections, he chose to remain uninvolved. Mindful of the unpredictable nature of the situation, his sole objective was to endure until he secured his hunter's license. Then, to the astonishment of those around him, he produced a pair of inline skates and donned them with ease. Cheating. This was outright cheating. Leo, who was beginning to tire, exploded with indignation, vociferously denouncing Yamcha. He had already expressed his disapproval when Killua used a skateboard, but this was an even greater transgression. Inline skates. Why not just drive a car? As a hunter, one must be prepared for anything. If one has done nothing, one should not cast blame upon others. Yamcha retorted to Leo, and, with a swift push of his left foot, he surged ahead, leaving Leo in a cloud of dust, seething with impotent fury. This made things even easier for Yamcha. In truth, this was merely an illusion. The inline skates hovered just 0.1 millimeters above the ground, manipulated by his nun. The so-called skating was merely for show. The true purpose was to hone the delicate control of his nun. After more than 6 hours had elapsed, an increasing number of examinees began to falter. Yet Examiner Satsu showed no signs of slowing down. Coupled with some candidates engaging in underhanded tactics, the number of those eliminated swiftly escalated. Finally, after the 7th hour, the passageway came to an end, giving way to an even more despairing sight, an infinite staircase. Some individuals excelled at running, but struggled with climbing stairs, especially in this seemingly endless corridor. Having previously taken an elevator from the barbecue restaurant to reach the examination point, which was situated 100 floors underground, it meant that this seemingly infinite staircase was at least 100 stories high. Climbing stairs was notoriously hard on the knees, Yamcha mused, though his pace remained unhurried as he stayed in the midst of the main group. Of course, the soles of his shoes were still floating. As Yamcha mentally counted to the 100th step, an exclamation rang out ahead. Ah, an exit. The illumination ahead shone like a beacon of hope, igniting a flame within the hearts of the examinees, prompting them all to exert themselves. No one wished to be eliminated just as they were about to reach the finish line. Emerging from the seemingly endless underground corridor, they found themselves before a primordial forest shrouded in mist. Within the dense foliage, peculiar sounds intermittently echoed, sending chills down their spines. The first examination was only halfway through. Those eliminated prior faced no mortal peril, but what lay ahead was far more treacherous. Chapter 38. He has a mouth, therefore he is not human. The Shimmering Marshland, also known as the Den of Deceivers, was the essential passage to the second examination. This forest was home to many unique and strange creatures, most of which were cunning and greedy beings that could even deceive humans in their quest for sustenance. As the chief examiner for the first test, Satsu continued to fulfill his role as the narrator. Yamcha could sense the faint, elusive auras emanating from the thickets and the forest. Undoubtedly the presence of monsters lurking within the treacherous confines of the Chimera wetlands. However, he could not ascertain the capabilities of these creatures. If they were merely at the level of licensed hunters, they would pose no significant threat. The beings inhabiting this wetland employ various deceptive tactics to ensnare their prey, seizing the opportunity to devour them. Please, tread carefully in my wake, and exercise utmost caution, should you fall victim to their ruses. At this point, Seisai's expression darkened considerably. It could prove fatal. Upon hearing Seisai's words, many candidates swallowed hard, their anxiety palpable. The peril associated with the hunter examination escalated from this very moment. Therefore, remember, do not lag behind, and do not be deceived. Now, follow closely behind me. Once the nature of the deception was established, who would be foolish enough to fall for it? While some candidates were anxious, others remained unfazed, each believing themselves to be particularly astute. Perhaps others might be deceived, but certainly not themselves. As the group prepared to set off, a somewhat feeble voice interjected. Wait a moment, do not be fooled. Following the sound, they beheld a disheveled man, appearing severely injured, emerging slowly from behind a pile of stones. That man is not the examiner, he shouted, pointing at Sensei. I am the true examiner. The unexpected appearance of this man left the candidates in a state of confusion. Most of the larger group leaned towards believing Sensei was indeed the examiner, having traversed this path together with him. The remaining candidates stood in neutrality, unable to distinguish truth from deception. Take a look at this. The newcomer hurled an object he had been dragging, revealing a corpse before the astonished crowd. It was a humanoid creature bearing a striking resemblance to Sensei, possessing a lower body reminiscent of a monkey. Notably, while Sensei lacked a mouth, this creature boasted a full set of sharp teeth. He is not human, the man declared, pointing at Sensei with fervor. The sight of the thrown corpse unsettled the candidates. The resemblance was uncanny. Could it truly be a mere coincidence? Faced with such undeniable evidence, those who had previously remained neutral began to lean towards the belief that the man before them was indeed the true examiner. While even those who had trusted Sensei started to waver, seeds of doubt had taken root and begun to flourish. Who among them was genuine, and who was the impostor? Or was it possible that both were false? The so-called den of deceivers had commenced the game of trickery the moment they set foot in the Chimera wetlands. Some candidates glanced at Sensei, hoping for an adequate explanation, yet he showed no inclination to defend himself, merely observing the unfolding spectacle with a demeanor akin to that of a spectator at a monkey show. This is a man-faced ape, a beast that thrives in the Chimera wetlands. These creatures favor fresh human flesh. However, due to their slender and weak limbs, they can only masquerade as humans, luring unsuspecting victims into the wetlands with sweet words, where they, along with other beasts, capture their prey. After such a coordinated assault, those lacking in intellect are easily led astray. Who is real? Who is false? I had sensed something amiss long ago. How could a normal person move so swiftly? This fellow is certainly not human. The silence of Sensei only amplified the doubts among the candidates, and the man grew increasingly agitated. He aimed to ensnare all those participating in the hunter exam. Everyone should steer clear of him. Come with me swiftly. While the man continued to manipulate the crowd, he drew closer, seemingly intending to seize one individual and flee with him. At that moment, the closest person to him was Yamcha. Do not approach me. Leave. Yamcha coldly admonished, glaring at the advancing man. Although he harbored a keen curiosity regarding the beasts of the Chimera wetlands, he had no intention of allowing this individual to touch him. Who knows what unknown bacteria these creatures might carry? Direct contact was far too precarious. Most critically, the man was a monkey, a primate, no less. The very thought of a monkey brought to mind the Scions, and reflecting on Scions conjured images of the vegetable people, which in turn reminded him of that iconic scene of one collapsing lifelessly on the ground. Thus, Yamcha felt no fondness whatsoever for monkeys. Kid, do not be ungrateful. The man's retort was met with the dark muzzle of a gun. Bang! Without further ado, Yamcha fired a shot directly into the man's forehead. Crimson blood gushed forth, and due to the proximity, the man's entire head was obliterated. Have you ever witnessed a watermelon burst? It resembled the man's head at that moment perfectly. Enough with the nonsense. An impostor, Yamcha declared, and as he spoke, the features of the deceased man began to twist grotesquely, revealing a mouthful of sharp teeth and a face cloaked in fur. Now, that was a true monster. This boy is remarkably decisive and dangerously so. This incident elevated many people's perception of Yamcha, their gazes now laced with wariness, instinctively distancing themselves from him. While there were other candidates armed with firearms, few would resort to shooting at the slightest provocation as he did. Even if others suspected the man, they would hesitate to act. For even a 90% certainty leaves room for error. What if they were wrong? Such a scenario played into Yamcha's hands. Realizing he could no longer remain inconspicuous until the finals, he decided to adopt a bold approach, presenting himself as a dangerous figure wielding a firearm. This would divert attention to the weapon while concealing his true prowess, simultaneously averting unnecessary troubles, particularly from certain fools lacking discernment who might seek to provoke him. As for carrying a gun, that was a trivial matter. The regulations of the hunter exam did not prohibit firearms. There were participants with sniper rifles among them, and as long as one possessed the capability to bring one, it was hardly an issue. How did you discover that? Only the examiner, Sensei, shifted from his prior passive observation, now scrutinizing Yamcha with keen interest. How did I discover it? Yamcha was taken aback. One hand spread with fingers splayed just inches from his face, ensuring his eyes remained unobstructed, while the other hand tucked the handgun back into his pocket, gently caressing it. Striking a pose that would be impossible for an ordinary person to achieve, reminiscent of scenes frequently encountered in the world. At this moment, his artistic style appeared to have transformed, becoming distinct from that of others. He solemnly declared, "He has a mouth, while you do not. Therefore, he is the false one. A monster." Chapter 39. The combination of beauty and the beast. Is it really because of this? Surely, lacking a mouth makes one more monstrous. The candidates contemplated this in their minds, displaying expressions that suggested they thought he was jesting. Simultaneously, their assessment of Yamcha's danger level escalated. No one relished the idea of engaging with someone whose logic diverged so starkly from the norm. That makes sense, Sensei mused, stroking his small mustache. Evidently pleased with Yamcha's explanation. Many candidates inwardly thought, "Are you both unwell?" A voice that sent chills down one's spine interjected, "Allow me to remind you." One could see Hisoka with one hand on his face, the other pointing to where the man had fallen. Monster, but there is still another. As Hisoka's words hung in the air, the corpse, previously dragged by the man, suddenly opened its eyes and sprang away, sprinting desperately into the nearby thicket. Its speed surpassed that of most candidates present. Unfortunately, the moment it appeared alongside its companion, its fate had already been sealed. With a swift sound, a playing card pursued the humanoid gorilla with even greater velocity, embedding itself in the back of its head. With a thud, it fell to the ground, lifeless. Truly, a display of overestimation and fragility. The examiners of the Hunter examination are professional hunters appointed by the Hunter Association's review committee, each one a rare powerhouse. Their strength incomparable to any of us aspiring hunters. After saying this, he cast a disdainful glance at the already lifeless man. Such a weak character could never serve as an examiner. "Thank you for your compliment, but that does not justify your attack on me," Sensei said, discarding the playing card in his hand, his expression impassive as he addressed Hisoka. It turned out that while Hisoka had dispatched the humanoid gorilla, he had also thrown a card toward Sensei. "Oh dear, I simply couldn't help myself. What if you are also false? Wouldn't that be dreadful?" Although Hisoka spoke of dire consequences, his expression belied any sense of dread. "From this moment forth, regardless of your reasoning, should you launch another attack against me, you shall forfeit your qualification for the examination. Please remember that." "Understood," Hisoka replied, casting a discreet glance at Yamcha. A playing card rested near his lips, the corners of his mouth curving upward, leaving one to wonder about his thoughts. Thankfully, Hisoka had not dealt himself a card earlier. Otherwise, Yamcha, without revealing his full strength, would have had little confidence in blocking that card with bullets. Pretending to be formidable was one thing. His marksmanship was quite ordinary. He could only achieve the level of hitting a target at 100 paces, unable to bend bullets or enchant them, rendering him rather unremarkable. Thus, the examination continues. Under the guidance of Examiner Sensei, a new round of the endurance race commenced once more. However, this time it was not merely a test of stamina and physical strength, but also an evaluation of perception, ability, and luck. The Chimera wetlands are perpetually shrouded in mist, so dense that an ordinary person can only discern objects within a mere 3 meters. Within this thick fog lurk a plethora of grotesque beasts, including the murderous tortoise that misleads lost travelers into becoming its prey, and the colossal carnivorous frog that lies in wait beneath the grass for unsuspecting victims. There are also mushrooms that explode like landmines and butterflies capable of inducing hypnosis. The previously encountered humanoid ape can only be regarded as a mere appetizer, being the most diminutive of the monsters inhabiting the Chimera wetlands. Unbeknownst to many, several candidates have already fallen victim to these creatures. However, these are not the gravest threats. With a modicum of caution, enhanced strength, and swiftness to keep pace with Sensei, one could evade peril. Sensei's route is an unequivocally safe path, devoid of danger, provided one does not stray or fall behind. Yet, the most formidable danger does not originate from the external realm, but rather from within, a fellow candidate. Spurred by the recent bloodshed, harbors murderous intent. This self-proclaimed magician, Hisoka, stealthily vanishes into the fog, as the anguished cries of candidates and the pungent scent of blood permeate the air. Regrettably, they can only blame their misfortune for encountering Hisoka and their own inadequacies in facing him. Power equates to the hope of survival, a conviction that Yamcha firmly embraces. However, He harbors no inclination to rescue others. Instead, he trails behind Sensei with unwavering steadiness. He has no desire to confront Hisoka on behalf of the other candidates. Whether one can prevail is irrelevant. This is not his concern, but rather the examiner's responsibility. If the examiner does not intervene, then he will not meddle in this affair. With great power comes great responsibility? No, with great authority comes great responsibility. Therefore, dear candidates, may fortune favor you. Farewell. Yamcha steadfastly follows in Sensei's wake. The first examination culminates at the Viscon Forest Park, which spans across the Chimera wetlands. The area is starkly sparse, save for a structure resembling a garage. Upon leading the initial group to their destination, Sensei briefly instructs them to rest before falling silent, patiently awaiting the arrival of the remaining candidates. Most of the candidates, with few exceptions, appear utterly exhausted. From an initial cohort of over 400, only a little more than a quarter remain. This location serves as the venue for the second examination, where a new examiner will soon assume responsibility. As the candidates gather, Sensei addresses them. It is time to part ways. Please continue to strive. With that, Sensei's figure dissipates from view. The candidates, bewildered, exchange glances, pondering what to do next and the whereabouts of the examiner. If they could rate the chief examiner's performance, surely it would shatter records. At that moment, a thunderous noise emanated from the garage-like structure behind them. The large door of the garage slowly creaked open, revealing a stunningly attractive girl, exuding charm in her provocative attire. She lounged on the sofa, her legs crossed, adorned in a fishnet short-sleeved top, tattered denim shorts, and a pair of gothic knee-high boots. A combination that was undeniably aesthetically pleasing. However, the only flaw lay in her hairstyle. Her hair was styled into an unflattering top knot that was, at the very least, not to Yamcha's taste. Behind her sat a towering figure, approximately 7 or 8 meters tall, whose stomach growled like thunder. He was hungry. This striking duo, reminiscent of Beauty and the Beast, comprised the chief examiners for the second round of testing, the formidable one-star gourmet hunter, Min Chi, and the rotund Buhala. Chapter 40. The flavor must satisfy me. The theme of the second examination was cooking. As long as they prepared a dish that pleased us, they would pass. First, you must make the dish I specify, Buhala declared, his hunger palpable, almost leading him to faint. Min Chi added, only upon passing can you prepare the dish I designate. As soon as we declare it delicious, you will be deemed qualified, and the test will conclude once we are satiated. The two introduced the rules of this assessment. First up is me. Buhala, drooling in eagerness, stated, my request is simple, a whole roasted pig. It is my favorite dish, and any type of pig will suffice. Feel free to choose as you wish. The second examination officially commenced. With Buhala's announcement, the candidates scattered into the forest like fish diving into water. Although they mentioned various types of pigs, in reality, only one species existed in this plain, the most ferocious and savage boar, the ferocious snout boar. The first task of the second examination was a test of skill. Buhala, you are truly wicked. At least 70% of these candidates will likely be eliminated, Min Chi remarked, tapping Buhala with a carefree demeanor, embodying the spirit of a strong woman. Examiner, the roasted pig you requested is ready, a voice called out from behind them, accompanied by the rich aroma of meat. Yamcha approached with a colossal platter. So soon? Only a few minutes have elapsed since the announcement of the exam content. This time frame barely suffices for roasting. Min Chi remarked, scrutinizing the platter. This is not the ferocious snout boar. Where did you procure this? She questioned, her brow furrowing with determination to uncover the truth. What Yamcha presented was not the coveted ferocious snout boar, but rather an ordinary domestic pig. Examiner, you stated that any pig would do, Yamcha replied, sidestepping Min Chi's inquiry. Regardless of the type, as long as it's a whole roasted pig, Buhala stated, seemingly unconcerned. While it was true that only the ferocious snout boar was native to this region, it was not an absolute rule. Taking the platter from Yamcha, he devoured the whole roasted pig in one go, chewing it voraciously before spitting out a pile of bones. Delicious, quite satisfactory. You pass, he declared. To be fair, it was indeed commendable, for Yamcha had trained in culinary arts under Torasati, though he typically lacked the motivation to cook. Min Chi shouted angrily, Buhala. Min Chi, this isn't a flavor test. There's no need to dwell on it, Buhala replied, patting his stomach. The pig cooked by Yamcha can at best serve as an appetizer. Humph. I won't be so easily fooled later, Min Chi retorted, turning to glare at Yamcha, stating each word with precision. I will indeed savor the dishes you prepare, in appreciation of your care from earlier. Indeed, Min Chi was the renowned one-star gourmet hunter that Yamcha had recently hired to cook for him. Min Chi, is that your friend? Buhala inquired curiously. Humph, Just someone I know, Minchi muttered, turning her head away, giving Yamcha no favorable expression whatsoever. How dare he critique her culinary creations? She vowed to make him pay for it today. By the way, I have a task for you. Are you willing to accept it? Absolutely not. I will never cook for you again. Not even leftover rice. Aren't you still in debt for 300 million? The gourmet hunter profession entails an extreme obsession with food, and Minchi is undoubtedly the most fervent among them. Thus, despite being one of the world's rare culinary masters, she sometimes inadvertently overspends. Before long, the candidates began to return one after another, all bearing a large pig with an enormous snout. The first test of the second exam had 148 participants, with 60 passing. This meant that Bahala alone had consumed 60 roasted whole pigs, a feat rivaling that of a competitive eater. Terrifying indeed. In response, Minchi was exceedingly displeased, feeling that Bahala was unfaithful to his palate. My test is sushi. Unlike Bahala, I won't be lenient. You must create sushi that truly tantalizes my taste buds. Minchi crossed her arms and, surveying the room, fixed her gaze on Yamcha. Especially you. Do not think you can deceive me with clever tricks this time. Upon hearing this, Yamcha yawned with boredom. For this exam, he certainly would not resort to any clever ruses, as he had no intention of preparing sushi at all. Sushi requires precise knife skills and highlights the essence of the ingredients, predominantly using ocean fish. The location of the second exam was quite distant from the sea, and rather than exerting effort to catch sea fish for a sushi that might not even pass, it would be wiser to rest and recharge. Minchi had previously mentioned her desire to explore unique flavors of sushi, so conventional sushi would not suffice. Moreover, given his understanding of Minchi over this period, even if he managed to make sushi, his culinary skills would not meet her standards, which were far beyond those of someone who had merely studied for a month. Her obsession with food had reached a near-maddening intensity. According to the usual course of events, the results of this exam would be rendered void, so there was no necessity to showcase any culinary prowess. Nonetheless, to prepare for any unforeseen circumstances, Yamcha had made appropriate preparations, should anything arise. He would have to initiate his plan. With a gentle sigh, Yamcha found a secluded spot and succumbed to slumber. Inadequate, inadequate, inadequate. You are all utterly unqualified. The voice of Minchi broke the silence, rousing him from his sleep. She was thumping the table, vehemently berating the candidates. You lot show no respect for cuisine. What you've produced is more unpalatable than excrement. Have you actually tasted it? Yamcha quipped, stifling a yawn as he entered. Catching sight of Minchi's furious countenance directed at the candidates, exacerbated by the absence of any worthy dishes, her frustration escalated, fueled by the thought of initially intending to challenge Yamcha, only to discover him napping instead of presenting an acceptable culinary creation. You disrespectful fools. Apologize. You all owe an apology. Minchi's fury reached a boiling point as she thundered at the candidates. I declare that none of the participants in the second half of this hunter exam have qualified. 60 candidates. Not a single one has succeeded. The most outstanding candidate in Chapter 41? This result is immutable, she insisted stubbornly, regardless of Bahara's attempts to persuade her otherwise. Yamcha cast a sidelong glance at Minchi. Recognizing the implications of her obstinate behavior, her actions were extinguishing the candidates' hopes of obtaining their hunter licenses. Among the participants were several who possessed abilities surpassing that of the examiners, with notoriously volatile tempers. Yamcha sensed that Hisoka and Krallo were on the verge of losing their composure. If those two were to unleash their wrath, survival would be a grim prospect for anyone present. Just as tensions between the candidates and examiners reached a boiling point, Yamcha gazed skyward, feeling a formidable aura drawing near. Having trained with Master Karen for several months, he had not mastered the art of aura control, yet he could discern a presence that was both colossal and terrifying. Defying description. Truly, such strength exemplified the backbone of the Hunter Association. Suddenly, a figure descended from the heavens, causing a subtle tremor in the ground. An elderly man with wispy white hair and a small braid at the back of his head materialized before the crowd. He was none other than Netero, one of the most formidable forces in the Hunter world. Under Netero's intervention, Minchi, the chief examiner for the second portion of the exam, altered the test from sushi preparation to the boiling of eggs. Naturally, these were no ordinary eggs, but those of the spider bird. Known for nesting on towering cliffs thousands of meters high, these eggs were reputed to be the most delectable in the Hunter world. To be fair, their flavor was indeed exceptional. Consequently, Yamcha discreetly procured a significant number of spider bird eggs. Ultimately, 40 candidates passed the second exam. The venue for the third examination is situated far from the expansive plain of the second, requiring a journey by airship to reach. The candidates who successfully pass the second examination are gradually boarding the airship, a distinctive mode of transportation in the hunter world. In this realm, there are no airplanes. Despite the technological advancements resembling modernity, the trajectory of development is as convoluted as that in the Dragon Ball universe. It must be noted that while airships may not match airplanes in speed, they excel in spaciousness and comfort, equipped with a variety of amenities including dining areas, lounges, and even entertainment rooms. We are scheduled to arrive at our next destination by 8 o'clock tomorrow morning. Until I contact you, feel free to engage in leisure activities. A peculiar creature, diminutive in stature with a head resembling a green pea, is introducing himself to the crowd. This is the Bean Man from the Hunter Association, a strange humanoid resembling a magical beast, representing a unique species within the hunter world, currently serving as the secretary to Chairman Netero. What are your thoughts on this year's candidates? While the candidates rest throughout the airship, the examiners from the previous 2 sessions are engaged in conversation within a private chamber. The speaker, Mr. Satsu, who notably lacks a mouth yet has sipped coffee, comments, "This year's newcomers are exceptionally talented." As he relishes a delectable feast, Mr. Bahara, with a mountain of empty plates before him, adds, "However, it remains uncertain how many among them will succeed." Satsu responds, "High quality does not necessarily equate to a large number of passers. The hunter exam is not a standardized test. It is relatively lenient overall. In theory, anyone deemed human or not by the examiners can pass. Take Minchi as an example. Had Netero not made a strong appearance, her declaration of no passers would have been absolute. Have you noticed any candidates who stand out or exhibit exceptional qualities?" Minchi reclines boldly on the sofa and remarks, "I find contestant 294 quite impressive, albeit he is bald." Contestant 294, known as Hanzo, claims to be a ninja and is the only candidate to have prepared sushi, which Minchi deems subpar. Satsu takes another sip of coffee and suggests, "I would choose contestant 99. He possesses considerable potential." Contestant 99 is Killua, the male second lead. "I do not favor that arrogant and capricious fellow." Minchi assesses her impression of Killua, then glances at Mr. Bahara, who is indulging in another plate of pork knuckle. "What do you think, big guy?" Bahara replies, "Though he is not a newcomer, he has made a significant impression on me." Contestant 44. Minchi nods in agreement. "That individual's murderous aura is unmistakable. My intense reaction is largely due to him. He seems intent on provoking a confrontation with us. He is indeed a perilous character." The 3 unanimously concur on their assessment of contestant 44, Hisoka. His impression is indelibly etched in their minds, and notably, he participated in the previous hunter exam, injuring an examiner at that time. This is precisely why this examination has enlisted 1-star hunters as examiners. Otherwise, licensed hunters would suffice. Apart from these few individuals, there is another newcomer who deserves considerable attention. Sensei set down his coffee, his expression turning grave. The first candidate, Yamcha, piqued the interest of the other 2 examiners. Bahara was the first to speak. "The first one? Isn't he a friend of Minchi? I've mentioned before that they are merely acquaintances." Minchi retorted, her face pouting in frustration. Noticing the inquisitive gazes from her companions, she continued, "Though I harbor no fondness for that guy, I must concede that his abilities are remarkably exceptional, perhaps even surpassing those of candidate number 44. I have a strong intuition that if there is only one individual capable of passing this examination, it would undoubtedly be him." You may recall that the association once issued a peculiar task, seeking practice partners who were not star-level hunters. A single practice session could earn 120 million genie, and defeating him would yield a staggering 200 million genie. Many hunters from the association flocked to this task, which was initiated by Yamcha. Sensei and Bahara pondered for a moment, seemingly recalling this unusual task. Licensed hunters technically do not count as formal members of the association due to their considerable numbers. Official hunters, strictly speaking, can merely be regarded as ordinary members, whereas star-level hunters represent the backbone of the association, its most invaluable asset. Consequently, this ancillary requirement did not attract significant attention. A total of 184 hunters from the entire association accepted this task. Within a mere 3 months, he had successively defeated 138 licensed hunters and 46 official hunters. This indeed suggests impressive strength. Sensei and Bahara nodded in agreement. Defeating licensed hunters indicates a high level of aptitude, while overcoming official hunters signifies formidable prowess. Yet, even with these accomplishments, he would merely be rated comparably to candidate number 44, Hisoka. However, the truth extends far beyond these mere statistics. Chapter 42, Killua. A man must endure. I can assure you that his strength far exceeds this level. Throughout, he has merely been testing his capabilities, or rather, he has been playing. Minchi, lost in reminiscence, remarked, "You are all aware of my character. My obsession with culinary arts is unwavering. Once I have determined a menu, it is immutable, regardless of whether my interlocutor is a king of a nation." Upon hearing Minchi's words, Bahara, also a culinary hunter, felt a bead of sweat slide down his forehead. He had witnessed Minchi's fixation firsthand. Suddenly, he seemed to have a revelation. Could it be that? Yes. This guy actually attempted to alter the menu I had reserved 3 days in advance. As she spoke, even though some time had passed, Minchi still appeared quite indignant. When Minchi becomes entrenched in her culinary obsession, it transforms into a terrifying situation. She simply will not heed your words, regardless of your wealth or status as her employer. Unless, indeed, he restored my sanity amid my fury, Minchi stated with indignation. Are you saying he subdued you? Bahara exclaimed in astonishment. Upon hearing such a question from his companion, Minchi's gaze flickered with hesitation as he stammered, "Yes, indeed." To label it as mere uniform would be a euphemism. To be precise, it was a lack of resistance. Do you know what type of nin user he is? Sensei inquired curiously, intrigued by Minchi's description. This leads me to my second point. Minchi took a deep breath. I am quite certain of one thing. He does not utilize none. In his own words, he does not know none. Does not know none. Both Sensei and Bahala exclaimed in astonishment, while Minchi nodded seriously. It is hard to fathom how someone could be so formidable without employing nin abilities, overpowering me, who had activated my own nun, with sheer strength. Little Chia, you were so close to snatching the ball from the chairman. Keep it up. In a spacious room above the airship, Little Jia and Chia were collaborating to seize the ball from Netero, with Yamcha standing nearby, acting as a referee and occasionally cheering for them. If you wish, you may join their ranks. As long as you manage to snatch the ball from me, you shall obtain a hunter's license, Netero suggested, evading Chia's stealthy attack. Not interested. Yamcha retorted without a moment's hesitation. His ultimate goal was not the hunter's license. If Netero were to offer a different reward, such as personally teaching him none if he succeeded in seizing the ball, he might consider it. One cannot seize the ball without giving their all, and doing so would inevitably reveal one's strength. To expose one's abilities in the world of hunters? Such imprudence is perilous. Oh, what a pity, Netero remarked, shrugging his shoulders in response to Yamcha's reluctance, continuing to engage Little Jia and Chia in playful competition. Hey, Chia, try using your shifting steps again. You might just manage to snatch the ball from Uncle Netero. Little Jia, seize the opportunity for a sneak attack. It will increase your chances of securing the ball. The trio continued their game, with Yamcha occasionally interjecting with suggestions. You were so close just now, merely a hair's breadth away. What a shame. Let Little Jia take the lead this time. You use shifting steps to find the right moment for a sneak attack, and I am certain you will seize the ball. The shifting steps he referred to is one of the assassination techniques of the Zoldyck family, utilizing the tempo of footsteps to create afterimages that confound the enemy's movements. It bears some resemblance to the afterimage technique in Dragon Ball, but produces more phantoms, albeit with less practicality. This guy has been secretly learning all along. Chia shot a disapproving glare at Yamcha, but obediently employed the shifting steps. While Yamcha's intention was to learn the technique, his advice proved genuinely beneficial. After observing the application of the shifting steps again, I have grasped its principles. With dark steps, serpent's dance, and shifting steps, this journey has been worthwhile, as I have acquired a considerable array of techniques. Of course, all these techniques were learned by stealth from Chia, all belonging to the assassination arts of the Zoldyck family. Even if you have mastered these techniques, you must refrain from using them indiscriminately in front of others to avoid unnecessary trouble. Seeing Yamcha seemingly attempting to learn the assassination techniques employed by Killua, Netero kindly cautioned him. After all, these methods belong to the Zoldyck family. While techniques themselves are not bound by copyright, the reputation of the world's foremost assassination family is not to be taken lightly. Who knows if someone might come looking for trouble? Rest assured, Chairman Netero, I have my own sense of discretion, Yamcha said with a squint and a chuckle, appearing in high spirits. What does it matter about assassin families? Unless you can traverse dimensions to confront me, I would gladly acknowledge you as the strongest. I'm done playing. I'm done. This old man hasn't even moved his left hand or right foot. He's merely toying with us, Killua declared, drenched in sweat after another failed attempt, conceding defeat. Oh, are we not playing anymore? What a pity, Yamcha lamented. It's too fleeting. As a man, one must possess endurance. Hey, you just want to steal my techniques. Killua retorted sharply. And I'm merely a 12-year-old boy. In contrast to the innocent Gon, the precocious Killua had been exposed to late-night television at an early age. fully aware of what Yamcha meant by endurance. 12, you say? I am but 13 myself, Yamcha replied with a grin. Surely you jest. Killua scoffed. Yamcha shrugged, offering no defense. Despite being nearly 2 heads taller than Killua and appearing like an 18-year-old youth, his actual age was merely a year greater than Killua's. Consider the case of Leorio, whose face bore the marks of 30 yet was truly only 18. Thus, Yamcha's situation was not implausible. After Killua departed, only Gon and Netero remained, while Yamcha found a casual excuse to leave. There was nothing for Gon to learn, and Netero relied solely on his physical prowess, rendering his presence of little value. With Killua unable to seize the ball from Netero, it was even less likely for Gon to succeed. Consequently, Gon never managed to touch the ball in Netero's possession. The ball-snatching contest concluded with Netero's victory. But Gon did succeed in prompting Netero to use his right hand, which in a sense was a triumph. By 10 o'clock the following morning, they arrived at the location for the third examination. It was an enormous cylindrical structure soaring into the clouds, known as the Heaven-S Arena or the Trap Tower, situated on a small island in the southern region, serving as a prison. Chapter 43, What Have I Missed? The sole requirement for the third examination was straightforward, regardless of the method. Contestants must reach the ground alive within a time limit of 72 hours. The tower had no windows, resembling a sheer cliff. What hints could there be? How does one descend? Must one jump? A contestant, standing at the edge of the tower, gazed down and remarked, jumping from here would be no different from committing suicide. From the pinnacle to the base of the tower spans at least several kilometers, and the narrow gaps surrounding the structure rendered descent exceedingly arduous. For an ordinary individual, attempting to descend would be tantamount to suicide. However, for someone of my caliber as an elite rock climber, it is a trivial task. A dark-skinned man proclaimed this as he began to scale the nearby rock face in reverse. At his climbing pace, he would likely reach the tower's base in just a few hours, only to be snatched away and devoured by a flock of bizarre birds that seemingly materialized from nowhere. These peculiar creatures were truly an odd sight to behold. Yamcha gazed upon them with disdain. Each of these strange birds bore the faces and limbs of infants. Their mouths filled with sharp teeth, and their wings appeared stark and bare. The hair atop their heads and bodies was disheveled, resembling a tangle of weeds. They could hardly be described as merely ugly. The fauna of the hunter world consisted of all manner of bizarre and haphazardly formed beings, and in comparison, the dinosaurs and beastly humanoids of the Dragon Ball universe seemed far more visually appealing. The emergence of these peculiar birds thwarted any straightforward descent strategy for the remaining candidates, leaving everyone to ponder how they might navigate down the tower. Known as the Trap Tower, this structure was riddled with hazards, and those aspiring to descend would have to seek out hidden mechanisms. None of those who reached the third examination were fools. In just a short while, half of the occupants at the tower's summit had vanished. As the numbers dwindled, the remaining participants grew increasingly anxious, fervently searching for the means to enter the tower. Only Yamcha remained seated, dozing off in solitude. An hour later, he found himself the last person atop the tower. With everyone else departed, he deemed it time to descend. He had no interest in the trivial challenges within the Trap Tower or engaging in deceitful games with a band of criminals. He had his own methods. With this thought, he stretched his limbs and approached the edge of the tower, peering downwards. For someone with experience climbing Karen Tower, the distance of the Trap Tower was hardly daunting. What was that fellow planning? The chief examiner, Ryber, munched on snacks while observing the candidates' actions through the monitor screens. The solitary figure of Yamcha caught his attention. Surely, he wasn't considering climbing the tower? Was he intent on courting death? Had the flock of bizarre birds not provided sufficient warning? Even if one could fly, they would be no match for those creatures. Or perhaps he was prepared to surrender, allowing the examiner to manipulate him? Such a course of action seemed perilously unwise. It would be far better to employ one's own methods. Yamcha took a bold step forward. Due to the force of gravity, he plummeted downwards at a remarkable speed with a swift whoosh. Indeed, he had lost his mind. Upon witnessing Yamcha's reckless behavior, Ryber chose to disregard him, redirecting his attention to the other candidates. Each year, there were always those with poor psychological resilience. Jumping from such a height was akin to suicide. And with the tower surrounded by those bizarre birds, even if one survived the fall, they would surely be captured and consumed. As anticipated by Ryber, a flock of peculiar birds rushed towards Yamcha upon witnessing his descent. In reality, Yamcha had been discreetly employing his telekinetic powers to suspend himself and control his rate of fall. To avoid being monitored, he occasionally pretended to slide down the tower's rocky walls by pushing off with his feet, creating the illusion that he was descending in this manner. When the bizarre birds approached, He took advantage of the situation and firmly landed on the back of one of them. With a punch directed at the creature's head, he uttered the words, "Descend." Accompanied by a discordant cry, a powerful force struck the bird, sending it plummeting towards the ground while Yamcha maintained a mere centimeter of distance between himself and the creature's body. To onlookers, it appeared as though Yamcha was falling alongside the bird. With a thud, the bird's massive form met the ground, splattering into a mass of flesh under the influence of gravity. Yamcha, having stood unharmed on the bird's back, emerged unscathed. The entire descent from the tower's pinnacle to its base unfolded with the fluidity of a rehearsed performance, completing in less than a minute. The third round of the Hunter exam concluded. First place, Yamcha, with a time of 1 hour and 1 minute, 1 hour spent waiting for other candidates to descend, and a formal descent time of 1 minute. Knock, knock, knock. Yamcha, now on the ground, rapped on the door of the first floor of the Jinshui Tower. As the bell rang, Reber casually answered the phone, only to widen his eyes in astonishment at the news. What? The first place has emerged? How did that happen? He hastily adjusted the surveillance, staring in disbelief at Yamcha, who sat in the waiting area, puzzled and oblivious, having forgotten to consume the snack in his hand. How could he have reached the tower's base in just a minute? How did he pass the exam? Could it be that he truly possesses the ability to fly? This sensation evoked memories of a mathematics class where the teacher posed an easy question, only for the student to lose focus momentarily, only to return to find an entirely complex problem on the board. Reber, bewildered, quickly accessed the surveillance footage. After viewing the entire recording, he fell silent. It was evident that the candidate was exceptionally skilled and audacious. Unbeknownst to Yamcha, Reber, the chief examiner of the third round, was deep in thought. Yamcha leaned against a pillar and closed his eyes, seizing the opportunity to rest. With 71 hours remaining, he focused on assimilating the assassination techniques he had surreptitiously learned from the airship. The combination of agile limbs and the phantom fist could yield formidable power when executed correctly. Against opponents reliant solely on their vision to track movement, this technique would prove exceedingly effective. Coupled with the shadow step to obscure his presence and minimize sound, he would become a nightmarish adversary. The only regret is that the lethality of the stolen attack technique, known as the Serpent Strike, is slightly lower than anticipated. As for another assassination technique mastered by Killua, the Heart Extraction, due to its excessively gruesome nature, Yamcha has no intention of learning it. Even if he could cultivate it to the highest level without shedding a drop of blood, he remains resolute in his decision not to acquire it. Yamcha has been waiting for nearly 3 days, 72 hours. Chapter 44. Hanzo, that guy is extremely dangerous. While Yamcha was waiting for several hours, candidates gradually arrived at the finish line. The second to arrive was Hisoka, who called himself a magician, taking 6 hours. Upon seeing Yamcha, Hisoka displayed an inscrutable smile that made Yamcha want to draw his submachine gun and unleash a barrage. Following him were the Nail Monster, Kitarai, and the Ninja Hanzo, all of whom Yamcha had previously taken note of and successfully passed the exam, along with Gon and his companions, among others. At this point, the Hunter exam was nearing its conclusion, typically comprising 5 rounds. The fourth assessment involves hunters and prey, a dualistic notion where one can simultaneously be a hunter and a target. In simpler terms, it is a contest for name tags. Each participant's name tag is worth 3 points, while others are valued at 1 point. To pass this round, one must secure at least 6 points. If one chooses to target another's name tag rather than their own, they must defeat at least 3 individuals. The targets are selected randomly. Theoretically, it is possible to draw one's own name tag, with one's name tag worth 3 points and the target's also worth 3. That would mean a total of 6 points, thereby ensuring passage. Unfortunately, he did not draw his own name tag. The box seemed to possess an ability to discern automatically, perhaps indicative of some form of nin ability. Yamcha's number is 1, and the target he drew is one of the opponents he least wishes to encounter, Kitarai, the Nail Monster, number 301. Kitarai, whose real name is Illumi Zoldyck, is the eldest son of the Zoldyck family, the most notorious family of assassins in the Hunter world. He is the older brother of Killua Zoldyck. Although he presents as a peculiar figure with a face full of nails and a mohawk hairstyle, these are merely disguises. In reality, he is a strikingly handsome young man with large, expressive eyes and long, straight hair. He has been idolized by certain women as one of the 3 most attractive figures in the Hunter world, alongside Hisoka and Krallo, the leader of the Phantom Troop. He is a ruthless killer, willing to resort to any means to achieve his goals, and harbors a severe obsession with Killua, exhibiting a strong desire for control. However, the crux of the matter is that he is formidable. From the moment he appears, he stands at the pinnacle of the hunter world, remaining among the elite even in later stages. Throughout the narrative, he rarely encounters setbacks, the only instance being when Killua wished to have him teleported away. He is a perilously captivating individual, possessing both beauty and strength, much like Yamcha himself. Killua possesses the art of assassination, and his skills extend even further and stronger. If he could covertly learn the techniques from Illumi, the benefits would undoubtedly be immense. Thus, a glimmer of determination flickered in Yamcha's eyes as he set foot on the island designated for the examination, briefly lingering his gaze on Illumi before vanishing into the dense forest. The fourth examination differed from its predecessors, not commencing simultaneously but rather in a sequential manner based on the rankings from the third test. As Yamcha had achieved the top score in the previous round, he was granted the privilege of being the first to land on the island. This afforded him ample time to find a suitable hiding spot and lay traps. Hours passed, and one by one, Yamcha hummed a cheerful tune as he collected the name tags from the three individuals he had ambushed: 197, 198, 199. The owners of these tags were Amori, Amori, and Yamori, three siblings who were relatively strong competitors. Their fraternal bond fostered complete trust among them, giving them a significant numerical advantage, allowing them to pass the earlier examinations successfully as a trio. They had intended to collaborate once more in this round. However, upon entering the forest, they were unexpectedly ambushed by Yamcha. Having secured enough points, Yamcha had no desire to linger. He decisively made his way toward the examiners. It would be folly to engage Illumi in a confrontation merely to learn a few more assassination techniques or to practice his skills. Winning would yield no advantage, while losing would be devoid of meaning. Lessons learned from the world of Doraemon taught Yamcha that without absolute certainty, one should refrain from taking reckless actions, especially in matters beyond one's control. Variables often outnumber one's own capabilities. Thus, before possessing sufficient trump cards, one should avoid unnecessary provocations. Consequently, Yamcha resolutely abandoned the idea of seizing Illumi's name tag in favor of targeting weaker opponents. As he swiftly advanced, Yamcha suddenly sensed something amiss and halted. After scanning his surroundings and finding nothing, he quickened his pace, disappearing deeper into the forest within mere moments. Almost discovered, Hans, concealed behind a large tree, exhaled slowly upon confirming Yamcha's departure, gradually sliding down to sit against the tree. That gaze had nearly shattered his composure. As a high-ranking ninja of the Hidden Rain village, Hans had traversed the shadows of the world and believed himself well acquainted with danger. Even with someone as perilous as Hisoka, he maintained a safe distance and refrained from provocation. Yet, in that fleeting moment when Yamcha's eyes swept over him, he felt an icy chill, an instinctual awareness of danger. Every nerve and cell in his body warned him to leave the area and distance himself from that individual. Truly, Yamcha was a formidable opponent, the one who had secured first place in the previous examination. He was undeniably dangerous, a presence to be avoided at all costs. Thus, Hans mentally labeled Yamcha as a threat, his target being Yamori, one of the triplets. After tracking the triplets for a while, just as he was about to take action, he was thwarted by Yamcha. His original plan was to launch a surprise attack while Yamcha was distracted or perhaps negotiate a trade for other prestigious items. However, he was caught off guard before he could even set his mind to it. Now, not only was an ambush out of the question, but even approaching Yamcha was something Hans was reluctant to do. Never mind, he thought, it would be better to target a few weaker opponents instead. After all, aside from the primary objective, other prestigious items were still worth 1 point each. Gathering a few more would suffice. Hans steadied himself against a tree trunk, adjusted his mindset, and set off in search of other targets. 5 minutes after Hans had left his original position, a figure slowly emerged from the branch directly above where he had been standing. It was none other than Yamcha, who should have departed long ago. I initially thought it might be Hisoka or Illumi, but it turned out to be the bald Hans. His skills in concealment were quite impressive. I nearly failed to notice him. It's confirmed that he has truly departed without any ambush. Time to move on. Chapter 45. The weakest. The fourth round of the Hunter exam has officially concluded. A total of 9 candidates have qualified. Number 1 Yamcha, number 44 Hisoka, number 99 Killua, number 53 Bokal, number 294 Hans, number 301 Kidarai, number 403 Liurio, number 404 Karapika, and number 405 Gon. All other participants may board the Association's airship to leave. Candidates who hear this announcement and are still alive are urged to proceed to the port for boarding. The announcer's voice echoed through the air. Oh ho ho ho. I didn't expect that 7 out of the 9 qualifiers are newcomers. Chairman Netero, upon hearing that 9 participants had advanced to the final round. Stroked his beard with delight. Very good indeed. It seems that the quality of this year's newcomers is exceptionally high and their talent is remarkable. It is worth noting that not a single candidate qualified in the previous exam. Surrounding him were the examiners from the 1st to 4th rounds. Is this situation common? Asked Bahara, who was continuously stuffing food into his mouth. Well, generally, when there are no qualifiers for 2 or 3 consecutive years, a surge of outstanding young talents tends to emerge, just like now. Since assuming the role of chairman, this was the 4th time he had witnessed such a phenomenon. Minchi was taken aback by Netero's words. Chairman, how old are you this year? I've heard that you were over 100 years old decades ago. Much like the turtle hermit from the Dragon Ball world, Netero's age was measured in centuries. By the way, what was the topic for the final exam? Chakra asked, lifting a piece of steak with his fork, which had vanished by the time he finished speaking. I intend to hold a rather unconventional competition. The examiners looked at Chairman Netero with serious expressions, waiting for his next words. After a considerable pause, when Minchi could hardly contain herself, Netero finally spoke. Actually, I haven't decided yet. Ho ho ho. Indeed, no one could ever guess Chairman Netero's thoughts. After much contemplation, he finally revealed his decision to the other examiners. So the final exam will be an interview? A few examiners appeared utterly bewildered upon hearing Netero's thoughts. Netero raised a finger and waved it before them, declaring, No, I merely wish to pose a few questions to them at the commencement of the final test. Is that all? The examiners chorused, their expressions betraying disbelief as they gazed at Netero. After spending several days in his company, they had come to realize one thing, while others might refrain from such actions. Netero, the first unexpected hunter of the Hunter Association, a jaded and mischievous old rascal, would indeed conduct the interview as the ultimate test of the Hunter examination. That has settled then. Please inform the candidates to come here for their interviews in order, Netero commanded, offering no further explanation. Very well, they acquiesced. Even if the final test truly consisted of interviews, they had no choice but to comply, for he was the president, at least the most prominent figure within the Hunter Association. Candidate number 1, please proceed to the reception room. Candidate number 1, please proceed to the reception room. The first interviewee was Yamcha, who had performed outstandingly in the preceding tests. The interview took place in a Japanese tatami room aboard the airship, with President Netero seated cross-legged at the center. Behind him hung a massive character for heart, intricately crafted with a brush. This character was vigorous and natural, simple yet elegant, both firm and gentle, subtle yet bold. Its strokes floating like clouds or darting like a startled dragon. At first glance, it might seem unadorned, but upon closer inspection, it appeared to encompass the principles of martial arts. To comprehend it could lead to significant advancement in one's martial path. Do you like this character? Netero inquired, noticing Yamcha's prolonged silence as he contemplated the character behind him. This character was penned by Netero himself on the day he achieved mastery in martial arts. A day when he had attained profound enlightenment. The character was not merely a simple symbol. It represented Netero's cultivation in the Noon Ability School, known as the Heart Source School. It could be said that this character encapsulated a significant portion of Netero's lifetime insights into martial arts. Insights that only those who practiced martial arts could truly appreciate, and only those with considerable skill could comprehend. Otherwise, even the likes of Hisoka or Illumi would perceive it as nothing more than a hastily scrawled character. I like it, Yamcha admitted candidly, confident that Netero, with his capabilities, could discern all the strength he concealed beneath the surface. After all, Netero would not have invited him to judge on that day aboard the airship if he indeed found something remarkable in him. Netero, in an act of generosity, waved his hand and said, If you like it, then I shall gift it to you. Yamcha promptly expressed his gratitude, to which Netero waved dismissively, indicating that it was no trouble. For Netero, the character had long ceased to hold any significance. Since someone recognized its value, it was better to put it to use. To possess such martial prowess at your age is truly remarkable. I am quite curious about who your teacher might be. Netero chuckled. Alas, my eyesight has diminished with age, and I failed to recognize you. Truly, I am getting old. If you could recognize me, that would indeed be impressive. Bangu, the flowing rock-shattering fist. Yamcha harbored no intention of concealing anything, for even if he spoke of Bangu, no one would recognize the name. Unless someone could similarly breach the dimensional barrier and traverse into the realm of One Punch Man, it would not necessarily be a world Yamcha had visited. Netero stroked his beard, pondering for quite some time, yet he could not recall a shred of information regarding the flowing rock-shattering fist. As for Bangu, he had never heard of him at all. Perhaps he was a reclusive master? In 2 years, when you reach adulthood, your strength will experience an explosive growth. And this world will belong to your generation. Chairman, I still have 5 years until I reach adulthood, Yamcha corrected with a serious expression. Netero merely shook his head, choosing not to respond. Noticing Netero's dubious demeanor, Yamcha understood he likely did not believe he was only 13. He shrugged, opting not to elaborate further. The idle chatter came to an end. After some time, Netero finally got to the point. First question, what is your purpose in becoming a hunter? To become stronger. To learn nin abilities and to grow in strength. That makes sense, Netero nodded and continued. Who among the other 8 do you most wish to battle? Number 53, Baku. Yamcha replied honestly. And why is that? Because he is the weakest. His response, though truthful, raised questions about his timidity. Shouldn't one aspire to face the strong? In the third match of Chapter 46, Yamcha and Killua. Last question, who among the other 8 do you least wish to battle? Number 301, Jitarai Kuu, and number 44, Hisoka. And why? Because they are the strongest. His answers were decisive and succinct. Whether one could win or lose was one matter. The desire to fight was another. Faced with Yamcha's responses, Netero fell into silence once more. Thank you for your efforts. You may leave. After Yamcha exited, Netero rubbed his face in exasperation, realizing that what he had considered surprising was now compounded by this unexpected revelation. Despite possessing formidable strength, the individual's demeanor was surprisingly timid. This raised a question. How had he acquired such power? Gazing at the bare wall behind him, stripped of its decorative calligraphy, Netero sank into deep thought. After Yamcha's departure, the other candidates gradually entered to answer Netero's 3 questions. Hisoka, most desired opponents 1 and 99, least desired 405 and 99. Killua, no particular desire to battle anyone, least desired 53. Baku, most desired 405, least desired 44. Hanzo, most desired 405, least desired 1. Jitarai Kuu, 99 and 44. Leorio, least desired 405. Kurapika, with reason, I can fight anyone. Without reason, I will not fight anyone. Gon, most desired 44, least desired 99, 403, and 404. After gathering the thoughts of all the candidates, Netero crafted a battle chart. The final test of the Hunter exam unfolds as a series of one-on-one elimination matches. Unlike conventional tournaments where the victor progresses, Netero's unique format allows the defeated to advance. In essence, theoretically, only one individual may be eliminated, while the others can still attain the status of hunter. As long as one secures a single victory, they successfully qualify as a hunter. Compared to the convoluted nature of the previous examinations, this final stage is remarkably lenient and straightforward. Yamcha's match is scheduled as the third in sequence. Preceding him are 2 confrontations. The first pits candidate 294, Hanzo, against 405, Gon, with the loser facing off against candidate 53, Bokal. The second match features candidate 44, Hisoka, against 404, Kurapika, where the loser will contend with 403, Leorio. Yamcha's opponent in the third match is candidate 99, Killua. The loser of this bout will face candidate 301, Zoldyck. Regrettably, it is not Bokal, the weakest competitor, but rather the formidable Killua. Yamcha gazes at the battle chart, feeling a tinge of disappointment. It is indeed unfortunate not to encounter the least challenging opponent. Should he falter, the subsequent match would be against Illumi. He has no desire to confront that individual. It is best left to the 2 brothers to engage in their tumultuous rivalry. Yawn. Observing the prolonged struggle between the 2 contestants on the arena, Yamcha languidly stifled a yawn, tears accumulating at the corners of his eyes. The first match between Gon and Hanzo has dragged on for over 3 hours. This is not due to a parity in their strengths, as Hanzo could easily overpower Gon in a single exchange. Rather, it is solely Gon's stubborn refusal to concede that prolongs the contest. In this final match of the Hunter exam, there are neither rules akin to those of the World Martial Arts Tournament, where one is deemed defeated upon being thrown from the arena, nor the stipulation that losing consciousness for 10 seconds results in an automatic loss. The only way to concede is through a verbal admission of defeat, a rule that constrains competitors. Even when a clear victor could emerge swiftly, the match drags on. In theory, should both participants possess sufficient patience and obstinacy, the contest could extend for days and nights. For 3 hours, Hanzo relentlessly dominated Gon. Yamcha and the others have also witnessed Hanzo's one-sided assault on Gon for 3 hours. What a waste of time. Surely, there are more productive endeavors. Ultimately, Hanzo found himself exasperated by Gon's tenacity and decided to concede in order to expedite the commencement of the next match. However, Gon was adamant, despite being outmatched. He refused to admit defeat, insisting on achieving a legitimate victory. Such behavior is utterly absurd. Gon, you have already lost in a fair contest. Yamcha could no longer bear to watch. He merely wished for these two to conclude this tedious farce devoid of technical merit. It is simply a matter of stubbornness on Gon's part, refusing to acknowledge his loss while feigning integrity. Hanzo merely refrained from employing excessive force, deeming it sufficient for the moment. Yamcha's remarks incited ire among those allied with Killua, yet he remained unfazed. Having received no favors from them and already feeling his patience wearing thin, Killua's character, if viewed favorably, is one of innocence and steadfastness. If viewed unfavorably, it is one of extreme self-centeredness. He pays little heed to others' opinions, as long as it aligns with his own perspective. Under Yamcha's menacing gaze, Hanzo swiftly incapacitated Killua and conceded to the judges, allowing Killua to advance smoothly. Although Killua's victory was attributed to sheer stubbornness, Yamcha admired his tenacity, simultaneously reinforcing his resolve to steer clear of any association with him. Interestingly, among the principal characters of Hunter x Hunter, Yamcha holds a particular appreciation for Killua, who hails from a complex family background. Subsequent plot developments reveal that Killua possesses genuine capabilities. Despite his lineage as an assassin, he proves to be a loyal friend. As for the others, only Leorio, who has minimal screen time, displays a degree of likability, albeit his current boisterousness can be rather exasperating. The reasoning remains consistent. Kurapika, on the other hand, transforms entirely upon any connection to the Phantom Troop, given the tragedy of his clan's annihilation. He would willingly sacrifice his soul for vengeance if it meant achieving that goal. In the second match, Kurapika faced Hisoka. The speed was astonishingly swift. Hisoka, despite clearly dominating Kurapika in strength, conceded after whispering a few words in his ear, allowing Kurapika to advance effortlessly. The third match featured Killua against Yamcha. I've longed to measure my skills against you, Killua remarked, eyeing Yamcha with eager anticipation. Yamcha's various displays during the exam indicated his formidable prowess. Yet, after 4 rounds, apart from the marksmanship showcased in the first match, Killua could discern nothing of Yamcha's true capabilities, perceiving him as merely slightly stronger than the average individual. Were it not for their earlier encounters on the airship, Killua might have believed that luck alone propelled Yamcha to this point. This piqued his interest significantly, a fascination that surpassed even that for his peer, Killua, despite both being of similar age. Chapter 47. Namu Gatlin Bodhisattva, I have no interest. Yamcha declared as he leisurely approached the arena, drawing 2 handguns from his waist. Do not regard me with such fervent eyes. I harbor no interest in boys. I have no interest in boys either. Killua retorted immediately, his face flushing red as he glared at Yamcha with clenched teeth. Perhaps, Yamcha shrugged nonchalantly. Considering your demeanor with Killua and your brother complex, Aluka, who truly knows if you genuinely fancy boys? How infuriating. Just wait and see how I deal with you. Once the referee announced the commencement of the match, Killua sprang into action without delay. His speed was extraordinary, rendering him virtually invisible to the untrained eye. He held a profound confidence in his own swiftness. In mere seconds, a gunshot rang out, and a bullet appeared in the trajectory of Killua's next movement, abruptly interrupting his actions. If he did not halt, he would surely be struck. Reluctant to be hit, Killua was compelled to come to an abrupt stop. TCH. It was merely a stroke of luck, he mused, before launching another attack. As a member of an esteemed family of assassins, Killua had engaged in assassination work from a tender age, having faced countless gun-wielding foes. His expertise in eliminating armed opponents was profound, by closing the distance with unparalleled speed. He deemed the gunman a mere weakling. If one lacked additional skills, a single strike would suffice. Yet, another bullet obstructed Killua's next move. Impossible. The sound of gunfire echoed again and again as Yamcha's bullets thwarted Killua's repeated assaults, each projectile striking accurately along his intended path. To remain stationary was to invite a hit. Every attempt was anticipated by Yamcha, forcing Killua to redirect his approach, resulting in an ever-increasing distance between them. He had completely fallen into Yamcha's rhythm, which was exceedingly frustrating. The gap between them not only failed to close, but widened instead. His movements had been foreseen. Killua thought inwardly, yet his face betrayed a gleeful excitement. How intriguing. It had been ages since he encountered such a formidable adversary. I must see what other skills you possess. With a surge of power from his legs, veins protruding, he accelerated, yet he refrained from rushing into an attack. Instead, he opted to evade Yamcha's bullets with acrobatic flips. Subsequently, he He began to circle around Yamcha at varying speeds, his peculiar footwork producing numerous identical images of Killua, as if he had created clones. Moreover, there was not a sound to be heard. Shadow clone technique. Leorio rubbed his eyes, confirming he was not mistaken, except for Illumi, who maintained an impassive demeanor disguised as a member of the Zoldyck family. The others displayed expressions of astonishment, even Hisoka showing a hint of excitement. So swiftly employing the combination of shadow steps and body flicker, it appeared Killua was indeed going all out. The pairing of shadow steps with body flicker confounded the enemy. Utilizing the silent approach of shadow steps to close in on the opponent, a technique regarded as a silent assassination art in the world of hunters. One could only wonder how it compared to the silent assassination techniques of the Mist Shinobi. Let us get serious. The power of a gun is formidable, but if it cannot hit its target, it is of no use. Killua's voice emanated from all directions, making it impossible to discern its origin, suggesting he had employed some assassination secret that Yamcha was unaware of. Do not concede, for I would be most displeased. Confronted with countless approaching images of Killua and unable to discern which was real, Yamcha calmly inserted his handgun into its holster and nonchalantly reached into his backpack, retrieving a massive black cylindrical object. Let us resolve this all at once. Namu Gatling Bodhisattva. Behold, a shot from my six-pronged tranquility cannon. As a desert bandit, is it not entirely reasonable for me to carry a Gatling gun? With its formidable firepower, in an instant, the illusions conjured by Killua vanished entirely, and even Killua himself narrowly escaped being caught in the hail of bullets. Fortunately, his reflexes were swift enough to retreat to a corner, thus evading disaster. Are you joking? Leorio exclaimed upon seeing the item Yajirobe had produced. Unable to contain his expletives, he stormed towards the referee, vociferously demanding a pause. 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 I demand a pause. A foul had been committed, allowing such an item? Cheating. This is cheating. This is utterly unjust. His actions were more exaggerated than Killua's own. In the face of Leorio's outcry, the referee in black could only gesture to temporarily halt the match, casting a troubled glance at Chairman Netero. As the referee, he too felt that brandishing a weapon of such magnitude was tantamount to cheating. Chairman Netero, the rules of the match do not explicitly prohibit the use of weapons. Yajirobe retorted lightly in response to Leorio's accusations. Fairness? Do you believe the previous match of Gon was fair? Did he not win solely because the rules mandated that he declare his surrender? Otherwise, with his strength, could he truly contend with Hanzo? He would have been eliminated long ago. Firearms, bows, spears, and daggers can all be utilized. Why should the Gatling be exempt? Those are other people's weapons. This is my weapon as well. Ah, you bastard. Leorio, at a loss for words against Yajirobe, felt his anger boiling over, yet he found himself powerless to act. Each time he attempted to rush over to aid Killua, he was thwarted by the hunters in black, left to seethe impotently from the sidelines. At that moment, Netero interjected. Indeed, the rules do not state that weapons cannot be used, and this Gatling gun undoubtedly belongs to Yajirobe. Are you jesting? What kind of weapon can be countered? Leorio continued to fume. Yajirobe coolly retorted, that is merely your ignorance. Your lack of knowledge does not imply the absence of capability. In the hunter world alone, there are numerous nin users capable of withstanding the onslaught of a Gatling gun. The Phantom Troops Yuvijin could take a sniper's bullet to the face. You must be jesting. If such weapons are permissible, should I bring out a rocket launcher next? Wouldn't I be guaranteed victory if I brought a tank to the arena? Leorio continued to seethe in frustration. Really? Yajirobe echoed Leorio's words, quietly producing a larger cylindrical object. Indeed, I have it with me. Leorio felt a lump in his throat, utterly distressed. Then Yajirobe nonchalantly spread his hands, stating, however, I truly do not possess a tank. Curse it. After much effort, Leorio could only manage that one exclamation. Do not heed the rants of those lacking in ability. Ignoring Leorio's impotent rage, Yajirobe patted the Gatling gun and beckoned to Killua. Now then, Killua, shall we continue? Referee, I concede. Seeing that he could not prevent Yamcha from utilizing the Gatling gun, Killua decisively raised his right hand, showing no intention of competing. Why on earth would I want to engage in a confrontation? Killua made a grimace in his mind. Throughout his brief career as an assassin spanning several years, he had encountered few adversaries wielding such formidable weapons. The last time he faced someone with such a perilous armament was 2 years ago when he was tasked with eliminating a certain underworld figure. A mission that came at a price. Those opponents were mere ordinary humans and could not be compared to the likes of Yamcha, who carried danger as a constant companion. His curiosity about Yamcha's strength was merely a fleeting interest, unlike Gon, who was persistently single-minded. Knowing when to retreat was indeed the wisest choice. At this moment, Killua remained the same boy who would opt for retreat at the slightest hint of danger, having never faced the tears of sacrifice. He had yet to grow into the warm-hearted young man willing to risk everything for friends and stand against his brother Illumi and defy family ties. Observing Killua's concession, Yamcha nodded in satisfaction, pleased with his performance. Excellent. Achieving victory without fully exposing his initial layers of deception was commendable. Yamcha had crafted several layers of guile. First layer, gunman and arms enthusiast. Second layer, ninjuser, with abilities yet to be revealed. Third layer, martial artist, also concealed. Fourth layer, stand user, yet to be exposed. To uncover Yamcha's true strength, one must discern which layer of disguise the opponent penetrates. He was confident that even Netero would be unable to see through the final layer without his own initiative to reveal it. Damn it! Leorio was still simmering with indignation. As Yamcha passed by him, he feigned benevolence, reminding him, "Uncle, instead of complaining here, you might want to worry about yourself. Your opponent is Hisoka." "What do you mean?" "Uncle, I'm only 18. You're lying." Leorio stomped his feet in frustration, a fury of incompetence at level 10,086. "This time, I will not concede again." In the face of Chidoraiku, whom even Yamcha regarded with caution, Killua confidently declared while adopting a combat stance. Unfortunately, he had misjudged yet again. The true identity of the person before him was one he absolutely did not wish to confront. "Long time no see, little Killua." This was Chidoraiku-'s first spoken words of the entire match. Not the usual sounds only Hisoka could comprehend, but actual speech. Killua was left momentarily stunned. That voice was so familiar. Without giving Killua time to ponder, Chidoraiku removed the nails from his face, and his hair's style, color, and entire visage began to morph. In mere seconds, Chidoraiku transformed from a nondescript figure adorned with nails into a strikingly handsome young man with dark hair and vacant eyes. The world's #1 assassin. The eldest son of the Zoldyck family, Illumi, powerful ninjuser. Killua trembled as he gazed upon his brother, the dark-haired handsome man, his voice quivering with fear and terror. It felt as though he were not looking at his brother, but rather at a demon. For Killua, Illumi indeed embodies a demon, or rather, a haunting nightmare that looms over him. Illumi is a brotherly control freak, or more precisely, a possessive admirer of Killua, exhibiting an overwhelming desire to dominate. "You harmed mother and your younger brother?" She weeps. Naturally, any mother would cry when her own flesh and blood turns against her. Leorio, standing nearby, seethes with indignation. "She is truly moved. She remarked that you have matured." "Leorio? Something feels amiss." The Zoldyck family's unique approach to child-rearing, especially that of Killua's biological mother, Kikyo Zoldyck, is strikingly peculiar. Even if Killua were to attempt her life, she would only take joy in her son's coldness. However, as this thought crossed Yamcha's mind, he paused, casting a peculiar glance at Killua. According to the lore, Killua's mother, Kikyo, was taken from Meteor City by his father to bear a worthy heir for the Zoldyck family, being the strongest and most beautiful of that time. Kikyo's age is not significantly greater than that of Krallo, the leader of the Phantom Troop, whose members predominantly hail from Meteor City. Given the Phantom Troop's collective prowess, if Kikyo was indeed the strongest of Meteor City, she must possess extraordinary nun abilities. Otherwise, she would not have caught Silva Zoldyck's eye. Considering Killua's current strength, it is inconceivable that he could overpower any nun user, even a mere pawn. How then did he injure Kikyo? Or was it that she exhibited no reaction when he attacked her? "No, you are an assassin. You do not possess the right to be a hunter. Nor do you require friends. Murder is your true nature. You need only find joy in the act of killing." Under Illumi's formidable pressure, Killua revealed his desire to befriend Gon, only to receive Illumi's frigid denial. In Illumi's eyes, Killua exists solely as his puppet, obediently by his side. Indeed, as a being under his control, an automaton that heeds only his commands, devoid of any emotion, entirely subject to his will. Thus, he resolved to eliminate Gon. The murderous intent radiating from Illumi signified his genuine resolve, as he muttered aloud for all to hear, proceeding towards the lounge where Gon was situated. "Hey, what are you doing?" The referee in black attempted to obstruct his path, yet before he could finish speaking, a nail hurled by Illumi swiftly dispatched him, without him being able to block even a single strike. As a referee and bodyguard, his prowess was woefully inadequate. Witnessing Illumi's serious intent, Leorio and a few others gathered to obstruct Illumi's route, while Netero, the president of the Hunter Association, merely observed from the sidelines, showing no inclination to halt Illumi. However, his aura was already trained upon Illumi. Although Illumi is a formidable expert, Netero is an even more powerful elite. Should he choose to intervene, Illumi would stand no chance. Yamcha, too, watched quietly, awaiting the conclusion of this farcical spectacle. All that remains is for Killua to eliminate the elderly man wielding a spear, and this ordeal shall come to an end. Oh, it appears that the old man has been disqualified. Chapter 49, Explosion is Art. How exasperating. I now require a hunter's license to fulfill my mission. Furthermore, should I eliminate these individuals at this moment, little Killua would automatically advance. How dreadful. The same would apply should I take little Gon's life. No, I must first qualify before considering Gon's demise. Illumi's words weigh heavily upon Killua, who has long lived in the shadow of his elder brother. Coupled with the subtle manipulations of Illumi, he finds himself utterly powerless to resist. You will assist me. You, little Killua? Deep down, you understand that you do not require friends or companions. You revel in bloodshed. Killing is your nature, your calling, your instinct inherent since birth. Illumi continues to exert pressure, his words striking Killua's heart like a series of heavy blows, encircling his ears like an incantation, rendering him breathless as sweat cascades down his brow. I concede. Killua mechanically raises his hand. Illumi is greatly satisfied with Killua's demeanor, leaning in to whisper a few words. Subsequently, Killua stands motionless. As if his soul has been stripped away, his eyes dulled and devoid of their former brilliance. This sensation is akin to being a marionette manipulated by unseen strings. Is he under Illumi's control? Illumi possesses the ability to manipulate others using his nun needles, and once struck by his needles, one's thoughts and actions fall under his dominion, becoming his puppet. Had it not been for that old man, Killua would not have forfeited his chance by eliminating him, becoming the sole disqualified participant in this hunter examination. If I were Illumi, what course would I pursue? Surely, I would select a weaker opponent to eliminate, leading to Killua's disqualification, or perhaps to redeem myself. Thus, the target would be Baku, or perhaps me. With a swift motion, the sound of slicing wind echoed as Killua approached Yamcha from behind. Unbeknownst to him, he had closed the distance, fingers poised together, veins bulging, nails sharp as daggers, aimed at Yamcha's back. As a product of a family of assassins, even someone as formidable as Yamcha would be wounded if caught off guard by such an attack. Yet, astonishingly, Killua's hand passed directly through Yamcha's body, which then emitted a series of hissing sounds before gradually fading away like an apparition. It is a phantom image. This is one of the martial arts of the Dragon Ball world, Phantom Fist. Yamcha remains vigilant. Killua's current prowess cannot elude his senses, even with a significant portion of his attention directed towards Illumi. Your actions are perilous, you know. Yamcha's voice emanates from the other side, and he reappears before everyone. Fully armed, clad in thick protective gear, with a row of grenades strapped at his waist, a Gatling gun in his left hand, and several submachine guns slung behind him. Even a small pistol is secured to his leg. He resembles a moving armory. Your attire is the true danger, is it not? Rioli once again delivered a precise critique, yet after finishing, he attempted to call out to Killua. Although Rioli consistently emphasizes that he is a person willing to sell anything for money, this is merely a facade. His true aspiration is to become a doctor, providing free medical care to those unable to afford it. Moreover, he is not one to shy away from standing up against injustices. Unfortunately, he overestimated his significance in Killua's eyes, as Killua disregarded him entirely, silently advancing towards Yamcha, only to be repelled by a barrage of bullets. Despite the heavy load Yamcha carried, he moved with remarkable agility. Hey, control your brother. What do you intend to do to me? Yamcha, while maneuvering the Gatling gun to push Killua back into a corner, addressed Illumi. Even in the face of the aggressively offensive Killua, a significant portion of Yamcha's attention remained fixated on Illumi. Theoretically, should it come to eliminating a weakling present, Voker would undoubtedly be the easiest target. Yet, he found himself chosen instead. Was this an assignment? Had he inadvertently found himself on Illmi's hit list? If so, it seemed the Hunter Association had failed to resolve his predicament. Should he file a complaint? It appears he has seen through me. Illmi tilted his head, his expression unchanged, yet his tone remained devoid of any fluctuation. I underestimated you. How did you discern it? Hey, referee over there. Yamcha ignored Illmi's inquiry and directed his words to the referee clad in black. I've been attacked. Shouldn't they be disqualified? He warned. If this continues, I may have to retaliate. The moment Illmi opted to strike him, a flicker of murderous intent ignited within Yamcha. He refrained from making the first move only out of concern for the other members of the Zoldyck family intervening. Otherwise, he would be forced to exit the world of hunters. Furthermore, Netero and Killua's grandfather, Gino, along with his great-grandfather, were good friends. Yamcha held no illusion that Netero, That old fox would side with him or allow Ilmi to be eliminated by his hand. This old trickster was far from the congenial figure he appeared to be. It was essential to interpret the opponent's intentions with the utmost malice and prepare accordingly. In addition to all this, there was Hisoka, who had a friendly rapport with Ilmi on the premises. How troublesome, he thought. Killua, please cease your actions, or I shall declare you disqualified from the competition. The referees, dressed in black suits and sunglasses, demonstrated their lack of skill. Despite Yamcha's blatant indications, they failed to recognize that Killua was being manipulated by Ilmi. I'm quite curious. May I inquire? As Yamcha remained silent, Ilmi produced 3 nails. I am also eager to understand why you chose me, Yamcha retorted. Someone paid. It's as simple as that. Just as expected, a complaint was inevitable. Yamcha discreetly cast a glance at Netero, noting that the old man exhibited no intention of intervening, appearing instead to be an amused spectator. Who? It's a commercial secret. Am I permitted to answer now? Ilmi pressed on. We never established an agreement that if you divulged something, I would be obligated to reciprocate. After a brief silence, the aura of menace surrounding Illumi intensified, suggesting his rising ire. You will reveal it yourself, he stated. 3 needles, imbued with Illumi's aura, swiftly shot towards Yamcha, while Killua, under Illumi's control, moved into a pincer formation to assault Yamcha. What an annoyance, Yamcha calmly remarked as he brandished a Gatling gun, unleashing a barrage of fire towards Killua. With his other hand, he pressed a button aimed at Illumi's needles, all the while chanting, "Art is an explosion." The entire arena trembled in response. Accompanied by the thunderous sound of explosions, the air sliced through with a rushing wind. Under the enhancement of his aura, Illumi's needles disregarded the explosions entirely, surging through the smoke towards Yamcha with relentless speed. Despite their rapid approach, Yamcha's reflexes proved superior. He merely sidestepped to evade the 3 needles' assault. To think that such ordinary needles could possess such formidable power when enhanced by aura. A desire to harness such strength burgeoned within him. In the Dragon Ball universe, while the energy is potent, it lacks the capacity for additional damage. Illumi, I warn you, should you continue your assault on Yamcha alongside Killua, I will disqualify both of you from this match. The black-clad referee's warning arrived belatedly, yet it held no weight. Illumi remained undeterred. Suddenly, a nimble figure darted through the smoke generated by the explosions, rapidly advancing towards Yamcha, undeterred by the obscuring haze. It was Killua. He's got it, Illumi thought expressionlessly, intent on ensuring that Killua would be disqualified while simultaneously eliminating Yamcha. Following the referee's warning, he refrained from direct attack, instead directing Killua to continue the offensive against Yamcha. In his eyes, as well as the eyes of most onlookers, Yamcha appeared merely as a character wielding modern firearms. Though possessing some skill, he was ultimately seen as inferior. Illumi held unwavering confidence in his brother Killua's close combat prowess. Once Killua closed the distance, Yamcha would face certain death. In a confrontation between an archer and an assassin, the former was bound to fall when engaged in close quarters. Among those present, aside from Netero, who remained oblivious to Yamcha's deeper layers of disguise, only Hanzo sensed that Yamcha was far from ordinary, aware that he possessed capabilities beyond mere appearances. The others unanimously believed Yamcha was destined to fail. Killua's skill was evident, demonstrated through his remarkable performances in previous examinations, ranking among the strongest candidates. Yet at that moment, Illumi felt a chill run down his spine, as if a blade were aimed at him, causing beads of sweat to form on his back. The last time he experienced such a sensation was long ago, during a mission when he sustained injuries. As the eldest son of the Zoldyck family, Illumi had honed his senses to an extraordinarily keen level, having even developed what some might call a sixth sense. Could it be that little Killua has been defeated? Illumi barely had time to contemplate, as he exerted force beneath his feet and prepared to leave his position. At that very moment, Yamcha's crisp voice echoed, "Explosions are an art." Boom, 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 boom. A series of grenades erupted where Illumi had just stood, casting a colossal fireball that enveloped half of the arena. The shockwaves from the explosions stirred up waves of scorching heat. Once the smoke cleared, the spectators could discern the scene before them. Yamcha raised one hand slightly, mimicking a throat-cutting gesture, his eyes glimmering with intensity, while Killua appeared as if ensnared by an invisible force suspended mid-air. The simplicity of the telekinetic lock was deceptive. Despite its straightforward application, it proved exceedingly effective. Essentially, the technique involved levitating Killua with telekinetic energy, immobilizing him in the air and leaving him without any means of leverage. Unless he could somehow propel himself upward by pushing off his own feet, there was no escape. Yamcha's other hand also rose, aimed precisely at the spot where Ilmi had previously stood. It became clear that Yamcha had stealthily maneuvered the grenades around to Ilmi's rear, pulling the pin without a sound. Countless grenades floated around Yamcha, forming a deadly perimeter. The revelation of his telekinetic prowess shed light on the second layer of his deception. The expressions of the onlookers shifted. Netero remained unperturbed, while Hanzo and Libor bore expressions of expected resolve. Meanwhile, Leorio, Kurapika, and others regarded Yamcha with newfound respect. What an impressive apple, one might muse. Though lamenting the inability to endure and withstand. Hisoka, with cards pressed against his lips, struggled to contain his murderous intent. Injured? Ilmi touched his shoulder. Grazed by the remnants of the explosion, his gaze fixed on Yamcha, a cold glint flickering in his eyes. A chill emanated from him, deeper and more frigid than Hisoka's. He had underestimated his opponent and allowed himself to be wounded. Contestant Killua has been disqualified. Ilmi, I urge you to cease your actions immediately, or we shall regard it as a provocation against the Hunter Association. The man in the black attire and glasses issued a final ultimatum as others began to encircle Ilmi. Even though they knew they were no match for him, they could not allow him to repeatedly trample upon the association's dignity. However, just when everyone anticipated that Ilmi would retaliate, he unexpectedly shifted his stance and withdrew. I do not wish to waste any more energy. I have advanced, and little Killua has lost his qualification. That is sufficient. There was no sparkle in Ilmi's eyes, leaving no one to fathom his thoughts. Once it was clear that Ilmi had no intention of further aggression, Yamcha released Killua from his confinement and stated, I am willing to pay double the fee to commission the Zoldyck family to eliminate him. This way, you need not worry about the task remaining unfulfilled, and you will receive double the assassination fee. Yamcha did not believe Ilmi would relent so easily. It was more likely that he had sensed the difficulties in confronting Yamcha and had merely chosen to retreat temporarily. Should this fellow unleash his full might, Yamcha would surely have to peel back the facade of the martial artist. He had no immediate intention of confronting the Zoldyck family. In the world of hunters, treasures abound, rivaling those found in the realm of Doraemon. Thus, Yamcha intends to resolve this matter once and for all, addressing it at its root. A splendid idea. Ilmi clapped his hands in agreement. Let Killua eliminate the opponent on his way home, while hiring the Zoldyck family to take action. One must also be cautious that your enemies may enlist their services as well. They have engaged in such dual dealings before. As long as it is not the same individual executing the task. Return home. Your mother awaits your arrival. Remember, you are an assassin, you possess no friends, nor do you require them. Your sole obligation is to heed the commands of your father and me, deriving joy solely from the act of killing. By the way, before heading home, make a quick visit to the city of Yuk-Xian. Ilmi approached Killua, whispering a few words into his ear. Killua nodded and departed from the arena, moving like a marionette, ignoring Leorio's calls as though he were deaf. Unless Ilmi's nin needle is removed from him, Killua will never escape Ilmi's control. Here, a payment of 20 million Jenny. Will you be using a card or cash? Yamcha handed Ilmi a card. This card contained 1 billion Jenny. And should I receive further assassination assignments against me, I shall pay double to eliminate the target, with the expenses deducted from this account. If it proves insufficient, come seek me out. Yamcha currently possesses an abundance of wealth, and more shall follow in due course. Chapter 51. I want to lodge a complaint against the Hunter Association. The subsequent process proceeded smoothly, and Yamcha successfully obtained his hunter license. It is a card that succinctly states Yamcha's identity, adorned with the emblem of the Hunter Association on its reverse, crafted from a special material. In the black market, a hunter license can fetch an exorbitant price, exceeding hundreds of millions, a coveted possession for countless individuals. This card not only holds immense value but also serves as a universal pass, granting access to nearly 99% of locations, allowing one to query numerous confidential documents. Rather than simply a license, it symbolizes identity and status. Acquiring the hunter license is merely the initial step towards becoming a full-fledged hunter. Yamcha may now be referred to as a licensed hunter. But to attain the status of an official hunter, he must acquire a specific ability. This is precisely the ultimate purpose behind Yamcha's participation in the hunter exam. Learning nun abilities differs from the psychic powers Yamcha obtained through training with the superpower box. The latter can be termed telekinesis, allowing one to manipulate objects for offense, defense, or immobilization, representing a form of superhuman ability. In contrast, nun embodies a comprehensive system of skills encompassing defense, stealth, offense, and insight, forming a more systematic power structure. The manifestations of nun techniques are manifold. For instance, the ability to completely nullify one's aura, rendering oneself undetectable to enemies. Additionally, the technique of Zetsu allows one to envelop oneself with their nun, wrapping it around objects they come in contact with. The formidable power of Ilmi's needle stemmed from the strength of this technique. Moreover, the technique of Ko concentrates the aura particularly in a specific body part, such as the eyes, significantly enhancing one's insight to see through an enemy's disguise. Lastly, the technique of Ken employs a greater volume of aura to envelop the body, thereby reinforcing one's offensive and defensive capabilities. Additionally, concentrating one's aura entirely on a specific part of the body serves as a high-level application technique for offensive or defensive nin abilities. The versatility of these abilities is commendable, each possessing its unique merits when compared to the Marine 6 styles in the world of One Piece. Most notably, in addition to the aforementioned techniques, nin abilities also encompass a distinctive characteristic. Individuals can develop their own exclusive abilities tailored to their circumstances. This capability is akin to the stand users in this world, with some abilities possessing the potential to alter or even establish rules. Hey, why are you still here? You've already obtained your hunter's license and can leave this place. A sudden voice interrupted Yamcha's thoughts. Turning around, he recognized the speaker as Menchi, the fiery one-star gourmet hunter and examiner from the second phase of the hunter exam. I'm asking you a question, Menchi exclaimed, her temper evidently flaring, though the reason for her ire was unclear. The hunter exam has concluded. You are free to depart from the association. Indeed, all candidates who had obtained their hunter's license, save for Yamcha, had already left, including Gon, who woke up the following day and set off with Leorio and Kurapika to search for Killua. Yamcha had remained there for a full 3 days, alternating between meals and pondering the martial essence contained in the calligraphy gifted to him by Netero. It seems you have forgotten something, Yamcha remarked, taking a bite of a pastry from the association's cafeteria before quietly setting down his fork. I mentioned that new tasks would be announced following the conclusion of the hunter exam. Frankly, the culinary skills here are inferior to those of the Phantom Troop's chefs. Upon hearing this, Menchi's demeanor appeared to soften somewhat. Is that so? Then hurry and announce it, she urged, only to realize something and quickly clarified, don't misunderstand. I'm merely eager to settle my debts. Prior to that, she insisted that he accompany her to take care of a matter. Yamcha, opting to forego his meal, stood up decisively. Take care of what? Menchi inquired curiously. With an expressionless face, Yamcha replied, I intend to file a complaint against the Hunter Association. Menchi gasped in shock. You're not going to complain about me, are you? I warn you, you haven't announced any tasks, and I haven't accepted them, so your complaint would be invalid. Yamcha responded, what are you talking about? Why would I complain about you? You're not complaining about me? Of course not. It has nothing to do with you. I previously announced a task, Yamcha explained succinctly upon realizing Menchi's misunderstanding. Then what are we waiting for? Let us hurry, Menchi exclaimed, relieved that it wasn't a complaint against her. The after-sales service of the Hunter Association proved to be commendable. Shortly after Yamcha lodged his complaint, a representative arrived to address the issue and provided a certain form of compensation. Rather than requesting money, Yamcha opted for an equivalent exchange of rare treasures, as many items in the Hunter world are unattainable in other realms. I still have more tasks to announce. After exiting the task hall, Yamcha returned to the association, with Menchi trailing closely behind him. After taking a few steps, Yamcha suddenly said, Menchi, what is it? She replied, you are my mentor, correct? Yamcha stated abruptly. Initially organizing her thoughts, Menchi was taken aback by the revelation, blurting out without a moment's hesitation, how did you know? What had once been uncertain was now confirmed. Obtaining a license through the hunter examination did not imply that one was a bona fide hunter. In fact, the true test was only just beginning. The Hunter Association would assign specialized instructors, and only upon meeting their standards could one be deemed a formal hunter. This information could easily be found online. And let us not forget that with a legitimate license, one could access certain classified websites. It's quite obvious, Yamcha remarked with a nonchalant air. The privileges granted to licensed hunters were extensive. Although some confidential materials remained inaccessible, the information Yamcha mentioned was public knowledge, and the Hunter Association harbored no intentions of concealment. A modicum of effort was all that was required to uncover these facts. Many, having passed the examination, became complacent and neglected to invest energy into such inquiries. Surely, no one could be oblivious to this, could they? Menchi reflected. She had indeed been unaware at the outset. His tone was infuriatingly condescending. Suppressing her anger, she pressed on. How can you be so certain that I am your instructor? Yamcha cast a glance at her. You were quite proactive, weren't you? You weren't so eager when you were hired. Did she expect Menchi to follow him around as she did now? How absurd. This fellow was rarely seen except when cooking, and even then, he would engage in frequent disputes with Yamcha over the menu. How could it be as tranquil as it was now? Minchi clenched her teeth. Are you implying that I have a bad temper? What else could it be? Yamcha feigned ignorance, continuing to provoke her. Do you believe your temperament is commendable? I'll have your head. I'll turn you into a dish. Apologies. But you lack the capability. Chapter 52. Mastery of none and unwavering cheating. Acquiring a hunter license is merely the first step towards becoming a true hunter. In this world, there exists a mysterious force that must be mastered to attain the status of a formal hunter. This ability is known as none. Since Yamcha had already discerned the truth, Minchi commenced earnest instruction. At this moment, Yamcha officially embarked on his journey of none cultivation. There are two methods to acquire none. One requires long-term, diligent practice, akin to gradually mastering a martial arts manual, a process that is not achieved overnight. The other method involves receiving the teachings of an experienced none user and forcibly learning through the opening of energy points. The former necessitates considerable time and effort, beginning from a young age, and the duration of mastery is contingent upon individual aptitude. Even with extensive dedication, success is not guaranteed. In contrast, the latter method allows one to grasp none as long as they can retain it. However, this approach is fraught with peril, as a moment's negligence could result in excessive loss of vital energy and death. Aside from the differing processes, one being gradual and the other possessing inherent dangers, there is no essential distinction in the mastery of none once acquired. Compared to the slow and steady cultivation of none, the direct activation undoubtedly saves a substantial amount of time. Thus, I opt for gradual cultivation, Yamcha concluded. The latter poses a certain danger. The absence of failures in the anime does not imply their non-existence, rendering the situation quite precarious. In truth, the failure rate of the latter is exceedingly high. Are you jesting? Do you comprehend how long it takes to cultivate none from scratch? The fastest it can be achieved is 3 years. Yamcha possesses ample patience, yet Minchi lacks such a favorable disposition, merely waving a finger in the air. 1 week. I will teach you to master none within a week. Yamcha replied. I am curious about your audacity to claim you can teach me in just a week. Fortunately, I have a plan. A week passes in the blink of an eye. Under Minchi's intensive tutelage, Yamcha has acquired a substantial amount of theoretical knowledge. However, it remains merely theoretical. In just a week's time, you have nearly grasped the 7 essential practices of none's emission, all thanks to my instruction. Minchi proclaimed with pride, her expression reminiscent of a hen that has just laid an egg. It seems I am quite suited to be a teacher after all. Yamcha rolled his eyes inwardly. Aside from demonstrating none and allowing him to experience its essence up close, her theoretical knowledge was utterly rote. Even Netero's teachings would be more beneficial than yours. I presume you now possess a profound understanding of none and have barely begun to sense a hint of it within your own body. Yet, this is merely the beginning. The next step is of utmost importance. I will open all your energy points and perform a mission on you. I have previously demonstrated the power of a mission. However, rest assured, I do not intend to inflict harm. Rather, I aim to fully awaken the none within you. You must employ the technique of wrapping to contain this energy within your body, creating a cycle. This is the crucial step. Should you fail, you will undoubtedly perish. No one can assist you in this process. Only you can aid yourself. Although you may be rather dim-witted, should you die, I, your teacher, would be saddened. After all, you are my first disciple. Fear not. As long as you adhere to my guidance, you will undoubtedly master none. Yamcha silently prepared himself, stuffing various items into his mouth until he could hardly fit anything more. Minchi paid no heed to Yamcha's actions, placing her hand on his shoulder. Now I shall begin. A white aura emanated from Minchi, akin to the power-up of a warrior in Dragon Ball. A formidable presence radiated from her. If a power level detector were present, it would undoubtedly register a significant increase in Minchi's combat strength. Yamcha felt a surge of warmth flow from her palm, and his body became intensely heated, as if something were about to burst forth, resembling a kettle on the verge of boiling. Soon, his body was enveloped in a similar white aura, which erupted from him in all directions. This energy was his life force. The moment had arrived. Yamcha's energy points were opened, and his life force dissipated into the air at a visible rate. At that moment, one must swiftly utilize the technique of sealing the vital energy within the body. Minchi's voice resonated, and Yamcha immediately steadied his mind, focusing intently on controlling the surrounding energy. The first step was to enclose the vital energy, and the second step was to allow this energy to circulate within his body like blood. He envisioned the energy flowing from the crown of his head to his shoulders, then to his right hand, right foot, thigh, tailbone, left foot, left hand, and left shoulder, gradually forming a complete circuit. He allowed the flowing energy to come to a gentle halt, imagining it swirling around him. Following Minchi's guidance, Yamcha combined the knowledge he had gleaned from the association over the past few days to manage the energy within him. Time became an indistinct blur as he gradually ceased hearing Minchi's voice. His mind began to empty, immersed in the process of controlling his vital energy, creating cycle after cycle. A delicate layer of energy enveloped Yamcha, forming thin membranes around him. In the hunter world, those who become nun users are undeniably exceptional individuals among the rarest of talents. Despite the numerous nun users depicted in the original work, one should not underestimate their rarity. In the vast population of the hunter world, those who possess nun constitute a minuscule fraction of the upper echelons of human society. Even though Yamcha recognized himself as a member of the Dragon Ball Warriors, according to the original plot's framework, his aptitude would rank among the top individuals on Earth within the Dragon Ball universe. Nevertheless, he dared not gamble on his qualifications in the hunter world or risk his nun potential. Therefore, what he held in his mouth was crucial. This time, it was not an energy drink, but rather a senzu bean. The senzu beans from the Dragon Ball world are capable of instantly replenishing stamina and healing injuries. With the exception of viruses and physical defects, they are considered the pinnacle of healing items, almost miraculous in nature. Just one senzu bean can restore a person from the brink of death to full vitality, let alone a mere trickle of vital energy. The senzu bean was one of Yamcha's preparations and his greatest trump card. Thus, he would not succumb to death due to depleted energy. If one bean was insufficient, then 10. If 10 were inadequate, then 100. If 100 fell short, then even more. In such an augmented state, even the most unremarkable being could cultivate none. Cheating? This time, however, Yamcha was not resorting to monetary deceit, but rather employing the senzu beans as a means of advantage. In Chapter 53, it is worth noting that I, too, possess my own tank. Strictly speaking, Yamcha could hardly be deemed a cheater in the pursuit of cultivation. The Taoist principles emphasize the importance of methods, resources, wealth, and companions. Here, wealth encompasses not only money but also rare materials and treasures that assist in cultivation. As the saying goes, without resources, one cannot nurture the Tao. These elements are indispensable on the path of cultivation. Furthermore, how can the endeavors of scholars be labeled as cheating? Yamcha was merely making judicious use of the resources at his disposal, uncertain of how much time had elapsed. When Yamcha finally opened his eyes again, he had successfully sealed the vital energy within him, a ceaseless flow of life energy surging and forming a monumental cycle. In that moment, he sensed that the entire world had transformed. Gently clenching his fists, he savored the vibrant surge of life force coursing through him, and could not help but exclaim, "Is this the essence of none? Such formidable power! I have indeed grown stronger." Yamcha flashed a grin that revealed a row of pristine teeth. Although he could not precisely gauge his current strength or combat power, he knew that compared to his former self, prior to harnessing none, his abilities had once again ascended. Moreover, upon mastering the various techniques of none, he recognized that his strength could further amplify. Just after uttering the words "I have become stronger," a sudden realization struck Yamcha, causing his expression to shift dramatically as he hastily reached for his head. The familiar sensation of his lush hair greeted him. Thankfully, his hair remained intact. Despite his newfound strength, he had not gone bald. After all, it was a magnificent mane. Strength may be ephemeral, but handsomeness is enduring. Certainly, he had not exhausted the supply of senzu beans. To be precise, he had not consumed a single one. Yamcha's innate potential was, to be fair, quite commendable. Thus, adhering to the principle of absolute non-waste, he meticulously extracted each senzu bean from his mouth and placed them in a small pouch. After ascertaining they bore no particular scent, he intended to dry them for future use. The effects should still linger, considering that even half a senzu bean had proven effective in the original narrative. Perhaps he could offer some to others to gauge their efficacy. At that moment, the door swung open, and Minchi entered, carrying several exquisite dishes. Upon spotting the awakened Yamcha, her face lit up with surprise as she exclaimed, "You did it." Yet, immediately after uttering those words, her expression shifted. I'm not concerned about you. I'm merely worried your demise would affect me." Yamcha quipped, "Are you not aware that your tsundere nature has become obsolete?" He discreetly glanced at the array of untouched plates on the table, which, including the one in Minchi's hands, totaled 6. "Did I take 2 days? I recall that Gon and the others completed their task in a single night." At that precise moment, the rumbling of his stomach echoed like thunder, perfectly timed with the enticing aroma of the dishes. 2 days without sustenance had left Yamcha ravenous. He was reluctant to expend a senzu bean merely to satiate his hunger. The gratification of indulging his palate was a delightful experience. After all, life must be lived for something. And despite the fact that Yamcha possessed a sizable cache of senzu beans, if one were to inquire whether he had an abundance, he would undoubtedly reply, "Is there a surplus?" Not at all. As he accepted the platter from Minchi, he began to feast heartily, devouring even the cold dishes left on the table. To be fair, Minchi's culinary skills were truly unparalleled. Even after some time had passed, her creations remained extraordinarily delectable. Regrettably, such exquisite fare would not be so readily available in the future. As he was preparing to depart, his objectives had been accomplished, and remaining here bore little significance in the quest for strength. Yamcha was particularly zealous about enhancement. One could say he possessed a strong sense of ambition, especially in a world like Dragon Ball, where a mere flick of the finger could obliterate planets. To ensure his peace of mind, Yamcha must remain at least 2 versions ahead of other warriors. However, his principle of repaying kindness and settling debts is steadfast. Having been cared for by Minchi for 2 days, he will remember this favor and repay her at an opportune moment. Accompany me to the Hunters Guild, for I have several tasks to issue. A week later, having procured a substantial amount of supplies, Yamcha departed from this world, leaving Minchi a parting gift that pained him to relinquish. Minchi gazed at the item Yamcha had left her, a surge of irritation bubbling within her. How could this little brat have the audacity to give me a mere toy? She stared at the capsule-shaped trinket in her hand with disdain, incredulous that it could supposedly conjure something by merely being thrown. Does he truly believe I am a fool? Such a thing could never happen. Yet, despite her protests, Minchi hesitantly followed Yamcha's instructions and pressed the button on the capsule before tossing it aside. As the smoke dissipated, her eyes widened in disbelief, her jaw nearly dropping to the ground. Before her stood a single-person tank, a creation of the Black Silk Army. Contrary to what Lioli had claimed, Yamcha possessed not only a tank, but far more resources than one could imagine. The crescent moon hung high above, while countless stars painted a stunning galaxy across the night sky, a chilly autumn breeze sending shivers down her spine. In the distance, the faint howls of wolves echoed, returning her to this vast, sandy expanse. In stark contrast to the luxurious suites of the Hunters Guild and the opulent accommodations of Yuka Exine City, Yamcha's dwelling in the Dragon Ball world was relatively modest. Yet, he harbored no objections. With his current financial and material resources, he could easily secure a property elsewhere, even a grand villa in the bustling West capital. However, he had no desire to relocate. This vast desert was his home, the place he had inhabited since birth. If he were to improve his living conditions, it would be through his own efforts in transforming this desolate land. Indeed, Yamcha had contemplated the possibility of converting this barren desert into a secret base, considering the multitude of secrets he harbored. Just then, his phone on the table buzzed to life. Answering the call, he heard the excited voice of Lieutenant Bao. Brother, you must come quickly. I have splendid news. We've received the latest notification. General Een will arrive at our branch in 3 hours and has expressed a desire to meet you. This is your chance to shine. General Een? Yamcha paused, recalling what Lieutenant Bao had mentioned previously. So, was he to join the Black Silk Army? Naturally, he would. Chapter 54. The Familiarity of a Certain Someone. The Black Silk Army is currently the largest and most formidable organization on Dragon Ball Earth, boasting military strength that surpasses even the official kingdom's regular forces. The leader, Red Marshal, once expressed that rather than wishing to dominate the world through the dragon, he would prefer another desire, for with the might of the Black Silk Army, unifying the world would not pose a significant challenge. The key advantage lies in finding comfort beneath a great tree, as the Black Silk Army allows for the execution of numerous endeavors. As for the misdeeds of the Black Silk Army, does not the capable and obliged in this world often neglect their duties? Indeed, O divine beings? Thus spoke the Turtle Sage. At the Black Silk Army's Flame Mountain branch, aside from the expected Lieutenant Leopard and his subordinates, an additional contingent of menacing troops was present. Their advanced equipment indicated that this unit did not originally belong to this locale. At the forefront stood a man appearing to be in his late 20s or early 30s. He donned a blue fur coat, his short, reddish-brown hair tousled, revealing a well-defined torso. His impressive 8-pack abs, coupled with his striking features, perfectly embodied the archetype of a domineering CEO, sure to elicit shrieks from young girls. General Silver, a prominent figure in the Black Silk Army, was responsible for leading the Silver team. General Silver, the guests have arrived, announced Lieutenant Leopard. Under the lieutenant's guidance, Yamcha met the esteemed General Silver, whom he had long admired. Despite the lieutenant's extravagant praises of Silver as a rare powerhouse, Yamcha found the general's demeanor rather unremarkable. He was also quite curious as to how Silver could bear the sweltering heat of Flame Mountain while wrapped in a coat. Are you Yamcha, the one who has reportedly defeated all the masters in the vicinity? General Silver inquired warmly. He was the most enthusiastic about combat among the generals, skilled in various forms of boxing, and reputed to have attained the rank of 20 in martial arts. His combat skills were unparalleled within the Black Silk Army. However, being the youngest of the generals, he had yet to cultivate a noteworthy following. Thus, when he heard of Lieutenant Leopard's report regarding Yamcha, he became intrigued and took the time to meet him. Silver's aspiration was to form a special unit comprised of martial arts experts. The Black Silk Army held a particular fondness for talent. How about a friendly spar? Silver proposed. No amount of hearsay can compare to witnessing one's prowess firsthand. It's essential to gauge your strength before any recruitment. He added with a playful smirk, I assure you, my style differs significantly from those you have previously encountered. Inwardly, Yamcha mused that he failed to perceive much distinction. Silver's aura felt reminiscent of the martial arts masters he had previously bested. Very well, allow me to demonstrate my strength, Silver declared with a laugh. Without revealing his thoughts, he signaled to his subordinates. They quickly understood and soon returned with a sandbag and several bricks. Now, Silver commanded, channeling his energy as he executed a powerful straight punch, striking the sandbag directly. The resilient bag was instantly penetrated, grains spilling forth from the shattered section. Then he let out a low shout once more, striking with a straight punch, but this time his target was the bricks and tiles. By the time General Een withdrew his fist, the debris lay shattered all around. 10 tiles in total. Remarkable. Truly worthy of General Een. How impressive. The flattery from the onlookers echoed around him. General Een dusted off his hand and turned to Yamcha, inquiring, What do you think? Yamcha replied, Why do I feel a sense of déjà vu, reminiscent of seeing a certain someone? Are you going to pull out your championship belt next? Not bad. After a moment of contemplation, Yamcha managed to utter the words not bad. If he were to speak honestly, it felt somewhat lackluster, indeed quite weak. However, to General Een, Yamcha's demeanor led him to believe that he was awed by his own strength, prompting him to offer reassurance. Do not worry. I will control my strength. You will not be harmed. Are you serious? In a sense, Yamcha was indeed taken aback. This was the foremost martial artist of the Black Silk Army? Even the weakest disciple at the Flowing Rock Fist School surpassed this. Young brother. At that moment, Lieutenant Bao patted Yamcha on the shoulder. Rest assured, General Een knows how to measure his strength. It's one thing for those lackeys to lack insight, but how could you also fail to see? Well, you don't possess much insight either. Noticing Yamcha's prolonged silence, General Een felt a twinge of disappointment. It seemed he was not the formidable opponent he had envisioned. Very well, how about this? I shall allow you one punch. What do you say? General Een spoke again. Come now, strike me. Let me witness your prowess. Are you sure? Don't be afraid, come on. Give it your all. I fear that one punch will bring me to my knees, begging you not to die. What are you waiting for? Stop dilly-dallying like a coward. Fine, as you say. Seeing Yamcha finally preparing to strike, General Een smiled. If you possess even half my skill, the rank of sergeant will surely be yours. Unexpectedly, Yamcha's action caught General Een entirely off guard. He barely perceived how the attack was executed before feeling a sharp pain in his abdomen, as if his insides were churning. In a decisive manner, he curled up and knelt on the ground, clutching his stomach. It seemed reminiscent of the time in the Black Silk Army arc, when he faced off against young Wukong and was subsequently knocked down with a single blow. Indeed, it appeared quite similar to the current situation. This was still the result of him withholding 90% of his strength. Lieutenant Bao, others, silence. An eerie stillness enveloped the base, as if death itself had descended. The legendary General Een, renowned for his unparalleled mixed martial arts prowess within the Black Silk Army, had been felled in a single blow? Just as everyone stood in a state of confusion, a low chuckle escaped General Een's lips, and he trembled as he rose from the ground. His subordinates rushed to assist him, but he briskly pushed them away. I'm fine, it doesn't hurt, truly. Observing the tear-filled, contorted expression on General Yin's face, Yamcha felt a pang of sympathy. Truly, as Lieutenant Bao had recommended, he was indeed a master. In comparison to his physical pain, General Een was far more delighted at the prospect of gaining such a formidable ally. He is the youngest newly appointed general of the Black Silk Army, with very few capable personnel at his disposal and a most unstable foundation. If the higher-ups decide to take action, he would be the first in line. Thus, he has always been in a state of eager anticipation for talent. From today onwards, you shall serve as the major of the Silver Team, acting as the right hand to General Silver. Chapter 55. Would I be blessed to have the Turtle Sage as my teacher? Major Brown, here is the address you requested. At the Flame Mountain base, several soldiers respectfully presented an instrument to Yamcha. The Black Silk Army prefers to use colors as code names, and Yamcha chose brown as his designation. As most teas are of a brown hue, it has been 3 days since he triumphed over General Silver, and after being appointed as a major, he has replaced Lieutenant Leopard, becoming the head of the Flame Mountain base. The rank of major allows one to oversee a sub-base. Although General Silver possesses numerous bases with better conditions, Yamcha has no desire to leave this place, thus the Flame Mountain division has been entrusted to him. Lieutenant Leopard is entirely unperturbed by this, as Yamcha has rewarded him with a substantial sum of money, a fortune that has left him exceedingly satisfied. Overall, the Black Silk Army enjoys a considerable degree of autonomy. As long as one can complete the assigned tasks on time, there are typically not many issues. However, for sub-bases, all expenses must be self-managed, including equipment, which requires funding. If one desires the latest weapons from headquarters, they can simply purchase them. Additionally, an annual payment must be remitted to headquarters. This management model has allowed the Black Silk Army to develop rapidly, but it also presents drawbacks. For instance, loyalty is a concern. The subordinates of each general primarily heed the commands of their respective leaders, while the generals possess direct authority over personnel appointments. This is facilitated by the formidable strength of the Black Silk Army's headquarters, strong enough to easily suppress even a coalition of several generals. Furthermore, due to the financial demands of sub-base development, the Black Silk Army in various regions generally relies on the exploitation of local civilians to generate income, which has tarnished their reputation among the populace. Yamcha, however, is not in need of money and thus refrains from employing such methods. Of course, substantial rewards can also be obtained by successfully completing tasks issued by headquarters. I must step out for a while. For any matters, consult Lieutenant Leopard. For urgent issues, notify me via radio. Thanks to the Black Silk Army's exceptionally robust intelligence network, Yamcha can locate the coordinates he requires. Indeed, in the current Dragon Ball world on Earth, as long as one mentions a place name, the Black Silk Army can provide its whereabouts. Understood, Major Brown. Yamcha exited the base, retrieved a multifunctional capsule, pressed the button atop it, and tossed it. With a resounding pop, a state-of-the-art jet appeared before him. Without hesitation, Yamcha boarded the aircraft and activated it, speeding towards the direction indicated by the instrument. Although Yamcha's psychic abilities are sufficient to support his body and allow him to fly, there is no need to expend unnecessary psychic energy when a vehicle is available. Perhaps the destination Yamcha intends to reach is too distant, for even the latest jet has been flying for quite some time. Along the journey, I encountered several colossal pterosaurs, armed with formidable weaponry. I managed to vanquish a few of these creatures before successfully driving them away. The early inhabitants of the Dragon Ball universe are truly a fascinating array of oddities. Unfortunately, decades later, such pterosaurs, much like beastly humanoids, have faded into obscurity, becoming a rare sight to behold. Time passed, and amidst the boundless expanse of the ocean, Yamcha finally discovered his destination. At the heart of the sea lay a modest beach, scarcely 300 or 400 square meters, upon which stood a striking red two-story cottage, legendary home of the Turtle Hermit. Yamcha landed his aircraft on the shore, adjusted his attire, and knocked upon the door of the dwelling. To his surprise, a visitor had arrived. The door was opened by a talking sea turtle, who displayed a remarkably human-like expression upon seeing Yamcha. This was the fabled pet of the Turtle Hermit, known for its combat prowess reaching an astounding power level of 00001. Is this the residence of the god of martial arts, Master Poseidon? Upon Yamcha's inquiry, the response came not from the turtle but from a television blaring the rhythmic chant of 1, 2, 1, 2, 1, 2, 3, 4. Lift your leg, spread your waist, and tuck in your rear. Excellent, let us do it again, accompanied by a rather lewd voice. Inside the room, an elderly man with a flamboyant shirt and a turtle shell on his back was leering at the television, his eyes seemingly glued to the screen. Had Yamcha not recognized the identity of the individual, he might have mistaken him for a mere lecherous old man. Master Turtle Hermit, we have a guest. The sea turtle called out, its expression one of exasperation. Yet, the Turtle Hermit appeared oblivious to the commotion. After persistent urging from the sea turtle, the hermit reluctantly turned off the television. What a rarity to have visitors. Young man, what brings you to my humble abode? The Turtle Hermit's tone shifted, as though the earlier lewd demeanor had been but a fleeting illusion. During my martial arts journey, I have heard tales of your legendary prowess, Master Poseidon. Therefore, I wish to humbly request to become your disciple, Yamcha stated, unabashedly revealing his intentions. I apologize, young man. But I must regretfully inform you that I ceased taking disciples decades ago. Thus, I must ask you to take your leave, the turtle hermit replied without a moment's hesitation. Indeed, one need not be a protagonist like Sun Wukong to gain entry into the turtle hermit's tutelage. It was nearly impossible, as the hermit had long since withdrawn from the world to avoid its conflicts. Young Wukong was granted an exception due to his grandfather, Sun Gohan. And Krillin's luck simply landed him at the right moment when the turtle hermit was accepting disciples. Had he arrived a few days earlier, he too would have faced rejection. However, Yamcha had a plan. He reached into his pocket and produced a multifunctional capsule. With a resounding pop, the capsule opened to reveal a massive box. Are these items not suitable as a gift for a master? The box was filled to the brim with miniature Liu Bei. And at that moment, Master Roshi's eyes widened in astonishment. Young man, I am uncertain where you have acquired such notions. One must tread the righteous path and refrain from indulging in such unorthodox methods, Master Roshi proclaimed with righteous indignation, casually picking up a book and scanning it with a critical gaze. You are mistaken. I, Wu Tian, am not that kind of person. Even if you were to present me with all of these, I would not accept you as my disciple, he asserted firmly. It would have been even more persuasive had he directed his gaze towards himself, momentarily diverting his eyes from the offerings. After a considerable pause, Master Roshi reluctantly withdrew his gaze. These are all fine items. Young man, I shall not accept any more disciples, he stated with unwavering resolve. Chapter 56. No. I shall seek the Crane Hermit as my master. Since you are so determined not to take me in, I shall not trouble you further. Perhaps fate will bring us together again. Upon realizing Master Roshi's steadfast refusal, Yamcha decisively chose to depart, not wishing to linger any longer. Boarding the aircraft, he activated the instruments, input the coordinates, and set the plane in motion. With the roar of the engines, he sped towards the location indicated by the device. His swift and resolute demeanor left Master Roshi momentarily taken aback. At this juncture, Yamcha sought to enhance his combat prowess rapidly. Aside from traversing to other worlds for further study, his only recourse was to seek a renowned master. He intended to apprentice under Master Roshi, but had not necessarily committed to that path. Prior to his visit, he had contemplated that if he could successfully become Master Roshi's disciple, it would be splendid. If not, he would activate his contingency plan. Master Roshi is currently the most formidable human on Earth, having studied under the legendary martial arts master, Wu Tai-Do. In the past, Wu Tai-Do sacrificed his life to seal the world-threatening Majin Buu, expending all his energy in his final struggle. Before his demise, Wu Tai-Do had only 2 remaining disciples, one of whom is Master Roshi. Master Roshi is the founder of the Turtle School, while the other disciple established the Crane School. If you refuse to teach, others will surely do so. My time is exceedingly valuable. Yamcha had instructed the Black Silk Army not only to locate Master Roshi's whereabouts, but also to seek out the Crane Hermit. Unlike Master Roshi, Yamcha felt considerably more confident in persuading the Crane Hermit to instruct him. Although Master Roshi and the Crane Hermit emerged from the same lineage, their educational philosophies diverged significantly. The Turtle School emphasizes a solid foundation, encapsulated in the adage that a master leads one to the door, but the journey must be undertaken alone. In contrast, the Crane School leans towards technique, imparting a wealth of knowledge, even sharing powerful yet potentially perilous techniques, such as the Kamehameha. One provides the means to fish, while the other espouses a philosophy of selflessness. Determining which is superior is rather challenging and largely depends on one's perspective. For instance, Master Roshi's disciples are entirely unfamiliar with techniques such as the universal shockwave, sleep technique, or drunken fist, as he has no intention of teaching them. The Kamehameha was learned by the students through stealth, which could be interpreted as him concealing his talents. In comparison, Master Crane never conceals his techniques. One can observe that Tien Shinhan's skills almost encapsulate the entirety of Crane School's teachings. Moreover, Master Crane has never imparted moral virtues to his disciples. In the initial narrative, Tien Shinhan emerges as a villain, and not long after their first encounter, he shatters Yamcha's leg in the arena, marking Yamcha's second time as a stepping stone. In terms of temperament and mindset, Master Roshi undoubtedly surpasses Master Crane, proving to be an impeccable mentor. Without him, the future Saiyan Goku, raised on Earth, would not exist. Viewed from different perspectives, both masters possess unique attributes. However, what Yamcha currently lacks are the skills and techniques. With the guidance of Banku and his dedication to self-improvement, the absence of Master Roshi's instruction holds little significance. As for his mindset, He has already identified a more suitable mentor than Master Roshi. This young man's future is indeed remarkable. Gazing at the departing Yamcha, Master Roshi mused. Then why do you not take him as your disciple, Master Roshi? Old Turtle inquired. His face a canvas of confusion. His motives for seeking a master are not pure, and I have already declared my retirement. I shall not take on any more pupils. One mistake is sufficient, Master Roshi replied, his gaze drifting into the distance, filled with reminiscence. A fleeting expression of melancholy mixed with regret crossed his face, embodying the demeanor of one who has transcended worldly concerns. Master Roshi, are you still troubled by the events concerning the Ox King? Master Roshi had taken on only 2 disciples in his lifetime, Gohan and the Ox King. However, after the Ox King turned to banditry upon completing his training, Master Roshi retreated into seclusion. Old Turtle, do not mention him again, Master Roshi interjected with a cough, his expression turning solemn. There are more pressing matters at hand. Old Turtle, bewildered, watched as Master Roshi mischievously darted towards the pile of small Liu Bei left behind by Yamcha. Master Crane resides in the southern region of Tsuru no Yama, contrasting sharply with Master Roshi's complete seclusion. Master Crane's presence is far more conspicuous. In the bustling, antique market, the streets teem with life, and the dojo of the Crane School is situated at the heart of Tsuru no Yama. Within the dojo, a few scattered disciples practice on the training grounds. Unlike the discreet teachings of Master Roshi's lineage, the Crane School imposes fewer restrictions, as long as one can pay. Entry is granted. However, mere payment does not guarantee acceptance as a disciple of Master Crane. It is merely the threshold. To grasp the essence of the Crane School's teachings, one must possess extraordinary talent and, most importantly, be prepared to part with substantial sums of money. No funds. Then the door remains forever closed. Thus, upon receiving the address, Yamcha first sought out Master Roshi. Perhaps both masters are equally skilled, but Master Roshi's renown, coupled with his status as the protagonist's mentor, holds greater appeal. After being turned away by Master Roshi, seeking the alternative of Master Crane poses no issue. Entrance fee, 20 million Sony. The Turtle Hermit scarcely regarded Yamcha, casually announcing a price. Upon hearing that someone sought to become his disciple, he reluctantly emerged from his dwelling. Should the individual be unable to afford this fee, he would not hesitate to break their legs and cast them out. This was not a place where just anyone could come and go freely. Yamcha paid little heed to the Turtle Hermit's demeanor. Despite his considerable growth and strength, he still fell short when compared to such a martial arts master. After all, the Turtle Hermit possessed a combat power of 120, placing him among the top 5 in the Dragon Ball Earth realm. He produced a universal capsule, and with a resounding thud, a mound of coins appeared before him, towering like a small mountain. This is 100 million, a token of respect for my master, he proclaimed. For Yamcha, this sum was merely a trifling figure. Wealth was plentiful for him now. The Turtle Hermit glanced at the money with indifference, then scrutinized Yamcha closely, revealing a hint of satisfaction. Your potential is quite commendable. Could the Turtle Hermit discern the martial aptitude of others at a glance? Certainly not. Even the Turtle Hermit lacked such an ability. His compliment was merely a courtesy, motivated by the monetary offering. Had Yamcha presented 1 billion, the Turtle Hermit would have declared his talent extraordinary, lamenting the waste of not pursuing martial arts. After a brief pause, the Turtle Hermit continued. The monthly tuition fee is 3 million Sony, with evaluations every 3 months. Should you fail, you are to leave. However, an additional fee of 10 million allows for a retest. This was the true purpose of the Turtle Hermit, selling lessons. If there are no objections, follow me inside. With that, he stepped forward, hands clasped behind his back, and floated gracefully through the air, gliding into the dojo. While flying had become a common skill, even for the weakest of opponents, for now, it belonged solely to the Turtle Hermit's unique technique, the sky dance. This art involved manipulating one's internal energy to achieve flight, proving to be more practical than telekinesis. I care not who you are, nor what your intentions may be. As long as you can pay, I shall teach you. Chapter 57. The Three-Eyed Bald Man. 2 months later, at Kame House on Turtle Island. 2 boys of similar height were engaged in combat. One, strikingly handsome with flowing, abundant hair, was none other than Yamcha. The other, his opponent, possessed an acceptable appearance. Yet his somewhat sullen expression detracted from his appeal. Additionally, he sported a shiny bald head, crowned with an extra eye, a third eye, to be precise. Historically, bald heads were not to be underestimated, and this three-eyed individual exhibited extraordinary prowess, nearly matching Yamcha's own strength, with strikes that were exceedingly fierce. The two moved with remarkable speed, their actions so swift that an ordinary observer could only catch fleeting glimpses of their blurred figures. The air was filled with the sound of their clashes, a testament to the intensity of their battle. Each collision allowed for a brief glimpse of the two young fighters, their silhouettes momentarily revealed amidst the chaos. Master Roshi sat calmly beside, accompanied by a short child who occasionally sipped tea while offering critiques on the techniques of the two combatants. He would suggest adjustments such as raising the left hand slightly, lowering the right leg, striking harder with the right fist, and maintaining a measured force with the left. With his keen eyesight, he effortlessly discerned the movements of both fighters. Their techniques were unique to the Turtle School, embodying a level of martial prowess that ordinary practitioners on Earth could scarcely hope to achieve in a lifetime. The disparity between those with and without lineage in the Dragon Ball universe is profoundly significant. For instance, during the 22nd World Martial Arts Tournament, a fighter ranked at 30 levels was easily outmatched by a martial artist known as Chaolong. In a fleeting moment, the bald youth was caught off guard, allowing Yamcha to seize the opportunity and deliver a fierce blow to his chest. The bald youth hastily defended himself but was unprepared for Yamcha's transformation of an open palm into a punch, which struck him squarely in the face, sending him flying. "Tien!" cried the child standing beside Master Roshi, unable to contain his alarm at the sight of the bald youth's injury. The child had an uncanny appearance, wearing a black cap, dressed in a blue-green GI emblazoned with the Turtle School emblem, and featuring unnaturally vivid red blush on his cheeks. His face seemingly coated with a thick layer of pale makeup, resembling a figure from a paper doll shop. His large, unfocused eyes would be quite unsettling to behold at night. "This level of injury is nothing to worry about," Dumpling, the boy, now referred to as Tien, said, wiping the spot where he had been struck, his expression darkening. Dumpling and Tien were the only two disciples formally accepted by Master Roshi. It is undeniable that the difference between having a renowned mentor and lacking one is immense. In just 2 months, their progress rivaled that of Yamcha, who had trained diligently for over a year. While the Black Silk Army at Flame Mountain faced challenges from various martial artists, their advancement was eclipsed by the simple yet profound guidance of Master Roshi. Despite his portrayal as a villain in the Dragon Ball series and being deemed misguided by Master Roshi, the caliber of Master Roshi's abilities remains extraordinarily high, second only to Master Kame. Ultimately, both the Turtle School and the Crane School trace their roots to the same martial arts master, sharing a fundamental essence. As Tien wiped the blood from his mouth, a flicker of murderous intent glimmered in his eyes. Suddenly, Tien's entire body trembled, every muscle quaking with intensity. His back expanded as two powerful arms began to form, mirroring the strength of a Pokemon like Machamp. For wondrous fists. This was the most formidable technique Tien had mastered within the Crane School's teachings. He was prepared to fight earnestly. The enhancement in his combat power was not merely a matter of additional limbs, combined with the insight granted by the third eye on his forehead. It was as if a second fighter had joined the fray, significantly increasing the pressure on Yamcha. As Tianjin Fan gained the upper hand, he became increasingly aggressive, targeting Yamcha's vital points with each strike, despite the encounter being merely a friendly spar. During this period, Tianjin Fan looked up to the renowned assassin Tao Bai Bai, aspiring to become a formidable killer himself. Apart from the dumpling who had entered the training with him, he showed little regard for the lives of others, which hardly painted him as a virtuous character. Of course, Yamcha, who had joined the Black Silk Army, did not consider himself a paragon of goodness either. Although Tianjin Fan had acquired an additional pair of arms, enhancing his already fierce attacks, his opponent was Yamcha, having traversed multiple realms and undergone training under Master Karen. Alongside guidance from Master Roshi, Yamcha was unfazed by Tianjin Fan's extra limbs. He maneuvered with remarkable ease, remaining composed without resorting to any supernatural abilities. Since this was a martial arts duel, they fought solely as practitioners of the discipline. Notably, he refrained from employing techniques such as the Wolf Fang Fist or the Flowing Rock-Shattering Fist, relying instead on the pure essence of the Crane School martial arts, albeit in a Yamcha variant that incorporated his unique characteristics. If Tianjin Fan's style could be described as cunning and ruthless, then Yamcha epitomized sheer simplicity and swiftness, striking accurately and with ferocity. Tianjin Fan was pushed back relentlessly. He could anticipate his opponent's moves yet failed to defend against them, sustaining injuries to his arms, cheeks, and chest, with blood seeping through even his best defenses. Despite both being 13, Tianjin Fan was still too inexperienced compared to Yamcha. Just as the match was nearing a conclusion, Master Roshi suddenly intervened, calling for a halt. "Indeed, Yamcha, your strength has progressed remarkably," he commended, his satisfaction palpable even through his glasses. "With your current prowess, you are now eligible to learn the secret techniques of the Crane School. Go and practice diligently." Should you encounter any difficulties, do not hesitate to seek my guidance. After praising Yamcha, Master Roshi turned to Tianjin Fan, who appeared somewhat disheartened. Tianjin Fan, I am disappointed in you. Your impatience is evident. I have stated that to become an assassin, especially an exceptional one must maintain absolute composure at all times. Your eagerness for quick results will only hinder your progress. You have faced Yamcha more than 10 times without securing a single victory. Do you not understand why? You are still too early in your journey. Return and dedicate some time to mastering the Crane School techniques. At that moment, Yamcha had already departed from the Crane School dojo. With Master Roshi's approval, he was finally able to learn the unique secret technique of the Crane School from the early Dragon Ball saga, the Sky Dance Technique. Chapter 58 offered an abundance of insights. The Sky Dance Technique is a secret art of the Crane School that enables the practitioner to fly freely in the air, unbound by the force of gravity, a technique so extraordinary that it could defy even Newton's principles. Initially, Master Roshi had no intention of teaching Yamcha the Crane School's secret techniques. Yet he was astonished by the latter's remarkably swift learning abilities. In just a brief week, Yamcha mastered the fundamentals of the Crane School, far surpassing the mediocre talents at the martial arts dojo. Such exceptional aptitude naturally caught the attention of Master Roshi. However, that was not the sole reason. In addition to his remarkable talent, Yamcha was exceedingly generous. Since he began his studies under Master Roshi, his offerings had been incessant, be it a staggering 1 billion zeni for refreshments, 2 billion zeni for throat-soothing remedies, or 5 billion zeni for nutritional support. Moreover, an array of high-end facilities and equipment seemed to pour in as if they were free. Even Master Roshi, who had seen his fair share of challenges, found himself dazzled by this impressive display of generosity. It is often said that wealth can corrupt the heart, and indeed, with exceptional martial prowess, a keen sense of social grace, and substantial financial resources, it would be rather embarrassing for Master Roshi not to invest his time in Yamcha's training. This became evident during the recent bout between Yamcha and Tien Shinhan, where Master Roshi personally stepped in to provide guidance. It is worth mentioning that Tien Shinhan and Kairatsu were not ordinary members of the dojo. Their status was quite unique as they were adopted by Master Roshi from a young age to inherit his legacy. Both Master Roshi and Master Karen remained lifelong bachelors, though Master Roshi had a brother, Tao Pai Pai, while Master Karen had a sister, Fortune Teller Baba. The fact that Master Roshi allowed Yamcha to spar with Tien Shinhan speaks volumes about the regard in which he held him. The practice of the flight technique is not particularly difficult. The primary challenge lies in the initial mastery of ki. Ki is a term used in the Dragon Ball universe to denote the energy within one's body, present in varying degrees in every individual. It is the fundamental energy of all living beings, and through training, one can learn to manipulate this energy freely. Though ki is invisible, its existence is undeniable. This concept was previously discussed by Gohan when he was teaching Videl the flight technique in the later stages of Dragon Ball. Ki serves numerous functions. It can elevate the physical body beyond its limits, sense the strength of others, and conceal one's own power. Unfortunately, the Crane School only teaches the most rudimentary applications of ki. The advanced techniques concerning ki are likely only known to the deities atop Korin Tower and within the divine realms of the gods. Despite merely grasping the basic applications of ki, Yamcha approached his training with utmost seriousness, fully aware of the significance of a solid foundation. To achieve great heights, one must first lay a strong groundwork, particularly in the early stages of martial arts. Thus, he refrained from hastily attempting to fly, instead focusing on refining his use of ki through the flight technique. After all, he could still fly using telekinesis. Months passed in this manner, and one day, a knock echoed at the gate of Yamcha's small courtyard. To his surprise, it was none other than Tien Shinhan. "You've arrived," Yamcha greeted with a smile, his tone suggesting that this was a common occurrence. "Indeed," Tien replied with a neutral expression, nodding at Yamcha before stiffly continuing, "As always, I seek your guidance." With that, Tien assumed the starting stance of the Crane School, and the two began their sparring session within Yamcha's courtyard, ultimately concluding with Yamcha emerging victorious by a narrow margin. "Thank you for your instruction," Tien said quietly, turning his back to Yamcha before departing. Since the day he was lectured by Master Crane, Tien Shinhan sought to spar with Yamcha almost every other day, and Yamcha welcomed the opportunity to have a training partner, for practical training far surpasses solitary practice. Over the course of several months, their relationship significantly improved. Tien Shinhan came to recognize Yamcha's prowess, and his demeanor softened considerably. In truth, Tien's nature is not malevolent. He simply struggles with interpersonal communication. In his youth, he idolized the world's foremost assassin, Tao Pai Pai. And with Master Crane imparting only techniques and neglecting the cultivation of character, his worldview inevitably became skewed. To outsiders, he appears ruthless, arrogant, and brimming with bravado, yet within, he is quite reserved and shy. True to his designation as a martial arts genius, Tien made remarkable progress over these months, earning his place among the formidable warriors of the later Dragon Ball saga. After more than half a year, Yamcha stretched his body and exhaled deeply, a plume of white mist escaping his lips like a straight ray. During his time at Crane Mountain, he had returned to the Flame Mountain base only a few times, dedicating most of his energy to foundational training. Although traversing other worlds to exploit information gaps could grant him greater power, such as consuming devil fruits or food cells, which require no sacrifice, Yamcha preferred to strengthen himself through gradual and diligent training. Rapid enhancement may save time, yet it comes at the cost of a shaky foundation, which is far from desirable. Thus, after visiting each world, he would take time to assimilate before embarking on his next journey. Now, feeling sufficiently assimilated, it was time for him to continue his quest. Are you planning to participate in the World Martial Arts Tournament to test your abilities? Master Crane inquired, slightly surprised, as he sipped the nutritious tea Yamcha had prepared to soothe his throat. Since he was leaving, a suitable excuse was necessary. In a month, the 20th World Martial Arts Tournament would take place, serving as a perfect pretext. I am aware that it is an excellent venue for martial arts masters from around the globe to converge and validate their skills. Though I have only trained you for 6 months, I can discern that your martial arts aptitude surpasses even that of Tien Shinhan. Therefore, if you do not secure the championship, do not return, do not tarnish the reputation of the Crane School. By the way, there is one thing I must emphasize, though it has not yet been reported, should you encounter anyone from the Turtle School at the tournament, do not hold back, give them a stern lesson. The mention of the Turtle School filled Master Crane's voice with resentment, as it was a long-standing rival he had battled for centuries. Humph, that old turtle. My disciple is undoubtedly superior to yours. In the eyes of Master Roshi, Master Crane was a misguided and foolish rival, while in Master Crane's view, Master Roshi was a stagnant and ignorant old fool. Chapter 59. Your first kiss partner is not JoJo, but me, Dio? The 19th century was a resplendent era, marked by the technological and economic advancements brought forth by the Industrial Revolution, which transformed the lives of humanity. Various natural sciences, such as physics, chemistry, biology, and geology, gradually took shape during this time. However, it was also an epoch characterized by stark disparities between the affluent and the impoverished. England, an island nation surrounded by the sea, is synonymous with capricious weather. One moment, the sky may be clear and azure, only to be followed by torrential rain the next. Yet today was an exception, as the rare good weather persisted throughout the day. Liverpool, situated in the northwest of England, is the country's second-largest commercial port. A group of young boys and girls, having spent a delightful day together, waved their reluctant farewells under the setting sun. On a nearby tree trunk, their names were etched, encircled by a heart, a symbol of the boy's affection for the girl, which she accepted, her cheeks flushed with shyness. If all went as expected, their paths would inevitably lead them to the altar of matrimony. Not far behind a large tree, a handsome blonde youth observed the scene unfold with a chilling gaze, his eyes betraying a palpable hatred for the girl. Had his glare possessed lethal power, she would have surely perished countless times over. The moment the boy's figure disappeared from view, the blonde youth strode purposefully toward the girl, quickly positioning himself directly in her path, with 2 companions following closely behind. I hear your name is Elena? He inquired, tilting his head slightly, a sinister smirk gracing his lips as his sidelong glance scrutinized her from above. You seem to have a close relationship with JoJo. As he spoke, he rapped his knuckles against the tree trunk, where the names of the boy and girl were inscribed. I find it rather peculiar. That fellow should be moping about, yet he appears quite cheerful lately. His tone dripped with disdain as he mentioned JoJo. The blonde youth's gaze bore into the girl, his eyes devoid of warmth, as if he were observing an inanimate object rather than a person. So it's all because of you. Although she was unaware of his identity, his malevolence was unmistakable. Without a word, the girl turned to leave, only to have her wrist seized by the blonde youth, whose strength was beyond her capacity to escape. He then pulled her back, securing one hand on her shoulder, rendering her immobile. Your first kiss is not with JoJo, but with me, Dio. The blonde youth had already envisioned the unfolding narrative in his mind, leaning in swiftly toward the girl. Just wait, JoJo, I shall take everything from you, starting with your woman. However, as the cold, slick sensation of lips met his, the blonde youth, initially prepared to relish the moment, suddenly realized something was amiss. Upon opening his eyes, he was met not with the girl's delicate visage, but rather an exceedingly peculiar face, thick lips, an enormous nose, and widely spaced eyes, devoid of a single strand of hair. The color pink, typically associated with cuteness, was utterly absent from his countenance. Most alarmingly, the head was flat, and the blonde youth swore this was the most unattractive face he had ever encountered, rivaling even that of his despicable father. Where's that girl named Alina? How did she become such a thing? The sudden turn of events caused the blonde youth's mind to overload. A pungent stench invaded his senses, the odor of decaying seafood. Ugh! Before he could even retch, he felt a weight on his shoulder, an irresistible force from behind that twisted his body a full 90 degrees. Forcing a young lady to do something against her will is hardly the behavior of a gentleman, young man. Standing before the blonde youth was a burly man clad in a white dress shirt and black suit, wielding a civilized cane, topped with a tall gentleman's hat. A gold-rimmed monocle adorned his right eye, and he sported a pair of slightly curved mustaches, embodying the perfect image of an English gentleman. Furthermore, what unspeakable deeds have you inflicted upon my dinner this evening? In the man's other hand was none other than the very face the blonde youth had just kissed. To be precise, it was not a face, but a fish strikingly similar to a human visage, a water droplet fish, a creature from the deep sea. Uncle Porter, the girl exclaimed with delight upon recognizing the man's features. Ah, my dear niece Alina, it has indeed been far too long. The man, referred to as Uncle Porter by Alina, spoke in a tone both unfamiliar and familiar, evoking an inexplicable peculiarity. Let me go, you scoundrel! The blushing blonde youth shouted, covering his mouth in anger, struggling futilely against the man's grip. The two lackeys who had followed him had long since vanished upon seeing the man. Where did this scoundrel come from? We had confirmed that no one was around just moments ago. Oh my God, you truly are an impolite child. The man casually tossed the water droplet fish aside, pulling the blonde youth to the side as he continued his admonishment. You need to apologize, my child. Who is your child? I command you to release me. Enraged and embarrassed, the blonde youth raised his fist at the man. Do you think I would let you off after your outrageous actions? Prepare to be flattened. With confidence, he swung his fist towards the man's face. How very rude of you. The man effortlessly dodged the blonde youth's punch, leisurely waving his cane, which unexpectedly struck the blonde youth on the elbow. The force was not great, yet it caused the blonde youth immense pain, forcing him to lose his balance and fall to the ground. I hear your name is Dio? The man squinted, looking down at the blonde youth. If I ever see you bullying my dear niece again, I assure you, I will kick your backside with my boot. Get lost. Assessing the disparity between them, Dio clutched his arm and awkwardly departed, throwing a parting shot at the man. Dare I inquire your name? Harry Potter. If you seek vengeance, come find me at Hogwarts. The man replied, I will be waiting for you at platform 9 3/4 at King's Cross. After safely escorting the lovely Alina home, the man who called himself Harry Potter walked alone along the quiet streets, where the night in 19th century Liverpool was eerily tranquil. Certainly, silence does not equate to safety. The night is when those engaged in nefarious activities are most active. After traversing a narrow alley, the man's figure gradually became indistinct, as he removed his gentleman's hat, gold-rimmed monocle, and false mustache, ultimately transforming into another persona, Yamcha. Chapter 60, Dio, the child is not malevolent. This is the world of the first installment of Phantom Blood, the origin of everything, marking the beginning of the century-long entanglement between Dio and the Joestar family. Upon arriving in this realm, Yamcha sought out the family of the young Alina Brando, claiming to be a distant relative of the Potter family, which is connected to the Brando lineage. His appearance was fabricated, his persona a mere illusion, and his lineage entirely fictitious. Initially, the Brando family was reluctant to acknowledge Yamcha as kin. However, it has been proven that with sufficient monetary persuasion, even the most tenuous connections can be recognized as familial. Furthermore, he purchased a noble title from Queen Elizabeth, thereby assuming the alias of Harry and seamlessly integrating himself as a distant relative of the Brando family. Alina Brando, indeed, is the wife of the original Jonathan Joestar from The Peculiar Adventures and the grandmother of the second-generation Joseph Joestar. Although she possesses no extraordinary abilities, her notoriety is hardly diminished compared to others. It is worth noting that Alina Brando is the great-grandmother of Josuke Higashikata, whom Yamcha had previously encountered in another world, with their timelines separated by over a century. Nevertheless, for Yamcha, who can traverse between various works at will, visiting the world of the fourth installment before returning to that of the first is hardly a remarkable feat, as they do not belong to the same universe. This exemplifies Yamcha's remarkable ability to transcend the fourth wall. Although he cannot manipulate the timeline of a particular world, he can only advance, not retreat. He can opt to enter parallel dimensions. His considerable efforts stem from his desire to acquire the ripple technique, a skill that was prominent in the first and second installments, but gradually faded into obscurity. The ripple technique enhances the blood and cells through a unique breathing method, creating waves within the body that fortify it and even resist aging. Joseph Joestar's mother, Lisa, appears to be in her 20s despite being in her 50s. Besides these enhancements, the ripple also possesses a radiant quality akin to sunlight, in contrast to the diverse and eccentric stand users introduced in the third installment. The abilities of the ripple technique seem rather simplistic. Consequently, after the third part, the authors seemingly forgot this ability, allowing it to gradually recede from the series' main narrative. However, this does not imply that the ripple technique is inferior. In Yamcha's perspective, it is an ability that rivals that of stand users. Sir Joestar. It has been quite a while, Yamcha remarked as he leaned against the windowsill within the beautiful Joestar estate. Indeed, esteemed Sir Potter. The last time we met was 7 years ago, and I never anticipated our reunion would unfold in such a manner. Coughing, George Joestar lay in bed, unable to suppress his mouth as a violent fit of coughing ensued, revealing a palm stained with a vivid crimson. Despite the mere passage of 7 years, the 50-year-old George Joestar's condition was akin to that of a septuagenarian. His once blue hair had faded, replaced by a head of white, resembling a flickering candle in the wind. "You are gravely ill, my lord." Yamcha emphasized the word ill with a weighted tone. Indeed, George Joestar coughed, seemingly oblivious to Yamcha's insinuation, or perhaps feigning ignorance, fully aware, yet choosing to act the fool. "You know everything, yet you remain silent." Yamcha gazed out at the snow-draped estate before abruptly turning to face George Joestar. "But my lord, is this truly worthwhile? I cannot bear to witness that child's descent into ruin. If he is imprisoned, his life will be irrevocably shattered." As a savvy businessman in the import-export trade, George Joestar was undoubtedly cognizant of his predicament. If he were truly that naive, the Joestar family would have long since been consumed. Ever since Dio entered the Joestar household, countless events had transpired, and his petty schemes had long been unmasked. Moreover, George Joestar had maintained correspondence with Dio's father, Dario Brando. The descriptions of Dario's ailments prior to his demise mirrored George's current condition. Even a fool would sense something amiss. After all, he was just the child of a drunken thief. No matter how precocious, he would only resort to vile and despicable tactics. George Joestar genuinely regarded Dio as a son, which explained his indulgence, even when faced with the threat to his own life. "You wish to awaken Dio's conscience and ignite Jonathan's fighting spirit." At this juncture, Yamcha paused before continuing. "But my lord, have you considered what may transpire if you fail?" Before he could finish, George Joestar interjected with unwavering conviction, "I believe in my child. He will inherit all that I possess and become a true gentleman. And Dio, his essence is not inherently malevolent." Yamcha was taken aback by George Joestar's declaration. To assert that among the wicked, Dio was a savior, yet his essence was not evil, I, Yamcha, would dub you the strongest gentleman. 7 years had elapsed since Dio's failed kiss on Alina, and the trio of Alina, Dio, and Joseph had all matured into adulthood. However, Yamcha had not lingered in this world for 7 years. His total time amounted to less than a month. Utilizing his ability to traverse worlds, he had slightly adjusted the timeline upon his next arrival. While other realms remained inaccessible, within the world of Phantom Blood, Yamcha could freely control his entry time, regrettably only able to advance it, not reverse it. As anticipated by George Joestar, his son Jonathan Joestar uncovered the anomaly and seized the medication brought by Dio. Dio attempted to seize control, but was effortlessly subdued by Jonathan. Over the course of 7 years, Jonathan had sculpted his body into a formidable fortress, far surpassing Dio. "Dio, I shall not allow you to approach my father again. Once I analyze the composition of the drug, I will ensure your incarceration, you parricidal scoundrel." In a bid to rescue his father, Jonathan entrusted him to a professional medical team and set out alone to the infamous Ghoulish Street in search of an antidote, where he encountered the lifelong friend, Robert Speedwagon, as well as the evidence of Dio's heinous crime. Simultaneously, a despondent Dio, in the midst of slaughtering 2 drunken men, uncovered a secret hidden within the stone mask. When blood covered the mask, it would activate, revealing numerous sharp stone spikes, should one wear the mask. These spikes would penetrate the skull and invade the brain. This was not merely an instrument of torture, but a transformative device capable of converting humans into vampires, endowing them with unparalleled power. Its sole weakness was sunlight. That night, as dusk approached, Jonathan, accompanied by officers, confronted Dio at the Joestar family estate. Chapter 61. Welcome back to the land of the living, Sir Joestar. I have learned a truth in my brief existence. The more one manipulates schemes, the more likely those schemes will falter due to unforeseen circumstances. Humanity has its limits. Cornered and seemingly ready to surrender, Dio spoke to himself. What are you babbling about? In response, Dio drew the stone mask from his breast and affixed it to his face, while his other hand brandished a dagger, thrusting it toward Jonathan. I shall no longer be human. I will transcend humanity. I crave your blood. Before Jonathan could react, a figure interposed itself, the dagger piercing through its body, blood gushing forth. However, it was not Jonathan who was struck, but his father, George Joestar, who had shielded his child from the fatal blow. In that moment, the Joestar family's unique teleportation was activated. Dio smeared George's blood upon the stone mask, awakening its powers, as sharp bone claws emerged and pierced the back of Dio's head. The mask's eyes turned a vivid crimson. At that instant, Dio officially transcended the realm of humanity, transforming into a vampire. I hope you do not hold resentment towards Dio. The fault lies with me, George Joestar implored, even in his dying moments, guiding his son towards becoming a true gentleman. Though since Jonathan, the Joestar family had known no gentlemanly conduct. As Jonathan wept for his father, an unforeseen event unfolded. Dio's body, riddled with countless bullets, vanished, leaving only the bare stone mask upon the ground. Suddenly, a guard standing by the window was slain, his head cleaved in two, blood gushing forth like a fountain, staining the carpet crimson. A shadow leapt from the windowsill. It was Dio, who should have perished. With golden eyes and sharp fangs, he had returned. Dio has risen anew, clawing his way back from the depths of hell. The moment of the hunt has arrived. Confronted by the ghastly manifestation of Dio, the guards hastily brandished their firearms and unleashed a barrage of bullets. Yet, the projectiles merely punctured his form, only to be mended in an instant. The firearms of mere mortals posed no threat to Dio, now transformed into a vampire. His fingers could effortlessly pierce through human flesh, draining the life from a living being until naught remained but bones and skin within mere seconds. To Dio, ordinary humans were scarcely more than prey, at best likened to loaves of bread. Even Jonathan could be regarded as merely a sturdier loaf. Moreover, the corpses drained of their blood would rise as terrifying corpses, obedient to Dio's will. Though not on par with Dio himself, these revenants possessed a strength surpassing that of ordinary men, rendering any hope of victory utterly futile. As Dio himself declared, humanity has its limits, and he has transcended them. All present, including Dio, reveled in this gruesome game of slaughter, oblivious to the sudden disappearance of the stone ghost lying on the ground, along with George Joestar. Observing George's gradually returning color and the rising motion of his chest, Yamcha stood beside him, diligently jotting notes. Those dried senzu beans have indeed proven effective. Yamcha had been lying in wait since Dio's intrusion into the Joestar mansion, allowing the red herring to disguise itself as the stand Crazy Diamond, remaining close to George to save his life at a crucial moment. For those devoid of stand users could not perceive them. Had a stand user been present, they would have witnessed a bizarre sight. A creature with only the head of Crazy Diamond, flailing its tiny arms in a futile attempt to strike George's chest, all the while uttering the nonsensical cries of Dora Dora Dora. As a fraction of Crazy Diamond's power was insufficient for George's full recovery, Yamcha administered another senzu bean. Yes, the very same batch. I suppose I share a semblance of camaraderie with you. I would not wish for such a benevolent soul, one who repays kindness with kindness, to perish before my eyes. Gazing at George Joestar, whose vitality was being restored by the senzu bean, Yamcha muttered to himself. While my philosophy is to repay grievances with grievances and kindness with kindness, it does not detract from my admiration for you, you foolishly kind-hearted soul. Yet, I cannot say I dislike you. In all honesty, were I in such a situation, I doubt I could exhibit the same magnanimity as George Joestar. Were I to have a foster son like Dio, who was ungrateful and sought to end my life, I would have covertly eliminated him long ago, to evoke a sense of guilt in the other through my own demise. After uttering these thoughts, Yamcha turned his gaze toward the Joestar mansion. Now engulfed in flames, his power has surged tremendously. The transformation into a vampire has amplified Dio's combat prowess not merely by a factor of 1 or 2, but by dozens. The already formidable Dio now possesses a level of strength that is utterly despairing. Indeed, when compared to ordinary humans, if Dio were to unleash his full might, he could easily obliterate an entire city. The unyielding steel and formidable castle walls before him bore little distinction from mere paper, especially when coupled with an extraordinary and rapid regenerative ability. Even in moments of negligence, severed limbs could swiftly return to their original state, leaving no apparent weaknesses save for the sun itself. Judging by Dio's performance, he undoubtedly surpassed his fellow vampires of comparable standing, although the premise suggested parity. Human nature dictates a spectrum of strengths and weaknesses. Why should the transformation through the stone mask result in uniform power? It could only be said that their starting points were the same. Other vampires lacked Dio's capability to develop techniques such as vaporization and cold freezing in such a brief span. Were it not for the rather trivial weakness of sunlight, the stone mask could indeed serve as a rapid means of enhancing strength. Yamcha observed Dio from a distance, secretly analyzing the situation. To become impervious to sunlight, one must be a flawless being like Kars. However, to transform into a pillar man would undoubtedly demand an inordinate amount of time. The most crucial point is that even the perfect being Kars could not withstand the void of outer space, condemned to wander without thought. Time spent pondering such matters seemed a poor investment at present, particularly given the low cost-benefit ratio. Nonetheless, the stone mask was a valuable artifact, and Yamcha decided to keep it alongside the insect arrow, reasoning that while he had no use for it, it might benefit another. I remember dying, didn't I? With a soft grunt, the newly revived Sir George Joestar, having been healed by a Sensei, gradually rose from the ground, rubbing his exceedingly dizzy head. Welcome back to the land of the living, Sir Joestar. The land of the living? George Joestar, his mind still muddled, found himself utterly bewildered, struggling to comprehend the current situation. Chapter 62. Unleash your fists imbued with ripple power upon me with full force. A thunderous collapse startled the two, and upon investigation, they discovered that the Joestar family estate could no longer withstand the relentless assault of the flames and had finally succumbed. Is that my house? George Joestar, freshly healed, was once again in a state of confusion. Can someone explain to me what has transpired? How did such a large house come to ruin? The child is without a mother. The tale is long, Yamcha recounted, filling George in on the events that transpired after his demise. He never would have imagined that Dio could transform into such a monstrosity. He blamed himself for his lack of supervision. Truly a gentleman, Yamcha remarked. Now is not the time for reflection. We must first seek out Jonathan. A day later, apart from the resurrected George Joestar, only Jonathan and Speedwagon had survived the vampire Dio incident. Thank you immensely, Lord Porter. Had it not been for you, my father. There is no need for such formality, Jonathan. I merely happened upon the fact that Sir Joestar had not truly perished. In response to Jonathan's gratitude, Yamcha waved his hand dismissively. Furthermore, we now stand as family. As Yamcha spoke, he gestured towards Alina and Jonathan, both youths blushing furiously. Due to his intervention, Alina's first kiss was not stolen by Dio. Over the course of 7 years, her relationship with Jonathan flourished to an exceptional degree, teetering on the brink of something more profound. Have you contemplated what comes next, Mr. Jonathan? Dio, that monster, has not perished. He has merely sustained non-fatal injuries and will soon return to exact his vengeance. Jonathan has resolved to settle the score with Dio, who nearly killed his father and transformed into a monster, yet the disparity in their strengths is daunting. You need not worry about that. A foreign voice interjected, interrupting their conversation. The speaker was a man clad in a white suit and adorned with a checkered bowler hat. Aside from his attire, his appearance bore a striking resemblance to Yamcha disguised as Harry Potter, particularly with the small mustache on either side. Who are you? Have you been following us all along? Young man, relax. With a sudden burst of force, the man leaped to an extraordinary height, landing gracefully. This display astonished Jonathan and Alina, while Yamcha scrutinized the newcomer. I never expected you to survive the influence of the stone mask. Perhaps fate has chosen me to witness your talents. As he spoke, the stranger approached Jonathan with astonishing speed, delivering a powerful punch to his abdomen, causing a brief bout of nausea. Remarkably, Jonathan's arm, previously broken by Dio, miraculously healed. Furthermore, Jonathan's strength surged several-fold. Observing this incredible scene, Yamcha, disguised as Harry Potter, squinted in disbelief. There is no mistaking it. That is the power of life. It resembles the ability of none, yet it is distinctly different. How did you achieve this? In response to Jonathan's inquiry, the man casually replied, there is no need for alarm. I have done nothing but alter your breathing, enabling you to breathe in a special manner. This unique breathing technique is what I call ripple energy, also known as the way of the immortal. At long last, I have found you, Mitsui. No, Master William Zeppeli, Baron and practitioner of ripple energy, the initial mentor of Jonathan. After his father inadvertently donned the stone mask and transformed into a vampire, he vowed to destroy the stone mask and eradicate vampires. To investigate the whereabouts of the stone mask, He journeyed to the corrupt land and, upon hearing of Jonathan's plight, sought him out. Zeppeli, straightforward in his approach, decided to impart the knowledge of ripple energy upon witnessing Jonathan's innate talent for it. Ripple energy master. Why not teach me as well? Yamcha interjected as Zeppeli prepared to teach Jonathan. His purpose for coming to this world was precisely this ripple energy. He had lingered by Jonathan's side, waiting for Zeppeli. You? Zeppeli assessed Yamcha from head to toe, shook his head, and sighed. No, it won't do. Why not? At this moment, an additional person would only contribute to our strength. Mastering ripple martial arts requires an extraordinary level of talent, a rarity that occurs once in a million. Individuals like Mr. Jonathan are seldom found. Even I have dedicated decades to reach my current proficiency. Zeppeli asserted unequivocally, you lack the requisite aptitude. It is impossible for you to learn ripple martial arts, Sir Porter. This assertion of unqualified potential mirrored the evasive rhetoric employed by Spitwagon. If I were to press further, he would employ the guise of teaching, only to deliver a punishing blow to my abdomen as a lesson. Throughout, Zeppeli's sole intention was to instruct Jonathan. For during this era, the transmission of ripple techniques was still shrouded in exclusivity. I anticipated that it would not be so straightforward. My plans had faltered. After explicitly denying the transmission of the Yamcha ripple, Zeppeli brazenly commenced the instruction of Jonathan in ripple martial arts. He showed no fear of Yamcha clandestinely learning. If mastering ripple were so facile, it would be ubiquitous. Those capable of practicing ripple are truly exceptional geniuses, and Jonathan's talent is exceedingly rare, akin to 1 in a million. Moreover, one cannot grasp these techniques solely through theoretical discourse without a physical, experiential understanding. At this juncture, Yamcha interjected. You should have acquired a preliminary grasp of ripple martial arts by now, correct? Are you able to utilize it? Mr. Porter, Jonathan responded, inhaling deeply before a faint luminescence enveloped his right hand in conjunction with his breath. It appears I can utilize it without issue. However, to apply it effectively in combat, further training is necessary. Yamcha raised an eyebrow, astonished. Jonathan's innate talent was indeed formidable. He had managed to grasp the fundamentals of ripple in merely a morning, seamlessly integrating the breathing technique into his daily life within a few hours. For an ordinary person, even with talent, achieving such proficiency would require a year or two of rigorous training, an unattainable feat for most. His combat prowess had at least doubled since yesterday, transforming him from an ordinary individual into one capable of contending with vampires. His rate of growth was nothing short of extraordinary, akin to having a cheat code. Truly, he is the protagonist, remarkable beyond measure. Moreover, he is undoubtedly the man with the highest potential for cultivation within the entire series. If Jonathan manages to evade death and continues to hone his ripple martial arts, he could reach unparalleled heights. Yamcha nodded earnestly and said, very well. Then unleash your ripple-imbued fist upon me with all your might. Chapter 63. The Ripple Messenger's grand distribution at the supermarket. Yamcha's words left the assembled crowd astonished, particularly after Jonathan effortlessly shattered a stone with his ripple-covered fist. Should that have struck a person, they would likely be sent to the hospital, or worse. Naturally, Jonathan could not strike Yamcha. Apart from Yamcha's connection to Uncle Arena, the fact that he was his father's savior rendered any act of aggression against him unthinkable. Still not convinced, are you, Sir Porter? Zeppeli remarked, stroking his beard, his brow furrowing in concern as he regarded Yamcha. The power of ripple is not something an ordinary person like you can withstand. Even a child, once they have mastered the ripple, can effortlessly defeat a mighty warrior. You underestimate this power far too much. It is almost as if you are boldly declaring your own limitations. Please, remain patient. Yamcha, of course, would not heed Zeppeli's advice. He was determined to master the ripple technique. If he could not learn it here, he would seek out Caesar, Lisa, or even Stroheim in the subsequent series. Battle tendency. I merely wish to experience the power of the ripple, to feel how extraordinary this force truly is. Such a stubborn fellow. Observing Yamcha's entanglement, Zeppeli grew slightly irritated. Jonathan has just begun to grasp the ripple energy and is still unpracticed. If he fails to control the intensity, he might inadvertently harm you. Why not allow me to demonstrate instead? Yamcha nodded appreciatively. I am most grateful. He was indifferent about who wielded the ripple, but felt it essential to personally experience its wonders. This was crucial. Noticing the concern etched on Jonathan's face, Zeppeli attempted to reassure him. Fear not, I shall be gentle. He then extended his pinky finger toward Yamcha. I will first stimulate your diaphragm to create a slight ripple. Do savor the sensation. By the way, it may hurt a little at first. Zeppeli remarked with mischievous intent. That is of no consequence. I am ready, Yamcha replied. Zeppeli aimed a powerful punch at Yamcha's abdomen. Even without enhancing his body with Ripple, this blow would have felled a grown man. He intended to teach Yamcha a lesson. However, instead of the anticipated softness, his fist struck what felt like steel, the intense pain radiating from his knuckles nearly causing him to stumble. How hard? Is this truly the abdomen of a normal human? This fellow must be wearing armor. Looking up, he met Yamcha's squinting, smiling face. Baron Zeppeli, was that merely a standard attack? Or is the Ripple technique capable of only this? Surely not. Could it truly contend with a vampire? Such a feeble assault is hardly painful. What a disappointment. Your taunts are ineffective. Perhaps I underestimated you. Zeppeli straightened, his expression becoming serious. He waved his hand, utilizing the power of the Ripple to heal his injured fist. A gentle, golden light enveloped him like the sun. Now pay attention. This time I shall truly harness the power of the Ripple. Upon witnessing this transformation in Zeppeli, Yamcha nodded in satisfaction. Bring it on. With a resounding thud, Zeppeli's fist collided with Yamcha's torso, unleashing an indescribable force from his arm. The impact was so tremendous that Yamcha was sent soaring into the air, tracing a graceful arc before crashing heavily to the ground. Oh no, it seems I may have overdone it. Zeppeli suddenly realized, a wave of guilt washing over him. After all, Yamcha was merely an ordinary man. A blow of such magnitude could easily fracture several ribs. He should not have struck with such ferocity. As hope rekindled, Yamcha rose from the ground as if unperturbed, exclaiming in astonishment, "The power behind my punches has increased at least 5-fold. No, perhaps even 10-fold. Such a miraculous ability." This fellow's physique astounded Zeppeli, who, upon the instant his fist made contact with Yamcha's body, was convinced that there was not a trace of Ripple energy within him. Yet, this formidable physical prowess rivaled that of someone who had trained in Ripple energy techniques for decades. What had he consumed to grow so strong? However, the shock that Yamcha imparted upon him was far from over. He extended his right hand towards Zeppeli, who beheld a soft golden radiance enveloping Yamcha's entire arm, the hue and luster mirroring Zeppeli's own. Furthermore, Yamcha emanated layers of energy akin to ripples. Ripple energy? It appears I have grasped it. It is not as difficult as you claimed, Baron Zeppeli. Uncle Porter, you are truly remarkable, Jonathan marveled sincerely, unaware that Yamcha mastering Ripple energy in an instant bore profound implications. Zeppeli glanced between Jonathan and Yamcha, incredulous at the sight of such rare talent. One who had mastered the fundamentals of Ripple energy in a mere afternoon, and another who, upon being struck by Ripple energy, grasped it instantaneously. Such prodigies were exceedingly rare. Monsters. What sort of extraordinary beings are these? It is a rarity to encounter even a single individual with the potential for Ripple energy. Yet now it feels as if the rippling emissaries are distributing their gifts in abundance. Zeppeli suddenly felt that his decades of training in Ripple energy paled in comparison. Ripple energy, also known as the ripple breathing technique, is akin to the ripples formed when a stone is cast into water. It generates waves of energy within the body through a specialized breathing method, thereby unleashing immense power. Essentially, it is merely a technique of breathing, albeit an exceptionally unique one, capable of producing effects akin to that of the sun, representing a form of life energy reminiscent of the essence found in Nun abilities. Thus, for Yamcha, who had already mastered Nun, the difficulty of acquiring Ripple energy was significantly diminished. Yamcha discerned this truth, yet he could not grasp it entirely, as he lacked that final push. In the world of Hunter x Hunter, individuals sometimes learn Nun through being attacked by Nun users. Yamcha intended to emulate this method, seeking to experience the essence of Ripple energy firsthand by enduring a punch imbued with its power. There was no more direct way to comprehend it. Consequently, as anticipated, he succeeded. Zeppeli's punch seemed to open his meridians, allowing him to successfully execute Ripple energy techniques. That was his plan. Of course, had he failed, he had contingencies, plans upon plans, but those were not necessary now. Baron Zeppeli, whether teaching one or two, let us collectively acquire more techniques. Chapter 64. I shall kick your behind with my boots. Dio is in that castle. After vanquishing the corpse-like criminals, including the infamous Jack the Ripper and their heroic counterparts, the dual knights Braho and Takas, Jonathan and his companions arrived before a foreboding castle, the stronghold of Dio. It must be said that Dio is indeed a character of immense presence, wielding the abilities of a vampire with remarkable finesse. Thanks to Yamcha's timely intervention, Zeppeli was spared from death and united with his master, Dopidi, and his fellow disciples, Adon and Stre, forming an exceptionally powerful team. Within the castle, they confronted a multitude of corpse-like beings, bred by Dio's malevolent whims, and thus, they stood before Dio himself. "I have returned from the depths of hell," one declared. "You still live," came the response, marking the commencement of their fated confrontation. "I shall execute you without mercy. To slay you would not stir an ounce of guilt within me." Just as the tension mounted for a direct clash, Xibalin's disciple, Adon, intervened. "You should step back. I shall handle this." As Xibalin's junior, Aiden's prowess was unquestionable. Over decades of traversing the world, he had dispatched more vampires than the corpse-like beings Jonathan had encountered in the past few days. Even though Dio was a vampire of extraordinary distinction, Adon dismissed him as merely a fledgling who had recently embraced his vampiric nature. He intended to demonstrate the combat style of ripple energy to Jonathan, who, alongside Yamcha, had already been recognized as a promising candidate for intensive training. Watch closely how to properly eliminate a vampire. Do not underestimate him. This individual named Dio is exceedingly unusual, not to be compared with an ordinary vampire, Xibalin reminded, considering that had it not been for Yamcha's swift action, he might have perished at the hands of the corpse-like beings Dio had created. The terrifying capabilities of these beings warranted that Dio should not be treated as an ordinary vampire. Rest assured, he is no common vampire. Nor am I an ordinary ripple user. With that, as Adon moved, his figure multiplied. This technique bore some resemblance to a body duplication, yet its execution was far inferior, merely creating a visual haze that failed to confuse the opponent. Mere moments into their skirmish, he was swiftly frozen into a solid block of ice by Dio. Dio, indeed, lived up to his reputation as the pinnacle of brilliance and the ultimate adversary of the third part. Ever since he was first defeated by Jonathan's flames, he had lurked in the shadows, utilizing corpse-like beings to test Jonathan's resolve. Through this, he discovered that even amidst the night, he was not invincible. There existed a force capable of countering vampires, ripple energy. Should ripple be transmitted to him, he would be instantly vanquished. Thus, to counteract ripple, he devised his unique technique, the vaporization freeze method, which instantaneously vaporizes moisture from his body, seizing heat and freezing any opponent upon contact. This was Dio's exclusive technique, one that no subsequent vampire has mastered. Adon, alas, fell victim to this method, having touched Dio's icy form and been frozen in an instant. "You have come here merely to meet a futile demise." Dio, firmly in control, let out a triumphant laugh. "I shall employ the most brutal methods to extinguish your life. One by one, you shall all meet your end at my hands. I am the sovereign of this world." The entire sequence unfolded in a mere instant, leaving everyone stunned. By the time they contemplated rescuing Adon, it was already too late. With a swiftness akin to lightning, he dispatched one of their comrades, instilling fear in the hearts of the others, as his strategy was to dismantle them one by one. Although not a martial artist, he wielded an aura of authority with remarkable finesse. Did he truly have everything under his control? Just as Dio was about to rend the frozen Adon into shreds, a sudden pain shot through his wrists, followed by an immense force originating from his tailbone, propelling him into the air. Dio's reflexes were sharp. He executed several flips midair before landing firmly on his feet. Who dared? His wrists shattered, a molten red substance gushed forth, and the onlookers swiftly surrounded Dio. He glared menacingly around, seeking the assailant who dared to ambush him. It wasn't he long before he identified his target. Yamcha displayed no intention of concealment. He released the frost-bound Adon, allowing Xibalin and others to thaw him, while he turned his attention to Dio. His voice adopted that peculiar translated intonation once more. "Hey, buddy, you ought not to engage in such cruel acts. I warned you that if I ever caught you bullying anyone again, I would deliver a swift kick to your backside with my boots." At that moment, a distinct footprint marked Dio's rear. The injury was negligible, yet the humiliation was profound. Harry Potter. As the saying goes, there is a heightened animosity when foes meet. 7 years prior, it was Yamcha who had imparted a lesson to him. And now it was Yamcha who had thwarted his plans. Despite Dio's usual composure, he could not suppress his rage. "I will kill you." "Oh, I dare say. You will not succeed in that endeavor. I assure you, even the Virgin Mary would bet against your chances. Your current expression resembles that of Aunt Susan's apple pie, spoiled by expired cheese, utterly foul. You scoundrel." Dio's nails elongated into sharp blades as he lunged toward Yamcha with a speed that seemed to surpass any known creature. Yet, Yamcha's speed eclipsed his own, effortlessly dodging the attack while hurling insults. "Oh, you crude wretch. Your words bring me such displeasure, yet for the sake of the Almighty, I shall only cast you into old Tom's filthy sheep pen, which resembles something akin to vomit. Oh God, I truly am a merciful soul. Dio. Oh, my God, I can hardly believe your words, my friend." Uncle Potter does not favor obstinate children. Dio, boxers, 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 boxers. My dear God, look at what you are doing. Oh, to be honest, this is all utterly absurd. I swear, if my eyes linger on it for but a moment longer, my hereditary diabetes shall surely manifest. I must promptly inform Pastor Jerry next door. This is utterly infuriating. Dio, muda 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 muda. Yamcha, with an uncanny gait, effortlessly evaded Dio's attacks, always mere inches away from being struck, even as Dio's claws extended to an exaggerated 30 centimeters. They still fell half a centimeter short of Yamcha's body. How terrifying this is. Your tone of speech resembles that of a Mexican, I mean. If you continue to speak in such a manner, sir, I swear I shall deliver another forceful kick to your behind with my boots. Dio, in a fit of rage, found himself unprecedentedly furious, relentlessly attacking Yamcha, yet tragically, he could not even graze a single hair on Yamcha's form. Ultimately, he received another kick to his backside, leaving perfectly symmetrical imprints on either side. Chapter 65. Information on the world's greatest martial arts tournament. Having risen once more, Dio regained his composure and refrained from advancing. His wary gaze fixated on Yamcha. Since his birth, he had never encountered someone who toyed with him so effortlessly, most importantly, as a vampire. He found himself at a disadvantage in physical confrontation. Was this person truly a monster? The very monster himself, Dio, found the notion that the other was the true aberration arising in his mind. Shall we not continue? Come now, you are so close, just a little more. And you could strike me, O World King. Yamcha taunted Dio provocatively. However, Dio merely regarded him with trepidation, no longer daring to take a step forward. Is this Sir Potter whom you have trained, Zebulon? Zebulon chuckled self-deprecatingly. I lack such capability. This fellow is nothing short of a monster. Even learning the ripple technique after just a single punch. To learn the ripple breathing technique from a single blow, such talent. Adam and Strays, both considered rare masters of the ripple, fell into silence upon hearing Zebulon's words, while Master Polka lamented the existence of greater talents beyond their own. Seeing that Dio would not advance, Yamcha could only express his regret towards Jonathan. Hey, mate. This fellow is yours now. You know, had it not been for this merciful God, I would have surely exterminated this horde of Londoners, Dio's zombies, akin to Uncle Martha's puppets, silent and motionless. Once the translation began, it was unstoppable. Yamcha reveled in the playfulness, no longer engaging in battle with Dio, leaving him to Jonathan, while he turned to resolve the incessant swarm of zombies alongside Zebulon and the others. Upon understanding the principles of the ripple technique, a mere prod towards the zombies would reduce them to ashes. Although Dio wished nothing more than to eliminate Jonathan and Yamcha, after being toyed with by Yamcha, he began to harbor thoughts of retreat. Dio, a character of a heroic archetype, recognized the disparity between himself and Yamcha. Hence, knowing he could not win, he adhered to the basic principle of fleeing. Regrettably, Jonathan, this reckless man, would not afford him that opportunity, and he charged ahead with sword in hand. After an arduous battle, Jonathan's fist ultimately pierced through Dio. As he beheld Dio plummeting and disintegrating into ashes, Yamcha fell into a deep contemplation. Dio was dead. Yamcha clearly witnessed the demise of this world's Dio, who vanished along with his corporeal form. This raises a profound question. If Dio has perished, will there still be a narrative for the third installment of Stardust Crusaders a century later? Should Stardust Crusaders cease to exist, then the fifth and sixth parts would also not come to fruition. Without the sixth part, the priest would not accelerate time to usher in a new world. Consequently, aside from the inevitable appearance of Kaz in the second part, the subsequent narrative would be entirely absent. What trajectory would this world then follow? Let us conduct an experiment. With Dio's demise, the original team swiftly disbanded. Danya and the others bid farewell and continued their quest for the stone mask, while Zeppeli remained to impart the ripple technique to Jonathan. After officiating the wedding of Jonathan and Irina, Yamcha quietly departed from this world. However, before his departure, he expended all his wealth, taking with him countless treasures, the most precious of which was a flawless ruby. This gem, unblemished and perfect, was said to have once graced the hands of a Roman emperor. It bore a melodious name, the Aya Redstone. Nevertheless, the most significant gain from this journey was the ripple breathing technique. This unique skill was extraordinary, complementing Yamcha's other abilities, which was precisely why he was determined to acquire the ripple breathing method. By cultivating the ripple technique through this breathing method, one could enhance vitality, strengthen one's aura, and bolster overall power, far surpassing the effects of mere gravity training. Chi, ripple technique, and aura are all fundamentally life energies. Merging the ripple technique with chi exponentially increased both the speed and quality of one's training. In the Dragon Ball world, Yamcha carefully stored away the precious Aya Redstone, a treasure that had enabled the Pillar Man Kaz to evolve into a supreme being. As for what Kaz in that world would substitute, it was of no concern to Yamcha. After all, it was not his affair. The transformation plan for the Great Desert had commenced, with Yamcha's substantial financial backing. Various instruments and cutting-edge materials were poured into the construction as if they were free, particularly ensuring that the training facilities were equipped with the most advanced apparatus. A wise hare has 3 burrows. Yamcha would not be content with just one refuge, especially since the Great Desert had been his home for so long. Due to not yet having graduated from kindergarten, Poir remained at the transformation school, as the holiday had not yet arrived. When he returned next time, a delightful surprise awaited him. "Major Brown, here is the information you requested." A Black Silk Army officer respectfully handed Yamcha a thick stack of documents. The pages were densely filled with names, comprising the list of participants from past martial arts tournaments. Yamcha had previously informed Tsurusunin that his intention to participate in the 20th World Martial Arts Tournament was not mere talk. He was indeed preparing to compete. Thus, the foremost task was to ascertain the precise information regarding a particular contestant, the formidable Demon Man, a loyal subordinate of his sister, the renowned fortune-teller, Kame Sennin. The protagonist, Son Goku, would commence his journey from the 21st World Martial Arts Tournament. The champions of the preceding tournaments remained shrouded in mystery. Nevertheless, the narrative hinted that this demon man had participated in the tournament twice, emerging victorious on both occasions. To claim the title of the world's strongest among numerous martial artists signifies an extraordinary prowess, though strength alone is not the paramount factor. The demon man possesses a technique known as the Demon Beam, a devastating move capable of inflating the malevolent intentions of others to the point of explosion. Even a trace of wickedness could inflict immense damage, leaving only the pure-hearted immune to its effects. Yamcha, being self-aware of his own moral standing, recognized that he would undoubtedly fall victim to such an attack. Therefore, it was imperative to devise a strategy in advance. This was not an act of cowardice, but rather a display of prudence, for he refused to engage in battles unprepared. After all, according to the storyline of Dragon Ball, Lightning Fast 3, during the aftermath of the battle on Namek, when Frieza arrived on Earth, neither Trunks nor Goku was present. Instead, Yamcha stood against Frieza and his father, overcoming them despite the overwhelming disparity in power. Yamcha was uncertain whether this version of the Demon Man possessed similar capabilities, yet he deemed this technique worthy of serious consideration, especially given his current position in relation to Frieza. Records indicated that the Demon Man had already participated in 2 world martial arts tournaments, claiming victory on both occasions. With a hint of regret, Yamcha shook his head. He genuinely wished for an opportunity to test his skills against the Demon Man Sergeant Kuma. "I require you to disseminate this information. Should anyone achieve commendable results in the upcoming World Martial Arts Tournament in a month's time, they shall be eligible to join my direct command." "Understood, Major." Recognizing the relative weakness of his subordinates, Yamcha was open to nurturing any promising candidates. He had no desire to personally undertake tasks for the Black Silk Army. Utilizing the World Martial Arts Tournament as a means to evaluate his subordinates' abilities was a prudent strategy. As of April 7th, there remained a full month to utilize for further exploration of other worlds. "Sergeant R, please procure the items on this list." Observing his diligent subordinates, Yamcha turned and made his way to the training room, relishing the advantage of not having to engage in manual labor, thus conserving a considerable amount of time. Chapter 66. A world renowned for peace in the training chamber. Countless iron blocks swirled around Yamcha at remarkable speed, akin to satellites orbiting a planet. He was engaged in the cultivation of his psychic powers. In the next instant, the iron blocks seemed to have lost control, detaching from Yamcha's body. Just as these metal fragments were about to collide with the ceiling, they suddenly plummeted towards him at an astonishing velocity. Simultaneously, countless machine guns emerged from the corners of the training room, directing a frenzied barrage at Yamcha. Unperturbed, he struck a poised stance, and in an instant, his arms appeared to vanish, not truly disappearing, but moving at an imperceptible speed to form an impenetrable barrier around him. The bullets were effortlessly caught, and the iron blocks shattered one by one. Swift, accurate, and ferocious, he executed the essence of the water flow rock smash fist with remarkable finesse. After a relentless volley of bullets, the machine guns retracted, only to be replaced by cannons, which unleashed a torrential rain of shells upon Yamcha, accompanied by the ominous glow of red lights. The sheer volume of these projectiles could easily obliterate a structure. However, As the shells approached, Yamcha bellowed defiantly, clenching his fists at his sides, thrusting his chest forward, resolutely standing his ground. Even Dio, transformed into a vampiric entity, would choose to evade such an onslaught, for his body could not withstand this level of assault. Yet Yamcha opted to endure it head-on. Boom! The shell struck Yamcha, erupting in a tremendous explosion that sent a thick cloud of black smoke billowing into the air. The deafening roar resonated in the ears of all present, and the ground trembled slightly beneath them. Humanity, in its quest for power and insatiable greed, has waged wars, giving birth to weapons, from the cold steel of ancient times to modern firearms. Even the towering dinosaurs, once rulers of the earth, would meet their demise before such modern weaponry. This is the power of technology. A hand emerged from the smoke, sweeping forward with force, dispersing the haze as if it had been grasped by an unseen force. There stood Yamcha, unscathed, not a single thread of his clothing marred. Remarkably, he remained as steadfast as a resilient pine in a biting wind, having not shifted an inch. The explosive force that could shake the earth failed to budge him. Witnessing this, Dio might reconsider his assertion that humans possess limits. Even he, who chose to forsake his humanity, could not achieve such a feat. However, such a display, in the context of the Dragon Ball universe, is merely a trivial accomplishment. This is the strength of humanity. For those who observe closely, a very thin membrane could be seen shimmering on Yamcha's body, serving as a shield against the incoming shells. The mastery of advanced psychic abilities significantly enhanced his defensive capabilities. After the barrage ceased, a multitude of alloy doors slowly descended, obstructing Yamcha's advance. Taking a deep breath, he exhaled slowly, then stepped forward, slightly bending at the waist. Facing the formidable alloy doors, he unleashed a powerful punch, sparks flying from his fist, resembling a miniature sun. Clang! A tremendous cacophony reverberated throughout the training chamber, the buzzing sound lingering incessantly, while the once solid alloy door lay shattered into countless fragments. The wave pulse technique. A faint hum pierced the air, and suddenly, a mechanical mosquito, no larger than a fifth of a fingernail, darted forth with remarkable speed, flitting erratically around the training room. Its diminutive size and rapid movements rendered it almost impossible to predict. Yamcha's keen gaze swept the area, and seizing the opportune moment, he extended a finger and gently tapped forward. A burst of yellow light erupted from his fingertip, instantly piercing through the mechanical mosquito's form. The piercing wave technique. Annihilation of the foe. The buzzing persisted as several more mechanical mosquitoes emerged, prompting Yamcha to deftly tap the air multiple times, unleashing an array of precise beams that obliterated the mechanical nuisances with unerring accuracy. This was the essence of Yamcha's training, a repetitive cycle of combat simulation. At times, the projectiles morphed from shells to grenades, bullets to high-speed aircraft, and the alloy door transformed into the latest robotic advancements of the Black Silk Army. Moreover, Yamcha employed not only the flowing rock-shattering fist, but also the FANG whirlwind fist with regularity. Upon exiting the training room, Yamcha beheld the chaos he had wrought. This method of practical training, conceived solely by him, had accelerated his strength remarkably. The sole drawback was the expense. Most of the training equipment required maintenance or replacement. Fortunately, Yamcha was not short on funds. In addition to these endeavors, he had commissioned General Een to procure a gravity chamber, which, as of now, had yet to be constructed, with an expected delivery in 3 months. One could surmise that only Dr. Gallo, the chief scientist of the Black Silk Army, possessed the capability to create such apparatus. After a day of rigorous training, Yamcha stepped out of the room and addressed the soldier stationed at the door. The soldier nodded in acknowledgement, seemingly unfazed by the routine. As late April approached, the date of the World Martial Arts Championship drew near, with only a few days remaining. Notably, in March, Yamcha had officially entered his 14th year. After downing an entire bottle of sports drink in one breath to replenish his expended energy, Yamcha reclined on the sofa for a brief respite. After some time, he rose again and made his way to the bathroom. Following an invigorating shower, he promptly retired to bed. His daily routine revolved around eating, training, and sleeping, simple yet fulfilling. However, on the following day, Yamcha deviated from his usual training regimen, opting instead for a change of attire. He intended to venture into another world before the World Martial Arts Championship commenced. While the urgency of this journey was minimal, as it could easily be scheduled for a later time, Yamcha was eager to explore, seeking both experience and relaxation. Recently, I have been traversing through various realms, relentlessly seeking methods to enhance my strength, never pausing for a moment. My nerves are taut, and although my progress is rapid, this is not necessarily a boon. It is the balance of tension and relaxation that is the true path. After carefully stowing away the versatile capsules I had prepared, Yamcha selected a secluded corner, unseen by others, and vanished from his original spot. A gentle breeze caressed the air, floral fragrances wafted around, and the warm sunlight enveloped him, instilling a sense of comfort. Taking a deep breath, he inhaled the subtle scent of fresh grass. The picturesque scenery that surrounded him was a harmonious symphony of tranquility, an ideal habitat for humanity. This was Yamcha's first impression of this world. Chapter 67. Mastering the Perception of Chi, a world renowned for its peace, a realm where humanity coexists in harmony with nature. Though the presence of malefactors is inevitable, they lack the malevolence found in other worlds. The air here is fresher than that of the Dragon Ball universe, untouched by the slightest taint of modern technological pollution, incomparable even to the primal forests of the Hunter world. Strolling leisurely to a nearby brook, he bent down, cupping his hands to gather a sip of water, which he savored slowly. It was exquisitely sweet, the kind of sweetness that is truly profound. Yamcha vowed that this was the finest brook water he had ever tasted. At that moment, a dark head emerged from downstream, a creature resembling a tadpole, albeit several dozen times its size. It possessed a large head and round eyes, half of its body submerged in the brook, curiously observing Yamcha. This was a mosquito tadpole, a water-type Pokemon, with slick, black skin that was both thin and moist. Although its skin was so translucent that its swirling innards were visible, it possessed an elasticity capable of rebounding sharp teeth. Yamcha gently raised his hand, seemingly attempting to greet the tadpole. However, upon sensing his movement, it was startled and swiftly plunged back into the water with a splash. In the world of Pokemon, Yamcha found himself in the vicinity of Pallet Town, surrounded by a forest. Pallet symbolizes the pristine white of new beginnings, representing a place untainted and the origin of all things, the birthplace of dreams. Slowly closing his eyes, he inhaled the essence of the forest, experiencing a sensation akin to an infant nestled in its mother's embrace, an ineffable feeling that brought profound calm to his heart. Time seemed to slip away, and when Yamcha opened his eyes again, he sensed a significant enhancement in his abilities, though he could not ascertain if it was mere illusion. What a splendid place, Yamcha murmured softly, lowering his head in contemplation. A gentle rustling surrounded him, emanating from the brook, the grass, the shrubs, and the crevices of the branches, as if countless lives were concealed within. These were the curious spirits, intrigued yet hesitant to approach, all peering at Yamcha with inquisitive gazes. Is this Chi? He pondered, feeling the presence of these hidden beings, uncertainly murmuring to himself, before suddenly raising his head, a flicker of understanding igniting within him. Chi is an intangible and formless substance, originating from life and nature. The spiritual energy produced by living beings during respiration and movement is what we refer to as Chi. Every entity possesses its distinct Chi. Although the perception may still be faint, he has indeed begun to sense Chi. The ability to utilize Chi for offensive maneuvers, such as the DN wave, and the capacity to perceive Chi are two separate concepts, particularly concerning the perception of Chi, while it may seem commonplace. In the broader context of the Dragon Ball saga, few can truly achieve it. Most of those who appear proficient are merely members of the main cast. For instance, apart from Vegeta, all members of Frieza's army, as well as the majority of the Saiyans, can employ Chi for attacks, but lack the ability to sense it. Similarly, during the Buu saga, when Gohan taught Videl to fly using Chi, despite mastering its application, she still could not perceive the Chi of others. At the World Martial Arts Tournament, she was even unable to assess the strength of Goten and Trunks in comparison to her own and her father, Mr. Satan. Currently, on Earth, only the Supreme Kai and the sealed Majin Buu possess a complete mastery over the use of Chi. Master Roshi, Master Shun, and Karin are somewhat less adept in this regard. Familiar names like Caterpie, Bubbles, and Psyduck flitted through Yamcha's mind. He once fantasized about visiting this world, and now that he truly finds himself here, the feeling is delightful. Grateful for the assistance he received, he waved goodbye to the little sprites, who, sensing his goodwill, emerged one by one, curiously watching him depart. Pallet Town is not a bustling village. It is, in theory, a rural area seldom visited by anyone. Its notoriety stems from the residence of the esteemed Professor Oak, enhancing the town's visibility. The town itself is modest, with a few scattered houses alongside the roads, creating a unique scenic charm. If possible, Yamcha thought, he would like to acquire a property here. With this thought, he left Pallet Town. Although he was on a semi-holiday, there were still matters to attend to. In a game, As Yamcha approached the forest, an NPC would typically intervene, warning him that venturing into the wild without Pokemon was perilous. However, in this reality, such occurrences are absent, and Yamcha naturally walked into the dense woods. Most of the little sprites possess an inherent sixth sense, allowing Yamcha to traverse the forest without encountering a single attack. He successfully reached the nearest city, Vermilion City. In this world, there exists a dichotomy of good and evil. Even in a peaceful realm, places like the underground black market persist. Gold serves as a hard currency in the Pokemon universe. Game item, Gold Nugget, priced at 5,000. Thus, Yamcha effortlessly secured his first fortune in this world. In this world, the people are rather innocent and uphold their promises, with no occurrences of deceitful practices like black eating black. 3 days later, Yamcha arrived at the port of Dry Leaf City and boarded the luxurious cruise ship, Saint Anu, destined for other regions. Yamcha typically approaches tasks with a strong sense of purpose. Even on a vacation, he does not squander his time. During these 3 days, he took a trip to Rainbow City, where he procured a plethora of juices and various props from a department store, as well as some specially crafted perfumes, and finally visited the renowned arcade known for its small steel balls. After spending an indeterminate sum, Yamcha successfully exchanged his winnings for the grand prize at the arcade. In the realm of spirits, the grand prize naturally turned out to be a spirit, which is now affixed to Yamcha's waist. In essence, Yamcha has acquired his first spirit, thus making him, in a certain sense, a trainer. He then took a high-speed train to Golden City, where he purchased a substantial amount of Moo milk, known for its restorative properties, and visited the infamous Charred Tower, where the legendary Phoenix King was said to have once nested. The items in this world possess astonishing capabilities. For instance, the effects of Moo milk are only surpassed by the mystical beans, and it is also exceedingly palatable. While relishing exquisite meals aboard the Saint Anu, Yamcha remained vigilant, eavesdropping on the conversations of nearby trainers. The majority of trainers on the cruise exchanged and battled their spirits repeatedly, viewing them merely as tools for display. Although his own intentions were not entirely pure, Yamcha disapproved of their attitudes toward spirits. After declining several proposals from wealthy-looking youths to exchange spirits, he decided to retire to his cabin for some rest. "Hey there, young fellow. I have something remarkable to show you. Why not come take a look?" A man dressed like a fishmonger called out to Yamcha. With a brief glance, Yamcha discerned the man's intentions. Unperturbed by Yamcha's gaze, the man continued to pitch his wares. "I'll let you in on a secret. I have a kingler that can lay golden eggs." Could a kingler truly produce golden eggs? Such a phenomenon is, of course, impossible. Even in this wondrous world, there are no creatures that give birth to golden eggs. The man's intentions were transparent. He sought to entice Yamcha into purchasing his kingler. Deception exists in every world. The kingler, a water-type spirit, is among the most widely distributed and abundant in this realm. Found in nearly any flowing water source, streams, lakes, rivers, and even oceans. While it excels in survival and reproduction, its overall capabilities are lacking, with a base stat total of merely 200, making it one of the weakest spirits. Fortunately, in the game, the kingler can evolve into a Gyarados with a base stat total of 540 upon reaching level 20, rendering it one of the most effective and easily obtainable powerful spirits for novices. However, achieving this in reality is no simple feat in the realm of reality. There exists no experience bar, nor can one acquire experience points through the use of learning devices or by exchanging Pokemon. Notably, the Magikarp Pokemon is quite dim-witted. Its entire body encased in rigid scales, and aside from flopping up and down, it is incapable of mastering any techniques. The time required to nurture a Magikarp into a Gyarados is often several times greater than that needed for other Pokemon, with the possibility of failure looming large, rendering the endeavor akin to the age-old tale of the fish leaping over the Dragon Gate. This is indeed a rare find, and were it not for our serendipitous connection, I would not divulge such information to you, proclaimed the fish vendor, boasting to the point that he almost convinced himself. Uninterested, Yamcha surveyed the fish tank at the vendor's stall, which was solely filled with Magikarp, an establishment evidently devoted to this singular Pokemon. If there were nothing else of merit to behold, I shall take my leave. Furthermore, were I in your position, I would refrain from employing such deceitful tactics, lest you face dire consequences. History reveals that swindlers seldom meet a favorable end. They exploit the avarice and gambler's mentality of others, leading to the misfortune of those deceived. Such victims expend considerable time and effort in raising their Magikarp, and upon realization of their deception, when their once bright hopes dissolve into mere vapor, their wrath knows no bounds. In other fantastical realms, upon hearing Yamcha's words, One might expect the other party to produce a hidden gem, an item the protagonist could instantly recognize as valuable, only for the unsuspecting seller to market it at an absurdly low price, believing themselves to have struck a deal. However, in the world of Pokemon, Yamcha found himself facing merely an ordinary man selling Magikarp, who could at best present a Pokeball merely painted in gold. As such, Yamcha departed empty-handed. While he was contemplating whether to intervene, he was pleasantly surprised by a coherent voice from the right corridor. A man with short, silver-blue hair shaped like an equilateral triangle smiled warmly at Yamcha, exuding an exceptional charm. "I'm Daigo, but you may also call me Dado." The man introduced himself with great friendliness. The familiar name caused Yamcha to pause momentarily. Encountering him here was indeed a rarity. Zivakichi Daigo, son of the president of the Duin Manufacturing Corporation, champion of the Hoenn Pokemon League, and ranked third among the Elite Four. Yamcha nodded in acknowledgement. "Hello, Lu Ping. Do you know me?" Daigo inquired with curiosity. The champion of the Hoenn League. Anyone with even a slight interest in Pokemon battles would find it hard not to know of you, Yamcha replied. Daigo appeared delighted. "I didn't expect someone in the Kanto region would recognize me. I thought you all only knew about Dado." The dragon's messenger, Dado, is renowned alongside Daigo as a celebrated champion in Chengdu, and is also a member of the Elite Four in Kanto, idolized by countless young trainers in both regions. Holding the fourth rank among the Elite Four, the two engaged in a pleasant conversation, and Daigo extended an invitation to Yamcha, who had initially planned to return for some rest, to join him in the lounge of the S. And Yamcha readily accepted. Yamcha observed a hollow tint in Daigo's pupils and suddenly recalled that Daigo was originally characterized as a blind champion. However, he was certain that the Daigo before him was not visually impaired. The milkshake here boasted a delightful flavor. After listening to Daigo's introduction, Yamcha ordered one for himself, and upon taking a sip, his eyes sparkled with delight as the unique, refreshing taste lingered on his palate. It was indeed exquisite. The cherry blossom milkshake. A harmonious blend of the cherry blossom fruit and the cream from the frost milk fairy created a distinct flavor profile. Of course, it was not the case that each milkshake sold involved the sacrifice of two Pokemon. The absurd notion that no trade, no harm applied here was simply ludicrous. Much like Moo Moo milk, this concoction derived from a small portion produced by the Pokemon itself during processing, likely using a growth skill to offset the extraction. I heard that the Fossil Research Institute in Nibi City discovered a peculiar stone, and I traveled all the way from Green Ridge City by boat, only to find out upon arrival that it was merely an ordinary moonstone, albeit with an unusual shape. Daigo expressed his regret as he recounted his reason for coming to Kanto. Although the moonstone is indeed a rare variety, Daigo's collection was simply overwhelming. He was an ardent enthusiast of stones, collecting various precious specimens, even willing to forfeit his title of champion for this passion. Yamcha, if you ever come across a rare stone, please do let me know. Stones? Yamcha mused, stroking his chin. I believe I might have one. Would you like to see it? He then reached into his pocket and produced a stone. Daigo's eyes were instantly captivated and remained fixated on the object. What is this? This is a stone I have never encountered before. Daigo examined the stone in Yamcha's hand with meticulous attention. It was gray, irregular, and exuded an air of antiquity. Surprised by Daigo's high praise, Yamcha opened his mouth to speak, but Daigo swiftly retrieved a magnifying glass. His fingers traced the edges of the stone, gently caressing it, as he closed his eyes to absorb its essence. These fractures must be of human origin. Such a pity. Daigo then produced a miniature flashlight, illuminating the stone for a closer inspection. It seemed to reflect an otherworldly sheen. This extraordinary stone surely conceals a significant story. Yamcha's expression turned peculiar at his words. Indeed, there was a story, but Yamcha discreetly cast a glance at Daigo. He recalled the wager made during the Hungry Wolf's challenge at the Bangu Dojo. The stone in his possession was, in fact, the one that Hungry Wolf lost to him in the world of One Punch Man. To be precise, it was a fragment of the wall surrounding the old man's dojo. This artifact did not originate from this world. Thus, one could indeed describe its luster as belonging to another realm, as it was forcibly removed, an act of human intervention. What a treasure! What a treasure! Daigo marveled, his gaze reminiscent of one admiring a beloved partner. After a considerable pause, he reluctantly withdrew his gaze and turned to Yamcha, saying, "Though this may be rather forward of me, might I request that you relinquish it to me? I am willing to exchange anything in return." In the realm of gaming, the Platinum tier holds an intriguing tale regarding a villa, once owned by an individual who acquired it to conveniently gather precious stones in the Sinnoh region. Upon his departure from Sinnoh, he casually transferred the villa to a stranger. Given his affinity for rare gems, coupled with his wealth and generosity, it is likely that this affluent individual is Daigo. As long as one possesses precious stones, he is akin to a brother, albeit one of different parents. Bestowing a few villas upon him would be an effortless endeavor. However, Yamcha himself was not in need of money. The stone was merely a passing mention from earlier, and he had nearly forgotten about it. Most importantly, he held a favorable impression of Daigo. Thus, he shrugged and declared, "If you desire it, then consider it yours." "How could this be?" Daigo exclaimed passionately. "To offer me such a precious stone is already audacious enough. How could I allow you to gift it to me?" Upon his mention of the term precious, Yamcha's eyelids twitched. Was this truly valuable? If he so wished, he could easily procure a wall of such stones. Perhaps claiming it was for renovations at Master Banga's dojo, he would likely be quite amenable. Exchanging gifts among friends is a commonplace occurrence, is it not? Therefore, should the first gift from a new friend be one that cannot be declined? As Yamcha spoke, he placed the stone into Daigo's hands, completely denying him the opportunity to refuse. "Well, I suppose," Daigo mused, glancing at the peculiar stone in his hand and then at Yamcha's earnest eyes. To reject it now would imply he did not regard the other as a friend. However, while he accepted it, he had resolved a determination within his heart. "I still do not know what brings you to Hoenn, Lu Ping." "Actually, it is not much," Yamcha replied, producing the soul pokeball from his waist. With a flash of white light, a creature composed distinctly of red and blue hues materialized before them. It was a shuckle. "I wish to seek items that will aid in this child's evolution. There is a matter of utmost importance for which I will require this child's assistance." Yamcha gently stroked the shuckle's head, causing its eyes to narrow in delight, exhibiting a look of pure enjoyment. Typically, Pokemon acquired through means other than personal capture tend to be less obedient. However, the natural aura emanating from Yamcha was remarkably potent, granting him high affinity with the Pokemon. "Evolution data and dubious patches?" Daigo nodded, solidifying his resolve within. As the heir of the German company, Daigo possessed an abundance of resources at his disposal. In truth, it was not merely the shuckle. Yamcha required the cooperation of 2 additional Pokemon. Yet this was not an urgent matter. It was rumored that the meteor falls in Hoenn also housed such creatures, and he had originally planned to catch one himself. "By the way, could you share your contact information with me?" "Of course." In general, a Pokemon Pokédex can serve as a means of communication. However, Yamcha lacks such a device, as he belongs to the realm of the Black Lake. Fortunately, this world offers various means of communication, with each region possessing its own tools. For instance, the Hoenn region utilizes the Pokemon Navigator, but the most prevalent device remains the Pokemon Watch from the Chengdu region. Naturally, Yamcha procured one, albeit only for use in this world. After approximately one evening, the cruise ship successfully arrived at Kanaz City. Upon learning from Yamcha that his intended destination was the Meteor Falls, Daigo handed him a Pokeball from his waist. "It is perilous to venture forth with but a single Pokemon. Please take this one. It is on the verge of evolution and may prove beneficial to you." With that, Daigo departed with the other passengers, leaving Yamcha no opportunity to refuse. Once Daigo had left, Yamcha glanced at the steel dumbbell within the Pokeball and fell into contemplation. It seemed that his purpose for coming to the Hoenn region had been fulfilled, prompting him to decisively turn back toward the cruise ship. "What? A passenger? You mean you wish to return by boat?" The sailor was perplexed upon hearing Yamcha's request. He expressed that he had encountered many storms in his time, yet this was the first instance of someone wanting to leave so soon after arrival. Ultimately, Yamcha boarded the return cruise to Kanto. Without Daigo, a rather talkative companion, the journey back became rather dull. Other than occasionally indulging in exquisite meals at the dining hall, Yamcha primarily rested in his quarters. It must be said that the food made from Pokemon was delectable, with even Yamcha, accustomed to the culinary delights crafted by gourmet hunters, nodding in approval. Tonight's dinner featured pan-seared cod, made from the flesh of a lightweight cod. Although the overall flavor was subtle, it was exceptionally palatable. The lightweight cod possesses remarkable regenerative abilities, shedding excess flesh to become agile before ambushing its prey. Thus, its meat was transformed into the delightful cod dish. As Yamcha quietly savored his meal, he suddenly sensed something amiss. He set down his fork, gradually turned, and cast his gaze into the distance. There, a formidable aura emanated from an unknown small island, which suddenly erupted in flames, giving rise to a mushroom cloud. Boom! In an instant, dark clouds gathered, fierce winds howled, and thunder roared. A tempest that should not have occurred descended abruptly. Chapter 70. Your name is Mutuo New Island. At the intersection of the Chengdu and Kanto regions stands a unique isle, equipped with the most advanced technology. Countless fervent scientists congregated here, united by a singular purpose, to create a new form of life. Indeed, they succeeded, utilizing the cells of the mythical Pokemon Mew as a foundation, combined with cells from various other Pokemon, to conjure a brand new creature. Mutuo is the name bestowed upon this creation. While the scientists reveled in their success, the life they had engineered found itself engulfed in confusion. Who am I? Where am I? Why have I come into this world? The entity known as Mutuo grapples with an unsettling uncertainty regarding its origins and destiny, a profound quandary devoid of answers. Wealth, fame, and desire lay bare before Mutuo, unmasked and unadorned. How do you perceive me? A fleeting visage of a girl flashes through its mind, a memory deeply entrenched within its core. The tears in her eyes starkly contrast with the grotesque faces of the scientists before it, evoking a profound sense of disdain and hatred. How do you regard us? Humanity consistently elevates itself to a lofty pedestal. In their eyes, Mutuo is merely a meticulously crafted experiment, a mere puppet to be manipulated at will. Yet, they fail to realize that the life they have engineered has transcended their expectations. In essence, they cannot constrain it. I neither sought to be born nor implored anyone to create me. Mutuo hovers gently in the air, its eyes radiating a brilliant blue light, a hallmark of psychic beings. Its telekinesis is formidable. A mere glance is sufficient to cause the laboratory's instruments to explode. Countless mechanical arms extend from the ceiling, attempting to subdue Mutuo's movements. Yet such actions only serve to infuriate it further. Why was I brought into existence? The energy released from a single finger sends those mechanical arms, along with the entire laboratory ceiling, soaring. I never asked for this. A surge of blue light erupts from Mutuo's being, igniting the surrounding instruments in a cascade of explosions, engulfing the laboratory in flames. It is only then that the scientists grasp the terror of Mutuo. Its capabilities have eclipsed all expectations, but alas, it is too late. The fortunate few who survive scramble to escape, only to be consumed by the merciless flames, the cacophony of explosions enveloping the entire research facility. Why was I born? Mutuo bellows in rage, yet no one can provide an answer. Dr. Fuji, the mastermind behind the Mutuo project, sits paralyzed on the ground, staring blankly at the figures soaring above. What have I done? This is no feat achievable by an ordinary Pokemon. It is not a Pokemon at all. It is a deity. They have forged a god, a brutal god, fueled solely by resentment and hatred. In the next moment, a terrifying blue radiance emanates from Mutuo, obliterating everything in its vicinity and soaring into the heavens. The entire research base is reduced to nothingness, and New Island is engulfed in a sea of flames. Above New Island, a helicopter hovers, its occupant, a middle-aged man clad in an orange suit, observing intently. His appearance is unremarkable for a man of his age. Poised and meticulously grooming a cat, his slicked-back hair glistening. The singular distinction lies in his eyes, brimming with a desire for dominion, fixated on the spectacle below. There it is, the creature I have longed for. Descend. The middle-aged man instructs coolly. However, the pilot, clad in a black uniform, responds urgently. But it is exceedingly dangerous below. Are you questioning me? The indifferent tone of the middle-aged man sent a chill through the driver's heart. No one could contest his decisions. No one. The entity known as Mutuo stood amidst the inferno, having obliterated everything on the island. Surrounding him, the billowing flames seemed to be held at bay by an invisible barrier, confined to a meter away from him. Mutuo appeared to sense something and extended his left hand forward, gently waving it. The flames before him extinguished entirely. A human boy, unlike anyone he had ever encountered, was similarly keeping the fire at bay, employing a familiar technique that indicated the boy possessed psychic powers. A psychic? Who are you, human? Mutuo gazed at the boy in confusion, uncertain of when he had appeared or how he remained unscathed amidst Mutuo's psychic eruption. This was a novel experience for him, despite having only existed for a mere few minutes. In this world, you may call me Yamcha, the boy declared. He had originally been aboard a returning cruise ship, but had sensed Mutuo's aura and decided to investigate. In the presence of Mutuo, he rarely used a pseudonym. Yamcha? Mutuo regarded him with curiosity, yet his internal perplexity remained unyielding. Is that your name? Then what is mine? Why have I come to this world? Who am I? Though he had not opened his mouth, the questions resonated in the air. This was telepathy, a power possessed only by formidable beings. Who am I? Why have I come? Where shall I go? Such profound philosophical inquiries yield no definitive answers. You are no one but yourself. Your name is Mutuo. The clever response sparked a flicker of interest in Mutuo's eyes as he fixed his gaze on Yamcha. Do you know why I have come? Mutuo inquired, his emotions surging. I never requested to be brought into this world. No creature seeks the consent of its progeny before their birth. In this regard, all beings possess no power of choice. Progeny? Mutuo seized upon the key term, his aura intensifying, emotions heightening. Are you saying I am the progeny of humans? Yamcha, seemingly oblivious, continued, logically speaking. You indeed are a descendant of humanity. Are you familiar with test tube babies? Yamcha pivoted the conversation toward Mutuo, who instinctively nodded. His mind was filled with knowledge imparted by computers during his gestation. In this world, not all men and women can conceive life naturally. There are instances among humans where natural conception fails. In such cases, external assistance is necessary, utilizing male sperm and female eggs for artificial insemination. Though this situation is not widespread among humanity, can one assert that the children born under such circumstances are not human? Can you claim they are not born of their parents? In my view, they are no different from you. Chapter 71. What is your dream? Mutuo's resentment stemmed largely from a profound lack of identity. He did not perceive himself as either a Pokemon or a human, and he struggled with acceptance of his own existence. He may be regarded as a paragon of innate knowledge, possessing a wealth of understanding upon his birth, yet devoid of any formal education, leaving him bewildered and fearful of this unfamiliar world. He is without a mother, family, or friends, rendering everything around him utterly strange. Thus, during this nascent period, Mutuo is exceedingly sensitive. Even the slightest provocation can lead him to rage. Even after his resurgence, Mutuo remains perplexed, believing that he and the other clones should not exist in this world, as lives unacknowledged by the world. Ultimately, Mutuo is merely a child. Having been born mere minutes ago, despite his seemingly mature demeanor, he is still but a child, precocious, sensitive, lost, and lacking a sense of belonging. To be born with knowledge is one matter. To comprehend it is quite another. Although Yamcha has altered certain concepts, in a sense, he speaks no falsehood. And if it serves a purpose, it suffices. What Mutuo lacks is a sense of identity. Hence, Yamcha provides him with ample validation. But who is my mother? And my father? Your mother is Mew. Your father is humanity. You are a fusion of human and Pokemon. You are Mutuo. You are a new life. You exist in this world just as I do. You are unique. Your birth is a fact. Thus, why not fully embrace life and seek the meaning of your existence? This pursuit may seem devoid of significance, for you have already arrived. What remains is for you to imbue your existence with meaning. Frankly, Mutuo is nearly swayed by Yamcha's persuasive words. The newly born Mutuo is highly impressionable. While it is indeed a compelling argument, it lacks completeness. Suddenly, a voice rich with magnetism interjected into their dialogue, imbued with a certain allure that compelled belief. From the flames emerged a man, his hands casually tucked into his pockets, standing tall as if he regarded the world with disdain. It was the middle-aged man previously seen in the helicopter, still accompanied by the imposing feline. However, upon sighting Mutuo, the cat instinctively trembled. "Human, who are you?" Mutuo inquired, tilting his head towards the middle-aged man. The man nonchalantly summoned the cat into a Pokeball, and then introduced himself to Yamcha and Mutuo. "You may call me Banmu." Mutuo nodded, after Yamcha's earlier discourse. His heart gradually calmed, no longer reflecting the fierce aggression he exhibited during the destruction of the laboratory. Then, "Banmu, what did you mean by that?" When Mutuo addressed Banmu by name, he, in a certain sense, acknowledged Yamcha's words and accepted his own identity as Mutuo. Yet, one crucial element remained. "What is it?" Mutuo asked with curiosity. "It is desire," Banmu stated, casting a glance at Yamcha. Noticing Yamcha's lack of rebuttal, he continued, "Whether Pokemon or human, all living beings possess desires, power, wealth, and strength. Some little sprites seek to become stronger, while others aspire to evolve. Humans yearn to be exemplary trainers. Desire fuels advancement. It propels humanity to become the dominators of a vast continent. So, Mutuo, what is your desire? What are your dreams? What does your future hold?" The future? Dreams? Desires? I do not know. Mutuo gazed at its own hands, uncertain how to respond to Banmu's inquiries. Asking a newly born child about their future is quite absurd. Even many adults struggle to answer such a question. Suddenly, a vision of a little girl emerged in Mutuo's mind, which then morphed into an image of a lake, with itself at the bottom, as a pink sprite flitted past. What are these? Mutuo found itself at a loss, experiencing an overwhelming sense of both familiarity and strangeness. Perhaps this is its dream? Upon hearing Mutuo's response, Banmu's lips curved into a subtle smile, forming a perfect arc. "So, would you both care to join my organization? You may already possess great strength, perhaps surpassing that of Dream, and you might even stand at the pinnacle of this world, yet you are not truly invincible. There are more formidable creatures lurking in deeper realms of existence. However, you possess one distinguishing trait, the ability to collaborate with humans. Banmu stood there like a seasoned orator, eloquently expressing himself, and as his tone fluctuated, he extended his right hand towards Mutuo. Mutuo did not fully comprehend the significance of this gesture. It seemed reminiscent of the researcher's actions in its memories, prompting it to glance at its own hands. Banmu, being himself, did not falter in the face of this awkwardness. Instead, he clasped his right hand with his left and continued his impassioned speech. The union of humans and sprites is an unchanging truth in this world. Your power, combined with my abilities, will forge the strongest alliance. Together, we can realize any dream you hold. I have a dream, Banmu proclaimed, unabashedly revealing his ambition, which even a nascent Mutuo could grasp. Nonetheless, Banmu's words were undeniably compelling. A mere few phrases spoken by him stirred an undeniable yearning within. Come, join me. Join Team Rocket. Let us ascend as sovereigns of the world. Banmu extended an olive branch, not just to Mutuo, but also to Yamcha. Although he was unfamiliar with Yamcha and unaware of his background, the fact that he stood unscathed before Mutuo was enough to indicate that he was worthy of recruitment. Join Team Rocket? Just recently, I allied myself with the Black Silk Army, and now Team Rocket's shadowy figure beckons me to join them. What is it about me that attracts these villainous organizations? Is my next step to enlist with Frieza's army? What advantages does joining Team Rocket entail? Utilizing the influence of Team Rocket across the continents of Kanto and Chengdu, one can swiftly amass a vast array of resources. Furthermore, Team Rocket's technology is second only to that of the Pokemon League, staffed by numerous esteemed researchers, making any desired exploration of knowledge exceedingly convenient. From any perspective, this endeavor bears immense advantages with no drawbacks. Thus, I must express my refusal. In Chapter 72, where the paths of righteousness and darkness diverge, I remain steadfast in my identity. Yamcha gently shook his head, stating, At present, I harbor no intentions in that direction. Banmu undoubtedly embodies a captivating presence, endowed with leadership, ambition, and formidable strength, a quintessential anti-hero. Collaborating with him would certainly be an intriguing experience. However, Yamcha disapproves of Team Rocket's treatment of Pokemon. It is that simple. He cherishes this peaceful world, this realm that offers him unparalleled comfort. Should circumstances allow, he yearns to embark on spontaneous adventures within this world. Yet he recognizes the necessity of diligence and progress. Gazing up at the sky, Yamcha declared, I must take my leave. With a subtle snap of his fingers, he gracefully ascended from the ground, soaring through the air. Mutuo, before I depart, I wish to impart a cherished phrase. Paths diverge, darkness remains, yet I am I. Even the divine cannot dictate my fate. I hope our next encounter reveals a different version of you. Am I truly myself? Mutuo murmured, reflecting on these words while observing his own hands, descending into contemplation. And Mr. Banmu, it has been a pleasure to meet you. Likewise, Banmu replied softly, his tone imbued with a sense of regret and sincerity, maintaining a calm demeanor throughout Yamcha's rejection. Yet, as he witnessed Yamcha take flight, a glimmer of something extraordinary flickered in his eyes. Neither Mutuo nor Banmu sought to impede Yamcha's departure. However, at the moment of his leaving, Mutuo called out once more, Can we become partners? I wish to forge a bond with you. Should you agree, we are already partners, Mutuo replied, his previously tense expression softening after receiving Yamcha's affirmation. He stood still, watching Yamcha vanish beyond the horizon, before departing alongside Banmu, eager to uncover the answers he sought from the latter. Yet, aware of Banmu's character, Yamcha understood that Mutuo was destined to remain unfulfilled. Nonetheless, some endeavors must be undertaken to reveal their outcomes. Banmu felt a sense of satisfaction, having successfully achieved his objective of collaborating with Mutuo. Even if it was merely a temporary alliance, he believed that his capabilities would transform this partnership into a lasting one. Yamcha, too, was pleased. Having caught the late-night cruise delicacy of scallions with dipping sauce and creamy mushroom soup, these were no ordinary scallions, but rather a delectable variety that, after just one taste, Yamcha felt he could never forget the exquisite flavor for the rest of his life. The creamy mushroom soup is far from an ordinary dish. The cream is crafted from the exquisite milk of moo cows, and the mushrooms are cultivated from spores by a small sprite who grows them on its back. After a restful slumber, on the following morning, and following a delightful breakfast, the cruise ship gracefully docked at the port of Leafy City. Not long thereafter, Yamcha journeyed to Golden City, boarding the express train to Full Gold City. The Battle of the Sheep was a futile endeavor. The victor was Lu Ping. With the referee's declaration, Yamcha triumphed in the Pokemon battle. Well done, Iron Dumbbell. Yamcha praised sincerely, earning a cheerful response of buzzing machinery in return. Truly, as a creation of Do Wu, this Iron Dumbbell possessed extraordinary strength, effortlessly defeating the shorts-wearing boy by the roadside. What an impressive trainer! What a remarkable Iron Dumbbell! The audience erupted in admiration, as Yamcha achieved 35 victories merely by traversing 2 cities. The abundance of challengers, predominantly with Pokemon such as Rattata, Pidgey, and Caterpie, rendered battles almost trivial, as they rarely required more than a single move. Occasionally, a Geodude would appear, but they too were swiftly dispatched. The disparity between Pokemon trainers often eclipsed even the differences in base stats between Sunflower Seeds and Gyarados. Amidst the astonishment of the shorts-wearing boys, Yamcha boarded a long-distance bus. After a brief glance at the map, he closed his eyes to rest. The penultimate stop of this bus was destined to be the final destination of his journey in this world. Clear Cliff has arrived. Please disembark before boarding, announced the lovely ticket seller, rousing Yamcha from his light slumber. He was the sole passenger to alight at this stop. Once disembarked, Yamcha inhaled deeply, softly exclaiming, "The air here rivals that of Shinshin Town." Clear Cliff is a remote location in the Chengdu region, renowned for its delicious water, enveloped by towering mountains and vast forests. Its steep terrain poses a challenge for human ascent, resulting in the summit remaining undisturbed by humanity. A long-distance bus passes through only once a week. The area is also notorious for its harsh weather. Due to topography and air currents, the weather around Clear Cliff is highly unstable, with rain leading to mudslides accompanied by winds reaching speeds of 40 knots, and tornadoes are not uncommon. Rather than seeking refuge at a motel in the foothills, Yamcha silently began his ascent up Clear Cliff. Although the mountain was indeed steep, for Yamcha, who had previously scaled Carinta, it posed little difficulty. Most importantly, he had the ability to fly. In less than 15 minutes, he reached the summit of Clear Cliff. Above the peak lay a plateau, at the center of which was a magnificent lake. The lake, named Mirror Lake, could also be referred to as the Spring of Life. It is said that the progenitor of all fairies, the mythical Mew, was born here. Mirror Lake serves as the primary source of water for this forest, its crystalline waters bubbling forth from the rocky ground, nourishing a myriad of wild Pokemon. Yamcha cupped a handful of the clear water, and the moment it touched his throat, he was jolted by its purity. The taste was refreshing and sweet, leaving an indelible impression on his palate. He had never tasted such exquisite water, which could even be described as delectable. Delectable water. Yet, the lake's offerings extend beyond mere flavor. Even the gravest injuries may gradually heal with its waters. Indeed, the lake possesses curative properties, although not as instantaneous as the legendary healing beans. Its efficacy surpasses that of ordinary potions. Yamcha had traversed countless miles to seek out this miraculous water. With a flick of his thumb, accompanied by a resounding pop, a large water tank materialized before him, a versatile capsule designed for water storage. Watching the tank fill with water, Yamcha felt a surge of joy. During this time, several Beedrills and Butterfrees fluttered by, yet no incidents occurred. The vicinity of Mirror Lake is home to a multitude of bug-type Pokemon, for whom this water source is a vital resource. However, they do not prohibit other Pokemon or humans from drinking, as long as it is done in moderation. They generally remain indifferent. Yet, should one attempt to abscond with the entire lake, these bug types would undoubtedly unite to defend their precious resource. Yamcha, aware of the lake's immense value, intended to take only a modest amount. He was not one to act so excessively. Come forth, multi-type Pokemon and Steelix. He tossed 2 red and white Pokeballs, and with a flash of white light, 2 Pokemon appeared by the lakeside, their curious eyes surveying the surroundings. After Yamcha offered them a few sips of the lake's water, their eyes narrowed in bliss, revealing their enjoyment. After a spirited shake, Steelix suddenly became still, emanating a brilliant white light. What is happening? Yamcha widened his eyes, silently witnessing this extraordinary transformation as Steelix's energy surged at an astonishing pace. Chapter 73, the 20th World Martial Arts Tournament. It is Evolution. This is the light of evolution. As the white glow subsided, Steelix's size doubled, and its weight surged from 952 to a staggering 2025. Steelix had successfully evolved into Metagross. It must be noted that in this world, the physical prowess of humans far surpasses that of any other realm Yamcha has visited, particularly those who have not undergone rigorous training. Pokemon weighing dozens can perch upon shoulders, and those in the hundreds can be cradled like plush toys. Even a weighty 999 can be effortlessly lifted with one hand. This is not the most astonishing aspect. Even being struck by 100,000 volts merely results in temporary paralysis, and a body poisoned can recover with a brief respite. Furthermore, engaging in close-quarters combat with powerful Pokemon capable of shattering rocks is an abundance of exaggerated feats beyond counting, especially in the place known as Viridian City, where Yamcha first arrived. The most prominent feature is the aforementioned area, where one of the most audacious individuals once attempted to shatter Mutwo's psychic barrier with sheer force, standing against countless legendary Pokemon in fierce battles. The inhabitants of Super Viridian City are indeed formidable. Had it not been for Yamcha's experiences across various worlds, it is doubtful he would have been able to establish himself in this realm. It seems fortune favors me. Yamcha observed the metal monster as it acclimated to its new form, and a smile graced his face once more. Aside from the Pokemon that require specific items to evolve, there are myriad reasons that can trigger a Pokemon's evolution. It's not solely dependent on reaching levels within the game. Emotions such as anger, sadness, fury, and joy can all serve as catalysts for evolution. Yamcha was not certain to which category the metal monster belonged. After all, he was not a Pokemon professor. As long as he could achieve the third and final evolution of the metal monster, he would be one step closer to his goal. Next up would be the evolution of the multifaceted beast, along with the upgrade data and dubious patches. However, it was still not entirely secure. It would be prudent to prepare a bit more. Why didn't the alarm go off? I'm going to be late for my appointment with the professor. Dressed in yellow-green pajamas, with marks on either side of his cheeks, the boy let out a frantic scream as he sprinted out of his home at an astonishing speed of at least 100 kilometers per hour. In this world, once one turns 10, they can receive their first Pokemon and embark on an adventure. Yesterday, the boy celebrated his 10th birthday, making today the day he would receive his first Pokemon. Yet, on such a momentous occasion, he overslept and was late. What a blunder. In a hurry, he dashed to the research facility, only to find that the 3 Pokemon he had envisioned were already claimed by others who had arrived on time. The boy had only one choice left, the 4th Pokemon prepared by the professor, a rather unruly Pikachu. Upon their first meeting, the Pikachu zapped both the boy and the professor with a jolt of affection, and as they exited the research facility, it sent a loving electric shock to the neighbors who had come to bid farewell. Perched on a branch, Yamcha observed the electrifying creature from a distance, quietly reflecting, a legendary journey is about to unfold. At that moment, Pikachu still appeared quite plump, not resembling the image Yamcha recalled. However, through their shared adventures, it would eventually transform into the figure from his memory. Yamcha had contemplated intercepting that Pikachu. After all, it was capable of Gigantamaxing and unleashing the extraordinary volt tackle of friendship. Yet, would this Pikachu, away from Ash, still be the same as the one in his memories? You have a splendid partner. Cherish him well, Yamcha remarked as he passed by Ash and Pikachu, giving the latter a gentle pat on the shoulder. Really? Ash responded, slightly bashful at the compliment towards his Pokemon, chuckling nervously. Pika? Pikachu tilted its head in confusion, seemingly uncertain of the meaning behind those words. I look forward to our next encounter. Yamcha waved goodbye to Ash and Pikachu, disappearing into the depths of the Changbi forest. Upon returning to his own world, Yamcha began to reflect on his recent experiences. His time in the Pokemon realm had been brief, and he had not significantly enhanced his combat abilities. However, he had acquired 2 additional Pokemon, a collection of items from the Pokemon world, a capsule containing water from the Mirrored Lake, and had begun to grasp the art of sensing energy. Overall, he had made modest progress. Mastering energy perception would certainly bolster his confidence for the upcoming World Martial Arts Tournament. This journey served as a test of his current capabilities. Only by thoroughly understanding his own strength could he effectively pursue his future plans. The most reliable method to gauge one's power is through combat, intense, visceral encounters. The readings from a combat power tester are merely indicative. More importantly, Yamcha currently lacked such a device. Time passed swiftly in training, and before he knew it, May 6th had arrived. Yamcha boarded a standard aircraft, successfully arriving at the legendary martial arts sanctuary, Papaya Island. The Black Silk Army did not enjoy a favorable reputation in the outside world. Thus, it would be unwise to participate in the tournament aboard a vessel emblazoned with their insignia, especially if they encountered fervent martial artists seeking justice. Should you achieve commendable rankings, you may become my personal guards, Yamcha declared to the soldiers of the Black Silk Army as he disembarked the aircraft, turning his back on the soldiers who were changing out of their uniforms. Aside from Yamcha, there were only 28 participants from the Black Silk Army. Even though the base was somewhat remote, it had the capacity for several hundred personnel, and recent investments had expanded it to nearly 1,000. When Yamcha proposed using the martial arts tournament to select his personal guards, everyone at the base unanimously agreed and expressed a willingness to participate. However, it became evident that most were merely vocal in their support. Few proved reliable when the time came for action. The 28 soldiers were primarily newcomers, and Yamcha held little hope for the seasoned veterans who merely coasted through their duties. Nonetheless, this worked in his favor, as it provided a valid reason to exclude them from consideration. It is worth mentioning that Lieutenant Leopard intended to attend, but since the base could not be left without oversight, Yamcha had to decline his participation. Given that weapons were prohibited during the World Martial Arts Tournament, Yamcha estimated that the 28 soldiers would likely fail to progress beyond the first round. Nonetheless, securing even a single victory would allow him to consider them for his personal guard. However, the outcome was disheartening. The Black Silk Army consistently lived up to expectations of disappointment, as all 28 participants were eliminated in the first round. In total, counting the 28 soldiers of the Black Silk Army, the 20th World Martial Arts Tournament featured 131 competitors, all hailing from various corners of the world, each brimming with confidence in their own abilities. Although these characters initially appeared as mere bystanders in the comic and animation, each one is, in fact, a formidable contender from their respective regions, possessing their own unique skills that far surpass those of the fighters Yamcha once challenged in the ring. Soon, after several rounds of competition, the list of the top 8 contenders was freshly unveiled. It must be noted that this was indeed a world-class tournament, and several of these individuals commanded a presence worthy of Yamcha's attention. District Champion Yamcha. District Champion Ketru. This was a towering figure, approximately 3 meters tall, with impressive muscles that hinted at exceptional strength. District Champion Chundak. A seemingly ordinary middle-aged man whose aura, however, was far from insignificant. District Champion Baoxiong. A beastly humanoid. True to his name, boasted a bear's head, and his presence was akin to that of Ketru. District Champion Aya. A man clad in a Zhongshan suit, appearing to be a martial artist, though his aura was rather weak. District Champion Shitsi. A beastly humanoid sporting a lion's head with an average aura. District Champion Daola. Another beastly humanoid, this one with an alligator's head, also possessing a mediocre aura. And among them, the one with the most formidable presence, District Champion Chai Ba Wang. As anticipated, he arrived. Yamcha gazed at the man resembling an Indian, and information about him surfaced in his mind. Chai Ba Wang, a master of the 8-handed fist, had once claimed victory at the World Martial Arts Tournament. Although he had been eliminated by Son Goku in the preliminary rounds of the 22nd and 23rd tournaments, relegated to a mere stepping stone for the protagonist, his strength was undeniably commendable. His downfall was primarily due to his late entry into the scene. Had he participated in the 21st tournament, it is likely that only Master Roshi could have guaranteed a victory against him, far surpassing the formidable opponent Nam, who made it to the top for alongside Son Goku. He stands as one of the few exceptional masters in the Dragon Ball universe. Ladies and gentlemen, please gather around. We will now determine your opponents in the order of appearance by drawing lots, announced the young host with blonde hair and sunglasses, holding a metallic horn as he called out to the 8 contenders who had advanced through the preliminaries. This host of the World Martial Arts Tournament was also a legendary figure, a constant presence throughout the event. If it weren't for his noticeably advancing age, one might mistake him for a hidden character like Otsutsuki Kinshiki. The drawing commenced shortly thereafter. Yamcha drew number 7, placing him as the second to last participant. His opponent was the towering Ketru. The first match commenced. Baoxiong versus Daolao, a fierce clash between beastly humans, began with a contest of strength from the outset. As Yamcha anticipated, the weaker alligator man was swiftly defeated by the bare-headed combatant. The second match followed. Chai Ba Wang versus Shitsi. The pace of the battle escalated beyond the previous encounter. Within moments, the lion-headed Shitsi was vanquished, leaving the audience unable to discern how Chai Ba Wang executed his strikes. At this juncture, the 8-handed fist appeared nearly invincible. The third match unfolded. Chundak and Aya are both combatants skilled in the art of boxing. Aya employs the Lion's FANG style, which sounds impressive. However, in practice, it falls considerably short, as he failed to even graze the hem of Chundak's attire before being eliminated. He did not manage to ascertain his opponent's true strength. In the fourth match, Yamcha faced off against Kaidalu. Standing before the towering Kaidalu, who measures an impressive 3 meters, Yamcha appeared diminutive, akin to a fledgling chick. With arms crossed confidently over his chest, Kaidalu declared, "If you wish to avoid injury, I strongly advise you to surrender promptly." His exaggerated physique served as the foundation of his confidence. From the perspective of an ordinary individual, size is often correlated with strength, and in terms of sheer muscle, Kaidalu certainly surpassed Yamcha. While Yamcha perceived Kaidalu's muscles as mere facade, the audience remained oblivious to this. It seems that the victor of this contest will be determined between myself and that ferocious bear, he mused, casting a glance towards the bear outside the ring before returning his focus. To be frank, not even a bullet could harm me, he boasted with immense pride. To withstand bullets with sheer flesh is a feat likely on par with Yuba's father, Bra, if not exceeding it. For an ordinary human, that is indeed remarkable. Seeing that Yamcha showed no intention of surrendering, Kaidalu reiterated his identity with emphasis. Let me let you in on a secret. I am also the strongest guardian of the royal army. However, before he could finish his sentence, Yamcha struck him with a powerful punch to the abdomen. How is this possible? Kaidalu gasped, clutching his belly, his eyes bulging, as he staggered back 2 steps before his immense frame crashed to the ground, unable to rise again. The match had commenced while he was still distracted. This was one of the reasons for his defeat, underestimating his opponent and exposing vulnerabilities. Another reason was his excessive chit-chat. Had he approached the fight with seriousness from the outset, it might have required considerable effort on my part to overcome him. A lion, when hunting a rabbit, uses all its strength. Unless one, like Yamcha, deliberately conceals their trump card, Kaidalu's approach was simply foolish. It was truly astonishing that Yamcha had defeated Kaidalu with a single strike. Well, not precisely. He had landed 3 heavy punches, delivered with a speed that would be difficult for an ordinary person to perceive. Nevertheless, Yamcha's recent actions had drawn the attention of 2 skilled observers present. His strikes were decisive. He is indeed a formidable adversary, remarked Chindak. Yet, compared to my 8-hand fist, he was still a tad slower, noted Chai Ba-Wang. The list of the top 4 competitors was freshly unveiled. Due to the rapid conclusion of the quarterfinals, the semifinals commenced that very day. In the first match, Chai Ba-Wang, employing the same strategy as Yamcha, defeated the ferocious bear, appearing to outsiders as a single punch. I hope you can provide me with an exhilarating match, Chai Ba-Wang proclaimed from the center of the ring, exuding palpable intensity. The second match commenced shortly thereafter, with Yamcha and Chundak standing on the platform. Chundak bowed politely and introduced himself, stating, star-level style, Chundak. This is the etiquette observed among martial artists before sparring, though it has long fallen out of practice. It was quite popular during the era of the martial arts grandmaster, yet that was centuries ago. Nevertheless, since the other party has introduced themselves, Yamcha naturally reciprocated by stating his own name, mirroring the courtesy. The Crane School, Yamcha. Chapter 75. King Chai Ba, do not die. Upon hearing the words Crane School, Chen Dequan exhibited no surprise. He simply nodded and assumed a combat stance. Although the Crane Master is nominally recognized as a martial arts expert alongside the Turtle Master, in truth, the fame of the Crane Master and the Crane School pales in comparison to that of the Turtle Master and his school, which is adorned with the title of the God of Martial Arts. Furthermore, the Crane Master, who is primarily motivated by wealth, seldom ventures into the outside world, resulting in his reputation being confined to a small circle. Perhaps a century ago, some may have remembered him, but in this era, very few are aware of his existence. In stark contrast, his brother enjoys an overwhelmingly high level of recognition. The world's foremost assassin, Tao Bai Bai, is known by nearly all. Go! Yamcha and Chun Dequan simultaneously launched their attacks. Chun Dequan's martial arts style is the starry flow, possessing the masterful illusory heart punch, which allows his fists to strike like phantoms, catching opponents unaware. Coupled with his remarkable speed, he is undoubtedly the fastest human Yamcha has encountered in the Dragon Ball universe thus far. Clearly, he is an aggressive fighter. Unfortunately for him, his opponent is Yamcha. If Chun Dequan's punches are illusions, then Yamcha himself is akin to a mirage, visible yet elusive. Yamcha's assassination technique, learned from Killua, combined with the martial arts of the Crane School, has birthed a unique skill. After several exchanges, Chun Dequan continued to find himself at a disadvantage. Once more, he initiated an attack, his fist passing through Yamcha without connecting, yet again missing its target. There, Chun Dequan suddenly pivoted, unleashing a long-prepared straight punch aimed at the position where Yamcha had been. But Yamcha was indeed there. I have seen through the illusion created by your footwork. Illusory heart punch. Chun Dequan's fist, as expected, struck Yamcha's body. However, he felt no sensation of impact. It passed right through. Was it another illusion? No. This time it was not an illusion, but a residual shadow. To be precise, it was a residual image punch. Regrettably, you have failed to see through it. Yamcha's voice resonated from behind Chun Dequan. The assassination technique was merely a feigned opening, while the residual image punch was the true tactic to bewilder his opponent. Oh no! Realizing he had fallen for the ruse, Chun Daquan hurriedly turned to defend himself. Yet, he was already at a disadvantage. Defeat was imminent. Yamcha's palms, without hesitation, struck down upon Chun Daquan's shoulders, swiftly rendering them numb. With most of his abilities relying on his hands, Yamcha had effectively stripped him of his combat capability. Moreover, Yamcha's assault was far from over. With a swift squat and a sweeping kick, Chun Daki lost his balance, followed by a whip kick that sent him tumbling out of the ring, disqualifying him. The victor is Yamcha. There was no doubt regarding Yamcha's triumph. Chun Daki possesses commendable strength, likely surpassing his own capabilities during his initial participation in the 21st martial arts tournament. Yet, the current version of himself is undeniably stronger. He employs an unusual footwork to create illusions that bewilder his adversary, utilizes rapid movements to generate afterimages, and launches unexpected attacks, a commendable strategy that would ensnare even the most seasoned opponents. In the finals, King Chai Ba openly lauded Yamcha from the arena, exuding an air of authority. At your age, achieving such a level is indeed remarkable. Were it not for my presence here, you would undoubtedly be the champion of this tournament. Alas, I am here, and I have already deciphered your techniques. You stand no chance. As the referee announced the commencement of the match, the two engaged in a fierce battle. King Chai Ba unleashed a flurry of hands that seemed to create numerous afterimages, appearing as if he possessed 8 arms. Even Yamcha could not help but marvel at the speed of the 8-hand fist. Had he not trained under Master Roshi, he would have likely succumbed to such a relentless assault. Afterimage fist. Yamcha executed the technique once more, yet King Chai Ba effortlessly countered it, landing several punches on him. The same technique cannot defeat me. Sensing the efficacy of his strategy, King Chai Ba felt an overwhelming sense of pride, convinced he had grasped Yamcha's true strength. It seems this young man's limits are here. He truly is an impressive lad. With a heart full of confidence, King Chai Ba erupted into laughter. I am thrilled, truly elated. It has been a long time since anyone has been able to engage me in a match for this duration. But do you think this is my limit? I have merely revealed a fraction of my true power. He extended his right hand, creating a minuscule gap between his thumb and index finger. If you do not showcase your true abilities soon, do not blame me for your elimination. Yamcha, filled with skepticism, scrutinized King Chai Ba for an extended period. Although his aura remained unchanged, his words did not seem to be in jest. Could it be that this version of King Chai Ba is extraordinarily powerful and concealing his aura? This possibility cannot be dismissed. To this day, he has yet to ascertain which realm of the Dragon Ball universe he currently inhabits. It is entirely plausible that this King Chai Ba is indeed formidable. Thus, it is prudent to test his mettle. Yamcha decided to unveil his second layer of disguise. Ripple technique. Ripple energy mode. Gradually closing his eyes and engaging in a rhythmic, distinctive breathing pattern, golden currents enveloped Yamcha's form, causing his hair to stand slightly on end. When Yamcha reopened his eyes, they seemed to radiate with a golden light. In the next instant, he vanished from the arena. I have warned you. The same technique holds no power against me. The confident Chai Ba Wang struck a pose, declaring, Behold my 8 hands. Yet, before he could make a move, Yamcha's fist had already struck his body. A loud thud resounded as Chai Ba Wang coughed up a mouthful of blood, his body launching backwards like a cannonball. With a thunderous crash, a wall of the martial arts arena collapsed, burying half of Chai Ba Wang beneath the rubble. His legs twitched briefly before falling still. At that moment, even Yamcha was taken aback. Wasn't it you who claimed to only exert a fraction of your strength? Didn't you challenge me to show my true capabilities? I had merely showcased a portion of my prowess. Were you merely posturing? Frankly speaking, Yamcha could have uttered the classic line, I haven't even tried, yet you've already fallen. However, the pressing issue was not this. Yamcha's expression shifted dramatically as he rushed towards the debris. Chai Ba Wang, please don't die. Chapter 76. The puzzle is partially complete after secretly administering a quarter of a magical bean from his pouch to Chai Ba Wang. The rise and fall of his chest finally resumed. Yamcha let out a sigh of relief. Judge, he hasn't died, so please announce the result. The referee, momentarily stunned, approached to assess Chai Ba Wang's condition before commencing a countdown from 10. A mere quarter of a magical bean could only sustain Chai Ba Wang's life. But complete recovery was beyond its capabilities, thus he inevitably lost his combat ability. The champion of this year's World Martial Arts Tournament is contestant Yamcha. As he stood amidst the cheering crowd, Yamcha reflected on his misjudgment of his opponent's strength. Such an error was precarious and warranted caution in the future. From that moment forward, Yamcha resolved never to place blind faith in the words of others, but rather to trust his own judgment. The prize for winning the World Martial Arts Tournament was 500,000 Sony. Although this sum was trivial for Yamcha, it was a reward he had rightfully earned and naturally welcomed. Surely, it could procure a few universal capsules, couldn't it? Following the tournament, Yamcha gained a vague sense of his own strength, placing himself somewhere between the youthful Goku of the battle against Tao Pai Pai and the one from the 22nd World Martial Arts Tournament. For a more precise assessment, further testing would be required. However, the priority remained on enhancing his own abilities. Even if he surpassed the youthful Goku of the 22nd tournament, he would still be but a minor character in the vast Dragon Ball universe, where the average combat power of Frieza's soldiers hovered around 1200. Upon returning to the Fire Mountain base, Yamcha resumed his training journey. The gravity chamber had been successfully constructed and delivered to the base. Crafted by a certain doctor from the Black Silk Army, it could be adjusted to a maximum of 5 times the normal gravity. While 5 times the gravity paled in comparison to the hundreds of times endured by later Saiyans, it was nonetheless an impressive figure for this period. Primarily, Yamcha believes he is still in a phase of physical development, and excessive gravity could potentially hinder his growth. He certainly does not wish to limit himself to a mere height of 1.6 meters like Vegeta in the future. Thus, he decides to commence with double gravity. As Yamcha steps into the gravity chamber, the machine whirs to life, and he immediately feels a wave of pressure enveloping his entire being, almost compelling him to collapse onto the floor. While merely doubling his weight might seem manageable, the true terror of gravity lies in its pervasive impact, not only on the body but also on all internal organs. First, he must regulate his breathing. With the rhythmic, distinctive breathing technique, Yamcha finds immediate relief, allowing him to move freely under the duress of double gravity. The wondrous aspect of the ripple technique lies in this very breathing method. Through simple inhalation and exhalation, one can generate astonishing power within the body, even birthing a light akin to that of the sun. Concurrently, ripple breathing not only fortifies the body but also enhances the internal organs collectively. Prolonged practice of the ripple technique can significantly strengthen the body and greatly delay the aging process. Now, he decides to experiment with his second ability, None. In an instant, an invisible layer envelopes Yamcha's body. Remarkably, he feels as though he has completely regained the sensation of weightlessness. The extraordinary None ability, no. It surpasses mere capability, has rendered the effects of double gravity inconsequential for Yamcha. The consumption of his None energy is merely slightly accelerated, which conveniently serves his training. None represents the life force, and cultivating it is akin to nurturing one's very existence, while the ripple breathing technique further amplifies this life essence. The synergy between these two is far from a simple addition of 1 and 1. Particularly, both methods are capable of enhancing one's vitality. In the world of hunters, Netero is a master of None and has lived for centuries, if not longer. Most critically, as Yamcha practices both techniques, his ki continuously ascends. Ki is a fundamental energy present within all living beings, and in many respects, it bears a close resemblance to None, differing only in its manifestation. Thus, as Yamcha cultivates his None, he simultaneously nurtures his ki, augmented by the ripple breathing technique, resulting in an extraordinarily formidable training outcome. This explains why he has achieved results comparable to those of a much older Goku in less than a year. It is worth noting that the Dragon Ball universe lacks anything akin to internal martial arts or similar methodologies. If the first installment of Dragon Ball contains some descriptions related to martial arts, the focus has since shifted predominantly to the near-death power-ups of Saiyans and the transformation into Super Saiyans. Transforming into a Super Saiyan and progressing to even higher stages has become the mainstream of this era. Rarely does a depiction of a transcendent realm arise. Yet within the span of 10 days in the Chimera game, Goku has instructed Gohan to maintain his Super Saiyan form. The fervor is palpable. However, the other warriors have been relegated to mere supporting roles, even as they train on King Kai's planet, deprived of the King Kai fist, let alone the Spirit Bomb, merely equipped with a tenfold gravity training card. Yamcha is neither a Saiyan nor a Namekian, nor a descendant of the three-eyed beings. He is simply an ordinary earthling. If he wishes to ensure his survival in this world, he must exploit every resource at his disposal. Fortunately, he stands backed by countless realms, having discovered his method. The implementation of this strategy affirms his success. The ripple breathing technique, the None abilities, the flowing rock-crushing fist, and the stand are but fragments of Yamcha's grand design. The forces he seeks to amalgamate extend far beyond these. Each world he ventures into is approached with intent. According to Yamcha's vision, The flowing rock-crushing fist equates to a martial arts technique, capable of evolving into numerous forms based on one's own development. Nun abilities and ki are life energies that complement each other. The various cultivation methods of nun, concentration, concealment, absolute, hardness, and resilience, bestow upon Yamcha an array of capabilities. The ripple breathing technique serves as a mental discipline, enhancing life energy and fortifying the body with each deliberate breath. Essentially, nun abilities manifest as life energy and ripple ki. The term fragment applies because several elements remain outstanding: the catalyst for life energy evolution, unparalleled explosive power, and a sufficiently vast foundational quantity. Once all components coalesce, true fusion occurs. The amalgamation of these abilities could propel Yamcha's training speed to a staggering magnitude. In truth, he has already identified 3 corresponding abilities. Naturally, Yamcha's preparations extend beyond this. He harbors numerous plans. Unable to transform into a Super Saiyan, he aspires to become the strongest. This embodies Yamcha's fervent wish. Thus, the threefold gravity commences. With that, Yamcha presses the switch once more, and an even greater pressure envelopes him instantaneously. Maintain composure, steady your breath, and sustain your fortitude through Nun. Yamcha immerses himself wholeheartedly in the arduous training, with Nun, Ripple, and Ki progressing in harmonious order. Steadily and assuredly, he shall grow stronger. He aims to demonstrate to the inhabitants of this world that there exists more than just androids on Earth. A dedicated martial artist can indeed rise to become the mightiest. Chapter 77. The Water Attribute of Nun. The Fire Mountain Division's exclusive training room. Yamcha sits cross-legged on a mat, a teacup filled with water and a fresh leaf resting at its center before him. The Water Attribute. A conventional method for discerning the attributes of Nun abilities. Different categories of Nun manifest distinct effects. Some Nun users can even develop capabilities akin to those of Rule-type stand users. For instance, the 4th Prince of the Kaguya Empire, Keledoni Higwo, possesses the ability to glimpse his future 10 seconds ahead through the eyes of the Nun beast behind him. For instance, Nobu, the Chimeric and Extermination Squad member, possesses a spatial Nun ability known as the 4th Dimensional Apartment. This ability not only enhances his own capabilities, but also allows him to construct a unique set of extraordinary powers, representing an advancement within the realm of Nun. The attributes of Nun are categorized into 6 primary types: enhancement, transformation, materialization, emission, manipulation, and specialization. As the name suggests, enhancement focuses on strengthening oneself or one's weapons. Transformation allows for the alteration of the nature or shape of the emitted Nun. Any modification of the Nun's properties falls under this category. However, regardless of the changes made, the fundamental energy nature remains intact. For example, transforming Nun into electrical energy, strong adhesive, or rubber. Materialization enables one to reshape their Nun into desired objects, effectively solidifying the ethereal into the tangible, allowing for the creation of real weapons for combat, such as clothing, knives, or chains. With sufficient ability, one could even fabricate a space. Emission entails releasing one's Nun externally and altering its appearance. Manipulation involves infusing one's Nun into objects to exert control over them, such as injecting it into another person to manipulate them. Finally, the specialization category is rather unique. Rather than being a distinct attribute, it serves as a collective classification for all Nun abilities that do not fit into the aforementioned 5 categories. This can encompass a wide range of capabilities, some of which may be potent while others could be trivial, potentially resulting in a rather absurd ability like transforming oneself into a pig's head, making it the most enigmatic category. Yamcha believes that the most ideal Nun attributes for him are materialization and enhancement, as they would facilitate his future plans. The worst-case scenario would be emission, which he feels he could entirely do without. Should he indeed possess an emission ability, Yamcha would likely abandon that path of training and focus solely on mastering the 4 primary Nun disciplines. Based on Yamcha's portrayal in the original storyline of the Dragon Ball universe, particularly with his self-created technique, the Spirit Ball, it is highly probable that it belongs to the manipulation category. The true nature of his ability can only be determined through experimentation. Yamcha encircled the cup with his hands, allowing his Nun to envelop the entire vessel. By observing the various manifestations, he aimed to discern the category of his Nun ability. An increase in water volume would indicate enhancement. A change in taste would suggest transformation. The emergence of crystalline structures within the water would point to materialization. A change in color would signify emission, and movement of leaves would denote manipulation. Any phenomena diverging from the other 5 categories would fall under specialization. implying that it is a broad umbrella term. As Yamcha continued to channel his nun, distinct changes began to transpire within the cup. The leaves on the surface began to move and subsequently sank downwards. Is this manipulation? Yamcha contemplated, nodding to himself. Although not the most desirable outcome, manipulation is certainly preferable to emission and still holds potential for creativity. However, the phenomena within the cup did not cease there. The leaves vanished, causing Yamcha's pupils to constrict slightly as they disappeared upon reaching the bottom. Yet, this was not the end. Shortly thereafter, the leaves re-emerged from the depths of the cup, gradually rising until they settled back into their previous position. This is not the leaf I just placed. Yamcha quietly picked up the leaf from the cup. Previously, he had put in a leaf from the winterberry, while the one now floating on the surface was a maple leaf, one that belonged to autumn rather than this season. It seems to be a case of transmutation. The situation is neither good nor bad. Although it is not what Yamcha desired, it is still preferable to a mere release. The development of a transmutation ability is undoubtedly the most challenging among the 6 elemental attributes. This involves another characteristic of the nun ability: constraints and vows. A nun user can enhance their power through established constraints and vows. By imposing certain restrictions on themselves during training, their success rate improves. The stricter the constraints, the higher the success rate. Formulating rules and swearing internally to uphold them, the more arduous the rules, the greater the unleashed power. The formula is roughly, where represents attack power, denotes nun ability, indicates difficulty of constraints, and signifies the achieved effect. However, constraints and vows are an unstable double-edged sword. Breaking a vow can lead to backlash, resulting in the potential loss of nun ability or, in severe cases, even one's life. The substitution of the winterberry leaf with a maple leaf. Does this imply an exchange? Yamcha murmured, pinching the maple leaf between 2 fingers. A notion began to form in his mind. Nevertheless, there is no rush. There are more pressing matters at hand. Before leaving the training room, Yamcha casually discarded the cup along with the water and leaves into a world unknown to him. He could not leave any trace. That would be too precarious. Isaac, Yamcha called out as he exited the training room, and immediately a young soldier responded. Major Brown. This was a private from the Flame Mountain base, currently tasked with attending to Yamcha's every need, essentially, his personal guard. His abilities were somewhat lacking, but fortunately, he was obedient. Yamcha handed him a list. Here's a checklist. I require these items ready in 3 days. Understood. The list contained various precious gems, with the word gold prominently displayed at the top. The quantity of gold alone would be sufficient to purchase a small kingdom. As always, it is fortunate that Yamcha possesses wealth. The omnipotent capsules he carries, filled with treasures from various worlds, can easily incite frenzy with just one taken out. Money may not be everything, but it certainly saves me considerable effort. Indeed, Yamcha planned to venture into a new world once again. His abilities, substitution, nun, and ripple technique, were far from satisfying him. 3 days later, the prepared items were stored within an omnipotent capsule, ready for Yamcha to take. At this moment, the construction of the great desert base was nearing completion, and it was anticipated that by the next time Yamcha returned, he would have a new home. Let us depart. With everything in place, Yamcha stepped forward. In the next instant, he found himself amidst azure skies and bustling cityscapes, a world both strange and familiar. Chapter 78. I am Yamcha. Greetings to the Grandmaster. The dowry is in the southwestern region of Qingqing Town, Guishi City, Ingtan. Here lies a vast expanse of undulating mountains, where verdant waters embrace the peaks, resembling a natural masterpiece. The summits twist like mighty dragons, while dense forests conceal elusive tigers and leopards, exuding an aura of mystery and vitality, akin to an ink-wash landscape painting. Mist dances around, and the picturesque scenery evokes the semblance of a celestial paradise. This is one of the renowned 72 blessed locales of Taoism, Longhu Mountain. A bus adorned with the phrase, "Let's go on a journey," slowly rolled into the parking area of the Visitor Service Center. Upon coming to a halt, a middle-aged man of unremarkable appearance, with a slightly protruding belly and a blue card hanging from his neck, descended from the vehicle. He held a small red flag aloft and called out to those still on the bus, urging them to disembark promptly. Our destination has been reached. Please exit the bus quickly. Time is of the essence. Soon, elderly passengers donned in attire emblazoned with the same travel group's slogan began to emerge in small clusters from the bus. Once a sufficient number had gathered, the middle-aged man continued, "Greetings, everyone. I am Yin Shui, your tour guide for this trip. I will be leading you to explore the beauty of Longhu Mountain. We are currently at the foot of the mountain, and shortly we will board a sightseeing bus to ascend. There are restrooms at the visitor center nearby. Those in need should go quickly. I must emphasize, there are no facilities along the way. For those wishing to purchase water, be aware that prices at the summit are steep. Also, please refrain from littering. The plump guide spoke in a monotonous tone, reminiscent of a young monk reciting scriptures, devoid of any emotional inflection, as if fulfilling a mere obligation. Yamcha was almost the last to alight from the bus, now clad in the same travel group attire. Standing beside him were two men in suits, who remarked, "When you return, please convey our gratitude to Mr. FANG for his assistance over these days. It has saved me considerable effort. I will remember this favor and repay it when the opportunity arises. Mr. Yamcha, do you truly not require our accompaniment? If there are matters to attend to, it would be far more convenient for us to handle them," one of the suited men said, his voice tinged with anxiety, seemingly apprehensive of Yamcha. Without responding, Yamcha gazed toward the distant peaks and remarked, "I owe Mr. FANG a favor, and that is sufficient. The more I say, the harder it will be to repay." The simple utterance of "understood" weighed heavily upon the suited man, causing beads of sweat to trickle down his forehead like a relentless downpour. "Now, our first stop is the Qing Palace scenic area. Follow me, everyone, do not lag behind." The guide's voice resonated from a short distance away. "Return and relay my words to Mr. FANG. I believe he will not hold you responsible," Yamcha said, patting the other man's shoulder as he made his way toward the guide. "Leping, where are your two friends? Aren't they joining us? They have matters to attend to at the company and must work overtime." "What kind of company demands overtime on weekends? That is nothing short of labor exploitation." The portly tour guide chattered incessantly, suddenly struck by a thought as his beady eyes fixated on Yamcha. Even if we leave now, the group fee cannot be refunded." "No worries, their boss will reimburse us." "Then their boss seems rather decent." As the two conversed, they gradually drifted away. "Mr. FANG, that individual did not allow us to accompany him." Subsequently, the man in the suit recounted Yamcha's recent words over the phone. After a moment of silence on the other end, the voice replied, "Understood. Return at once and avoid lingering there or engaging in any unnecessary actions. He is not someone you can offend." The final statement carried a stern warning. "Yes, Mr. FANG." The suited man was eager to depart from this place, wishing to put as much distance as possible between himself and the encounter. The recent acknowledgement of the word understanding weighed heavily on him, despite considering himself a capable individual. He found himself lacking the courage to respond in the presence of that formidable figure. The strength of the other was beyond mere description. It belonged to an entirely different realm. Meanwhile, on the other end of the call, a middle-aged man with silver hair and sunglasses sat with his hands crossed over his nose and lips, silently observing a seemingly unremarkable capsule on the table. The curtains were tightly drawn, allowing only a sliver of light into the room, as if in fear of prying eyes. In truth, this was warranted, for within that small capsule lay something unimaginable. If it were to be disclosed, it would undoubtedly incite madness among millions, igniting a fierce struggle for possession. Now, it lay quietly before him. Had he not witnessed it with his own eyes, he would have found it hard to believe. That night had left him profoundly shaken. Taking a deep breath, he secured the capsule close to himself. Danger and opportunity coexist. This seemingly affable middle-aged man was, in fact, FANG Jinghao, the true master of the Tianxia society. Meanwhile, the spontaneous travel group had already toured the Shangqing Palace and arrived at their second destination, the Tianxia Mansion. Officially known as the Qingzi Han Tianxia Mansion, it spans approximately 42,000 square meters, with a total construction area of 14,000 square meters, nestled between mountains and water. Grand in scale and extraordinary in presence. Positioned directly in front of the mansion's entrance was a colossal Taiji diagram. A few young Taoists were tidying up at the entrance, occasionally casting curious glances at the travel group. "We've finally arrived," Yamcha mused, his gaze fixed on the entrance of the Tianxia Mansion. The Tianxia Mansion appeared utterly different to him than to others. If one were to observe closely, they would notice that his eyes sparkled with an unusual brightness. This was the manifestation of his nun ability, condensation. Under its influence, Yamcha could perceive the entire architectural complex radiating an awe-inspiring glow. Condensation could unveil disguises and reveal the lingering nin imprints on objects. This nin could be an obsession or a longing. The tangible aura emanating from the Tianxia Mansion was something Yamcha had never encountered before. His hypothesis was correct. He had indeed arrived at the right place. A smile involuntarily crept upon the corners of Yamcha's lips as he traversed the tour group and passed through the gate, making his way past the Jade Emperor Hall without any pause, ultimately arriving at the front of the Celestial Master Hall. Upon gazing at the towering and magnificent statue before him, he set down his leather suitcase. Taking a deep breath, he slowly spoke. His penetrating voice resonated within the grand hall, echoing throughout the entire Celestial Master estate. I am Yamcha, paying my respects to the venerable Celestial Master. The resounding declaration reverberated through the hall, perhaps even reaching other areas beyond the Celestial Master Hall. The suddenness of Yamcha's actions startled the surrounding Taoists. Just as they prepared to intervene, he opened his carry-on suitcase, and a cascade of radiant red light spilled forth, nearly blinding them. A donation of 10 million for incense offerings. 10 million. The magnitude of such a sum was unfathomable. While there had been instances of lavish spending at Longhu Mountain, such amounts typically ranged only in the tens or hundreds of thousands. Presenting a sum of 10 million was indeed a rarity. The Taoists, being ordinary individuals responsible for managing the temple, had never encountered such wealth and were momentarily at a loss. The atmosphere became tense as time elapsed. After several minutes, Yamcha bowed once more towards the statue and spoke again. I am Yamcha, paying my respects to the venerable Celestial Master. I offer 50 million for incense offerings. This proclamation was even more resounding than the last, reaching the ears of tourists outside the Celestial Master estate. 50 million? What a grand gesture. What has transpired? A serious yet youthful voice emerged as a stern-looking Taoist clad in white robes entered from outside. With cascading silver hair and a cinnabar dot on his forehead. He possessed striking features. Although younger than the surrounding Taoists, upon his arrival, they were visibly relieved, exclaiming in unison, "Little Master Uncle." This white-robed youth was Zhang Lingyu, the chief disciple of the venerable Celestial Master, also known as Lingyu Zhenren. Despite his youth, he held a high status and possessed profound cultivation. Having just completed his morning prayers, he had fortuitously heard Yamcha's voice and rushed over. The other Taoists, seeing him, felt as though they had found a savior. Eagerly recounting the recent events, "Please follow me to the back courtyard," Zhang Lingyu proposed, already calculating his next steps. He extended his right hand toward Yamcha, seeking to address the situation before it escalated further, intending to discuss matters once his senior brothers and master arrived. The others hesitated to approach, intimidated by the allure of wealth. However, Zhang Lingyu remained unaffected, not so much due to indifference to money but rather a lack of understanding of its significance. He bore little conception of its value. Even among the exalted beings of this world, most sought little more than fame and fortune. For instance, among the prominent figures at the pinnacle of the other world, several individuals possess questionable character. The only one capable of true transcendence is the venerable master whom Yamcha intends to visit. The moment Zhang Lingyu's hand made contact with Yamcha's body, it passed through effortlessly, while the figure of Yamcha before him dissipated into an afterimage. Unable to grasp him, another worlder, Zhang Lingyu reached out but grasped only air, instantly becoming alert. The youth standing before him, seemingly a few years his senior, was undoubtedly formidable. As Zhang Lingyu pondered this, Yamcha spoke once more. I am Yamcha, paying my respects to the venerable master. I offer incense funds of 60 million. This declaration resonated louder than the previous one, audible even within the living quarters of the Master's domain. 60 million. This spectacle profoundly shocked all the Taoists present, save for Zhang Lingyu. Unperturbed by the sum of 60 million, Zhang Lingyu, having failed to capture Yamcha the first time, lunged again, this time employing his qi. His speed multiplied several times compared to before. Alas, he was contending with Yamcha, who could conjure afterimages with his own speed, making him a rare master even in the other world. Thus, no matter how many times he attempted to seize Yamcha, he ultimately grasped only shadows. Evading silently and imperceptibly, he remained elusive. By the time Zhang Lingyu was breathless, he had yet to touch the hem of Yamcha's garment. In contrast, Yamcha maintained his original demeanor. The disparity in physical prowess between the two was insurmountable. Warriors from the Dragon Ball universe, particularly those adept in martial arts, possess a physique that is unparalleled across most realms, especially one like Yamcha, who has traversed countless worlds and acquired myriad abilities. Unflustered, Yamcha reverently bowed towards the master's likeness. I am Yamcha, paying my respects to the venerable master. I offer incense funds of 100 million. The figure of 100 million exceeded the realm of normal comprehension. It could merely be regarded as a modest goal. Yet, for an ordinary person, 10 million would suffice for a life of luxury, while 100 million would ensure a lifetime free from want. I am Yamcha, paying my respects to the venerable master. I offer incense funds of 200 million. Yamcha's voice grew increasingly resounding, his presence more imposing, each declaration more astounding than the last. If the earlier sums of 10 million and 50 million seemed substantial, the subsequent figures of 100 million and 200 million ventured into the realm of the surreal. Could there truly be someone willing to donate 200 million merely for a glimpse of the master? It is no small feat for an ordinary person to secure an audience with the master. However, the figure of 200 million was simply outrageous, converted into tangible wealth. It could fill an entire courtyard. Even if one were to hurl it at someone, the amount would remain inexhaustible. To suggest that the individual was jesting would imply a lack of sanity, for that glaring red box of money surely did not appear to be a mere joke. Indeed, Yamcha was aware that the venerable Celestial Master resided within the confines of the Celestial Master's South Private Estate, a locale traditionally inhabited by generations of Celestial Masters. However, being a living area, it was naturally guarded to prevent unwarranted intrusions by visitors. The crux of the matter lay in the fact that entering a private domain without an invitation was an exceedingly impolite act. He had come to pay his respects to the venerable Celestial Master, not to seek conflict. Ha ha, I heard someone is willing to spend 200 million to meet me. I truly had no idea I was worth so much. A hearty, yet slightly mischievous voice resonated. Subsequently, a tall, dignified elder with flowing white hair and kind eyes entered the room. He was clad in a black Celestial Master robe, his elongated brows and serene countenance exuding a sense of calm. When he turned his gaze towards Zhang Lingyu, a rare softness appeared upon his features. Most striking to Yamcha were his eyes. At first glance, they seemed ordinary, yet they glimmered with an inner light, enigmatic and profound. What astonished Yamcha the most was his inability to sense the elder's aura. It was a novel experience. As if the man before him were merely an unremarkable old man, not one who deliberately concealed his presence, but rather an ordinary elder, embodying a state of simplicity and authenticity. This was the contemporary Celestial Master of Longhu Mountain, Zhang Zhuwei, the very elder Yamcha had spoken of, and a legendary figure renowned for being an unparalleled master, capable of facing anyone with supreme skill. Profoundly mysterious, yet seemingly unremarkable, these two seemingly contradictory descriptors aptly captured his essence. A grandmaster, a true master of the highest order. This was the impression the venerable Celestial Master left upon Yamcha. Behind him trailed several Taoist priests clad in blue, their formidable presence surpassing that of Zhang Lingyu, who had recently sparred with Yamcha. I am Yamcha, here to pay my respects to the venerable Celestial Master, Yamcha said earnestly, performing a respectful bow. He then solemnly declared, your worth cannot be measured by mere monetary value. He produced a sleek black card and gently placed it upon the altar. This card contains 1 billion. A gift to the Celestial Master's estate at Longhu Mountain. His tone was so nonchalant. It seemed as if he were discussing a trivial sum rather than an immense fortune. Even the disciples, who had accompanied the venerable Celestial Master through numerous trials, gasped in astonishment upon hearing this proclamation. 1 billion, such was the allure of wealth. In any realm, money could resolve 99% of problems. Having traversed multiple worlds, Yamcha lacked for nothing in terms of finances. With the slightest maneuver, he could conjure wealth that would be unimaginable to an ordinary person throughout their lifetime. However, the venerable Celestial Master was not someone who could be simply swayed by wealth. Money served merely as a means to gain access, a prelude to the desire to meet him. Oh, I never expected that in my old age, I would be worth so much, the venerable Celestial Master chuckled, stroking his long beard with amusement. The only individual present who displayed no reaction was the venerable Celestial Master himself. Even Zhang Lingyu was momentarily taken aback by Yamcha's generous offer. Though he did not place great significance on money, he certainly understood the difference between 1 billion and 1,000. Indeed, the former was an overwhelming sum. This is not the place for our discourse, he stated. The venerable master, observing the increasing throng of visitors around him, decisively gestured for them to follow him to the backyard. Following closely behind, they soon arrived at a secluded area belonging to the master, where an ancient and charming edifice came into view. Outside the grand entrance, on a massive stone, was inscribed the 4 characters Dao Zi Qing Su. These characters, robust yet ethereal, seemed to impart a profound understanding at a mere glance. Akin to the calligraphy that Yamcha had previously acquired from Nitro, embodying the essence of the Tao. As cups of steaming tea were served, the master waved his hand, signaling his disciples to depart. Before long, the room was left with only the master and Yamcha. Finally, you have come, the master remarked, his demeanor relaxing significantly, transforming from an enigmatic and unremarkable elder into a genial neighborly figure. reminiscent of someone who often invited you to play chess, yet frequently rescinded his moves. Pray tell, my young friend, what brings you here with such worldly offerings? His playful tone offered Yamcha a second impression of the master. I wish to become your disciple, Yamcha declared candidly, directly addressing the matter at hand. Ordinarily, since Zhang Lingyu was already the master's sole disciple, he would not take on another. However, after a thorough appraisal of Yamcha, the master responded, I perceive that your inherent abilities are commendable, and you possess your own system. There is no necessity to seek out an old man like me for learning. Were outsiders to hear the master's commendation of Yamcha, it would undoubtedly leave many in awe. To be deemed commendable by the master is a prestigious accolade, for it is widely acknowledged that in the realm of under one person, there exist only two tiers of power, the master himself and all others beneath him. Akin to the apex of the narrative, much like Saitama in the world of One Punch Man Master, I seek a more structured education under your guidance. Yamcha continued, his tone and demeanor remaining earnest. For the master, a forthright approach sufficed. There was no need for convoluted pleasantries. He was a seasoned veteran who could easily see through any pretenses. Honesty was undoubtedly the best course of action. In this world, the extraordinary beings were far more adept at subterfuge than any environment Yamcha had previously encountered, particularly the youth, who were often like cunning old coins. The master nodded, neither hastily rejecting the proposal nor rushing to respond, simply gazing intently at Yamcha, who stood still under the scrutiny. After an indeterminate period, the master slowly spoke, I do not discern a fated connection between us as master and disciple. I will not accept you as my student, but should you wish to learn, I can impart knowledge to you. However, externally, I will not acknowledge you as my disciple, nor should you claim to be one. Fate is indeed a peculiar notion, and the concept of destiny is even more elusive, intangible, and inscrutable. Under ordinary circumstances, the Grand Master would never have the chance to meet Yamcha. They belonged to two distinct worlds, two different dimensions that could never converge. Yet, unexpectedly, they found themselves face to face. Was this a fated encounter? It could be, or it might not. My foremost disciple is Zhang Lingyu, the charming young Taoist you just met, both now and in the future. If this is the case, would you still be willing? The Grand Master's response took Yamcha by surprise. He had hoped to devise a plan, to wait for an opportunity, yet he found himself in agreement. This, however, was a fortuitous turn of events, prompting him to bow deeply before the Grand Master without a moment's hesitation. Master, please accept your disciple's salute. The Grand Master nodded, permitting Yamcha's bow while slightly shifting to the side as he rose. Although he claimed not to take him as a pupil, agreeing to impart knowledge was, in essence, no different from accepting a disciple. Yet, the required etiquette still held significance. Despite having had numerous teachers, Yamcha understood that the Grand Master was indeed his master, and he would not neglect the traditional virtue of respecting one's teacher. Since you are here to learn, you may stay at the Grand Master's residence for the time being. I shall arrange a room for you. At this juncture, the Grand Master's expression turned somewhat peculiar, as if he had something to convey yet hesitated. Yamcha, attentive and patient, awaited further words, but none came. Ultimately, the Grand Master chose to remain silent on the matter. Thus, Yamcha stayed at Long Hushan, ostensibly as a lay practitioner of incense offerings, but in reality, he began his journey of learning under the Grand Master. He absorbed everything the Grand Master taught without a hint of discrimination. Although Yamcha had ventured into the world of Xia specifically to seek the core power system of Qi, he discovered that beyond Qi, he could learn much more from the Grand Master, knowledge that his other instructors could not impart. The reason he did not insist on apprenticing under Master Roshi was that in his heart, he held the Grand Master, Zhang Zhuwei, in higher regard. Qi, an intangible energy, is omnipresent in all things throughout the universe, interacting with the human body, the natural world, and the cosmos to form a comprehensive ecological system. Qi is also the primordial essence of Wuji, the source of energy at the dawn of creation, formless and without manifestation, timeless and eternal, neither born nor perished, representing the universe's original state and the essence of life. The Grand Master taught with great detail. Upon learning that Yamcha lacked the innate ability to harness Qi, he began elucidating its origins, often interspersing his teachings with Taoist philosophy. Yamcha listened intently and studied diligently, employing not only his memory, but also technology to aid his learning. He recorded the Grand Master's words and played them back during his evening meditations, seeking clarification on any points of confusion the following day. Until the content of the recording was fully comprehended, it was not deleted. In his words, it is akin to revisiting knowledge to gain new insights. Even if the teachings of the Venerable Master pertain to Taoist philosophy, Yamcha would strive to grasp them entirely. His earnest demeanor earned him the Master's continuous praise. In the absence of others, Yamcha would address the Venerable Master as teacher. Initially, the Master declined this title, but Yamcha remained resolute, leading the Master to acquiesce. The Venerable Master, with an air of indifference, remarked, "Master, I understand the principles, but why must one practice Tai Chi while learning?" Following the Master's lead, Yamcha slowly engaged in Tai Chi within the living quarters of the Tianshi Palace. A watermelon cut in half, you take one half, I take the other. Tai Chi, embodying the essence of yin and yang, requires one to experience it with the heart and perceive it through the body, making it particularly suitable for a novice like you to grasp the concept of Qi. But are you not from the Jingyi sect? Tai Chi belongs to the Wudong school, does it not? Narrow-mindedness. Regardless of the sect, what matters is its efficacy. I am merely teaching you Tai Chi. Even if Xiaoming were to know, he would not object. Yamcha scratched his head, continuing to follow the Venerable Master in cutting the watermelon, feeling it was the first time someone had called him narrow-minded. Xiaoming, as referenced by the Venerable Master, is the current leader of Wudong. Furthermore, Wudong is indeed part of the Jingyi sect. Do not mention that you know me outside, it would be embarrassing. The Venerable Master added with an air of disdain. Tai Chi became a mandatory morning practice that Yamcha could not cease, proving to be quite beneficial, as he could visibly witness his progress. Yamcha, what does Tao follows nature mean? In response to the Master's inquiry, Yamcha pondered briefly and answered earnestly, it means to adhere to the inherent laws governing the development of things. His lengthy discourse left the listener drowsy, and the Venerable Master interrupted him shortly thereafter. That is neither right nor wrong. What you have articulated is merely a recitation of others' classical thoughts, devoid of personal understanding. With utmost respect, Yamcha requested, please enlighten me, Master. In simpler terms, it means to act according to one's desires in harmony with nature. The ultimate authority lies with Laozi. A more refined interpretation would be, all things in heaven and earth are part of nature. Actions should align with the most primal desires, harmonizing with the ecological cycle. For instance, if your heart is kind and you are not swayed by malevolent influences to commit wrongdoing, that is natural. Conversely, if you are led astray by evil influences, that is not natural. Yamcha nodded thoughtfully. Master, what should one do if they feel drowsy while meditating? Initially, Yamcha struggled with meditation, often succumbing to sleep after a short while. If you feel tired, then sleep. If you are fatigued, it indicates that your body is not yet ready. There is no need to force it. Simply honor the natural need for rest within your body. Act within your limits. Do not push beyond your physical capacity. After some time, Yamcha humbly sought further guidance. Master, I have heard that to double the speed of one's cultivation, one must adhere to 8 principles. Less thinking, fewer desires, tranquility, and emptiness. It remains the same sentiment. Whether right or wrong, the essence of your 8 words can be distilled into 3: essence, vitality, and spirit. When your essence, vitality, and spirit are lacking, no matter the endeavor, effort yields minimal results. Conversely, with sufficient essence, vitality, and spirit, one can achieve remarkable outcomes with minimal exertion. When energy is deficient, one should nourish the spirit. When the spirit falters, one must cultivate vitality. And when blood and qi are insufficient, one should replenish the essence. These 3 elements form a virtuous cycle, ensuring perpetual vitality. Yamcha nodded earnestly. As time passed, he began to regard himself as a Taoist. Master, I have heard that Taoists advocate for a tranquil heart and few desires, perceiving all matters with indifference and never losing their temper. No sooner had Yamcha voiced this than he received a sharp knock on the head from the old master. Nonsense. Who told you that Taoists cannot have a fiery temper? Before becoming a Taoist, you were human, and as a human, one experiences a range of emotions and desires. There is no need for force. Simply follow nature and maintain your true self. However, frequent outbursts can harm the liver, so one must tend to their health afterward. Yamcha diligently noted this down. One was willing to teach, and the other eager to learn. Time flew by, and in the blink of an eye, a year had passed. During this period, Yamcha had gained immensely from the old master. Setting aside the cultivation of qi, his other abilities had seen significant enhancement. For instance, the ripple qigong. He had trained his breathing to be natural, maintaining a stable rhythm in all activities, a fundamental Taoist practice for cultivating qi. For Yamcha, the ripple messenger, this was no trivial skill. He seamlessly integrated the ripple breathing technique into his practice, meaning that every breath he took served as an exercise in ripple qigong without conscious effort. This alone was sufficient for rapid advancement in his strength. Not to mention other areas. Chapter 81. The Path of Wealth. Dressed in a white Taoist robe reminiscent of Zhonglin, Yamcha swiftly navigated the living quarters of the Tianxia residence. His eyes were closed, yet it seemed he could perceive everything, evading encounters with ease. Soon, he arrived at the old master's location. Very good, the old master remarked, nodding with satisfaction as he regarded Yamcha standing before him. His innate talent was exceptional. He grasped new concepts with remarkable speed and approached each day with utmost seriousness. Observing Yamcha now was akin to witnessing a reflection of his younger self, though regrettably, the latter was not his direct disciple and could not inherit the title of Tianxia. In other words, fate had deemed it otherwise. Yamcha stood respectfully before the old master, his aura having undergone a transformative evolution compared to a year prior. The contrast between the two, an elder and a youth, appeared to onlookers as merely that of two ordinary individuals. Yet, the old master had returned to a state of simplicity, while Yamcha had cleverly restrained and isolated his chi and presence, rendering his existence almost imperceptible. Though they appeared similar, the reality was worlds apart. There is no way around it. Yamcha, despite his youthful years, cannot compare to the venerable master. In terms of cultivation, he is far outmatched. For Yamcha, however, the clever method he employs is sufficient for his current state. The master gently stroked his long beard and said, "Let me observe the proficiency of your foundational skills." "Yes, master," Yamcha replied, nodding. An unusual energy began to flow around him, pulsating with a life of its own, enveloping his entire being. This energy was distinctly different from ki, psychic abilities, ripple energy, or even the stand powers. It was chi. He recited, "Heaven and earth, the mysterious origin, cultivating countless tribulations, I attained divine power." In the next moment, a radiant golden light burst forth from Yamcha, dazzling yet gentle on the eyes. At that moment, he resembled a resplendent golden figure, shimmering brilliantly. Fortunately, it was daytime. Otherwise, such an extraordinary phenomenon would surely attract attention. This was the Golden Light spell, one of the 8 great spells of Taoism. It is said to be the foundational skill of the Tianxia lineage from Longhu Mountain, yet it is also a practice that continues to be cultivated. The golden radiance represents the true essence of life. Simply put, practicing the Golden Light spell involves entering a positive state that enhances one's life cultivation, the essence of life. The longer one remains in this state, the greater the enhancement. The Golden Light is a manifestation of this life cultivation. The higher the cultivation, the more substantial the Golden Light becomes, thus increasing the spell's operability and creating a positive feedback loop. The Golden Light spell serves both as a means of cultivation and an offensive technique, a path that one can benefit from throughout their life. And now, this technique belongs to Yamcha. Having extolled the virtues of the Golden Light spell, it is necessary to mention the only drawback that displeases Yamcha. It is excessively radiant. Master, is there truly no method to make the Golden Light less conspicuous? In truth, Yamcha has long sought a way to render the Golden Light transparent. Anyone who sees him shimmering in gold would instinctively choose to attack him. His target is far too apparent, rendering it precarious. Upon hearing Yamcha's complaint, the once satisfied master's expression soured, nearly causing him to pull out a few strands of his beard in frustration. You, of all people, how many aspire to cultivate the Golden Light to your level, yet you express dissatisfaction? The Golden Light spell, how can it be called so without the Golden Light? If the master were to express any discontent with his disciple, it would be the latter's overly cautious nature, lacking the vigor expected of youth. Despite Yamcha's ostentatious entrance into the Tianxia lineage, exuding wealth and flamboyance, those actions were merely a facade to conceal his true self. This fellow is exceedingly cautious. If he draws too much attention to his wealth, people will focus on the money and overlook him. This is a sophisticated form of caution. In a few years, when another character emerges, it will truly mark the era of caution. Yet this individual will merely redirect attention to their own shamelessness, essentially mirroring Yamcha's own tactics. Indeed, it is no surprise that the youth are all seasoned veterans, as the battles are fought by the fervent hearts of the elderly. The Golden Light is merely superficial. As long as the essence remains the same, does it not suffice to maintain the golden charm? Master, you seem to be losing your composure. No sooner had the words left his lips than the venerable master lightly tapped him on the head. Do not regale me with Buddhist doctrines. The external world is governed by Taoist principles. In matters that do not touch upon fundamental principles, the venerable master possesses a remarkably amiable disposition, which allows Yamcha to be more at ease in his presence, leading to dialogues such as the aforementioned. Just as the venerable master was about to impart further wisdom to Yamcha, both their expressions suddenly altered. The golden light dissipated, the atmosphere vanished, and everything reverted to its ordinary state. The elder and the youth swiftly transitioned into a discussion of Taoist classics, with one posing questions and the other providing answers. Master Ancestor, esteemed lay practitioner, a little Taoist boy wearing a hat entered through the courtyard gate. He respectfully exchanged a few words with the two, and after receiving a response from the venerable master, he hurriedly departed. The others were unaware of the venerable master's teachings to Yamcha. Indeed, only the two of them were cognizant of their master-disciple relationship. Even Tian Lao, the venerable master's junior who also resides in this area, remained oblivious. To outsiders, Yamcha appeared to reside at the Tianshi mansion of Mount Longhu as a distinguished guest of incense practitioners, while the venerable master dedicated himself to elucidating the principles of Taoism for him. Such conduct, in the eyes of other sects, was not only deemed unexaggerated but rather a significant boon for Mount Longhu. As the saying goes, as long as one lives within human society, wealth can resolve 99% of one's dilemmas. Were anyone to invest $1 billion, it would not merely lead to the sect leader personally imparting Taoist teachings. Many small and medium sects would willingly offer their esoteric skills and negotiate the leadership position. At most, they would mutter that Yamcha is frivolously squandering his fortune. Yet their hearts would be filled with envy, wondering why he did not come to their sect. After all, is it not just Taoism? I could teach you right here and now. Can esoteric knowledge provide a livelihood? Can a leadership position elevate one above others? Not necessarily. Yet wealth certainly can. There are indeed those who regard money as worthless, but the reality is that they still have sons, apprentices, descendants, and relatives. As long as any one of them exists in this mundane world, they will be influenced by wealth. This is also the reason why Yamcha's foremost task upon arriving in every world is to acquire riches, eliminating troubles, justifying actions, and reaping multiple benefits. Why not embrace it? As the little Taoist boy departed, Yamcha cast a lingering glance at his retreating figure. Master, I suggest you keep an eye on that little Taoist boy. The venerable master nodded. Though he was unaware of Yamcha's reasoning, he chose to place his trust in him. Very well. Moreover, master, as he spoke, Yamcha displayed a rare hint of shyness. Are you leaving? The venerable master's keen eyes seemed to penetrate Yamcha's thoughts. After a prolonged silence, Yamcha finally replied, yes. For how long? Perhaps another week. It was not that Yamcha wished to leave. He had not yet graduated under the venerable master, and his learning progress was still less than half complete, having spent an inordinate amount of time in this world. Far exceeding the duration of his experiences in any other realm, he found himself torn. Truth be told, he harbored a fondness for this place, relishing the days spent in the tutelage of the venerable master. Yet, an inner voice urged him to reconsider his continued presence, warning that lingering might precipitate unforeseen misfortunes. All right, I shall come to you this week, he acquiesced. Upon hearing this, Yamcha paused, recognizing that the master intended to impart as much knowledge as possible during this time. To claim he was unmoved by the gesture would be disingenuous. Indeed, master. As the conversation progressed, the master's expression grew peculiar. Reminiscent of the day Yamcha first became his disciple, a visage of hesitation and contemplation. There is something I have been curious about since the very beginning. The master began, prompting Yamcha to adopt a listening posture, patiently awaiting his words. Why do you use that phrase? What was it again? Ah, yes. To poke the death of Piri? Why do you invoke this phrase, Yamcha? At the master's inquiry, Yamcha's countenance shifted to one of bewilderment. Although he had anticipated someone would pose this question, he had not expected it to be the master himself. I too have watched Dragon Ball, the master revealed, producing a comic book from seemingly nowhere, its cover adorned with a youthful Goku, and presenting it to Yamcha with a flourish. The pages appeared slightly yellowed, suggesting considerable age. Upon closer inspection, Yamcha noted it was the Hainan edition, save for the absence of the turtle-emblazoned martial arts uniform. Your likeness is nearly identical to that of the character depicted. Are you particularly fond of this character? In the world of Under One Person, not only was Dragon Ball present, but also other renowned series such as Naruto and One Piece. Beyond Under One Person and its myriad of derivative works, this realm bore little distinction from Yamcha's original world. Lowering his gaze, Yamcha's expression remained inscrutable, though he softly replied, "Do you truly wish to know? If you prefer not to share, that is perfectly acceptable. I am merely curious," the master responded, shaking his head. His disposition was not one inclined towards prying into the secrets of others, but the resemblance was simply too striking to ignore. In truth, I hail from the world depicted in this comic, Yamcha disclosed, revealing this truth to someone he deemed trustworthy, the master, a paragon of virtue and respect. The original creator had fashioned the master as an idealized, venerable figure, and if a hierarchy of trustworthiness were to be established within under one person, the master would undoubtedly be at the pinnacle. As for outsiders, even if they were to discern his identity, it would bear no relevance. He was not the version of himself from the original narrative. Now I understand, the master nodded, choosing not to delve further into the matter. Observing the master's calm demeanor, Yamcha felt a twinge of astonishment. I mentioned I was a character from a book. Are you not surprised? The master gazed upward at the cerulean sky. In this world, all things are possible. Every phenomenon adheres to a pattern of development, and the occurrence of any event is underpinned by rationale. It is simply that we have yet to uncover it. Perhaps I am akin to a book, a character within a comic. Just as you are a being of the narrative. The words of the old master instilled a profound respect in Yamcha, and what followed plunged him into contemplation. Yamcha's eyes widened in realization. He was no fool, and instantly grasped the meaning behind the old master's words. Upon further reflection, it did not seem implausible. Yamcha found himself in deep thought, a scene that did not escape the old master's keen observation. My dear disciple, how is our existence not but a series of scripts in the eyes of the Tao? Whether one is a character from a book or a role in a film, what is essential is to be true to oneself. This marked the first instance that the old master referred to Yamcha as his disciple, perhaps even the last. The old master's words struck like thunder, awakening Yamcha from his reverie. In that moment of clarity, he heard the old master's resonant voice once more. What is the Tao of nature? The answer came almost instinctively. To do as one wishes, in accordance with nature, with the ultimate interpretation resting with the sage. Indeed. The old master smiled with satisfaction. Upon witnessing this, Yamcha too smiled. Master. He bowed deeply to the old master, reassured in his choice. Convinced he had not erred in selecting this mentor. A teacher imparts wisdom, elucidating the path. At its core, it embodies the essence of openness, two seemingly simple words that few can genuinely embody. Regrettably, the world beneath one man's shadow is not the realm of immortals. Otherwise, one might envision the old master attaining enlightenment and ascending to the celestial realm one day, much like the world of Zhang Sanfeng, whose martial prowess transcended the limitations of his existence. He could attain enlightenment, yet remained bound by the world's constraints, unable to ascend further. Only Yamcha, capable of breaking the fourth wall and transcending worldly limitations, possesses this unique and extraordinary gift. Rest for now, return to me tonight. The coming week is critical, and there is much for you to learn. Yes, master. A week later, Yamcha departed from the Tianxia mansion at Longhu Mountain, returning to his original world. From that point onward, countless individuals sought to locate Yamcha, yet all efforts proved futile. He vanished as suddenly as he had appeared, leaving no trace behind. Yamcha had contemplated utilizing his resources to donate billions to Longhu Mountain. For him, money was merely a string of numbers he could not carry away. He could easily assert, I have never encountered wealth. I am indifferent to it. However, the old master had declined this notion. Some matters attract envy with just a single instance. The allure of riches can be overwhelming, and even Longhu Mountain would struggle to bear such immense fortune repeatedly. Chapter 83. The Siege of the Pirate Base. Within the Fire Mountain Base, disinterested soldiers of the Black Silk Army patrolled aimlessly, while small groups gathered to play cards and chat. Such a scenario had become the norm across the various bases of the Black Silk Army, characterized by a sense of carefree freedom. Have you heard? A tiger-headed beast man whispered mysteriously to his companion, yet there was no continuation to his words. After a prolonged silence, the companion, exasperated, gazed at him, finding such half-finished remarks and riddles utterly infuriating. It was only when he sensed the rising tension from his comrades that the tiger-headed beast man finally spoke. Major Brown, he murmured, lowering his voice as if fearing eavesdroppers. At the mention of that name, the surrounding soldiers collectively held their breath. For Major Brown was indeed a legendary figure within the Flame Mountain Base. The esteemed individual had finally begun recruiting subordinates. The atmosphere was palpably tense until one of the black silk soldiers rolled his eyes and remarked dismissively, "We've long known about this. The crux of the matter is that the esteemed individual's demands are exceedingly stringent. What? Does your squad not wish to participate?" The tiger-headed man inquired. That esteemed individual is exceptionally generous, offering a salary of 30,000 a month, he continued. In the Dragon Ball world, currency held significant value. Unlike the yen equivalent in the Hunter world, making such a salary attainable only for captains within the Black Silk Army. However, mere aspirations were insufficient. The previous Black Silk soldier retorted, Given our squad's lackadaisical nature, we stand no chance of selection. Moreover, even if we were selected, we might not survive. A friend of mine once had the fortune of being chosen, but that esteemed individual subjected the soldiers to life-threatening training. I heard that all the recruits from the last selection fled within 3 days. Yamcha, with a stern expression, casually discarded the pile of resumes from the table into the trash bin, lamenting the absence of even a single qualified candidate. A month had elapsed since his return from the realm, just one step below the pinnacle of power, and during this time, aside from daily training, he had focused on selecting soldiers who met his standards. Although he was currently part of the Black Silk Army, establishing his own faction remained a necessity. One could not personally handle every matter. Take the Frieza force as an example. Even though Frieza himself was the most formidable, it would be impractical for him to manage every affair personally. A capable subordinate could alleviate much of his burden, for time is an invaluable commodity. Regrettably, despite a full month of efforts, Yamcha had yet to find even a single subordinate who met his expectations, not even one barely adequate. The discipline within the Black Silk Army was the most abysmal he had ever witnessed. The term rabble aptly described the Black Silk forces. Reflecting on the main storyline, it was evident that following the assassination of General Black and the annihilation of his aide, the headquarters of the Black Silk Army had been utterly decimated by none other than Goku, while the remnants of the Black Silk forces had fled without a backward glance. Ultimately, aside from Dr. Gero's singular devotion to avenging the Black Silk Army, none of the other generals or colonels had made an appearance. In the past, while watching anime, I found it amusing. However, now that I am at the helm, it feels akin to witnessing a band of ineffectual comrades. Only the early stages of Dragon Ball prove somewhat useful, while the latter parts are utterly useless. How can they dare to proclaim themselves the strongest and most ferocious legion in the world? I truly wonder how inadequate the kingdom's army must be to be vanquished by such a force. Major Brown, your expectations of your subordinates are exceedingly high. Such training is simply unattainable, a sergeant responded. Is it truly impossible for an average person to accomplish? Yamcha remained silent for a considerable time before replying. That was merely half of my training regimen when I was 6. Nevertheless, I suppose I shall seek to recruit some reliable subordinates elsewhere, aside from Dr. Gero. It appears there are few within the Black Silk Army who are truly capable. For the time being, I shall make do with what I have. At that moment, the communicator at his waist chimed. Yamcha picked it up and held it to his ear. Major, our team has discovered traces of pirates near the western coast. Understood. Yamcha nodded, placing the communicator down and issuing orders. All personnel, mobilize. Boom, boom, boom. The stench of inferior gunpowder permeated the underwater cavern as Yamcha led a ragtag crew of the Black Silk Army, effortlessly overpowering a pirate stronghold even more disorganized than themselves. Truly deserving of the title, Major Brown. Ha ha ha. I have long found these wretched creatures intolerable, and under Major Brown's sagacious leadership, they are utterly defenseless. Long live the Black Silk Army. Long live Major Brown. Disregarding the soldiers' exuberant cheers, Yamcha directed them to scour the vast underwater base, ensuring that every valuable item was collected. After being part of the Black Silk Army for so long, it was imperative to make some noise. Yet, Yamcha had no desire to oppress the common folk. After all, how much wealth could one extract from them? Neither was he interested in battling the kingdom army of the Dog King. Thus he opted for a different approach, robbing the robbers. Although these pirates may not have the notoriety of the Black Silk Army, they were nonetheless formidable in their own right. Moreover, targeting pirates felt entirely appropriate, especially since they were quite affluent. Yamcha himself lacked for nothing, yet there were others who did. Suddenly, the rapid-fire sound of a machine gun echoed nearby as a robot emerged, resembling a skull-headed entity clad in thick armor, bearing a striking resemblance to an alien creature. This was the strongest guardian of the base. It immediately unleashed a hail of bullets upon the soldiers of the Black Silk Army, sending them scattering and screaming in disarray. An uncoordinated rabble, Yamcha observed from a height, unable to watch any longer. If these soldiers had steadied themselves and counterattacked instead of fleeing, a mere robot would be no match for the firepower of the Black Silk Army. With an abundance of heavy weaponry, taking down a robot should have been a trivial task. Yet, the outcome was that they were overwhelmed and routed. The disparity between theory and actual combat remains quite significant. At last, Yamcha could no longer bear the sight. A brilliant white light emanated from the tip of his index finger, piercing through the control center of the skeletal robot's head with unparalleled precision and swiftness. The crimson glow in the robot's eyes gradually extinguished, and the entire machine collapsed to the ground. What Yamcha had just employed was the secret technique of the Crane School, the Dodon Ray, a strike that guaranteed a hit. An instant kill. In the lore of the ancient Dragon Ball era, when two martial artists of equal prowess clashed, the Dodon Ray was deemed superior to the Kamehameha. Although this notion had been forgotten in later narratives, Yamcha remained resolute. "Take it away," he commanded, not waiting for the minions to cheer. Despite being effortlessly dispatched by Yamcha, this robot exhibited considerable strength, capable of spewing fire and lasers. Its performance surpassed that of the cumbersome manned robots produced by the headquarters. If mass-produced, it would certainly serve as formidable combat power. While instructing his subordinates to continue scavenging the pirate base, Yamcha ventured alone through the intricate labyrinth, arriving before a well. Without hesitation, he submerged into its depths. The well connected to an underwater cavern, sprawling like a natural maze. After vanquishing a colossal octopus, he reached the innermost recesses of the cave, where several enormous treasure chests lay upon the shore. This was the very purpose of Yamcha's journey. The riches within the base were merely a fraction of the pirates' wealth. Here lay their lifelong hoard of treasures. Among them was a naturally occurring diamond the size of a fist, the least valuable of the lot. Regrettably, he found no Dragon Ball of the 3-star variety. It was only logical, as the 3-star ball would have appeared during the Second Wish period at the underground pirate base. After loading the treasures into a universal capsule, Yamcha resurfaced, retracing his path through the water. He led the Black Silk Army and their assorted minions to completely seize control of the pirate base. "Careful with that equipment, you imbecile. Major Brown invested a fortune to acquire it. If you break it, I'll have your skin," Lieutenant Leopard directed the crew, who swiftly moved the facilities to the coastal base. Within a mere week, the entire base had been transformed, adorned with the emblem of the Black Silk Army. Were it not for the combat, these minions might have proven somewhat useful. News of Yamcha's extermination of the pirates and the conquest of their base spread throughout the Black Silk Army during this time. In the early days of the Dragon Ball world, Earth was engulfed in a chaotic era dominated by warlords. Numerous factions and organizations existed, and although the entire world ostensibly fell under the rule of King Doghead, his military was utterly incapable of governing it. Take the Black Silk Army, for instance. As the largest arms dealer and warlord globally, they brazenly challenged the royal military, even daring to openly occupy territories and towns that lay under the jurisdiction of the royal army. In a world rife with myriad factions and individuals, from the Rabbit Legion and the Flame Mountain's Bull Demon King to the Kiran clan, who clashed with Sun Wukong during the quarterfinals of the 21st World Martial Arts Tournament, and the Dark Street. Associated with the Pilaf Gang, the landscape is teeming with entities both grand and diminutive. Even non-human creatures, claiming to be demons, assert their dominion over territories, leaving the kingdom of the Dog King utterly powerless against them. The pirate defeated by Yamcha is merely one of these various forces, belonging to a significantly formidable class. This stirred quite a commotion within the ranks of the Black Silk Army, prompting even the commanding officer, Marshal Hay, to meet Yamcha in person. Yamcha's meteoric rise can be attributed not only to his prowess, but also to the treasure trove he seized, several chests filled with riches. He surrendered every coin of the pirates' plunder, including a colossal natural diamond, worth hundreds of millions, not to mention other invaluable treasures. However, wealth holds little significance for Yamcha at this juncture. With a mere desire, he could traverse multiple worlds and amass an inexhaustible fortune. More than riches, he yearns for greater influence within the Black Silk Army, more power, a stronger presence, and talented individuals. The headquarters of the Black Silk Army, a fortress forged from countless cannons, stands as the most formidable stronghold in history. The army is in need of talents like you. As the head of the Black Silk Army, Marshal Hay, with a broad smile adorning his face, patted Yamcha's shoulder with enthusiasm gleaming in his single eye. Yamcha's recent exploits had yielded at least 100 billion in treasures, a cause for great joy. Moreover, vanquishing the pirate horde further elevated the reputation of the Black Silk Army, instilling a sense of dread in others. Aside from his desire to grow taller, wealth and power rank as his two greatest passions. "From this day forth, you shall be known as Colonel Brown," declared the marshal. The adjutant, Black, standing beside Marshal Hay, was taken aback and hastily interjected. Although Yamcha had annihilated the pirate band and surrendered a vast fortune, such achievements were insufficient for a promotion to colonel. It is worth noting that there are very few generals within the Black Silk Army, each having earned their rank through significant territorial conquests. And the position of colonel stands just beneath that of a general, a meteoric ascent indeed. "What? Do you have any objections to my decision, Adjutant Black?" Marshal Hay glared at the young man, his displeasure palpable as he puffed on his pipe. The young man's face turned pale with fear, and he hastily denied having any such thoughts. The Martial's temperament is inversely proportional to his stature as the leader of an evil legion. Even the slightest dissatisfaction could lead to dire consequences, with the previous adjutant having vanished under similar circumstances. Black, officially an adjutant, merely serves as the marshal's assistant and could be replaced at any time, unless he harbored ambitions of usurping the marshal's position, which he could not even dare to contemplate, especially not with his current capabilities. Go forth, my Colonel Brown, assemble your army. Should you require personnel or weaponry, do not hesitate to claim them. If I cannot find a territory, I shall allocate a portion for you. The generous treatment bestowed upon Yamcha by the Black Marshal left Barak astounded. Had it not been for the stark contrast in their appearances, he might have doubted whether Yamcha was the Black Marshal's illegitimate offspring. When has our notoriously frugal Black Marshal ever been so magnanimous? Black Marshal, I have already identified my objective, Yamcha replied with a smile, subtly declining the offer. It was hardly surprising that the Black Marshal would extend such consideration towards him. 4. Besides bringing victories and treasures, he had also presented the Black Marshal with an ancient tome, within which lay a secret that existed solely in legend. This very information was the reason for the Black Marshal's exceptional treatment. By collecting all 7 Dragon Balls, one could fulfill any wish. Of course, Yamcha had not genuinely unearthed the tome chronicling the legend of the Dragon Balls. The book was a fabrication, merely a relic he had carelessly cast into another world. Retrieved a century later and aged to appear authentic, its contents entirely concocted by him. Yet, the secret remained true. This world indeed possessed Dragon Balls. Thus, the Black Marshal was utterly convinced, for he had heard the legend himself, which warranted Yamcha's promotion to the rank of colonel. Chapter 85, Under the Full Moon. The Great Ape roars. The Black Marshal, with a smile, watched Yamcha depart, then turned to the young aide, his expression turning grave. Barak, I grant you 6 months to set aside all your current affairs to fabricate an apparatus. You may mobilize all the resources of the Black Silk Army to accomplish this. From this moment forth, this task is our paramount priority. Do you understand, my aide? The emphasis on the term my aide was unmistakable. Yes, Marshal. I shall ensure the task is completed. Barak bowed his head, repeatedly affirming, though no one could see the expression that graced his face at that moment. After Barak had left, the Black Marshal spoke to himself in solitude. This Colonel Yamcha truly is my lucky star, bringing me such splendid news. The Dragon Balls, all 7 of them, shall surely be mine. My decades-long dream is finally within reach. Ha ha ha. The villainous laughter echoed throughout the room, ultimately transforming into an odd weeping. Meanwhile, Yamcha had also visited the Weapons Development Division of the Black Silk Army to procure the items he required, an abundance of weaponry, various flying devices, and the latest capsule robots. These were the kind with a potato-like shape, featuring a transparent glass cockpit and limbs, equipped with an array of artillery. Regrettably, he did not encounter the legendary creator of androids, Dr. Gero. As the chief scientist, it was only natural for him not to reside in the weapons department. Even at the rank of major, securing an audience with this esteemed scientist was no simple feat. With the formal appointment from headquarters and an assortment of cutting-edge weaponry, was it not only fitting to assemble an elite force? At the very least, his subordinates should not merely consist of a ragtag assembly. The moon tonight is so round. Is it a full moon? As Yamcha departed from the headquarters of the Black Silk Army, twilight had already enveloped the surroundings, and now the colossal moon hung silently in the sky. Suddenly, Yamcha sensed an overwhelming aura materializing not far away, with no prior indication. An anomaly had emerged abruptly. Could it be a coincidence that the full moon had such timing? A peculiar thought surged within him. This notion was soon validated. A gigantic ape, reminiscent of a celestial being, emerged into Yamcha's line of sight. Unlike the celestial beings, this creature's eyes were devoid of pupils, filled instead with a blood-red hue, radiating unrestrained brutality and madness. With a thunderous roar, the giant ape pounded its chest and howled toward the heavens. The reverberation was deafening, shaking even the latest aircraft of the Black Silk Army that Yamcha was aboard. In proximity to the giant ape, Yamcha sensed another aura, one that was gradually waning. It belonged to an elderly man clad in traditional Chinese attire, who appeared grievously wounded and was desperately fending off the giant ape's onslaught. If nothing changed, it was likely that the elder could only withstand for another 10 minutes at most. What a coincidence! The giant ape was undoubtedly a scion transformed by the full moon. Though whether it was Son Goku or another remained uncertain, for besides the main storyline of Dragon Ball, there also existed alternate realms inspired by Vegeta. As for the elderly man, he was undoubtedly Son Goku's grandfather, Son Gohan. or could be referred to as Son Gohan I, considering that Goku's son shared the same name. Thus, was this indeed the location of the Baozi Mountain? Baozi Mountain is the home of the protagonist's son Goku in the Dragon Ball universe, a name bestowed by his grandfather Son Gohan. In reality, such a place does not exist on the map of the Black Silk Army. It was most likely a secluded forest deep in the mountains. Otherwise, Yamcha would have confirmed it long ago. Goku, focus. Before Son Gohan could finish his plea, the giant ape, transformed from Goku, unleashed a verbal barrage. Although its technique could only gather energy to a minimal point for an attack, the sheer magnitude of its power far exceeded that of the severely injured Son Gohan. Even with all his might employing the Kamehameha, Son Gohan would be unable to withstand the onslaught from the giant ape. Disaster struck. Just as Son Gohan was about to be overwhelmed by the giant ape's verbal assault, he, who had closed his eyes in resignation, suddenly felt a shift and found himself transported to another location. The spot he had once occupied now bore a deep crater several meters wide. Struggling to lift his head, Son Gohan I gazed up at his savior and asked, "Who are you? Now is not the time for idle chatter. We can discuss matters later. Here, take this. It's a Senza bean. Consume it, and your body will recover," Yamcha replied, extending the item he held to Son Gohan I, albeit only half of a bean. Yamcha then shifted his gaze back to the giant ape, which seemed unaccustomed to launching verbal attacks. After one, its demeanor appeared somewhat depleted. Given that Son Goku's initial battle power was 10, and considering the Saiyan transformation multiplies that power tenfold, the giant ape's peak battle power at this moment stood at 100. Shall I test my current strength? Yamcha lacked an intuitive understanding of his own combat prowess. His prior victory over King Chai Ba in the 20th martial arts tournament suggested he possessed at least a few dozen points of strength. Given that the colossal ape had a vulnerability related to its tail, it presented an ideal opportunity for him to test his skills. Consequently, Yamcha invoked the flight technique, soaring before the great ape, beckoning it with a taunting gesture. The enraged giant indeed lunged at him, pounding its chest heavily before charging forward. However, its massive bulk was no match for Yamcha's agility, and it could not even graze a hair on his frame. In a shift of strategy, the giant ape attempted to attract Yamcha's attention with a deafening roar while its furry palms stealthily approached. When it sensed no movement or trace of Yamcha, it cautiously opened its hands, leaving a narrow gap, fearful of letting its quarry escape. Yet, there was nothing inside. "What are you grasping at, you great oaf?" Yamcha's mocking voice echoed in its ears. Although in its transformed state the ape had lost some rationality, it still possessed a modicum of intelligence, enough to comprehend Yamcha's insult. Infuriated, it resorted to a frenzied clawing attempt. This served as a testament that sheer size does not always equate to an advantage. Often, it can become a liability, particularly in a world where combat prowess dictates one's fate. Can it fly? Gohan, having regained a modicum of strength, gazed in astonishment at Yamcha, who danced effortlessly in the air, taunting the giant ape. He recalled his master, Master Roshi, had once mentioned another martial arts faction known as the Crane School, whose signature technique was flight. Could this young man be the legendary disciple of the Crane School spoken of by his master? Indeed, Yamcha belonged to the Crane School. But he was more than merely a practitioner. He was also a passing stand-in, the master of the flowing rock-shattering fist, an unremarkable psychic, a rare ripple user, and a disciple of the esteemed master of the Dragon Tiger Mountain. Chapter 86. Recognizing people by their haircuts roaring with fury, the giant ape repeatedly failed to capture Yamcha, especially after he employed the flight technique, making him utterly elusive. The sheer size of the ape, while not hindering its speed, significantly drained its stamina. The energy consumed by such a colossal form was exponentially greater than that of an average human, resulting in a substantial toll even when experiencing a tenfold increase in combat strength. This was why Saiyans had such insatiable appetites. In summary, while formidable, the giant ape's power was fleeting. After several fruitless attempts, it began to wheeze heavily. Is this how it ends? Yamcha pondered with some disappointment, as the giant ape had not posed much of a challenge. Its speed, reflexes, and strength were considerably weaker than anticipated. Judging by combat prowess, it did not seem to rival Vegeta from the Dragon Ball universe. Although Vegeta's power level was not as high as the 18,000 stated in the original narrative, it was still substantial. After the ape's transformation granting a tenfold boost, Yamcha felt confident that his current strength could withstand even a transformed Vegeta. Once again, he deftly evaded the giant ape's assault, yet this time, a glimmer of cunning flickered within those enormous, blood-red eyes. Could it be? A sense of dread washed over Son Gohan, who, from the sidelines, discerned the giant ape's intentions. Alarmed, he sought to alert Yamcha, but it was too late. The giant ape opened its cavernous maw, directing its formidable power towards Yamcha, a force that surged forth with unrestrained ferocity. Another energy blast. The transformed lower-class scion had lost its rationality, devolving into a mere beast driven by instinct. Yet this concealed attack bore the intelligence of a wild creature. However, this time, Yamcha chose not to evade. As the blast approached, he faced it head-on, devoid of any panic or fear. Instead, he felt a sense of indifference. Is this all? The wisdom of a beast is still just that of a beast. His opponent was the cautious Yamcha. Everything was within his calculations. Yamcha slowly extended his hands, interlocking the fingers of both hands and raising 2 index fingers. Veins throbbed at his temples as energy coiled around him in a unique manner, forming a peculiar barrier. Roar! The giant ape remained oblivious to Yamcha's intentions, believing its scheme had succeeded, a rare, almost human-like smile gracing its face. This pesky little insect was finally to be reduced to dust. The energy blast struck Yamcha with tremendous force, yet the anticipated explosion never materialized. Instead, the blast seemed to rebound upon contact with Yamcha's body, as if it had transformed into rubber, ricocheting back at an astonishing speed towards the giant ape. This was the Crane School's rebound technique. Specifically devised by Master Roshi to counter the Kamehameha, it lacked a formal name, yet calling it a rebound technique was entirely appropriate. Tien Shinhan had employed it during the 22nd World Martial Arts Tournament, originally using Yamcha's Kamehameha as the target. Now, it was Yamcha who had mastered it. Caught in the throes of joy, the giant ape was utterly unprepared for the turn of events, standing dumbfounded. Boom! The energy blast struck the giant ape with pinpoint accuracy, and it could only emit a wretched cry before its colossal form collapsed, emitting wisps of white smoke. By its own devices, the giant ape reaped the consequences of its actions. As the giant ape lay felled by its own attack, Yamcha descended gracefully from the air. Throughout the battle, he had utilized only his energy, without resorting to any other forms of power. In a sense, one could argue that Yamcha had achieved the capability to directly defeat a creature with a battle power of 100. As for the specifics of his current strength, that would require a different point of reference for assessment. Please, spare him, came a weak voice from behind, Son Gohan, his tone laced with frailty. He thought Yamcha was about to deliver a fatal blow to the giant ape and hurriedly called out. This creature is actually my grandson, he said with a sorrowful expression, before briefly explaining the situation regarding the giant ape. Predictably, its name was Son Goku. He was once an exceptionally obedient child, and I cannot fathom why he is transformed into this state, merely having cast a glance at the moon. As soon as Son Gohan uttered these words, he was suddenly taken aback. Could it be? Yamcha looked up at the enormous full moon and nodded. It seems to be due to the moon. Upon receiving Yamcha's affirmation, Son Gohan's expression darkened with concern. What shall we do? With Son Gohan's abilities, he could not obliterate the moon, and as for Yamcha, he would never consider such an act. Setting aside the feasibility of destroying the moon, even if it were possible, he would not do so. The moon is an immensely significant satellite for Earth. The tides on Earth are intricately linked to the moon, profoundly affecting marine life. Of course, this knowledge applies to Earth in my previous life. In the Dragon Ball world, the tides seem to bear little relation to the moon. Nevertheless, he would not act recklessly. It is far too precarious. So, does your grandson possess any traits that distinguish him from ordinary individuals? Yamcha inquired of Son Gohan, feigning ignorance. Traits that set him apart? After a moment of contemplation, Son Gohan responded. He has a tail. It appears to be so. With a swift gesture, he unleashed an energy blast, striking the base of the giant ape's tail. At the moment the tail was severed, the giant ape began to shrink at a visible pace, eventually transforming into a child of around 10 years old. Yamcha breathed a sigh of relief upon seeing the child's head shape. Without that naturally receding hairline and the wild visage, it was undoubtedly Kakarot. Although he learned from Son Gohan that the giant ape's name was Son Goku. What if another scion also bore that name? The most prudent course of action was to ascertain his identity visually. It is well known that the hairstyles of pure-blooded scions are fixed at birth. Unless subjected to hair loss later in life, they remain unchanged until death. Son Gohan was both astonished and elated to see his grandson revert from a giant ape back to a human. Promptly cradling the now smooth-skinned boy Son Goku in his arms, shedding his own clothing to wrap him warmly, fearing he might catch a chill. It was clear that he genuinely loved Son Goku, treating him with the same affection as he would his biological grandson. Like Master Roshi, he remained unmarried throughout his life, though the reasons for this are unclear. The tail is the key to his transformation, Yamcha stated with earnestness. Thank you very much, young martial artist. Son Gohan expressed his gratitude to Yamcha repeatedly, and perhaps out of curiosity, he could not resist asking, may I inquire if you practice the Crane School of Martial Arts? Chapter 87. Chief Scientist of the Black Silk Army, Dr. Gero. The following morning, Yamcha bid farewell to the duo of Son Gohan and his grandson. It seems that there is a history between the Turtle School and the Crane School, Son Gohan murmured as he watched Yamcha's departing figure. After learning from Yamcha that he belonged to the Crane School, Son Gohan had also introduced himself, only to be advised by Yamcha to refrain from disclosing his own affiliation, even if he recognized someone from the Crane School. Had it not been oneself, but rather Tianjin rice or dumplings, an inevitable fierce clash would ensue. The Turtle and Crane hermits have long been rivals, harboring mutual disdain for each other for centuries. Each has always sought to outshine the other, even in the most trivial matters, such as who could emit a more pungent odor. Thus, to avert unnecessary troubles, it is prudent to refrain from intruding. Returning to the modest confines of a one-room dwelling, Son Gohan gazed tenderly at the slumbering son Wukong, whispering with affection, Wukong, from this day forth, you shall train alongside your grandfather. When you turn 12, I shall send you to Master Roshi for further instruction. Meanwhile, Yamcha, piloting the latest jet aircraft, was in high spirits, having garnered significant achievements during this journey. Not only had he been promoted to colonel, but he had also gained greater influence within the Red Ribbon Army, and had made the acquaintance of the protagonist and his grandfather, alongside acquiring a yellow universal capsule that lay quietly in the palm of his hand. This capsule contained advanced technology, entirely foreign to Earth, originating from either the Science or the Frieza Force, specifically, a spherical spaceship and a power-level scouter. Possessing a spacecraft heralded the prospect of cosmic exploration. However, Yamcha hesitated to utilize it. On one hand, he lacked the knowledge to operate such devices, and on the other, he wished to avoid attracting the attention of Frieza's army. After all, one could not be certain that these items did not harbor hidden backdoors, which could trigger undesirable chain reactions. Even a mere foot soldier of the Frieza Force boasted a power level of 1,000, far beyond what Earth could withstand, with the mightiest of deities barely reaching 260. Thus, any research would have to await a journey to other worlds. Yet, these considerations paled in comparison to the most crucial realization Yamcha had attained regarding his own strength. Being able to vanquish a great ape with a power level of around 100 indicated that his own might exceeded that threshold. This was, without a doubt, the greatest triumph of his expedition. Though a power level of 100 may seem trivial in the grand cosmos, it represented a qualitative leap, a validation of his endeavors. It confirmed that his rigorous training and relentless pursuit of mastery across different realms had borne fruit. The success of his plan was the source of his greatest joy. Should he find himself unable to grow stronger through sheer effort, he contemplated the prospect of transformation into an artificial being as a potential course of action, or perhaps even wishing upon the Dragon Balls to seize a Scion's physique. The rationale behind his strategic planning stemmed from Yamcha's aspiration to ascend to the pinnacle of existence as a human. Clearly, this path was viable. Once his intricate scheme came to fruition, the disparities in physical prowess between Scions, Frieza's minions, and Earthlings would cease to be an obstacle. Nevertheless, several challenges remained to be surmounted. With one hand firmly gripping the steering wheel and the other thoughtfully resting on his chin, Yamcha diligently analyzed his forthcoming endeavors. While others may remain oblivious, Yamcha is well aware of the subsequent narratives within the Dragon Ball canon. Even disregarding Dragon Ball Super, the formidable challenges posed by the three Titans, Frieza, Cell, and Majin Buu, are no trifling matters to surmount. The latter, in particular, is an entity so powerful that even the Supreme Kai, the deity of all gods, was unable to vanquish him. Of course, these represent long-term aspirations. For the immediate future, Yamcha's objective is to swiftly surpass the vegetable man, as he wishes to avoid reliving the infamous defeat. With a press of the accelerator, Yamcha propelled himself towards the base at maximum speed, unperturbed by the prospect of speeding mishaps. His current reflexes are more than capable of handling any unforeseen events. Time is of the essence. Meanwhile, at the most clandestine research facility of the Black Silk Army, an elderly man with graying hair and a shadowy gaze casually perused the data presented by his subordinate. One piece of information, in particular, captured his attention: the robotic sentinels employed by pirates. A purely mechanical entity could easily overpower a small squad, he mused, his eyes glimmering with intrigue as he gestured at the document, instructing his assistant, have the remains of this specimen delivered to me. Understood, Doctor, the assistant replied, dutifully fulfilling the elder's request. Shortly thereafter, the remnants of the alien skeleton robot, its control center obliterated, were brought to the laboratory. The old man commenced disassembling the machine with astonishing speed, as if he had constructed it himself, exhibiting remarkable proficiency. Within mere minutes, only a pile of parts and several palm-sized chips remained. He offered a brief critique of the crude assembly technique, his countenance betraying a hint of disdain. However, its unexpectedly formidable power provides a modicum of inspiration for my android project, he remarked, a flicker of fervor igniting in his expression. He busied himself with the components, continuously instructing his assistant to procure additional materials. If I modify this section and relocate that piece here. After spending the better part of the day, Dr. Gallo successfully reassembled the alien skeleton robot, albeit in a form vastly different from its original, now exuding a more aggressive demeanor. The area once designated for a machine gun had been replaced with a cannon, and countless small missiles were affixed along its limbs. Most critically, the core was fitted with a powerful explosive. If my hypotheses are accurate, the machine I develop will possess the capacity to annihilate a small military unit. The old man beamed at his creation. What once served as a guard robot had now transformed into a pure killing machine. Yet, it was still inoperative. This was merely a prototype, and the damaged core would require considerable time to restore functionality. I must hasten to document these findings, the elder muttered, scribbling notes in his notebook. Grant me a little more time for research, and I shall undoubtedly astonish General Black. His demeanor, reminiscent of the archetypal mad scientist, belied the fact that he was indeed a scientist, the chief scientist of the Black Silk Army, Dr. Gallo. Chapter 88, The Call from Another World. A few days later, within the confines of the Black Silk Army Research Institute, Colonel Brown meticulously examined the central device pierced by Yamcha's energy wave. The attack, reminiscent of a laser, was astonishingly difficult to fathom as a feat accomplished by human effort. He yearned for the opportunity to delve into the distinctive qualities of these martial artists. With that thought, he carelessly set the central device aside. The proposal had been submitted for headquarters review, and the plan had been meticulously drafted. The current task revolved around the creation of artificial humans. Leaning back in his chair, Dr. Gallo's voice dwindled to a whisper and eventually faded into a soft murmur as he succumbed to a deep slumber. For days and nights, he had deprived himself of rest, striving to record the fleeting inspiration that flickered in his mind. On the cover of the plan laid before him were boldly inscribed the words, Artificial Human No. 1 Activation Plan. At the Flame Mountain Base, after a day of rigorous training, Yamcha listened attentively to reports from his subordinates. The transformation of the Great Desert Base was nearly complete, and combined with the previously commandeered pirate cave, Yamcha now held dominion over 3 bases. However, due to limited manpower and his philosophy of quality over quantity, he refrained from enlisting a large number of recruits, thus remaining primarily at the Flame Mountain Base, with only a small contingent stationed at the pirate cave. As for the Great Desert, he had other plans. Colonel, reported the officer adorned with a sea lion head, detailing the recent accomplishments. It was noteworthy that the crime rate among beast-like humans was significantly higher than that of pure humans. The majority of the Black Silk Army comprised beast-like individuals, who indeed possessed superior strength along with claws and fangs. I deeply apologize, Colonel, but despite the latest world map updates from headquarters, we have yet to locate the penguin village you mentioned. The officer spoke with trepidation, casting anxious glances at Yamcha, fearful of punishment for failing to fulfill his mission. The Penguin Village, a whimsical settlement featured in Akira Toriyama's previous work, Dr. Slump, where the protagonist resided, was a realm brimming with tranquility and childlike wonder, where nearly all objects possessed life and animals could converse, starkly contrasting reality. Such a place would seem improbable within the narrative of a shonen manga like Dragon Ball. However, within the canon of Dragon Ball, the young Goku, in pursuit of the Black Silk Army, had indeed reached this village. In the storyline of Dragon Ball Super, the character Dr. Senbei Norimaki participated in the World Invention Contest, triumphing over Bulma, while Aral engaged in a memorable bout with Super Saiyan Blue Vegeta, leading to Vegeta's iconic quip about never battling characters from comedic manga again. Yamcha had 2 primary objectives for seeking the Penguin Village. First, he wished to recruit Dr. Senbei Norimaki, the creator of Aral, as a scientific advisor. Second, he sought to gauge Aral's capabilities, pondering whether she could assist should he encounter insurmountable challenges. The prospect of creating artificial beings, akin to Aral and Cell, was indeed a fascinating endeavor. Understood, please proceed. Yamcha, with an expressionless countenance, nodded slightly, signaling his subordinates to depart. The absence of the Black Silk Army does not imply the non-existence of Penguin Village. After all, it has been mentioned in historical accounts. And there may be other reasons for its obscurity, as the residents of Penguin Village refer to themselves as countryfolk. As Yamcha rose to exit, he suddenly halted mid-motion. That sensation returned once more. The sound of crashing waves echoed in his ears, the rhythmic ebb and flow reminiscent of a shore, and soon his vision became increasingly blurred, as if he were gazing upon an endless expanse of sea. However, this ocean was not the azure blue of his memories, but a dark abyss akin to ink. Countless whispers surrounded him, an unintelligible language, as if myriad lives were engaged in fervent prayers. This occurrence was not new. It had manifested repeatedly as of late. It seemed as though something was beckoning him. What would one do in such a situation? Yamcha had always resolutely declined. Who could know what awaited him? What if danger loomed ahead? To venture forth without adequate preparation would be exceedingly unwise. Yet, curiosity gnawed at him regarding the nature of those prayers. Thus, being well prepared, he leisurely retrieved a gray, mochi-like object from his pocket. This was a translation konjac, a veritable universal translator. Thus far, he had encountered no language it could not interpret. He consumed it in one bite. Instantly, the indistinct prayers transformed into clarity. O Divine One, please save your people. Our strength is sealed by that black radiance. We are enslaved by the Dark Tower. Your subjects require your assistance. Please bestow upon us a miracle. Though he comprehended the words, Yamcha remained oblivious to their specific meaning, and he was even less aware of the world from which they originated. His hesitation stemmed from rationality, urging him to refrain from venturing forth, while his heart subtly intimated that something he sought lay beyond. It was a premonition from his sixth sense, a notion he tended to trust. Should he heed the call? Naturally, he would resolutely decline. Engaging in such perilous endeavors was not in Yamcha's character. He could explore on his own. To ensure prudence, he decided to first observe the nature of that realm. A pink, spherical doppelganger materialized behind him. Yamcha stepped forward into that world, then proclaimed, "Soda pop, smash Faludo." The sound of gears grinding to a halt resonated in his ears. He discarded a camera and swiftly retreated, completing the entire process in a mere 0.2 of a second. He scarcely had time to comprehend his surroundings before he found himself back in the Dragon Ball world. After a brief interval, he employed the same method to re-enter. Soda pop, smash Faludo. He retrieved the camera. Resolutely, he seated himself before the computer and opened the video recorded by the camera. To ensure precaution, Yamcha had discarded the camera in a location entirely distinct from the place where those unknown beings had summoned him. At the moment the video began to play, the azure sky and white clouds, along with the verdant earth, seemed no different from the world in which I found myself. The primary intrigue lay in the nature of the beings inhabiting this realm. Before long, a creature native to this world materialized on the screen before my eyes. It was a pink creature, round and plump, possessing a singular head adorned with 2 antenna-like appendages. Its large eyes consumed half of its head, while the other half was dominated by an enormous mouth filled with sharp teeth. Gazing at this entity, a name, strikingly familiar, surged forth. Chapter 89. The Gateway to the Digital World, the Second Transformation Beast. Rolling Beast? Yamcha instinctively exclaimed, uttering the creature's name. The Digital World? The Digital World was theoretically a part of my plan, yet, akin to the world of Pokemon, it was not the right time. However, encountering it now, could I truly forego the opportunity to explore? The danger level of the Digital World was not easily discernible, based on the original narrative. It appeared to be a realm that even a group of elementary school children could save, suggesting a theoretical minimal threat. Yet, this perspective was fundamentally flawed. In truth, being aimed at children does not equate to weakness. Comedic manga can also be categorized as children's content, and to claim it lacks strength would be met with vehement disagreement from Vegeta. Moreover, disregarding actual performance, the very designs of those digital beasts often involve world-destroying capabilities as mere fundamentals. The digital world has indeed faced destruction numerous times, possessing powers capable of annihilating entire realms. Just this aspect alone elevates its danger level significantly. Excluding the chosen children, as a children's narrative cannot frequently depict fatalities, and after considering these factors, one must assess the actual manifestations. A mature Guga beast could wreak havoc in an urban area, leaving military forces powerless. The fully realized vampire beast from the first installment viewed humanity as insignificant, effortlessly controlling a human city and manipulating its inhabitants at will. In the fifth installment, there were indeed human factions capable of contending with digital beasts, yet they remained predominantly reliant on the digital beasts, with the developed Giz beast being, in a certain sense, a digital beast itself. Thus, Yamcha ultimately concluded that the digital world possessed a degree of risk. Nevertheless, as it was a piece of his larger puzzle, he had long since prepared accordingly. Still, for the sake of caution, further preparations were prudent. Consequently, Yamcha activated the communication device, specially provided by the Black Silk Army, affording him the means to request necessary supplies. A day later, Yamcha vanished from the base. The air, flowers, and water sources mirrored those of other worlds. Yamcha strolled through an unfamiliar forest in the digital world. In its initial conception, the digital world existed solely within the internet, with all its phenomena being mere reflections of the real world. Thus, peculiar objects occasionally emerged, such as a telephone booth by the seaside or a tram in the center of a lake. In its nascent design, the entire digital world functioned as a server, with the original deity, the world tree, essentially serving as a mainframe. Certainly, this is the initial setting. As the narrative continues to evolve through successive generations, the digital world has transformed into an alternative dimensional realm, where Digimon are no longer mere electronic pets, but entities with tangible forms. However, since he did not arrive here by choice, Yamcha is unaware of the current generation of the digital world he inhabits, nor does he know which set of rules to apply. Unlike Pokemon, the Digimon series, apart from the first two installments which share a cohesive worldview, features subsequent installments that exist in entirely distinct parallel universes. Upon glimpsing the towering, obsidian structure rising in the heart of the nearby forest, Yamcha instantly recognizes the world he occupies. The Dark Tower is designed to disrupt the equilibrium of the digital realm, enslaving and controlling Digimon. Thus, this location belongs to the second season of Digimon, in a verdant forest. The presence of an entirely black tower is a flamboyant act reminiscent only of the early stages of the second season as protagonist, the Digimon Tamer, the 14 Wise Ones. Luck seems to be on his side. Yamcha muses with a soft sigh. In terms of combat prowess and narrative premises, the second season of Digimon is regarded as one of the safest realms within the entire franchise. Initially, the character Chimera serves merely as a transitional figure, while the later Ultimate Digimon exhibit seemingly incomplete power. Even an ultimate form can be repelled by two perfect forms. Although the initial design of BlackWarGreymon is impressive, following official revisions, its stature diminishes significantly. While this version is a mutant, absorbing a substantial amount of mature dark seeds to amplify its strength, its actual performance pales in comparison to the intimidating presence of the ultimate version from the first season. Notably, the current deity of this world can resolve conflicts without even engaging in combat. In contrast to the first season's Apocalypse, the third season's Deathmon, the fourth season's Lightmon, the fifth season's World Tree, and the sixth season's Crystalmon, BlackWarGreymon from the second season has become a simplified mode. During the climactic battles of the sixth season, both the Ultimate and Belial versions of Vammon were reduced to mere fodder, often eliminated with a single strike. This is a dark chapter in history. Overall, fortune seems to favor him, drawing a lucky card. Nevertheless, even in the safest of worlds, one must remain vigilant and prepared. In the absence of direct confrontation, who can truly ascertain the strength of the mature, perfect, or ultimate forms? Yamcha retrieves a red and white Pokeball from his waist, a precaution he specifically prepared for the digital realm. A flash of white light reveals a creature resembling a duck, the multi-polygon beast type 2. Before entering the digital world, Yamcha made a special trip to the Pokemon universe to acquire the evolution data for this creature from Steven. It is worth mentioning that as contemporaneous creations, Pokemon and Digimon are frequently compared, with the most discussed and unavoidable topic being the issue of their combat capabilities. Theoretically, when compared to the digital monsters that are prone to annihilating the world, Pokemon pales in comparison. However, this assertion is not absolute. Every aspect of existence embodies a cycle of creation and destruction. Within the Pokemon realm, there exist a few uniquely designed creatures that would thrive in the digital world, one of which is the multifaceted creature known as Ditto. It is essential to mention Ditto's conception. According to the official Pokédex, it is composed of code, enabling it to traverse electronic realms freely. In the animated series, it even led the protagonist and companions into the world of the internet for battle, albeit that episode was subsequently banned. Moreover, it possesses the ability to alter its size and boasts multiple functionalities. Ditto, being constructed from code, aligns seamlessly with the digital realm, which is fundamentally an internet world of programming. One might ponder what would transpire if Ditto were to enter the digital world. The initial speculation can now be witnessed firsthand. In fact, the metallic creature known as Metagross also serves as a contingency, though it has yet to prove its utility until it evolves into its formidable form. The lore states that Metagross possesses computational power surpassing that of supercomputers, and in conjunction with Ditto, it would enable Yamcha to establish a foothold within the digital domain. Chapter 90. The Convenience of Authority, the Triple Evolution of the Beast. Ditto serves as the source of confidence for Yamcha's venture into the digital realm. The Ditto type released by Yamcha evidently relishes the digital world, effortlessly levitating in midair. Just as Yamcha anticipated, the Ditto type flourished in this environment, making the phrase like a fish in water perfectly apparent. This Ditto type possesses enhanced downloading capabilities and significantly improved functionalities, representing a comprehensive upgrade over its predecessor. This explains Yamcha's deliberate decision to have Ditto evolve prior to their arrival. Everything was orchestrated for security. Can it obtain higher authority in this world? To be blunt, competing in terms of strength in the digital realm holds little significance. The true essence lies in acquiring authority within this world. For instance, one of the strongest candidates for a digital monster, Omnimon, derives its formidable power primarily from possessing the highest level of authority in the digital domain. Often referred to as the God skill, complete deletion. To put it in the simplest terms, akin to a computer novice, it involves right-clicking on a file and selecting delete. Any adversary, regardless of level, can be eradicated at its source, reminiscent of the destructive capabilities wielded by the gods of destruction in the Dragon Ball universe. Authority reigns supreme in this realm. The Ditto type tilted its head, contemplating for a moment before nodding at Yamcha. How long will it take? It inquired. Beep beep beep. As the Ditto type vocalized, the words 3 days materialized above its head. Within the data world, the Ditto type's abilities are greatly amplified. Yamcha responded. Then we shall reconvene here in 3 days. The Ditto type nodded, its form gradually becoming ethereal. Meanwhile, Yamcha decisively departed from this world. In the absence of the multi-species beast type 2, Yamcha would not easily remain in an unfamiliar world. 3 days later, at the same place and time, Yamcha arrived as anticipated, and the multi-species beast type 2 reappeared, albeit with some alterations in its appearance. The creature had transformed from its original red and blue form, predominantly red, into a blue and pink variant, with blue as the dominant hue. Had it become a shiny version? Yamcha scrutinized the multi-species beast, which had donned a new guise, but could discern no differences apart from the color change. Upon seeing Yamcha, the multi-species beast type 2 emitted a series of incomprehensible sounds, reminiscent of a tape being rapidly rewound, mingled with electronic noises. If the speed were slowed down threefold, one might faintly distinguish a hint of human language. Yet, as it stood, it remained utterly unintelligible. Lacking the power of aura, Yamcha naturally could not communicate directly with the creature. Unlike Mutuo, the multi-species beast did not possess telepathy to convey thoughts through mental communication. Nevertheless, this posed only a minor obstacle for Yamcha. He retrieved a universal capsule and summoned the translating Yamato. Although it enabled the multi-species beast type 2 to express its thoughts in written form, such communication was rather sluggish. After consuming a few bites, Yamcha swiftly grasped the essence of what the multi-species beast type 2 wished to convey. Currently, the multi-species beast type 2 had acquired a small fraction of the permissions within this world, the reason being that an unknown force was continuously suppressing it, preventing the acquisition of further permissions. However, even a mere fraction of authority was sufficient for Yamcha's purposes. Among these, 2 permissions stood out as particularly noteworthy. One permission, termed replication, allowed Yamcha to harness the powers of all the digital beasts he had encountered, manifesting them in the form of cards. This bore some resemblance to the card drawing mechanic from the 3rd series, with the distinction that Yamcha could print cards on the spot. The other permission granted temporary evolution, simulating a virtual holy plan that bestowed other digital beasts with the capability for brief evolution, though currently limited to the ultimate stage. It was akin to being a chosen child, albeit without a digital partner for the time being. The remaining permissions were trivial and would not be mentioned for now. Could an analysis of that tower be conducted? In the narrative of the 2nd series, the influence of the Dark Tower rendered digital beasts unable to evolve, a critical issue that required resolution. The multi-species beast type 2 nodded and, with a swift motion, darted into the Dark Tower, emerging shortly thereafter. It was now unaffected. With the formidable data analysis capabilities of the multi-species beast type 2, the Dark Tower held no secrets. Initially, Yamcha had intended to prepare 3 multi-species beasts, one for replication, one for downloading, and one for analysis, yet he had not anticipated arriving in the digital world so soon. Could such a tower be modified? Yamcha posed a second inquiry. Affirmative, came the multi-species beast type 2's confirmation, and Yamcha began to form a plan in his mind. Multi-species beast type 2. Could you investigate what is nearby that is summoning me? The multi-bi beast type 2 nodded. Could it discern the location of the other party? Once again, it nodded. Then turned towards a specific direction. Judging by geography, that way was north. A distance of 50 kilometers, 356 meters, and 20 centimeters. The multi-bi beast type 2 provided Yamcha with an astonishingly precise measurement down to the centimeter. With an authority companion by his side, every endeavor became exceedingly convenient. Since it possessed such vast knowledge, matters became considerably simpler. Venturing north through the forest, he encountered numerous Digimon along the way. However, most were in their juvenile or training stages. The only mature Digimon he came across was the fecal beast, which held no utilitarian value. While the ultimate form of the fecal beast could evolve into a formidable gorilla beast, there was no guarantee that it would remain obedient after evolution. Moreover, the thought of having a creature exuding a foul stench trailing him was not something Yamcha found appealing. He had already contemplated his temporary partner. Yet there was no time to pursue it just yet. The second installment of the narrative unfolds 3 years after the conclusion of the first. Amidst the aftermath of the Dark for Heavenly King's turmoil, which inflicted severe damage upon the entire digital world, recovery was still underway, resulting in the rarity of ultimate forms, let alone those beyond them. Furthermore, the ominous Dark Towers scattered throughout the world had a significant influence, controlling the majority of mature Digimon, leaving their whereabouts unknown as they were likely forced into servitude. With a scarcity of top-tier combatants and a decline in mid-level strength, it was evident that the second installment represented the safest chapter in the digital series. After evading several reconnaissance attempts by dark-controlled horned beasts, Yamcha arrived at a seemingly modest cave. Was that the object calling to him? Why was it this? Chapter 91. The Stolen Courage Digital Armor, 4 More Beasts. The cave was relatively small, approximately 30 square meters, featuring a raised stone table at its center, upon which rested the object. It was an egg, oval-shaped with a sharp blade-like protrusion on top, adorned with red and yellow stripes. In the center, a unique symbol was imprinted, resembling the sun. This represented the digital armor of courage, digital spirit. Yamcha instantly recognized it. The sun-like symbol was emblematic of courage, mirroring the design of the courage badge. As he approached to examine it closely, he confirmed that it was indeed the digital armor of courage he remembered. Uncertain whether it was a mechanism requiring a designated individual to lift it or if sheer strength could suffice, he reached out. The moment he touched the digital armor of courage, Yamcha effortlessly grasped it, akin to how Daisuke Motomiya had done in the original storyline. Gazing at the digital armor of courage in his hands, Yamcha recalled a classic line from the series. Courage is humanity's greatest anthem. Did Yamcha lack courage? Clearly not. Although he often appears to make extensive preparations and exhibits remarkable caution, this does not imply a lack of courage. Caution and bravery are not mutually exclusive. Otherwise, he would not have chosen the thorny path of self-improvement. The digital armor of courage was lifted, revealing a small cavity beneath the stone steps. 3 beams of light, each a different hue, burst forth from within. These were digital terminals, also referred to as the Sacred Plan or the 3 Dragon Machines. Yamcha immediately reached out to grasp them. The speed of their flight seemed inconsequential to him, yet he ended up empty-handed, as the 3 machines appeared to be linked. However, this was not the end. Accompanied by an orange glow, a blue-skinned, dinosaur-like creature gradually materialized. This was a baby beast, a small dragon-type digital monster, an ancient vaccine species capable of evolving into 2 royal knights, and even the combined evolution into the Emperor Dragon Armor, a favored child of the Holy Knights. It served as the partner of the protagonist Daisuke Motomiya in the second series, but was also the companion of the legendary beast tamer Akiyama Ryo, with whom it defeated the Millennium Beast. Consequently, the second protagonist Daisuke Motomiya was humorously dubbed as having second-hand partners, second-hand badges, digital spirits, and even a second-hand companion for his combined evolution. The initial partner of Kenta Shikedo was Akiyama Ryo, and even his goggles were second-hand, Tai's goggles. Yamcha placed the digital armor of courage into his pocket, suddenly sensing several presences approaching the cave. At the same time, he heard a voice filled with astonishment. What were those 3 beams of light? It was the voice of a boy undergoing voice change, Tai Kamaya from the first series. The digital armor of courage had not been taken, and Tai Kamaya, in terms of the timeline, was at the very beginning of the storyline. Yamcha did not awaken the baby beast. Although he had considered forming a partnership with it, he deemed it unnecessary. Thus, he chose to conceal himself immediately. As the plot unfolded predictably, Tai found himself trapped and sent out a distress signal, prompting his sister Carrie, Hikari Yagami, Takuya Canberra, and Daisuke to rush to his aid. However, without the digital armor of courage, the baby beast could not evolve into the armored form of Flamedramon, and within the confines of the Dark Tower. It was unable to evolve normally. Just as it seemed that everything was under the control of the notorious Tyrannomon, Yamcha intervened. He secretly sabotaged the Dark Tower, averting the crisis. Even after the group departed from the digital world, Yamcha showed no inclination to reveal himself. The protagonists had an immense target on their backs, making them susceptible to lurking threats such as Belial, the bloodsucker beast, along with his subordinates, the Aquilamon and the Mummymon, and the elusive Four Holy Beasts. To be candid, the timeline of the second series is relatively brief, spanning merely a few months from start to finish, with the first half primarily consisting of playful adventures, in stark contrast to the more tightly woven narrative of the first series. Thus, Yamcha departed from this world, as the instant teleportation ability of the superpower training box was nearing completion. Meanwhile, Mode Beast 2 remained in the digital world, developing and acquiring more permissions while fulfilling the tasks assigned by Yamcha. Time swiftly passed, revealing the Dark Sea. The narrative had progressed to the moment when Yagami Kairi was summoned to the realm of that black ocean, reminiscent of the scene previously witnessed by Yamcha. The Dark Sea, also referred to as the Sea of Dagamon, is a prehistoric chasm unearthed in the second generation of the Digimon series, seemingly forgotten, as it was not even mentioned in the latest Zero 2 film, The Initial Summoning. The entity that summoned her belonged to the same species as those that called forth Yagami Kairi, strange black creatures resembling Karamon, yet their true identities remained elusive. The distinction lay in their treatment of Yagami Kairi as a breeding subject, while they appeared to revere Yamcha as a deity worthy of invocation. However, Yamcha did not linger here, casting one last profound glance at the dark expanse before departing. In the conclusion of the Dark Sea storyline, the silhouette of Dagamon made its appearance. Yet, this was not the crux of the matter. It is rumored that deep within the Dark Sea lies one of the 7 great demon lords, Leviamon, and that the divine plan of Ikajuji Ken evolved within this ocean into the third form of the Tyrannomon. Moreover, the ultimate beast's lack of aversion to entering the Dark Sea, even proclaiming, "You will regret allowing me to enter this domain," underscores that this area is indeed the most terrifying and enigmatic locale of the second installment. Under the guidance of Mode Beast 2, Yamcha arrived before a mountain range, where stood an imposing array of 100 sinister towers. These were constructed by Ikajuji Ken in a state of unconsciousness, perhaps even unbeknownst to him why so many dark towers were erected here. Yet, Yamcha understood. Mode Beast 2 would retrofit these dark towers, embedding the analytical data of Momotaro Dango within them, utilizing it for my purposes, while also integrating my information. Mode Beast 2 nodded and vanished amidst the multitude of dark towers. Not long after, the Tyrannomon Rebuilder was defeated, liberating countless Digimon, accompanied by the sacrifice of Insect Beast. The Chimera Beast, resembling a manifestation of a demon, also vanished. The digital world appeared to regain peace, yet this was merely the beginning, as various concealed forces began to stir. As the representative of Beelzemon, the blood-sucking beast, Akiramon and Mummy Beast emerged, mercilessly ridiculing Ikajuji Ken while utilizing their hair to activate the Dark Towers for the creation of Digimon. Their objective was to destroy the Holy Stones, disrupt the 4 Holy Beasts, and upend the balance of the digital world. Chapter 92. Why was it that I was first? The failure ensued. Whether it was the mature Digimon crafted from a single strand of hair and a Dark Tower, or the perfect Digimon formed from 10 strands of hair and 10 Dark Towers, neither stood a chance against the chosen children. Even when Akiramon and Mummy Beast, both perfect forms, took matters into their own hands, they ultimately faced defeat. In her quest to forge an immensely powerful digital beast, Achillea envisioned the creation of 100 Dark Towers. With determination, she arrived at the mountain where these towers stood, driving a jeep piloted by Mummy Beast. Her hair cascaded down like an extravagant waterfall, intertwining with the towering structures. Although the count of Dark Towers was indeed 100, the actual number within the mountain far exceeded this, yet it had not surpassed 1,000, making the designation fitting. As the Dark Towers began to fade, a colossal stream of data converged upon the mountain, gradually manifesting into a gigantic dragon-like apparition. Stop them. The chosen children refused to allow such an occurrence, swiftly evolving to launch an assault toward the mountain's summit. However, the massive specter merely waved its hand, unleashing a pressure that incapacitated Pegasus Beast and Nephite Beast. The apparition swiftly diminished to about 3 meters in height, its iconic armor and formidable visage awakening childhood memories within jar and awe. Battle Tyrannomon. Indeed, the Battle Tyrannomon was an indomitable force, unlike the meager achievements of the four elements of nature or the sporadic betrayals of numerous companions. It had single-handedly vanquished both Steel Sea Dragon and Infinite Dragon, Mechanical Evil Dragon, achieving a double kill and dispatched Joker King into the celestial gates of Holy Angel Beast. Marking a triple kill, Battle Tyrannoman represented the epitome of invincibility. No, it was the Dark Battle Tyrannoman. Amid Achillea's gleeful laughter, the Dark Battle Tyrannoman made its entrance. The second-generation protagonists, having not experienced the first-generation's adventures nor witnessed the might of Battle Tyrannoman, could not grasp the true strength of the Dark Battle Tyrannoman. As soon as Armored Beast and Agura Beast charged forward, they were effortlessly dispatched, and even the highly anticipated Mecha Dragon was defeated with minimal effort. The entire battle unfolded without the use of any ultimate moves. It merely unleashed a fraction of its inherent power. Invincible, the true god of war. Excellent work, Achillea commanded, pointing at the unconscious children and their digital companions. Now eliminate those children and wreak havoc upon this world. Yet, the Dark Battle Tyrannoman's response was unexpected. I refuse. The Dark Battle Tyrannoman uttered these words without even glancing at Achillea. Before she could respond, Mummy Beast, the ever-loyal follower, could no longer contain himself. How dare you speak to your mother in such a manner? Achillea's hair served as the key to activating the Dark Battle Tyrannoman, and the Dark Towers were crafted under her control. In a conventional sense, Achillea could indeed be considered its mother, though those Dark Towers were not the originals. You lack the authority to command me. My engagement in battle was a response to the aggression of these digital beasts. Should you utter another insolent word, I shall eliminate you. The gaze of the Dark Battle Greymon never lingered on the two beasts, even dismissing the notion of slaying them. This demeanor stemmed from his very nature. He was a warrior draped in shadows, fighting solely for his own sense of justice, detesting cowardice and vile tricks, and deeming the lowly virus-type Digimon as unworthy companions. Why not depart? What are you waiting for? Although Achillesmon felt a similar ire, she noticed an unusual aspect about Dark Battle Greymon. He is waiting for me. An unfamiliar voice intruded, as a human boy appeared before the gathered beasts without warning. I have waited long for you, partner. Yamcha softly addressed Dark Battle Greymon. At that moment, the multi-angled beast too was not by his side, but rather concealed in the shadows as one of his trump cards. Confronted by the sudden appearance of a human, Mummymon immediately grew wary, while Achillesmon perceptively sensed the uncontained joy radiating from Dark Battle Greymon when the word partner was uttered. Partner, how is this possible? Dark Battle Greymon was crafted by my own hands. How could he be anyone else's partner? Impossible. Absolutely impossible. Yet, what confounded Achillesmon was Dark Battle Greymon's reply. I am too, partner. In that moment, Achillesmon's heart shattered. You are mine. I was first. She felt on the brink of madness. No matter how many plots you weave, you ultimately become a garment for another, aptly describing Achillesmon's current state. I will slay you all. Achillesmon charged recklessly, but her attack was intercepted before it could reach Yamcha. It was Dark Battle Greymon. What do you intend to do to my partner? His disdain for killing did not imply that others could run rampant before him. The raw malevolence emanating from Dark Battle Greymon sent chills through Achillesmon. Being targeted by a formidable ultimate-level beast was certainly no pleasant affair. Partner, your adversaries should be far more formidable, not these insignificant pests. Dark Battle Greymon fought solely for victory. Battle was his very essence, and he was one of Yamcha's most cherished protectors, which explained his prolonged presence in this world. It was precisely for this reason that he had the multi-angled beast 2 modify the Dark Tower and incorporate the data of the Mamatoro Rice Ball. Allow me to demonstrate my abilities. As Yamcha's words fell, the silhouettes of two Digimon gradually emerged. One was a Gardroman, a mass-produced champion-level mechanical Digimon designed to protect computer network defenses, and the other was a mechanical Transportmon, also a mass-produced champion-level Digimon. In truth, compared to self-aware Digimon, Yamcha favored these two mass-produced entities from the Steel Empire, for they were easier to control. However, Dark Battle Greymon was simply too enticing, which was why Yamcha had initiated his plans from the Dark Tower. The only regret is that Yamcha did not discover the remnants of the Steel Empire. The Guardian Robot Beasts and Mechanical Cargo Beasts were merely retrieved from the factory of the Andro Beasts. Otherwise, if they could be mass-produced in the Dragon Ball world, an impressive army could be swiftly assembled. Mere trivialities? You dare call us trivial? Achillesmon scoffed at the two mature Digimon blocking his path. Humans, who gave you the audacity to believe these two worthless beings could stand against us? Chapter 93. Partner BlackWarGreymon behold the wrath of the Spider Queen. In pursuit of BlackWarGreymon, Achillesmon shed his disguise, transforming directly from human form into a terrifying spider-like creature. This visage was utterly grotesque. Yamcha unabashedly critiqued the Killsman's appearance, noting that while the human form could be awkwardly deemed beautiful, the Digimon form could only be described as horrifying, a recurring nightmare for many viewers of the second installment. Do not insult my treasure. Before Achillesmon could voice any suggestions, the sycophantic Mummymon erupted in fury, firing a blast from his laser gun aimed squarely at Yamcha. Boom. The energy wave emitted by Mummymon was effortlessly blocked by the guardian robot beast, suffering no damage whatsoever. Do not presume to give me nicknames. Achillesmon shot a fierce glare at Mummymon. The ability to withstand Mummimon's enraged strike was clearly beyond the capabilities of an ordinary guardian robot beast. Unfortunately, the two antagonists, consumed by anger, failed to notice this detail. Meanwhile, the mechanical cargo beast also initiated its assault. The spinning strike and flickering beam were two of the mechanical cargo beast's signature moves. Although it appeared quite formidable, the attack power was merely that of an ordinary mature-level Digimon. It was incapable of defeating two perfect-level opponents, let alone inflicting any injuries upon them. Even with Achillesmon and Mummymon not particularly renowned for their defenses. This is the drawback of mass-produced Digimon, a lack of offensive strength. The advantage of mass-produced Digimon lies in their numbers. It is said that during the zenith of the Steel Empire, those mass-produced mature-level Digimon outnumbered the Snimon swarm. This truly exemplified the notion that technology is the primary productive force. Bring it on. Mummymon, eager to showcase himself before Achillesmon, rushed forward without hesitation. If he were to face a standard mechanical cargo beast, victory would be assured. However, Yamcha slowly drew a card, and as the card shimmered with light, the mechanical cargo beast launched its attack. Zero-class cruise missile. A massive missile, resembling a shark's face and glowing orange-yellow, shot forth from the abdomen of the mechanical cargo beast, hurtling towards Mummymon at incredible speed. Mummymon. What in the world? This is a move that the mechanical cargo beast can execute? Even with his decaying intellect, Mummymon could not fathom why the mechanical cargo beast would unleash such a formidable technique. During the saga of the Tyrannosaurus Transformer, the Tyrannosaurus Transformer adorned Agumon with a dark ring, leading to its erroneous evolution into Zombie Tyrannomon, a moment that was duly recorded. The card in Yamcha's hand was freshly printed on-site, featuring the Zero-type cruise missile, a devastating technique synonymous with Zombie Tyrannomon. It is needless to say that its formidable power was evident, especially as Mummymon approached it head-on. The result was a thunderous explosion. A mushroom cloud gradually ascended, sending Mummymon hurtling backward, crashing heavily onto the ground and sliding for a considerable distance, its bandages torn to shreds beyond count. Mummymon was gravely injured. This exemplifies the terrifying prowess of the authority-bound dog. With another adversary remaining, Yamcha showed no signs of relenting and drew a blue card. It is widely recognized that in the third installment, blue cards signify the evolution of Gardramon into Andromon, a temporary evolution power. Upon evolving into Andromon, significant enhancements in speed, strength, and defense were attained. Aquilamon's reflexes far surpassed those of Mummymon, and the moment Gardramon transformed into Andromon, she launched her attack. Spider Silk. A barrage of viscous and razor-sharp threads shot forth from Aquilamon's abdomen. Once ensnared by these threads, the opponent faced certain doom. These strands were extraordinarily sharp, capable of instantaneously slicing through an adversary's flesh, while their sticky properties rendered escape impossible. Acidic Smoke. Not content with one devastating move, Aquilamon unleashed a second signature attack, spewing forth a dense green mist. This smoke possessed immense corrosiveness, reputed to dissolve all substances, and most importantly, it was imbued with potent toxicity, forming a unique combination with the spider silk to inflict tremendous damage upon foes. Ruthless and bloodthirsty, this was the signature move of the Spider Queen. However, her opponent was a mechanical type, the spinning energy blade. The formidable energy blade swiftly shredded Aquilamon's spider silk, and the terrifying corrosive mist failed to affect Andromon in the slightest. Gatling missiles. Two missiles launched from Andromon's chest struck Aquilamon directly, inflicting severe damage upon an already vulnerable Aquilamon, which was not known for its defensive capabilities. Even without further card assistance, Yamcha entirely suppressed Aquilamon. After several rounds of combat, Aquilamon was left battered and bruised, while Andromon dominated the encounter. Realizing they could not prevail, Mummymon, despite its grievous injuries, attempted to carry Aquilamon away, leaving with a fierce proclamation, "We shall return." But having offended the master, did they truly believe they could escape? Loudly tell me, what is small about the master? Card draw. Yamcha clenched his hand, and yet another card materialized. With a gentle stroke across the sacred plan, he invoked Scorching Viper. The Scorching Viper, also known as the Death Hotline, is the ultimate technique of the complete form synthesis beast, Chimera, created by the 14 sages. Strictly speaking, Chimera should be classified as a perfect body, yet due to the limited abilities of the 14 sages, producing a complete form was already the utmost limit. Even so, the fully evolved Chimera beast unleashed in overwhelming power, mercilessly vanquishing the chosen children. A searing beam of crimson light emanated from the core of the mechanical beast, appearing discordant yet wielding astonishing might. Merely grazing the bodies of the mummy beast and the Achilles beast rendered both fully evolved Digimon incapacitated. Multifaceted Beast Type 2. Initiate Capture Mode. Yamcha intoned silently, theatrically brandishing a counterfeit holy plan, gesturing towards the two. Instantly, two ribbon-like entities materialized, orbiting the holy plan like satellites. In the next moment, the two transformed into countless data particles, entering the sanctum of that holy plan. Capture Mode was a newly acquired capability of Multifaceted Beast Type 2, akin to the 6th generation of Digimon, allowing a tamer to possess multiple Digimon. Although Achilles Beast and Mummy Beast were mid-tier antagonists, their fates were undeniably grim. They were digital creatures born of Oikawa Yuki's genetic material, yet they chose to betray him, aligning themselves with the vampiric beast Belial. However, Belial was notorious for eliminating his subordinates, and thus Achilles Beast was brutally crushed, while Mummy Beast watched helplessly as the goddess Achilles met her demise before his eyes, only to be cruelly slain by Belial himself. In a sense, Yamcha saving the two was akin to sparing their lives. Come, my partner. Dark Battle Tyrannoman. This is not where you belong. Let us seek stronger foes, challenge ourselves, and defy our destinies. This declaration resonated not only for Dark Battle Tyrannoman, but also for Yamcha himself. Dark Battle Tyrannoman's fate should not be to perish as a key to the digital world's door, nor should Yamcha's destiny end in the explosion of the vegetable person, let alone succumb to mediocrity, fading into obscurity. They both deserved a radiant future. Your wish is also my wish, partner. The two clasped hands. In the next instant, they vanished from the digital realm, leaving behind a true departure, never to return. Until Yamcha and Dark Battle Tyrannoman departed, the chosen children remained in a state of unconsciousness. In the sky, a colossal shadow flickered ominously, tumultuous with thunder and lightning, resonating with the roars of dragons amidst the clouds, but soon that apparition faded, and tranquility was restored. Chapter 94. The Unveiling of Strength Tests. Is this another world? The world in which you reside, partner? Dark Battle Tyrannoman exhibited a profound curiosity towards the Dragon Ball world, marveling at unfamiliar weapons, exotic flora, and the multitude of unknown humans. Yes, you sense it, don't you? Yamcha strolled with Dark Battle Tyrannoman through the arid base. Although the desert base was fully established, it was devoid of any soldiers from the Black Silk Army, allowing Dark Battle Tyrannoman to remain unmasked. The entire base operates with modern equipment, overseen by the formidable multi-sided Beast Type 2, ensuring an environment of utmost safety. In the realm of Pokemon, Yamcha discovered that he could transport anyone to any world at will. However, without his assistance, the individual would be unable to return. The Dark Battle Dragon Beast nodded in agreement, acknowledging the stark differences in this place. Yamcha led the Dark Battle Dragon Beast to his usual training ground. Come in and give it a try. The moment the Dark Battle Dragon Beast entered, a gravitational force 3 times stronger than normal was activated. An unimaginable weight enveloped its body instantaneously. The Dark Battle Dragon Beast sensed the unusual strain on its physique and, with some effort, raised its right hand, exclaiming, "This is gravity." Yamcha waved 3 fingers in front of the Dark Battle Dragon Beast, stating, 3 times the gravity. Training under such conditions allows for substantial physical enhancement, thereby augmenting one's abilities. At this point, Yamcha had fully acclimated to the triple gravity and was contemplating requesting the Dark Silk Army's research department to develop a training chamber with 5 times the gravity. I see. The Dark Battle Dragon Beast nodded in agreement, its eyes filled with excitement. It was eager to engage in any training that could bolster its strength. Unlike the Mechanical Dragon Beast, which is a modified form, the Dark Battle Dragon Beast is of the humanoid type, theoretically capable of increasing its power through relentless training. However, the enhancement of a Digimon's strength often relies on absorbing ample data or implanting plugins such as antibodies. Whether it could gain strength through training like Yamcha remains to be seen. Nevertheless, there was no harm in trying. Partner, before we proceed, let us spar. Yamcha declared as he deactivated the triple gravity switch, shedding his garments to reveal a physique of perfect proportions. He yearned to witness the true prowess of the Digimon, devoid of any external influences. Although the opponent was the Dark Battle Dragon Beast, an entity at the pinnacle of Digimon evolution, it is well known that ultimate forms are merely a starting point rather than the terminus. The 4 great dragons, the 7 great demon lords, the royal knights, and the 5 commanders are all elite among ultimate forms, with even more formidable beings categorized as super ultimate forms. The disparity between ultimate forms can sometimes be greater than that between the juvenile stage and the ultimate form. Yamcha needed to grow stronger. And so did the Dark Battle Dragon Beast. Let the battle commence. With tension in the air, Yamcha made the first move, showcasing astonishing speed. In the blink of an eye, numerous versions of Yamcha appeared before the Dark Battle Dragon Beast. Multiplication Phantom Fist. The Dark Battle Dragon Beast could not perceive the presence of the clones through intuition and could only observe with its eyes. Faced with such a multitude of deceptive doppelgangers, the Dark Battle Dragon Beast closed its eyes and began to spin rapidly, generating tornado-like winds. Battle tornado? No. It was merely a simple rotation of its body. In an instant, the myriad of phantoms was dissipated, revealing Yamcha's true form. In truth, deciphering the residual image fist is not an arduous task. Within the realm of digital beasts exists a mature digital creature known as Koga Beast, whose ultimate technique bears resemblance to the Koga-style shadow clone. Yamcha did not harbor lofty expectations that this move could bewilder the Dark Battle Greymon for long. Merely stalling him for a brief moment would suffice. Wolf Fang Fist. At the very instant of revealing his presence, Yamcha unleashed one of his most formidable martial arts techniques. The first layer of his hidden abilities was unveiled, a martial artist with psychic powers. Against such a formidable ultimate being, he would not hold back. The phantom of a great wolf manifested behind him, as Yamcha's hands transformed into claws, striking with blinding speed towards the body of the Dark Battle Greymon. 1, 2, 3, 4. Yamcha's hands morphed into countless afterimages, executing a remarkable 100 consecutive strikes in mere moments, relentlessly assaulting the chest of the Dark Battle Greymon. After this flurry of attacks, he swiftly retreated. However, the Dark Battle Greymon remained unscathed, while Yamcha's hands trembled with pain. His hands ached terribly, even with protective wrapping. He was still significantly injured by the recoil. The Dark Battle Greymon's body was encased in high-purity digital alloy, rendering pure physical attacks utterly ineffective unless one's physical prowess reached a level akin to that of a 5-star master. Partner, your onslaught is indeed ferocious, remarked the Dark Battle Greymon. Yet such praise offered no solace to Yamcha. It was evident that the Dark Battle Greymon was holding back. Had he unleashed his full might, Yamcha would not have withstood the assault. Yamcha possessed techniques far beyond the Wolf Fang Fist. In an instant, his aura shifted dramatically, enveloped by distinctive currents of energy. Waterstone Shattering Fist. The second layer of his hidden abilities was revealed, a martial artist with psychic prowess at the pinnacle of fist techniques. This marked his inaugural usage of such power against a foe outside the realm of the fist. The Dark Battle Greymon represented the most formidable opponent Yamcha had encountered thus far. The enhancement of damage against humanoid beings. Alas, it proved futile. The formidable armor of the Dark Battle Greymon served as an impenetrable defense against unarmed combatants. The high-purity digital alloy was indeed formidable. Yamcha nodded inwardly, finding joy in the strength of the digital alloy. Ripple Energy Wave. Sparks and electricity danced around his fists, while a unique breathing technique augmented Yamcha's physical capabilities to their zenith. Should there have been bystanders wielding combat power detectors, they would undoubtedly be astonished by the rapid surge in his fighting prowess. The third layer of hidden abilities was unveiled, a martial artist with psychic prowess, the Ripple Master. This time, he opted not to engage the unyielding digital alloy head-on, but instead targeted the unprotected areas of the Dark Battle Greymon. His attacks rained down like droplets, and even the mighty Dark Battle Greymon felt the sting, gracefully leaping away to evade Yamcha's relentless strikes. With all 3 layers of his abilities activated, Yamcha finally posed a considerable challenge to the Dark Battle Greymon. Nonetheless, the Dark Battle Greymon, a true apex predator in the digital world, proved his worth. As the sharp claws of the Dragon Slayer grazed Yamcha's temple, he felt the chilling threat of death looming above him. Do you think the Dark Battle Greymon perceives Yamcha as a dragon? Chapter 95. The Dragon Tooth Wind Claw. After exchanging blows for several rounds, neither side could claim victory. Partner, you are truly formidable. The gaze of the Dark Battle Tyrannosaurus gradually shifted to one of seriousness, signifying his acknowledgement of Yamcha's prowess. Each time he felt he was about to land a hit, Yamcha managed to evade in an astonishing manner. You are stronger than any adversary I have encountered in my previous world. It is hard to fathom that you have achieved this in human form. Only Yamcha knew that he had unveiled his fourth hidden card, the stand user. If I were you, I wouldn't utter so many words, Yamcha said, extending a finger as a white orb of light danced at its tip. DNGDing wave, concentrating all his power into a singular point. It became a lethal wave capable of piercing through anything. This time, the dark battle Tyrannosaurus raised his right hand, and the gleaming armor solidly blocked the oncoming white wave. The immense force pushed him back significantly, leaving a deep mark on the ground. When the DNGDing wave concluded, it left only a minuscule scratch on the Tyrannosaurus' armor, so faint it could hardly be considered a mark, as it vanished with a mere swipe of his hand. The slight warmth on the armor merely indicating that the attack had indeed landed. You are not my match. Yamcha decisively chose to concede. Although he still had one last card to play, even that would not alter the outcome. The disparity between them was too great, and the hardness of the digital alloy exceeded Yamcha's imagination, rendering this battle one he was destined to lose. The Dark Battle Tyrannosaurus hadn't even utilized his Gaia Energy Cannon or Battle Tornado. In the absence of any enhancements, Yamcha was utterly no match for the Dark Battle Tyrannosaurus. Even his so-called DNGDing wave, which could pierce all, failed to leave a trace on the Tyrannosaurus' armor. Truly, it was the ultimate form. Yet, Yamcha felt a sense of joy. If this so-called ultimate form could only match his current strength, then the significance of the digital world to him would diminish considerably. Partner, you are already quite strong. The Dark Battle Tyrannosaurus completely acknowledged Yamcha's strength. Rest assured, I will become even stronger, Yamcha said earnestly. So will I? Echoed the Dark Battle Tyrannosaurus. In the original narrative, the nascent Dark Battle Tyrannosaurus was filled with confusion, uncertain of its purpose, but this one was different. It possessed an unwavering conviction. Fight. Grow stronger. Protect my partner. The days of training were immensely tedious, yet fulfilling, and the occasional sparring with the Dark Battle Tyrannosaurus allowed Yamcha's strength to progress rapidly. He also realized that the Dark Battle Tyrannosaurus could grow stronger through training as well, especially in the gravity chamber, where its growth was most pronounced. Training under 3 times the gravity was truly a test of endurance, with each physical attribute visibly improving at an astonishing rate. It was hard to imagine what changes would occur if he could one day withstand 100 times the gravity. The only reference point is that the protagonist, Sun Wukong, achieved a power level of 180,000 after enduring 100-fold gravity training, and upon his resurrection from the brink of death, his power soared to 3,000,000. The physical prowess of the Scion race is truly astonishing. As for Vegeta, no data is currently available. It is known only that he underwent 300-fold gravity training during the Buu Saga. Yamcha has submitted a request to the Black Silk Army Research Institute for an 8-fold gravity chamber, which is expected to take 2 to 3 months to construct if expedited. During this period, Yamcha intends to venture into other realms, primarily to develop his psychic abilities and to assess his own strength. Engaging in combat is, without question, the most effective means of evaluating one's capabilities. However, Yamcha does not plan to bring along Black Battle Beast. He believes his own strength is sufficient to handle any challenges that may arise. The role of a bodyguard is to provide assurance in the face of danger. Relying solely on a bodyguard for every situation and engaging in rigid, mechanical training renders one's impressive power level merely a hollow figure, detrimental to personal growth and inherently unstable. The security of the Great Desert Base is under the full authority of the multi-sided Beast Type 2. Although the guards consist solely of the Guard Robot Beast and the Mechanical Transport Beast, their ability to evolve at a moment's notice ensures that security is not a concern. Furthermore, the base conceals the formidable Dark Battle Tyrannomon, which guarantees safety on Earth for the time being. Regrettably, the Guard Robot Beast and Mechanical Transport Beast cannot be mass-produced in the Dragon Ball universe. Otherwise, establishing an ironclad army within that realm would be quite advantageous. This notion is promising and could be implemented in the future. After briefly instructing the multi-sided Beast Type 2 on certain precautions, Yamcha sought out the Dark Battle Tyrannomon, who was resting in the lounge. Despite having attempted numerous times, the Dragon Ball world remains static during his departures and returns, yet it is wise to take precautions, especially given the peculiar nature of his upcoming destination. Upon entering, Yamcha found the Dark Battle Tyrannomon indulging in pudding while watching videos of martial artists battling. Although its combat style differs significantly from that of the martial artists, the Dark Battle Tyrannoman believes that learning is an endless pursuit, and there is no harm in acquiring knowledge. For Digimon, human food is remarkably delectable. Even a Digimon like the Dark Battle Tyrannoman, whose sole focus is combat, finds immense joy in savoring culinary delights. Its favorite treat is pudding, particularly coffee pudding. Partner, I find that technique called Octopus Fist quite impressive. I believe I could learn something akin to it, the Dark Battle Tyrannoman remarked, reaching for a second cup of coffee pudding after finishing the first. This slightly caffeinated, soft delicacy had truly become an addiction. Octopus Fist? Splitting the dragon beast slayer into 8? How brutal. And regarding your wolf FANG fist, I think I could devise a similar technique, perhaps the dragon FANG fist. What do you think? As the conversation unfolded, the Dark Battle Dragon beast raised its arm, with the dragon slayer glistening ominously. It then decisively consumed a cup and proceeded to pick up a third one. I deemed it acceptable. Silently, I paid my respects to the other digital creatures for a moment. After all, the Dragon Slayer is not merely about not being a dragon. It fundamentally depends on whether the Dark Battle Dragon resembles one. It is hard to fathom what the Dark Battle Dragon, having mastered martial arts, would ultimately become. Perhaps it could transform into the formidable Dark Battle Dragon beast? Such a possibility cannot be dismissed. The security of the base is entrusted to you, my companion. Rest assured. My friend. Chapter 96. The Marvelous Adventure of Ma in the Rice Kingdom, the mightiest and most prosperous nation on Earth, possessing the strongest military power in the world. Top martial arts masters congregate within its borders. Due to the early demise of the old king, the new monarch is but a mere child, with governance largely in the hands of the chancellor. Make way. Jet-propelled hover cars sped through the bustling city, their military insignias indicating an urgent matter at hand. Watch out, you fool! Shouts echoed amidst the chaos, as the rapidly moving vehicles caused quite a stir. Yet the military paid no heed. Their singular aim was to locate the king's bride. Just days prior, the bride of the Rice Kingdom's monarch had mysteriously vanished. A significant event that stirred the entire nation into a frenzy, with the kingdom mobilizing to uncover her whereabouts. Within the resplendent palace, the youthful king sat upon the throne. A look of anxiousness etched upon his face. Is she still not found? His tone laced with an unmistakable urgency. However, the young king's visage bore a striking resemblance to someone familiar, with his trademark paper-like white skin and the distinctive rosy blush on his cheeks. Was this not the disciple of Master Crane, Dumpling? No, he was not Dumpling, the disciple of Master Crane, but rather the young king of the Rice Kingdom, Dumpling. Despite their identical names and appearances, their identities were worlds apart. Your Majesty, I regret to inform you that your bride is likely not within the city, spoke the Chancellor. A familiar figure indeed, none other than Master Crane himself. To be precise, he was both Master Crane and a minister of the Rice Kingdom, though he was not Dumpling's teacher. Standing beside Dumpling was his loyal bodyguard, Tian Shinhan, whose relationship with Dumpling was one of sovereign and subject. Yet their bond remained as strong as in the original narrative. They were certainly not engaged in any role-playing game. Rather, the fabric of this world was woven such that it diverged from the original storyline, yet bore some resemblance. It is a parallel universe within the Dragon Ball series. Specifically the third installment of the Dragon Ball theatrical films, The Marvelous Adventure of Ma. This theatrical production adheres to the narrative framework of the original Dragon Ball adventure, specifically capturing the segment from the manga where Krillin and the young Goku seek the guidance of Master Roshi. However, the character's combat prowess is elevated to the standards of the 2223 World Martial Arts Tournament. Additionally, the characters Tao Pai Pai, Tian Shinhan, and Master Crane have been adorned with the guise of ministers from the Rice Kingdom, as the storyline intertwines the quest for the 7 Dragon Balls with the martial arts tournament. What shall we do, Chancellor? The young king, evidently lacking any independent thought, promptly inquired of his minister. The elder statesman proposed an idea, stating that there exist 7 mystical orbs in this world, and gathering them would grant any wish. You could wish to reclaim your bride. What do you think of this notion? That is indeed a splendid idea, the king replied. Therefore, I grant you permission to mobilize the army and devote the nation's resources to the search for the fabled Dragon Balls. Master Crane, revealing his true intentions, proclaimed. He desires the military. He craves power. Although the young king deeply missed his fiancée, he sensed an underlying disquiet about the course of action. Observing the king's hesitation, Master Crane approached him menacingly, reminiscent of the audacity displayed by Albai towards Kangxi. Nay, even more brazen. The entire court was under Crane's influence, and none dared to voice dissent. Perhaps there were once those who would, but such voices had since been silenced. At that moment, a metallic sound echoed through the hall as a golden-haired, blue-eyed man clad in armor entered through the grand doors, the General Blue of the Rice Kingdom's border forces. While he indeed belonged to the Black Silk Army, this incarnation of General Blue possessed a semblance of masculinity unlike his counterpart in the Black Silk ranks. He first bowed to the king, then pointed an accusatory finger at Master Crane, exclaiming, "Your Majesty, you must not acquiesce. This is all a scheme orchestrated by the Chancellor. Should military power fall into this man's hands, the entire nation shall be plunged into peril. I have uncovered evidence of their treachery. I have long found it peculiar that the bride vanished without a trace. The only location in the entire nation yet to be searched is Master Crane's chamber. Do you dare allow my soldiers to investigate?" His words rendered Master Crane speechless, for he found himself at a loss against the relentless General Blue. However, he had anticipated such a scenario. With a mere glance, he signaled his subordinates, and the heavy palace doors began to descend, transforming the entire palace into an impenetrable fortress. A figure emerged behind General Blue, Tao Pai Pai, the world's foremost assassin and Master Crane's brother. The Crane School had indeed gathered its forces. "If you wish to search the Chancellor's chamber, we shall see if you possess the capability to do so," Tao Pai Pai remarked, gazing at General Blue as if he were a mere specter. The chilling malice emanating from him alerted General Blue to the impending danger, and he instinctively swung his sword in defense. Alas, his opponent was Tao Pai Pai, who effortlessly evaded the strike. General Blue glared into Tao Pai Pai's eyes, and in an instant, a brilliant light flickered to life. Superpowers, an innate ability possessed by certain individuals in the Dragon Ball universe, can immobilize adversaries and manipulate the trajectory of objects akin to telekinesis. Regrettably, such abilities are ineffective against Tao Pai Pai, who is inherently unafraid of superpowers. With a sidelong glance at the bewildered General Blue, he displayed disdain, tossing his braided hair behind him while clasping his hands behind his back. In a swift motion, he extended his tongue, striking towards General Blue's temple with remarkable speed. It is said that when one masters the art of assassination to its zenith, any part of the body can serve as a weapon, even hair and tongue. Tao Pai Pai epitomizes this notion, reigning as the foremost assassin on Earth. In the face of absolute power, all struggles are in vain. General Blue did not even have time to resist. Unless an unexpected turn of events occurred, his demise was imminent. However, if one speaks of the unexpected, then an anomaly is certain to arise. The sound of rushing wind erupted from behind Tao Pai Pai, whose acute senses immediately detected the imminent danger. Realizing that continuing his assault would render him vulnerable, he swiftly abandoned the pursuit and evaded to the side, thus granting General Blue a fortuitous escape. This entire sequence transpired within mere breaths. By the time General Blue regained his composure, Tao Pai Pai had already distanced himself by at least 5 meters, a playing card, a 2 of clubs, embedded precisely where he had been standing moments before. "I did warn you that coming here alone is tantamount to courting death." A light chuckle resonated from above, prompting the onlookers to gaze upward. Unbeknownst to them, a figure had appeared atop the beam of a palace column. It was Yamcha. With a gentle leap, he descended from the column with the grace of a feather, landing softly on the ground without a sound. A master, Tian Shinhan, Tao Pai Pai, and Master Rashi simultaneously thought.